Give me some paperwork, will you? The show's always sponsored by Onnit. I love these guys. I'm waiting on my new shipment of the Dolce protein. I didn't even know Dolce had. Dolce's like the man of 1,000 things going on. He's doing jumping jacks. He's making his own fucking protein.
Dude,
he's got cookbooks. I love the death.
You cannot take it away from
him. No. He's on Twitter at 8 in the morning pushing deadlifts. People on there. What should I do for cardio? Deadlifts, you fuck. That's it. Deadlifts, squats.
Squat till you die.
Squat till you die. Anyway, no. He's got some stuff going on with Onnit. So before we talk about it, I'm going to wait for my shipment. But you know me, I live on the Shroom Tech. I live on the Alpha Brain. I even had to give my wife a couple of fucking Alpha Brains yesterday. She gave me apple juice by mistake with sugar in it or something. She thought it was fucking green tea. I go, where's your head at? It was right in front of you. I just gave it to the baby. The baby likes apple juice. But, Onnit is always, it always works for me. Not right now, but it always usually does. Go to Onnit webpage and see the great new selection of proteins and supplements they have right now. Go to Onnit.com. You like anything? Go to the box and press it in. Church. Boom! CHURCH, cocksuckers, and get 10% off your next order, all right? Number 2, let me talk to you people about something. You know me. I'm a man of many seasons. But from time to time, you know me. I drink a little red wine. Do I know what the fuck I'm drinking? Not really. You come to my table and you want Pierre Cardin 1684. I don't give a fuck what it is. Just because I don't know what it is. I just drink a little wine. I get hammered. I don't drink. But I enjoy wine. And if my wife has it with dinner, whatever. But again, what's the toughest thing? After a long, exhausting day, all you want to do is sip a glass of wine and relax. But unless you're planning ahead, you probably don't even have a bottle of wine in your house. You already spent enough time wandering through the grocery store looking for bottles. You don't know what to drink. You're calling your friend. He's not answering the phone. You get lost in the wine aisle. You just end up picking a bottle based on a label you don't really even understand.
Thunderbird.
Yeah, Thunderbird. You go home, you open it, you realize it's like a Chardonnay as much as you thought. You don't like Chardonnay as much as you thought, all right? What I'm trying to say to you is this, all right? Go to Club W. With Club W, you never have to worry about being wine-free again. People like to go home, crack a bottle of wine. This is you. It's a revolutionary new wine club that sends you wine directly to your door, saving all those trips to the grocery store. Not only does Club W send you wine, they send you the wine that you'll love drinking. Club W has a 6-question quiz, figures out your palate. So every bottle you receive is perfectly tailored for your taste. Who does that shit, Lee, okay? Club W is the leading grape-to-glass wine revolution. They work directly with the vineyards, and they cut out the middlemen, okay? Which saves you what? Guinness money. That's right. Club W even offers you a no-risk guarantee that you'll love, right? You're going to love what they send you. You take that little quiz. They even send you recipes to eat with that wine they send you. Listen, if you're a momo like me about wine, this is for you. Do me a favor. Why fuck around? Go to Club W right now. I'm offering all my listeners 50% off your first order. 50, not 10, not 20, 50% off. Go to clubw.com/Joey right now, and I'm giving you 50% off. Don't ever come home to a wine-free house again, okay? Just go to clubw.com/Joey and get 50% off your first order, all right? You heard me right. clubw.com/Joey. Another one of my favorites here. You got MeUndies at your house? I got to get you hooked up with MeUndies. You have MeUndies from me?
Try it.
Tremendous. Sorry about that. I got to get a little water here. MeUndies are the only underwear I use for jiu-jitsu.
They're good for jits.
Because when you're fat, the thing falls off your underwear, you crack, you're trying to do a fucking omoplata, your asshole sticking out. Who needs that aggravation? So what I'm trying to say to you is this. I love listen, whether you're wearing suits or sweats, you spend 24 hours a day in your underwear. But instead of making a statement like Superman's tight under his everyday clothes, you're probably wearing underwear that are boring. They're white, they got streaks in them, they smell like fucking death. Well, listen, MeUndies is here to change all that, all right? Every pair of MeUndies is made from a substantially sourced modal, M-O-D-A-L, right? M-O-D-A-L, I'm sorry. A fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. Nothing can describe the fit and the feel of MeUndies. But once you try them, you understand why they're called the world's most comfortable underwears. And if you don't love your first pair of MeUndies, guess what? Guinness, free, no questions asked. MeUndies has dozens of styles, limited edition prints that come out every month, and you can make a statement and shit. You bring some freak home, you take your pants off, bam, there you are, looking like a Bella Figura. Anyway,
Bella Figura.
That's right. Do me a favor. Shipping is free in the U.S. and Canada, and you save up to $8 a pair with a MeUndies subscription plan. So do me a favor. Get the subscription or get the single pair. You get 20% off your first order when you go to MeUndies.com/Joey. Just go to MeUndies.com/Joey. Read all about, look all at the cotton underwear, the Modal underwear they have. Look at all the styles, look at all the stuff they have available, T-shirts and sweats and whatnot. So do me a favor, go to MeUndies.com/Joey for 20% off your first order. That's MeUndies.com/Joey. And that's it, guys.
Boom!
We're out of here. That's it.
Nice
The fucking
job.
drama's over. Big John, I love you to death. I want to call next week. I'm going to Paducah this week, but the week after, I'm at home all week. I'd love to come on the podcast.
You're going to come on my podcast?
Yeah, I'll come up to, because I got to go to,
Tell me when you're ready.
I got to do something like that Tuesday, like at 7 in the morning. Rico and fucking Mambo. I got to do radio, so I'm up there.
There you
regular.
go. That's all right.
So I have a few tacos. That's a nice taco neighborhood. And right from there, I shoot up to your place. What do you taping?
Most of the time I tape it right at my place.
Okay.
The other guy is way out in Kansas, but it's all right.
No, we'll
Just
go to
tape it
your
on my-
house.
There you go, man. And I'll take you out on the boat. We'll go out and look at some ocean.
No, I get seasick. I just get
Come on,
worse and
baby. We
worse.
got to
No,
go
no,
look
no.
at some whales and
Let
dolphins.
me tell you something. I don't know what happened. I went swimming a couple months ago, and I went on a plane and fucked up my ears, and I've been getting car sick. But it's hereditary because the baby, I can't take her nowhere. I could take her locally. If I take her in the car and we go for a little ride, she gets car sick. All of us had it, so we got to go on that Dramamine shit.
That's no good.
But this last week, I've gotten car sick 3 times, all downhill, not uphill. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I got sick on the way down Laurel Canyon, on the way down from Bakersfield down the
You down
5. I got sick last night, and I got sick the other day going into town on Laurel Canyon. But it's always downhill. So if something's going on when I'm sitting like this, I got to get like a fucking straight car or something. Like, figure it out, cocksucker. John McCarthy, I love you, Mrs. Mack. Looking better than ever with the fucking head. Look at you, John McCarthy. Moving out the fucking out of here. Look at you. You're a savage. Louis, what are you going to do? Sit there and stare at me? Everything all right over there?
Everything's great.
What's going on with you tonight? We going out?
Sure, let's do it.
We got Ari Shafir's Storyteller Show. You coming down there tonight?
Hell yeah.
All right. You all right?
I'm doing good.
All right. Thank you for listening to the church. We'll be back Tuesday night. Don't forget about us. Stay black. Have a great day. God bless you. Have a great Monday.
Do you want to just end with I Want to Be Around?
And I want to be around Tony Bennett, you bad bitches. Just like that, Lee. Who do you think you're dealing with, Joey Bananas?
Is twice as smart as
From all that sound, oh my goodness! At one point, I was listening to all the fireworks, and it's just
This show is brought to you by Tracker. That's Tracker. Never lose anything again with Tracker. Listeners to this show get a special discount of 40% off of your first Tracker device. This isn't an offer everywhere. It's only for our listeners. Go to thetracker.com and enter promo code CHURCH to get 40% off of your first Tracker device. That's thetracker.com and use promo code CHURCH. Show is also brought to you by the wonderful people at NatureBox. Say goodbye to weird and mystery ingredients and start snacking confidently with NatureBox. They have delicious snacks. They're very nutritious. They're delicious. Go to naturebox.com/Joey to get 50% off of your first box now. That's right. Go to naturebox.com/Joey to get half off. That's 50% off of your first box now. Show is also brought to you by Onnit.com. Use code word CHURCH to get 10% off all of their great optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, ShroomTech Immune, and ShroomTech Sport. Use code word CHURCH to get 10% off.
Old school cocksuckers. Kick that motherfucker, Lee. Kick this horse. Kick it, Lee. Kick it. This goes back to 1971. Aretha motherfucking Franklin. There you go, cocksuckers. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Listen to Aretha, motherfuckers. 0 fucks. Are you fucking kidding me? This is when black people were fucking black people. Listen to those fucking horns. They don't give a fuck. They're fucking white with everything. It's over. The church of what's happening now. Wednesday, the 23rd of March. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? It's myself and my main motherfucker, Lee Sayat.
In the house.
Cute little blue fucking shirt on.
I gotta look cute for you all the time.
Smoking shit. Look at you. All you need is a little penguin on your shirt. Whatever the fuck they put
I never had like the actual polo shirts.
So what is that? They made a line in there that I thought of you. Nature Box. Are you sick and tired of mystery fucking ingredients? That's Lee's favorite fucking line.
I can't win.
Lee
guys.
loves mystery ingredients.
Even when I'm trying to be good. So it's like today for lunch, I was like, okay, I don't have. I tried to do meal prep. I bought like enough food for 3 days, but I didn't have time to go to the store. I was like, okay, I'll go to Denny's and I'll get a salad before I go to work. I was there for 20 minutes. It was a $10 salad, and they finally brought it out, and it looked like.
Were you there to go or to stay?
To go. No, I don't need to stay at Denny's.
What kind of salad did you get? Go ahead,
I got a grilled chicken salad.
Oh,
That's all I got. And it looked like the homeless guy up front who was begging for money. It was his salad.
Was the salad?
It was brown. It wasn't even like put together at all. It was just like they just threw lettuce and a little bit of avocado and chicken and whatever else in the bowl. And I was about to turn around and just eat it, and like, you know, when you have a lunch and you're just disappointed and it's just crappy and just pissed off. But I was like, no. I turned around and was like, hey, this is a $10 salad. I don't want any of this. So they gave me a refund, and I walked over to the Mexican place across the street, and I got a grilled chicken plate with some beans and rice. I know the rice isn't that
How
great.
was it?
Delicious. But the thing that they have over there that you turned me on to in Hollywood, that juice place, they have over there. So I had something with like orange, strawberry, papaya, fucking honey, yogurt. It was delicious. Oh,
I almost went to the juice place today.
You should. Oh, it's so good.
I almost went to the juice place in Hollywood. Whenever I go give a blood test, that's my reward.
Oh, yeah, you have. That's
I
great.
go to the juice place and I get a chicken salad on wheat with the fucking avocado. Delicious there. The Nutra. I've been going to that fucking place for 20 years. You know that. They started out on Vine. No. Yes. They started out on fucking Vine in a little parking lot. It was like the valet shack for a parking lot. That's what they started at.
Did they even have a place to sit down?
No. They had tables outside. Like little booths outside.
I love that.
You parked. It It had no ambiance, but it did have ambiance. What gave it ambiance was that it didn't have ambiance.
Right.
They were all Spanish women. They made 4 or 5 sandwiches then and 20 million juices. And I'd go in there for the honey, milk, and strawberry. They have so many of them. The pink cloud.
Oh, okay.
Strawberry milk and a dash of honey. They have a lot of different juices there, you know. She goes back to the holidays for a month. The 2 girls have been running that store for 20 years. They're the same employees, same chick, same owner. It's a phenomenal place. When they started building the mall on Vine, on whatever that fucking street is, on there, they had to move. And they were forced to move. So what they did was they put up signs saying that we're getting forced to move. They're giving us a settlement. We'd like to find a place close by. And like 20 places reached out. They gave them like a good rent just to have them in there because it's been a neighborhood staple.
For 20 years. That's
Listen,
amazing.
They were probably there 10 years before I got there. And I've been going there for 20. I've been going there for 19. So I discovered them like the 3rd day in fucking Hollywood.
And it's crazy. In Hollywood, it seems like a lot of places raise their prices just because it's so expensive to be here. A juice is $4.
It's $8.50 for the sandwich and the fucking juice. They have a lunchtime special and a bag of chips. I never get the chips because I'm full from the chicken salad on whole grain with the fucking fresh avocado.
And the juice, by the way, they always give you the whole pitcher.
They give you the whole blender, okay?
Yeah.
So you have 2 fucking things. These are real people. These aren't these fucking Gentile corporate, and they cut the fruit in front of you. You see them. This isn't like fucking, those frozen things that Jamba Juice, whatever the fuck that is, that nuclear fruit that you think you're eating healthy, and it's just fucking sugar.
Do you ever do the Mexican fruit stands on the side of the road where they cut it up?
Always.
Always.
I go in there and I get the fruit, but you can't let them put the
Nothing.
chilies
I
and the
can't
other
do
shit.
it.
I tell them not to put it in. I don't like the white stuff. But if you're in a bind and you're traveling around LA and you're hungry, just to hold you over a bag of fruit from those things for $4, and they chop it up for you and it's all fresh.
I had them do because like they
the
do
mango,
because they do
it's
mango,
fucking delicious.
but they have like lime juice and all the pepper and stuff that I don't like. So I had them do orange and pineapple. And I just had that. I just was eating that. That was delicious.
People say, it's got the fruit in it, the sugar. You know what, man? I lost a lot of fucking weight eating fruit. So whatever. You know what I'm saying? But I'm happy.
It's better than M&Ms.
The last fucking 9 days have been death. Like, it went from being super busy, guys. I don't know. See, a lot of people, I have to describe what we go through sometimes. It went from me leaving the house. You remember? Like, every day for 2 weeks, I left the house at 9, 8:30, 7:15 to go to a 10 o'clock meeting because you got to leave 2 hours early in the morning.
Yeah, at
so
least.
What I usually do is I have like a protein shake. I get in the car and I get the fuck out of Dodge. I get over the hill. I get down there and I eat breakfast, and then I go to my meetings. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, next week I have meetings at 4 and shit like that. The last 9 days have been death. So I've been writing, but no comedy writing. But I do little things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I sent my first fucking thing to Gordon. So at least I got one of the chapters out of the way, which I've been going over. Now I'm writing the intro to the fucking book. So little by little, we're putting this book together. Now it's coming together. I don't have a lot of dates in the summer. A lot of people mad at me because I'm not going to a lot of places I usually go. I had to cut my schedule in half this year, guys, because I have a lot of things going on here. Plus, I wanted to keep working on the podcast. We got the new studio. So please understand me that these come around. Once 2017, I will do all those cities I'm not doing this year, whether it's Minneapolis or Utah or
It'll be a better show, too. Don't you think it'll be a better show?
Listen, man, I hate what they do because they want to book you every 12 to 11 months. I can't write that fast. And lately it's been like, you go into fucking writing slumps. And what happens is, it's like being a salesman, okay? When you're a salesman, I come talk to Lee, all right? So if I talk to 10 people, okay, and I'm selling vacuums,
Okay.
one person might buy that day, but 3 people are going to buy, but they got to talk to their significant other. Or they're waiting for a check, or they're waiting for their tax return, or they're, you know what I'm saying? So you make these sales now. You just follow up with them, tell them about your deals and your specials. The same thing happens when you write comedy. You have 15 or 16 things you're throwing out there. And you wait till one of them bites, and then you write following them. And meanwhile, you're still trying different bits, and shit's not working, so you're just getting rid of stuff. And then you visit it again, and some night, it's a Thursday night, I just get to town, let me visit it again. And if it doesn't work in front of a real crowd, I get the fuck rid of it. Lately, I've been getting rid of everything. So eventually, I'm going to get 3 bits I'm going to bite into, and then I build an hour, and then it becomes excitement again.
You said for the last 2 weeks you haven't really been doing any comedy writing. Are you actively not doing that, or do you not have anything you want to write right now?
No, I've been not comedy writing in the sense of taking a joke and writing it out.
Okay.
Comedy writing in the sense of getting up at 5, like I did today before I had to leave at 7, and writing for 2 hours, just little notes. And this morning I got some good shit. You know, I'm trying to get stuff that's personal to me. When I talk about topical shit, I don't like it no more. I'd rather talk about personal shit to me and how I learned the thing from it. We all laugh. So that's what I'm trying to put together. So you just have little fires, and all of a sudden one of them really catches fire, and one of them another catches fire, and all of a sudden you go from having nothing to having 40 minutes. And now you elaborate it on more, you put it out there on the road, and it grows into something.
Okay, that's interesting.
So that's what usually happens.
Right.
It's just, you just keep putting stuff out there. And all of a sudden one catches a bigger fire than the other one. The other one's good, but not what you think it would be. And then you twist it around and you bring it out there again. And that's why I try to go to Flappers in the Comedy Store and then in the ha-ha when I'm home. Just last night I fucking passed the fuck out. So,
Yeah, you didn't.
oh my God, I was wiped out yesterday.
Is it because you like sometimes you'll go to a show and you'll tell me after that, oh, I didn't think that was that great, even though from me sitting in the back you were getting laughs and it seemed like it was going well. So when you say like if something works or doesn't work, is it based off of just what you think? Because you can get laughs and think you have a terrible set.
I know what I'm listening for. I know exactly what I'm listening for.
Is it the sound of the laugh?
It's something about the laugh. It's a weird laugh. It's got to be a little shocking, and they're laughing at it because it happened to them.
I love that kind. Like that's why a lot of specials are so disappointing for me, is because I'll laugh, I'll giggle, but there's one I just showed Paula. It's I think it's Bill Burr's first or second. It's the orange one in the background.
Hilarious.
Where it's just you don't stop.
You don't stop.
Like hysterically laughing.
Hysterical. It's like a machine gun.
Yep. And that's what I like so much about your sets and comics. But it's just, even though you do stories, that's why I like the store sometimes. And you're like the one person that I enjoy the store for, because otherwise I prefer an hour. And I still like you for an hour, but there's something about, because with 20 minutes, you usually just go crazy.
I go crazy. I fucking love it. I like it. Listen, if I do 45 minutes, I don't have a stroke. The next day,
you can't do it?
Not like that for 40. Not to stay on them and stay on top of them like that. That's tough. The store, because I got my ass kicked so much in there. I learned that when you go up at the store, you got to go up with both guns. So that's where that comes from, like my fear. Fear is a fucking... You know that at 53 this morning, I was stalling to drive down there to draw blood. Like I kept talking to my mom. I was like, don't you have to leave?
Is this the same appointment that you've had for like 2 months?
Yeah, for 6 weeks.
Every week you were like, oh, I have to go drop
and
blood.
once I get in there, it's cool. Like he's fucking cool as shit. We talk. He talks to me. He told me to stop at the airport in Chicago, where to go and get a fucking hot beef sandwich at this good one at the airport in Chicago.
Your doctor's telling you where to get a hot beef sandwich?
Oh yeah, he's a big motherfucker. He's a badass dude. And then I went down there. Whenever I get blood taken out, there's little obstacles on myself every week. Okay, so I have a notebook, and I have Monday through Sunday, and then I have my schedule. But on the upper right-hand side, in that little corner, that little box, I have my obstacles for the week. Shit that I fucking hate doing, but I gotta do. Like sitting down and writing, like going and giving blood, like calling somebody who owes me money. All that type of shit goes in that box at the top.
How many boxes do you have on your book, in your notebook? Like each page, like how many little sections do you have?
I have just a section of Monday through Friday.
Okay.
And then like the first thing on the goal sheet is write 2 hours a day. And then you'll have any appointments from 9 to 12 early. And then usually I just put BJJ at 12 o'clock. Just because if there ain't nothing going on, I'm going to BJJ. And then I usually have a 1 o'clock or a 3:30 phone call. And then I'll put 8 o'clock the podcast, 10:30 comedy store. Anything that has a comedy thing, I put an asterisk next to the day.
Why? What does the asterisk mean?
When I wake up in the morning, I want to remember I'm doing a set that night. I'm getting old. So that means I have a set. So at the end of the week, I count how many sets I have. And then on the upper right-hand side, right there, in every notebook, there's a little box. And the letters there. Sometimes I put the calls I have to make. But now what I'm doing is I'm putting the call today. So I don't fuck around. I used to put calls and just go, I got to call Lee. I got to call Sarah. I got to call Marty. I got to call Jimmy. I got to call T. I got to call me. I got to call Johnny. No. Now I put it under the day I'm calling them. So there's no misunderstandings.
You have a phone call schedule?
I have a phone call schedule. So you have to even have a fucking phone call schedule. I'm a comic, but I'm a salesman. And I'm representing myself because this is the only way to fucking do it. You know, Cassius Morris is calling in today.
Right.
And there's nobody in this planet I admire more than this young man. Because what he's doing at his age, people listen to the podcast. I'm not here to insult nobody. Ain't nobody doing dick like this fucking young man.
And he's been doing it for, like, I think 6 years.
Okay. And he's getting the education of a fucking lifetime. He's getting lifetime education before he's 18 years old. And I was telling my agent the other day, because it's NCAA time.
Right, in March Madness.
Okay, I don't know if I ever told you guys this. Let me tell you how crazy I've been all my life. Okay. So I got involved in basketball at the age of 6th grade. I was fucking horrifically bad. The first time I did 7th grade basketball, we went 0-9. I was terrible. And I was so embarrassed from seeing so bad and from getting left back in the 7th grade that besides karate, I dedicated myself to basketball. And I wanted to turn that program around. So the second 7th grade year, we went like 4-3. All right, my dummy year when I made my comeback.
That's I was laughing, but I can't.
I know. I don't give a fuck. Hey, I'm a fucking moron. It happens, and you accept it for what it is.
Hey, you were getting pussy in 7th grade. I didn't get it.
No, I didn't get pussy. I was dry humping her. That's what's sad. I got left back over fucking dry humping a bitch through a pair of fucking pants. That's what's embarrassing. We're all fucking jerk-balls. I'm the king of the fucking jerk-balls at that age. So I get left back. So now that year I go 4-3. But I fall in love with fucking basketball. Right? So they tell me to get really good, you have to concentrate your training and go to basketball camps.
Okay.
So one of the first basketball camps I go to is Willis Reed. Excuse me. And when I go to Willis Reed basketball camp, I meet a coach there. I forget what his fucking name was. He was from like a high school.
How old were you? So you were in the 7th grade still, or the 8th grade?
I was in the 7th grade going into the 8th grade. When I cough, why do you close your eyes? Do you think I'm going to spit in your eyeballs or something? What's wrong?
I didn't even know I did that.
So I meet this guy, and he's telling me all these things that when you go to camps, you have to be ready because college coaches come and they give seminars and they talk to people. But in reality, I always knew that if you're under a junior in college, they can't talk, high school, they can't talk to you. It's against NCAA violations for a coach to talk to you if you're a junior and under.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Even though you're fucking killing in the 8th grade, I can't really say much. I come up to you and say, good game. You have a future, son, you know what I'm saying, and keep you in mind. But I can't come and start fucking recruiting you. That's against NCAA violence. We can't even talk about recruitment, about going to your school or nothing.
That's crazy. I didn't know that.
So at my second basketball camp, which was Boo's basketball camp, I met a coach by the name of Tom Penders. I forget where the fuck he was then. Now I think he's in Texas, or he may have retired. But Tom Penders, I became a pen pal with. I would humiliate him. I would write him letters until he turned purple. Come see me. I'm tearing it up in the 8th grade. I wasn't doing dick. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind, I was Johnny fucking Unitas. But I started doing this to every coach. Every time I go to a camp, I get coaches fucking whatever, and I start sending them propaganda, whether it was Bill Foster from Duke at the time, or it was the guy from North Carolina.
So take us through a letter. Like, what would a letter sound like?
Good morning, coach. I hope you're having a great day. My name is Joey Diaz. I'm an 8th grader from North Bergen, New Jersey, and basketball is my life. I just want to tell you I admire your fucking team. Mailman wouldn't deliver them no more. I didn't give a fuck when I was a kid. I was a savage. So me being a comic never developed at a young age.
Okay.
Me wanting to do TV never was at a young age. Me being a salesman savage was me at a young age. Like, I already had that savvy mind that you had to reach out to people and let them know what the fuck was crack-a-lacking.
Jesus. And then, so how many packets did you get? Like 10 or 12? Or
I would send them. Once I sent them to college coaches that I knew. Then I just started sending them to fucking college coaches everywhere.
And
from UCLA to USC, any basketball program I had watched on television, North Carolina State, North Carolina Charlotte, University of New Mexico was a great college then. They had Cheese Johnson, who covered fucking Larry Bird in college and shit. He was one of my counselors in camp. I just wrote letters to colleges.
And would you do this with like your friends, or were you doing it by yourself?
By myself at night.
Where? On
In
the
my-
court, or
No, I was doing it in my fucking bedroom.
oh, so it was like actual workout. It wasn't like a drill for.
Oh, where were the drills?
Yeah.
At both places, I was doing, because they had drills that you did. Some drills I did on the basketball court, like layup drills and shooting drills and sprint drills and defense drills. But some drills I did at home, which was just like sit-ups or push-ups or jumping as high as I could for 30 minutes or sitting against the wall with a chair to get my defensive legs and whatever, to get your legs strong. I did everything I fucking could, man.
Which would be worse for you, do you think? Taking away comedy now or taking away basketball then?
No, it was two different things, because I make a living from comedy.
Okay, that's true. But it just seems like you were like
Taking basketball away from me then was one of the biggest disappointments in my life. I never really recovered from that. I could tell, because when I watch basketball, I still get kind of emotional, especially NCAA ball. I told you what happened the other night when the NCAA came on, and I was watching this. My wife was sitting there, my daughter was in the kitchen, and I was like, I wish that she gets it at an early age. I wish that she got it like I got it. But I wish that she got, to me, being a professional basketball player is great, and being a professional football player is great. But Jesus Christ, nothing gets my dick harder than the NCAA championship in any sport. Because you're playing for you. I mean, yeah, after a while you're playing to get drafted. But when you talk, like, you ever watch the 30 for 30 with the NCAA guys from North Carolina State? They all get together for a drink.
Oh no, I never got into college basketball, but
Okay,
it sounds great.
College athletics, man, is something. And now they're trying to tax and all this shit, but you got to understand the entertainment it brought to people, and it brings to me. It gave me something. It gave me a belief. It gave me a belief that I could do something good enough and get a scholarship to go to one of these colleges. That's the bottom fucking line. If you really want to go to college and you want a fucking scholarship, this to do, whether you want to be a football player or a basketball player, or whatever. When I saw Mike O'Corn was a kid from Jersey City, who was an Irish kid who went to a school called Hudson Catholic, and he was 6'7", and he was 6'7", and he was white, and he was poor. He never had a father, and he had a mother who worked at a diner to support him. And like in the 8th or his freshman year, he hurt his knee, and he had to wear a brace in high school. And he would play basketball, and the braces, he played so much basketball that the braces started going into his skin. But it didn't matter. He took Hudson Catholic to a fucking final. The finals, him and a kid named Jimmy Spinarco. Jimmy Spinarco ended up going to Duke, and this motherfucker ended up going to North Carolina.
Oh, no way.
Okay, so way before the Hurleys from Jersey City went to Duke, the kid who opened up that connection was a kid by the name of Jimmy Spinarco from Hudson Catholic. Now, in Jersey City, you had powerhouses, Hudson Catholic and St. Anthony's. St. Anthony's is the one you see every year in the high school. Bobby Hurley, Bobby Hurley and Frankie Edgar, the same person. If you know anything, they both hustled. They both fucking died for what they did. It's amazing. So, what the fuck are we talking about here?
College basketball.
College basketball. So I'm saying, to me, one of the greatest things, one of the first things I ever saw that let me know I could do something with my life was on a Monday night, an NCAA finals when Marquette played North Carolina. And in that bracket, something happened to one of the forwards from North Carolina, and Michael Corrin had to fill in. In the Final Four, my friend, which is one of the biggest platforms in the United States year after year, This
Yeah, it has to
white,
be one of the biggest sporting events.
this white motherfucker, Irish kid from Jersey City, scored 31 points as a freshman. But not only that, the guy who was covering him was Glenn Gondrzak, who went on to play for the New York Knicks, a white dude, 6'4", forward, who always had a cover Julius Irving and shit like this. This guy was a defensive white savage from Boulder. Years later, he tried to shoot himself in the heart with a 22. That's a complete different story.
Jesus Christ.
And he missed. How the fuck you been playing basketball for 20 years, sinking 20-footers, and all of a sudden you try to shoot yourself in the heart with a 22 and you miss? What the fuck? What the fuck goes on here? You know what I'm saying? But to make a long story short, this white Irish motherfucker scored 30-something points.
As a replacement,
As a freshman. But here's what gets better. I'm sitting there on a Monday night to see what happens. It's Jerry Maguire's last in the game as a coach for Marquette. And North Carolina has to play him. Go look it up.
Okay.
North Carolina, Marquette. What was the final score?
What year was it?
Fuck, it's got to be 77, 76. Sorry about this, guys. My allergies are on fire. I'm dealing with shit. I had to go. I'm going to the doctor Monday at 2:45 for the nose doctor to figure out if this is allergies. Do I need the surgery? It's the fucking Afrin. The Afrin's fucking me up completely.
I think the whole game is on YouTube.
I know it is. Oh, if you want, click on the game, but give me the sport.
The score? You want the box score?
Yeah, the box score was what?
Okay. So a 67-59 Marquette won.
Marquette won because it was the coach's last game, and they won for him. Great team. Jerome Whitehead, Butch Lee, fucking bad motherfuckers out of Marquette. And they played against North Carolina, and they beat North Carolina. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter to me. Something happened to me that let me know as a human being at that age. What year was that?
77. March 28th.
At the age of fucking 14, something happened that night that let me know that I could do something in my life. When they said, and I'm starting forward for North Carolina. Okay? Starting forward for North Carolina, Mike O'Corn from Jersey City, New Jersey. No, they said, starting forward for North Carolina from Jersey City, Mike O'Corn. I can't tell you. I was just overwhelmed. Like my body broke down. Like I was going to shit my pants. Like just everything in the world. And I knew right there I wanted that for me. I knew that I wanted to be on that stage someday. Not comedy-wise. And not as a television guy. Not even close. Just in the finals of the NCAA.
So when you were writing those letters, you believed that
I fucking believed.
Yeah.
I started, when I saw that, I believed that I could get out of my situation, which wasn't, at that time, wasn't a bad situation, but I believed that I could get myself into North Carolina, that I didn't have to be a burden on my mother. I really fucking believed that, guys.
Forgive me if you said it, but did you know Michael Corn, or just the fact that he was from Jersey City?
After years later, I met him and explained to him what had happened. He looked at me and like fucking swelled up because he knew. He didn't have a father growing up. His mother worked at a fucking restaurant as a waitress, and she saved her tips to buy him fucking. In those days, it wasn't Nike sneakers. It was a sneaker by the name of Ponies. So if you didn't have Julius Irving's limousines for the feet, you had to have ponies. Do they have that game on YouTube? Can you put the beginning real quick to see if they say it before my man calls in? Would it be a problem? Quick?
Well, I'll
just to see it. If not, we'll turn it off. Yeah. But that's what gave me, that right there let me know, right there, in my life, that I could do something. And that's all I wanted to do at that time. That was it. I knew that that's what I fucking wanted to do.
No, I think they start at the tip-off. Do they do the lineup after that or no?
No, I do a tip. Well, show the tip-off. I'll show you what this fucking guy looked like. He was a skinny white dude with bad fucking skin. But looking at him, you could tell this motherfucker was dangerous. And look who it is. It's my childhood friend on the phone, Sabatino. Listen, I'm doing a radio show. Can I call you when I get out of here? I'm telling these motherfuckers about Mike O'Corn at North Carolina when he was a freshman. These motherfuckers don't know. I'll call you back, Sabadab. I love you. And Mickey and Jackie Galoon. These motherfuckers don't know. I'll call you back, Sabs. I love you, cocksucker. All right, I'll show you who this guy is. Go ahead, start this motherfucker. You see 31 right there? He was all over the look. You watching? He was right there, right from the tip. Look at 31
That guy,
and the baby blue suit on. You see 31? That was my idol right there. That white dude would fuck you up basketball-wise. This was a kid from Rocky Mountain, North Carolina. That black kid was a bad motherfucker right there. This was a great fucking Walter Davis went on to play for the Phoenix Suns, and he was a looking forward. Look at this shit right here, cocksuckers. Yeah, this is my shit. You can turn it off. This was my shit. This was what got my dick hard, and I didn't stop after this. This was it. This was for me like reading Ladies and Gentlemen, Lenny Bruce. Like it just, I couldn't believe it no more. I couldn't fucking stop. But that was my inspiration right there. Watching that kid, them say his name from Jersey City, New Jersey, because I was from North Bergen, right next door.
At that point, did you know that he was going to be playing, or it was a surprise? You were just watching the game as a fan.
I found out mid-season that there was a kid from Jersey City playing. I always wondered what had happened to that kid. You know, when I was a kid, I read the papers. I delivered papers. And I used to read the paper about these kids from Jersey City. And Spinaco, first of all, had a 4.0 average back then. Like, he became like a big-time attorney. He played for the Sixers for like a year, but he was too white and too small. You know, he was 6'2". It doesn't happen. We had another kid. His name was Jackie Galoon. He was a white kid from Jersey, from West New York, New Jersey, which is all Cuban. But he was a white dude. He went to school with Rudy Sarzo, went to school, Memorial High School.
Oh, cool.
Jackie Galoon was another bad motherfucker who was 6'1", whose claim to fame was playing basketball on national TV on a hit acid. He ended up going to South Carolina.
He did not play.
Yes, he did. But this little white scrawny dude from Memorial, ate up Butch Lee, that black dude from Marquette.
Yeah.
He ate him up on national television, and that was his claim to fame. Whenever I'd see Jack Galoon, he go, dog, you know me, I ate up fucking Butch Lee on national TV. He didn't go make it the pros because he was too short and shit. But you didn't see, there was two dribblers I remember growing up. A, motherfucking Pistol Pete Maravich, and B, Jackie Galoon. When I say dribble, I mean, you know.
No, I know what you mean.
Dribble the ball. What are you giggling for, like a moron?
Because he played an NBA game or a college, whatever it is, on acid?
That was his claim. But he never told nobody, like the baseball player. Only the fucking insiders knew. Like, we knew as kids that was, because he'd always be on acid on the courts. There he is. There he is.
Oh, shit. What's up?
Oh, shit. Look at you.
What's happening, guys?
What's up, Cassius Morris? I love the fucking room.
Thanks, man.
You got Kiss all over the place. The
Right in the church, you know?
Oh, shit. There's my dog. What's going on in your world?
Man, nothing but good stuff lately. It's been wonderful. How about you?
Same shit here. Just watching you doing stuff. So what are you doing over at Rick Bronson's?
I met Rick just over a year ago now at a Burt Kreischer show, and I introduced myself, and I asked him to do my podcast. We did it. Next thing you know, I was at the club more and more often, and Miss Pat actually helped me get a job there.
So what do you do over there?
I'm a door guy, and I run the sound booth as well.
Do you really? How many nights a week?
About 3 or 4 nights a week, and I get a lot of weekends. I've got to work with Ari, Sam Tripoli, Bert. It's been beautiful.
Fuck. If I had a warrant, if I didn't have a warrant, I'd be up there with you smoking bazookas, the whole fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? Corrupt.
Hey, anytime. We have a new picture of you in the club now. I've been waiting for you to come up here.
Good. How's your family doing?
They're doing great.
How's your sister?
She's good. She's 9th, 10th grade, something like that. Just had her birthday. My mother's birthday's today.
So what'd you guys do today? You go to like Olive Garden or something like that?
Yeah, extra breadsticks, you know.
All right. So what concerts have you been going to lately?
I've been to so many, and I was watching the Periscope that you guys were doing earlier, obviously, about Black Sabbath. I just saw them twice, and when I said to you that Iommi and Ozzy almost made me like emotional a couple times, I wasn't joking. I mean, it was absolutely incredible. Iommi did like a 10-minute solo during Dirty Women. Couldn't believe it. I was at Slayer, Alice Cooper, Motley Crue, all your old stuff that you.
Now, how do you go to all these shows?
A lot of the time I'll buy a ticket if I'm a huge fan. Otherwise, I'll just get a press pass, and they'll just send me in there through the back with a little pass and a ticket, so I can stay in there. And I've been dabbling with the photography, so they've been
It's
letting
not
me in
that
based
easy
on
though. How do you get the press pass? It's not like they're handing them out.
I don't know. I mean, I just applied, and I think that there's somebody at the company. It's the number one concert company in Canada. They just decided to give me a shot, luckily, and they obviously have taken a liking to me, which I'm very grateful for. So, I mean, you always need that one person, especially when you're in a position like mine on the come up, that will, give you that shot.
Cassius, where do you get this thing that you have? Do you get it from your mom? Do you get it from your dad? I mean, you're way ahead of the fucking curve. You're way ahead of the curve. What you're doing now, listen to how much of a loser I am. I was doing at 30. I was a sound guy at a fucking comedy club, checking IDs, and then I got promoted to the bar back.
Right.
You're doing it at how old?
17 now.
And you're going to college and everything? You have plans to go to college? I mean, what are you doing?
At some point, I'll take a couple courses. Yeah, definitely.
You're not going right after high school?
No.
You're taking a year off?
Yeah, definitely.
I'm proud of you. That's a good choice right there, number one. What made you decide on that?
I mean, it happened recently. I just figured that instead of sitting in a classroom talking to people about running a soundboard, talking to people about photography, I would actually benefit more from doing photography and running a soundboard and running a light show and, making these connections in the real world, not sitting in a class with a shitty little computer, actually, doing these things and putting myself in a position where I can get employed for doing these things just based on, experience.
Again, where do you fucking get this savvy from? Your mom, your dad? I mean, what the fuck are they thinking? Like, they're sitting at the table drooling on themselves. Like, where did we get this kid from?
I've been inspired. What can I tell you? I was inspired by you guys. I was inspired by Corolla and Rogan and all that camp. And it's just something that when I discovered it, it was something I knew I really wanted to do.
Now, when you told them about the no college, was there any resentment? Was there any anger? Was there any yelling?
No, not at all. They're
you.
fully supportive. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you're fucking lucky. God bless you, Cassius.
Yeah. Are you coming here, Cassius? Are you coming to LA, or what's the plan?
I was planning on going there this past summer, but I got a media job up in BC that I had to get to. But I'm actually might be up there in September, and I might actually, because I just saw Sabbath twice, and it just wasn't enough. I might time it around the Hollywood Bowl show, so you never know.
The September 19th show, right? Is that
Yeah.
the date? Are
Definitely.
there still tickets left?
There should be. You could probably get some.
No, and I was saying, like, where are you gonna work? Like, you should just move here when you're 18. Like, there's no reason not to. You have what, 6-7 years now experience?
There's 6, 7. I think it's coming up on 8 now. I mean, it's been pretty crazy, but that's definitely the plan. I feel like LA is just kind of calling my name at this point. I'm just waiting for the right circumstances,
What is in your sights right now? What are you looking to do right now, Cassius? Like, what is it that you want to do? If you move to LA, what is the ideal job?
I think some form of television or radio hosting. I mean, definitely. If I could take the podcast and take it, obviously it probably at this point wouldn't go to this level, but take it to a level like Corolla's taken it to. That would be my dream job, definitely. And I want to keep pursuing this photography. I want to have something on maybe TV. I dabble in acting as well. If it's in the entertainment industry, I'm happy, basically.
Good for you, man. I mean,
Thank
do
you.
you want to work at Sirius as a radio host? Would you just to transfer your podcast down here and bang it out and get some sponsors and really go for it 5 days a week, interviewing musicians and all the stuff you want to do? Is that what you're looking at right now?
Yeah, definitely. That's the goal. The goal for me has always been to start off with the podcast. The podcast is not the end all be all for me. It's like a stepping stone into what I want to get to. And you brought up Sirius. That's where I would love to see myself. I'd love to take the podcast, build a listenership so that when I do get on some kind of major platform, I have some people with me. So it's not just a brand new show that will have no listeners. I already have some people there.
Well, you're way ahead of me, even like already. But what I would say, man, is I think that's a mistake. I think like the podcast is where like you've been doing it. I'm not saying you can't do that other stuff.
He
but
can
that's-
still do the series.
Fuck
and
yeah,
still
you
do
could
the
still do it,
podcast
but just still
and give them both two different flavors.
absolutely.
And maybe put guys like me on the podcast. That
Of course.
you couldn't usually put on serious.
You'll have more of a if you're living in LA, you'll have more available guests, and they can be in person, and your podcast will skyrocket when you get here.
And you're
I sure
young,
hope
you're
so.
out every night. You know, how many shows do you go to a week?
At this point, it's like at least one show a week. It's like 4, 5, 6 shows a month.
And who was the last show you went to see?
The last one was Slayer, and I was up in the photo pit with Kerry King up there.
Come on.
I was. What's that?
Come on.
It was crazy. I mean, I feel very, very lucky. I don't take any of this for granted. You know, I know there's people that would, rock fans that would kill for this opportunity, and I'm one of them.
Now, what about school? What do you do at school now? What time do you have to be in the morning?
You know what? I've been actually taking a little hiatus there. I'm looking at online courses and such. I'm just not the kind of guy that can get up at 6 a.m. and go to something like that I'm not necessarily interested in. However, I am still interested in, of course, finishing my education and taking it, obviously getting my diploma and stuff. So we're looking at a new way around it, I guess you could call it.
So this would typically be your senior year, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you just took the senior year off, sort of like I did.
Yeah.
I took, I found something in August, and it filled voids, and I said, you know what? As much as it hurts me, I got to drop out for a little while just to get some wind under my feet. And I eventually went back, and eventually I got the diploma. But no, you're doing the right thing then. But if you got a job at 6 a.m, you get up at 6, correct?
Of course, absolutely.
Okay, no worries.
If Sirius is calling me at 6 a.m. saying, "Hey, we want you down here," I'll be there at 5 a.m.
And what kind of serious show would you have? Would it be music, comedians,
I wanna do
bands,
both.
everything, the whole fucking kabang?
Yeah, I see these shows that are kind of separated into different categories and such, and that doesn't really work with me. I want to play a Nas song, and then I want to play a song by Aerosmith, and then I want to play a song by A$AP Rocky or whoever. I want to mix it all up, and then I want to maybe interview an astronaut and then interview a comic. I just want to do it all.
I would love to see you like on VH1 or something doing your thing. Even VH1 is for older fucks like me. Maybe they should put you on MTV where you fucking belong.
They can put me anywhere they want.
MTV's threatening to go back to music, correct?
Well, I think so. I think they are, and they should.
They should, they are, and whatever the fuck. So, I mean, you'd be the guy to lead them into the next fucking world.
That's a really nice thing to say.
Listen, man, I watch you. There's two guys who really know music. And John Wolfe is good with music.
Well, the Wolf, yeah.
Bobby Sharon's good with music. You're very good with music.
Thank you.
I see that you're out. Listen, man, when I was 16, 15, I was out. I was out every night. When I went to see James Brown, I went to see the B-52s. I went to see Pat Benatar. When most guys would go, "You're a fucking fag. How can you go see that?" I loved music. I'd go see a Spanish band. I didn't give a fuck. I just wanted to get inspired. I remember the first time people would say to me, "I can't believe you went to see Judas Priest. He's gay." I didn't give a fuck. You think if you saw him sing and do his thing, gender it disappeared. I didn't give a fuck what he was.
No, of course.
But you're lucky, man. You're living this fucking life that most people dream of. You're not doing drugs. You're not drinking. You're not, hurting nobody. And you're way ahead of the curve, my friend.
I'm trying to stay there, and the kind words really mean a lot. I mean, I couldn't appreciate it more.
No. I wanted to really know your review on the last couple of shows you've gone to see, and I could tell by everything Sabbath really blew you away.
Absolutely, it was like the second that curtain dropped, they opened up with the first song, Black Sabbath, and it was just. Ozzy was just seeing those guys. I mean, these guys don't have to be there doing this. This is why it matters so much to me, is that these guys have known each other since they were like, my age, back in the 60s. And they're up here jumping up and down in their 60s. He should be at home in the jacuzzi with Sharon right now. He doesn't have to be here. And it's I'm so lucky to be able to have my generation and the people that are my age that still enjoy this music get to experience it still. It's unbelievable.
How did I hear the music is fucking phenomenal. I hear they
Incredible.
sound, what I've seen on YouTube, what I've watched, the shows from Chicago, people have been posting shows, and just what I've seen on YouTube is fucking mind-boggling.
It's incredible.
The sound is just to the T. And right now, I got to be honest with you, I'm on the fence right now because I always feel like I'm too old to be at one of those shows, but at the same time, I'm not fucking dead yet. And I'm the type of guy that I've been looking online. I'll pay for those fucking tickets.
Well, you don't have to stand in the mosh pit and like go crazy, but you can go and enjoy yourself.
Man, listen.
Exactly.
Someday, Cassius Moore is going to be 50, and he's going to think of this story. And I don't know. Cassius is a nice kid. He's up every day. He's posting. He's doing podcasts. He's interviewing people. He loves Kiss. And he goes after him like a fucking savage. You know, I read that you're at the hotel and you heard Ozzy at the hotel. I mean, you don't
That
stop.
was crazy.
That's relentless. You're like the fucking kid from that movie. You're like that kid living that fucking dream. 1 minute he's in San Diego interviewing the school newspaper, and the next minute he's on the road with fucking Led Zeppelin and shit. Whatever the fucking guy's name
Almost
is.
famous.
Almost famous. But at the same time, you're seeing these, you know, when I was your age, I saw Sabbath for the first time.
Man, in their prime too.
No, they were done.
Oh, really?
They were done.
Technical Ecstasy tour or something?
No, never say die.
Yeah, it started to go downhill.
I had been hearing about this band. I had probably 2 of their albums. I had Paranoid. I had Sabotage. And I had bought Master Reality, but I can't lie to you. It was still a little too dark for Uncle Joey.
Didn't want to go into the void just yet.
I didn't want to go into the void just yet. And there must have been, I went over with like 3 kids from high school. But when I got over to the Garden, there must have been, I must have counted 40 kids from my high school.
Yeah.
And it was, I seen these, and everybody was fucked up. We were all on mescaline, and, you know, we had met at 5 o'clock and smoked 40 joints, and you know.
24 Budweiser.
Yeah. Oh, my God. In those days, it was nips. I wasn't a big drinker. I would get dizzy and pass out. So I had to, like, calm my beers. I'd buy an 8-pack, but drink 4, like 3.5, and dump the other ones and shit. But I just remember going to watch the first band. It was Van Halen.
Man.
And in those days, you didn't go to watch the motherfucking opening band. You just didn't.
Most people still don't.
But now people were like Van Halen, and we went, and it was this fucking crazy guy, this other guy jumping up and down, but they got you. And then Black Sabbath came on, and I can't tell you how old. At that time, my mom was still alive. I was still doing my game. I was having a good time. They were just, the sound was horrific. Ozzy was off key. He was fat as fuck.
He had the big beard at that point, right?
He was fat as fuck. I don't remember if he had a beard. He was fat as fuck. He was sloppy. He was drunk. Iommi was angered about something, but the high of the night was, you know, like, I kind of remembered, and then somebody reminded me seeing Bill Ward snorting off the drums.
Oh, man.
Like, I had never saw that, and I was on. Like, after that, years later, somebody, I think Timmy mentioned it to me. He goes, remember Bill Ward snorting off? And I still remember where I was. I was on the side. But by the 4th song, you would hear him, like, guitar things going wrong, like, and all that shit.
Really?
And you could just tell it was just, Ozzy wasn't happy. I think they sang Junior's Eyes. He didn't like it. He goes, this is a fucking jazz song. Or some shit. You know, it was just.
What did that do to you as a fan? Like them sucking so bad?
It wasn't that they sucked so bad. Like, I thought, I'll tell you who sucked real bad when I saw him the first time, Aerosmith. Like, I expected something out of this world, and 3 junkies came out with 2 other guys, and they just were going through. It was like a high school band. Like, like you just heard different things. The highlight was when Joe Perry broke the guitar, and people went crazy. Was it like, and I went to see Ted was great. That was my first concert, Ted. I went to see the Stones at your age from the Some Girls tour. They were unbelievable. Foreign opened for them. They were unbelievable. I had gone to see the New Barbarians, which were the Stones without Mick Jagger. They were phenomenal, great experience all around. And all of a sudden, I go see Black Sabbath, who I had heard so much about. Like I said, I had 3 of their albums. I really didn't know the whole catalog, and they were mediocre.
Right.
But it didn't matter. I went home and bought Never Say Die, and I bought Technical Ecstasy, and I bought Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, and now, and they took me out of a dark place. Like when I think of Black Sabbath, like when I play Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath on a Monday morning, that means I'm going to war, bitch, this week. Like that's it. Like there's no
big
looking
dick and a
back.
smile.
Yeah, it's a big dick and a smile, Jack. When I put Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath on a Monday morning, that means you better be on your best behavior. You better get the knife ready, because that's what that means. You're going to war.
And you're not sick of any of these songs by now?
None of these songs. Did you see my excitement tonight when I was listening to Children of the Grave and Fairies Wear Boots? It was just as exciting for me. So when I see Cassius saying that he was in a fucking hotel and he heard fucking Ozzy's voice, Jesus Christ, what do you think I fucking feel like? I feel like an asshole.
I felt like an asshole because it turned out he was sick that day and he actually canceled the show, so I didn't want to bother him, but it was crazy though.
Did they redo the show there?
They did. A month later they came back. I drove 3 hours to Calgary to see the one show, saw the other show here. Both were worth it. And you mentioned Children of the Grave. I will tell you, that's the best song. That's the song to see if you're going to see them. Don't miss that one because they got fireworks. Ozzy's jumping up and down. It's insane.
Ozzy's jumping up and down.
He gets on his hands and knees. He's bowing to the audience. The guy's like 70.
You know, it does something. It doesn't it? It really does.
It does.
I thought I'm not gonna go see that old man fest. And I'm like, wait a second. They carried me through the darkest times of my fucking life. How am I gonna go pay my fucking respects? You know how many hits of acid I did to Black Sabbath Sabotage to bring me back from,
Old man fest.
What other songs did they play? Really? I'm not gonna lie to you. What other songs? I looked up their set list.
Yeah.
It is fucking phenomenal.
You're such a nerd for music.
Get the set list, Lee. 2016 Black Sabbath tour set list. Let's go over it with Cassius, because this is my little fucking brother who knows what's crazy. I got more trust in you, Cassius, than half these fucking music craze. They don't know dick. I want to give a shout out to my main man, Mike, at the jewelry store in Union City, New Jersey, saying not to forget fucking Mandy Johnson and David Rivers and no. We had a bunch of Nikki Gallus and we had a ton of fucking players in HQ and HC. What the fuck, HQ? Like I'm hanging out with that. Cassius Morris, you got nunchucks. What do you got up there in Calgary? You got some Stars of Death. What do you got?
Stars of Death. We got Numbers. We got Hash.
Good. But
we got everything. We're all set.
But you're a nice boy. You don't know nothing. You don't do nothing. You haven't talked to nobody in years.
I don't play games, man. I do what I got to do, and I stay in my lane. I try not to bother anybody, like you said, and I do what I can.
How are your friends? How are your friends? How come your friends ain't there with long hair?
They come around. They're good. They're good. I actually, it's funny because a lot of them are rock and metal fans. So I get to be like, yeah, this is my camera guy. Let him backstage, and they'll let him back into the tour bus and stuff. It's been great. I get to give away concert tickets all the time to my buddies. You know, they love it.
Let me ask you this: what albums are you listening to this week? What have you been listening to since Monday? Talk to me.
Oh man, let me tell you.
Talk to me,
Sabbath,
baby.
Bloody Sabbath. And the first time I heard this was on your show. When you played a National Acrobat, you pushed me over the edge. I've been listening to that album almost every day.
If you think that, you know what National Acrobat did to me, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
The world that hides the universal secret of the time.
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? Who writes that shit? Who writes that? What did you drink to write that? You just don't get up in the morning and say, I am the world that hides the universal secret of all time. You just don't come up with that.
Geezer was a madman.
Oh my God. Killing yourself to live.
Oof.
Oh,
I'm a sabotage guy too.
Dog. Megalomania. I almost jumped off a building. The thrill of it all. When I put the thrill of it all on, that means not only am I going to war, but I'm stabbing somebody. I got the knife. I got the fucking Windex. I got
everybody.
No, we're stabbing everybody. Hit me with the set list.
All right.
From the beginning. Read it all down here for your Uncle Joey.
Right.
So this is for the one at Madison Square Garden, February 27th. So they open with Black Sabbath, Fairies Wear Boots.
Damn, we had that on tonight.
Right out of the bat.
After Forever.
Oh shit! Have you ever thought about your soul?
Can it be saved?
Or perhaps you think that when you are dead.
You just stay in the grave.
Come on now, what else we got?
Into the Void.
Jesus Christ! Oh my God!
That
Into
was
the
insane.
Void. I'm gonna have to bring a gun there and just shoot myself in the eyeball while I do it Into the Void, just to end it, just like a gentleman.
Just go home after that.
Well, you can't go home after that because then they're snowblind.
What? Oh Jesus Christ!
Yep.
And then they go right into War Pigs.
All right.
And then Behind the Wall of Sleep.
Joe, how good? Did you get that up there? Behind
Got
the walls?
everything. Got everything.
Come on.
With
I
the-
couldn't believe it.
And I don't know what this means, but with rasp intro. If you know what that
Yeah,
means.
yeah, yeah.
The Geezer Butler bass
Yeah,
solo.
yeah. Go ahead. What else?
NIB
All right. What else?
was basically intro.
Oh shit.
Hand of Doom.
Yeah. Now that one changed my life, Joe.
That one changed my life, too.
Tell you.
The lyrics on that one, especially when you're tripping. Never mind when they're like when you're just talking to your friends and giggling. It's when you put it on and you're getting home from a long night and you think you're down from the acid. You put that album on and you dim the lights. You don't know who shows up right next to you, starts asking you creepy questions. What else is on there?
Rat Salad
Oh, Jesus Christ.
with a drum solo.
Jesus Christ.
It was good. It was
No,
good.
very good.
And then there's Iron Man, Dirty Woman, and Children of the Grave. And then the encore was Paranoid.
Let me tell you something. What's the third? Let's do the last five again.
Okay. Including the encore now.
No. Just the last five from the top. Right, not from the top, right there.
Children of the Grave,
Yeah,
Dirty Woman,
yeah.
Iron Man,
Let me tell you something.
and
The
then
guitar solo on Dirty Women. Tell these motherfuckers how. Doesn't he have 4 missing fingers? The tips.
Oh, yeah.
He cut them off in a sheet metal accident.
Uh-huh.
Now,
On his last day.
there you go.
His last day
And
ever.
what did he do? He turned the chords upside down. He did something. He did something Jimi Hendrix. He put bass chords on a guitar to give it a thicker sound. It just, this is the type of shit that you don't know. But when a guy like me thinks about it, it thinks how fucking ignorant I am. That this guy said, you know what, wait a second. What kind of shit can I put on this to create my own sound so I don't sound like everybody else? You know, as Cassius and I know, when I hear Ace Frehley, I know it's motherfucking Ace Frehley.
Oh, yeah. He's a badass.
When
man.
you
He's
hear
the baddest.
fucking Tony Iommi, I know it's Iommi. And when I hear Gilmore, I know it's fucking David Gilmour.
Oof.
Because that's what they did. They devised their own sound. When I hear Clapton, I know what type that. I know it. When I hear Keith Richards, I know it. They are who they are because when I hear Stevie Vai, what tours are you looking to come to town? What are you looking at? What shows are you fucking hoping to come in so you could rock them out? Who's
I
coming
want
up
to see
there?
Kiss. I want to see Kiss again. It's been a while, man. But the number one I want to see. I mean, I honestly, I can't even ask for anything. I mean, I've seen everything that I've wanted to see. I've seen everybody there is. I mean, once you see Ozzy 2 days in a row, it's all over. Where are you going to go from there?
I love your attitude. I love your attitude.
I love your attitude.
Who's coming up there the next couple of weeks? I know that there's some who's Stevie Vai? He put together a band that's smoking.
Really? I didn't hear about it yet.
Somebody, those 2 guys and a badass singer. Hey, man, I'll tell you who's on the road. You should go see him just out of respect because I know you
Okay.
appreciate this shit. Bad
Okay.
Company and Joe Walsh.
I heard you talking about that, saying that it was going to be a great show.
Listen, that could go 2 ways. That could be like a Ringo Starr and Friends reunion,
Oh.
but you want to just commit suicide. That's where they invented the punch that Jim Jones drank at the island. Was at a Ringo Starr concert. They're like, listen, we got to make some suicide juice and get it to Ringo.
Finally.
So fucking, but it could also be like, listen, I know Bad Company is going to knock your pants off.
Of course.
They've got, I haven't found them at Atomic Records. You know, Desolation Angels, Bad Company is a classic album, but
Yeah.
there's one of them, Burning Sky, or The Sky is Burnt. But yeah, something like that. That's a fucking masterful. That's a great band. They were so
Yeah.
good, they were on the Led Zeppelin label. They were managed by Peter Grant. A lot of people don't know that, or they do know that, and they don't give a Frenchman's fuck. But if you don't know, now you fucking know it. You know what I'm saying, cocksuckers?
That guy was a pimp.
That guy, and the singer from that has a wig. He got thrown out the first time for kicking the guy in the mouth, and he's a black belt in karate. But he was also thought to replace Jim Morrison when he died. Paul Rogers was the only replacement they had in mind when Jim Morrison died. He went on to sing with a band called Free, and then he went on to Bad Company, who, in my world, you know, listen, the proof is in the fucking pudding. Put on the 4 fucking albums and get back to me, bitch. So
call me later.
Call me later and shit. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to my world, motherfucker. So when are we going to see you down here, my brother? Talk to me. Tell me about your plans. What do we need to put together? Do we need to put together a GoFundMe, Cassius Morris moving party to Hollywood and Berwick? Once you get here over at the Rainbow, we'll sit you down in Lemmy's chair and we'll have some chick lick your nuts or whatever.
I mean, I'm way ahead of you. I've already had that. No, I'm just kidding.
Look at Cassius throwing some fucking heat tonight in the podcast.
I'll be out there. Hopefully in September. I want to catch that show at the Bowl. I'd love to see you guys if you guys are around. Say hello or something.
You know, man, I'll tell you what. I have been on the fence. When I get back on Sunday, I'm going to go online and start investigating these tickets. And I'm going to try to get some tickets, and I'm going to try to hook up with you there. I think it's time.
Of course.
To go. I mean, these guys are my childhood. Why not go and pay my last respects? I don't give a fuck what they want for a ticket at this point. You know,
it's not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. I have an account I have on the side that my wife don't even know about. Nobody knows about. It's like last year when they would pay me with cash. Sometimes they would give me bills. I would put those $200 bills away, or $100 bill. Or somebody would give me a $50. I would put that $50 bill away. Well, I looked the other day. Jesus, I got like $600 in there in 50s. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna.
You're all prepared.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that for my little Black Sabbath stash and take an Uber to the Hollywood Bowl, so I don't have to walk up that fucking hill.
Yeah.
You know, walking up the hill is fucked up. Walking down with a hit of acid in me, I'll walk to your fucking Calgary. You on my back.
Walk all the way to Canada, past the Secret Service.
So what else is going on? Let us know what we're going to see from Cassius the next few weeks. You writing a blog? What are you doing? You writing
lots of concert reviews. I actually have a Black Sabbath Sabotage podcast coming up. We go track by track through the whole album, talk about each song. I've got Iron Maiden coming up in just over a week, and I'm hoping to get the photo pass for that. And just lots of music podcasts and hip hop too. I'm actually, a lot of people don't know I'm a huge hip hop guy. So
how far back do you go?
Way back. I Biggie, Nas, AZ, everybody.
How great is fucking Nas?
The best. I just saw him actually.
No, you did not.
Front row.
And how good was he live?
It was incredible. He came over, pointed at me, said, "The world is yours." He killed it. And it was outside in a hailstorm. I forgot it was hailing.
You, my friend, have a great future ahead of you. I wish you nothing but great things. I sit there and look at your post, and I admire you because I wish I would have found love how you did. My life would have been a lot different. I would have got tangled up in drugs and the bullshit. I would have done what my love was, which was what you have on your walls. Those were my walls. Right there, those are my walls. I had Kiss Alive on there. I had fucking the Beatles' White Album on there. I had Dark Side of the Moon on my wall. To this day, Kiss Alive. I told these guys why I don't listen to it. Because me and my boy Anthony Balzano used to listen to it when he died. I put the album in his casket, and I said, the next time we listen to it is wherever the fuck they send you. Because wherever you're going, I'll be there, cocksucker. You know what I'm saying? Heaven, hell, purgatory, or dump fucking in Jersey somewhere. I'll be there with that album. So
whatever you want to call it.
My brother, I'm happy you fucking called in tonight. Thank you very much. You're an inspiration. You're a bad motherfucker with a great future. Anything I can do for you, please reach out.
Thank you so much, Uncle Joey. And thank you to all the church people that have been hitting me up on Twitter and online. You guys are the best. And Lee, thank you too so much.
What are you going to listen to tonight? Drop it out. What are you doing tonight? What's your schedule look like on a Wednesday night? It's 9 o'clock over there. So you're in for the night?
Couple numbers, a little bit of Metallica, some Sublime. Got some Alice Cooper lined up for tonight, bit of Rush. Yeah.
I fucking love you, kid.
I
Have a
love
great
you,
night,
Uncle
my
Joe.
brother. Keep doing what you're doing. You need something, you call us. All right, brother?
Thank you. Thank you guys
very
so much.
man. You're an inspiration, brother.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
That was
You guys take
great.
care.
Thank you. You too, my friend. What do you think about that, Lee?
It was great.
And you want to stay in on the fucking weekends and get no sunshine. That's it. No more of that shit.
No more of that shit?
No more. That's it. I don't care if you got to put a fucking hat on. What?
Nothing. I'm just. It started to hit me during that. I know that was he's great. I had him on my podcast to talk about his podcasting.
That kid is a great kid, and Jesus, you think of how many directions you could go to a kid like that at that age.
Right.
Those are the years. Those are the years. But if you fall in with one dude, I stole a car, whatever. That's it. And to see him with that head, thinking ahead of the game, he's not being fresh. He's always respectful.
Well, his dad's a police officer, I believe.
Yeah, no. But they watch him. They've given him freedom at the same time to do what he's wanted to do. 30 years ago, you couldn't come home and tell your dad you were dropping out your senior year. He would smack you in the fucking face. They would call you a loser, make you join the service.
Oh my! I think it's even newer than that because my mom, if I had tried to drop out, would never have let me. But he's been doing it. I think since he's 9 or 10. So he has more experience than I do, than most people do.
Like I was talking about in the beginning of the thing. We got into college basketball the other night because I'm watching this, and I was saying to myself, I hope that Mercy, my daughter, gets it at an early age that this is the route to go. That the route to go is in high school to get good grades and pick a sport or whatever the fuck you want to do, play the flute, golf, tennis, whatever the fuck it is, and strive to go to a great college, get a great education. But the whole thing is to strive, to make a mark, to leave your name on that college wall, to do something, I dreamt of that. I didn't give a fuck about the pros. Do you think I wanted to be a pro basketball player? All I wanted to do was step in that fucking circle and for them to say from North Bergen, New Jersey, at fucking forward, Joey Coco Diaz. That's it. I would have had a heart attack. That's it. It wouldn't have mattered. My performance, it wouldn't have mattered. What mattered to me was I got to that circle. I never got to that circle, man. That'll haunt me till I'm fucking... And I could tell you 20 excuses. The excuses was I was a fucking pussy. I gave up. I let somebody beat me. You know what I'm saying? And somewhere unconsciously, I told myself I'd never let somebody beat me again, especially when I realized what had happened. At that age, I didn't comprehend what had happened. I just didn't like it no more. That was bullshit. You just don't like something no more. You just don't like something that you've given your heart into, that you've run up hills, that I used to ride a bike with a basketball between my legs. Me and that kid Sabatino, that call, me and him been playing ball. He's going to call the podcast next week and tell you motherfuckers some fucked up fucking stories. I'm going to have him because his mother was my lunch teacher, the lady who gave me sandwiches at the fucking lunch place. So anyway, but that's what I want for my daughter. I hope she gets the understanding that, that's what's cool. That's what's fucking cool. In my world, that was the coolest fucking thing. It wasn't music. It wasn't smoking weed. It wasn't, going to a concert in those days. None of that mattered to me. I liked music and everything. I put Led Zeppelin on while I was practicing basketball. But my world was that. My whole focus was that. To go to a college. After I got let back, do you know what I felt like? A fucking retard. Only retards get left back. Retards get left back. If you fucking think about it. You got 4 quarters to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Because you might be a fuck up. You might be retarded till January. And then wake up out of your fucking coma and score big on the finals in March and then knock them dead in June and squeeze out of there with a C and shit. They'll fucking watch you for a while. You'll spit out a couple D's. Your mom will make you wash some dishes. But that ain't bad enough like getting fucking left back, dog. Nothing stays with you like getting left back. Maybe AIDS and fucking a tattoo. That shit has drilled me since day one. Then dropping out of high school? Are you fucking kidding me? That really shunned my fucking ego. That destroyed my insides, dog. Quitting high school in those days, to me, was what losers did. You didn't quit fucking high school. Who quits high school? Guys who hang out in the corners and smoke cigarettes and fucking... That's who quits high school. And that's why I became a guy who wanted to smoke reefer and tell stupid fucking stories. But at least I know this going in. You follow me?
Right.
Let's give some shout outs here. Chris James, 1978. Shay 7, ROJ. Andrew Nandile up there in Nyack, New York, waiting for me up there in fucking November. We're going to be freezing like two fucking morons. Lorne Rosenkerr, my main man, my heart. Always, brother. I got you. Josh Chambers. Gary Warden. Bobby Sharon. Fucking music impresario and shit down there in fucking Austin, Texas, selling T-shirts and fucking bubble gums. He don't give a fuck, Bobby Sharon. And Donovan Salaruso, this motherfucker, solid up there doing jiu-jitsu somewhere and fucking choking somebody. What do you got to say for yourself, cocksucker?
I'm doing good, man. I'm just really enjoying this fucking Star of Death.
Stars, plural,
Yeah.
cocksucker. What are you doing this weekend?
This weekend, I have to go. Paula's having like an event for her law school, so I have to go get a suit. I haven't put a suit on forever.
Did you buy a suit yet?
No, I have a suit, but it was like when I was super fat, so it's like getting taken in, which felt nice.
You got it taken in.
I had to,
Well, why don't you go get a nice new suit?
because I'm still trying to lose weight.
I don't care, but you gotta wear a nice suit. Go down to Hollywood fucking suit down there.
No, this is a nice suit.
But listen to me, it's old. It's got dust on it. It's got old Jew dust in the closet. God, how many times you wear it? You wore it to that fucking
Not
Scott
much.
Child wedding. You already wore it. This is Paula's fucking gig. Surprise.
No, I'll get one for her graduation.
No. Forget the graduation. Listen
I
to
don't
me.
have time. It's on Thursday
You know, listen to me. What time Thursday?
evening.
Okay, listen. Tomorrow morning you wake up at 9:05. You have a nice breakfast. You get in the fucking car. You get on the 134 south, and you connect on the 101 south. That'd be about 20, 25 minutes of traffic. No big fucking deal. Look, who's better than your Uncle Joey? You know who? Nobody. Okay? I'm going to save you time. I'm going to make your day tomorrow, because you ain't doing dick tomorrow in the daytime. And you're going to make her world. Because you took the time to do this. She's expecting you to wear that Scott Child suit. Wait till you will bust in there looking like fucking Jimmy DeLeo on 155th Street. What are you, nuts? Are you fucking nuts? Or what?
Who's Jimmy DeLeo?
Don't worry about Jimmy DeLeo, but the boot you got a yarmulke here with you? You got a yarmulke here with you?
Of course, did you never
Listen
lose
to
home
me.
without his
Listen
yarmulke?
to me. You bust a yarmulke out tomorrow at that fucking Jew school.
With-
It's a law school. Who do you think goes to law school? Armenians,
I think it's
black
the
people.
Mexican American Law Association did or
Who
something.
gives a fuck? There's got to be a Jew there, and you're going to connect with him. Bam, just like that. Bam, you're going to make eye contact, and you're going to listen. The only reason why we're here is for an envelope. Some in this fucking room, we're going to get an envelope. So listen to what you're going to do, because I love you to death, like a nephew. If you need the deuce, I'll give you the deuce, because I love you. You're going to get on the 134 at 9 o'clock. You're going to get to Hollywood about 9:35. All right? You're going to go to the Hollywood Suit Outlet. You're going to park your car right in front of the spot, because there's parking right there. You're going to be there bright and early when those fucking savages open up the gate. Okay? You're a Jew. All right? You're going to do business. What's the matter?
Well, no.
What fell? Something fell. You
No.
keep looking at the computer like it's the end of the world, like I'm on fucking, like I'm on NORAD or something
I
like
thought
that.
I heard something, but we're cool.
You didn't hear nothing. You're fucking me up my train of thought here. I'm setting you up tomorrow. I'm hooking you up big time.
I'm at the
Fuck
Hollywood Suit Outlet.
You're at the Hollywood Suit Outlet, but you're not that. You're just not at the Hollywood Suit Outlet. See, these are foreigners. These are those Israelis we spoke about. Those dark-skinned motherfuckers with the black feet. A needle won't even go in their fucking skin. They're those little mountain brothers they got up there in Israel. They're there. They got a couple of Armenians. Listen, they don't want to lose the first goat of the day. It's bad luck. You're the first goat of the day.
I'm the first. Okay.
So you're going in there with 2 bills in your fucking hand. You're going to go, listen, I'm looking for 3 suit deal. Okay, you're going to go in there. You're going to pick out 3 suits for $200 with a shirt and a pair of socks. The socks, you can light them on fire. They're polyester. The shirt, you might as well light that on fire too. But what you're going to do is, bro, you're going to take the shirt, and that's going to be your alternative shirt. Like when you got to do something stupid, and you think you have to take the jacket off, and there's people smoking pot. I take those shirts home. Those are utility. White shirts, get a gray shirt, because they give you 3 suits, 3 shirts,
Right.
and 3 pairs of socks, and a belt for the small deuce. And they trick you because if you go to the big $600 suits, it's the same $200 suits. The guy who used to work there, he went somewhere else, and he told me. He goes, when you go in there, just get the $200 suits. They'll alter them for you. While they're altering them for you in the back, whatever it is, the small 35, whatever it is, Lee, get a pair of shoes. Nice. And while they're fixing your suits, you know what you're going to do?
What?
You're going to go to the fruit juice stand and get a little sandwich for $8.50. Now, you're saying, but Joey, why do I need 3 suits for? Because the number 1 suit you're going to bust out tomorrow night. The number 2 suit you're going to bust out at the graduation. And the number 3 suit is when you go away with us to some other fucking event. You're going to go, Lee, who the fuck are you? John Gotti? And you got a nice double-breasted fucking suit. You know what I'm saying? And it's a utility suit, Lee. It's not like you're dropping $500 for a suit and you're going to lose 15, 20 pounds and you look like a fucking moot. These are throwaway suits. Believe me. These suits, I'll bust them out 2 times, and one night I go to fart in the pants rip, and I throw them right away. They're no big fucking deal. They cost you, what, $66 a suit? So you really have no stock in them, but you got them in the closet. You look sharp, and guess what? She's going to expect for you to show up tomorrow looking like Lee. You're going to bust out with a nice jacket and a nice pink shirt, something to stand out with the Mexicans. Man, who's that handsome little Jew with you?
A pink shirt?
Whatever. You got to stand out. You can't go in there with a white shirt looking like the rest of those fucking mutts. Right or wrong? If not, they're going to go, who's this fucking mutt? He talks about gluten. He works on a podcast. Who gives a fuck? You're going to go out with them. You're the Jew in the house. Them Mexicans wanted to be a Jew. You're a Jew. They all want to be attorneys. Right or wrong? What the fuck we talking about here? Apples and potatoes. Well,
absolutely. No,
I'm telling
you.
This all around you. You're going to spend $300. You're going to make whole world. You're going to look sharp. You're going to get a fruit smoothie with a fucking chicken salad sandwich with an avocado on it. Who's better than you?
At like 10 in the morning?
So who gives a fuck 10 in the morning? You're going to get up tomorrow. You still got some of that weed left at the house, right?
Hell yeah.
So you bang out 2 little hits. You don't commit. Because if you eat an edible, that's a big commitment. By 1 o'clock, your eyes are spinning in your head like they're spinning now. But if you take 2 little bangers on the balcony, you get in the fucking car, you go down. By the time you get down there, by the time the suit's getting altered, you walk a block and a half. You put 2 more quarters in the meter, it's 2-hour parking. You walk a block and a half. You sit with the fucking Spanish people from El Salvador. You get yourself the sandwich and the smoothie, and then you walk back. Who's better than you?
In the ultra there?
And you'll be right in the back like a doctor. These are not okey doke people. These people are prepared for war. They want every dollar in your pocket.
Okay.
You only give them the small deuce. You following me?
So
and then you're in your car by 12. You're back over the hill with the new shoes, 3 suits, 3 shirts, and 2 o'clock you're in front of your fucking Nintendo preparing your speech.
yeah, no, it's out. I've started to like lose some of the belly, so
Sure,
I look a little bit better in
sure.
shirts.
With a fucking shirt now, you look like John Gotti. What are you, fucking nuts? We gotta get you a little rug. You know what I'm saying? You're
I'm
like,
not gonna get a rug. That's terrible.
just a little tube, something. A tube, just a little tube to wear in emergency situations. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, do you know people who wear toupees?
I don't know them. Listen, I couldn't have a friend that wore a toupee. I gotta have a talk with him.
You would have to grab it. Like if you ever
No,
saw a toupee, you would have to play with it.
that's disrespectful. You can't grab somebody's fucking tube. But you could talk. You know, no. I've never had a friend that had a tube. I dated a girl that her father was the king of the wigs. He'd bust out different wigs and you gotta look at them and make believe like, you know,
The king of the wigs.
You know, you want to eat a pussy, you gotta say he's got a nice hairdo. You know what I'm saying? Once you tell your father's got a fucked up hairdo, that's it. No more sucky.
Your father has a fucked up hairdo.
Sure.
What kind of wigs would he wear? Like women's wigs?
No, like men's wigs, but he fucking lost like the middle, like he had the sides. But some wigs he would wear, they look like George Jetson. Some wigs he'd wear, and they have like a dippity doop. He had like 2 or 3 different wigs.
Oh, poor guy.
No, the thing is, they come out and they think like you don't know. Like you're playing a fucking joke on me. Like, I don't know you have a fucking wig on. If I put a wig on, I go somewhere like deep, like Michael Jackson deep. Like Michael Jackson had a wig. That was all a fucking wig. I didn't know that till I watched Autopsy a couple weeks ago. So you guys got to stop watching Autopsy. That's the show on real TV. They got everything. They got Jimi Hendrix dying on there. What happened to him? They had what happened to Jim Morrison. They reopened up the caskets. Everything.
Do you know people are getting beard transplants now? Because like some hipsters are unsatisfied with their beard, so it's like an actual medical procedure.
So what do you do?
I think they probably do the same thing like they do for like they take it from the back of the head. Maybe I don't know how to do the research, but it's an actual medical procedure.
Listen, let me tell you something. I'm not gonna lie to nobody here. When I was a kid, I played football in the 8th grade just to get in shape. I had to put tape on my fucking legs. They told me how to shave my legs. I shaved my hair. My legs, my hair never came back. I'm not a hairy guy at all. I got like 3 or 4 hair. My ass is hairy. I got a patch of hair under my left shoulder. Besides that, I got no hair on my back. I just started getting ear hair now at 50. I'm not a fucking hairy guy. But I gotta tell you something. I couldn't fucking grow a beard.
Never.
If I wanted to. I don't think I could grow a beard. How long do you know me? It would take me a month to get what you have on your face right now.
Yeah, I think that's normal.
No. You shave 3 days. You look like some fucking burglar. I don't shave a fucking week. I get 3 little fucking cat hairs.
How long did it take you for the grudge match to grow that?
A month.
Wow, yeah, that's slow.
A month. I have no hair. So I get it. This is going. The hairdo is going. Any day now. Look at it. It's going. I don't give a fuck.
No, that's fine.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's won me good. Listen, I'm lucky at a lot of guys. But if I was bald early on, I wouldn't have. You're great. You accepted it. When I had that conversation with you 3 years ago, you were like, what? I was bald in high school. I knew what my fate was. You weren't gonna. Yeah. Did you at any time think about wearing a wig? Was there any depression in your life?
No,
at all. No. I'm not gonna get girls. Nothing.
Not at all. Well, I mean, maybe that, but I didn't have any control over it. So that's something.
Did you use Profish in the beginning?
Yeah, when I was young.
Did they give you a prescription for it?
Yeah, but then they found out that it kills your libido, so they took me off it. And it's kind of expensive. And I tried the Rogaine. I tried everything. But
what's the Rogaine?
I've done foam. They have drops. You're supposed to put on your scalp a few times a day, but no one can remember to do it. Like of course, it doesn't work. I love doing this now. So I have to just be better about shaving like every other day because sometimes it gets too long. But this is great.
And you shave in the shower with the steam on?
No, I shower and then I get out and shave.
What are you, retarded?
What do you mean?
No, you shave in the shower. Get yourself a fucking mirror that doesn't fog up, okay?
Okay.
And when you shave, you want your pores to be fucking open.
Yeah.
So you throw that hot water in your fucking head. You're in there for a little while, right? You go in the fucking shower, right?
Right.
And you take the fucking shampoo first, and you wash your hair. And then that washes the fucking elements and it goes into your fucking body. Then you take your fucking toothbrush and you brush your teeth really fucking good.
In the shower?
Fuck yeah, the water. What toothpaste on your toes? I've come on my toes. What toothpaste gonna do? It's probably good for your toes.
What do you have against just standing at the sink?
Because what do I want to get out for? Why am I gonna burn water 2 times? I'm in there already. Let me bathe and everything. So I just fucking hit those teeth harder than a motherfucker. Everything. Above, the back. When I'm out there, I just do light brushes. When I'm in the shower, I fucking take that stick. I brush the back of my tongue. I almost choke. I fucking the tongue, everything. Then that comes out. Then I get the fucking conditioner. I put that in my hair. Then I get the loofah. And I put the soap on the loofah. And I loofah fucking everything to get all those dead molecules and all that dead fucking got skin off. I'm sweating coke from 1984 and chemicals and fat and fucking chicken sandwiches and whatever the fuck I eat all those years. And right now, your pores are open. You're open. So right there, boom, you take that shaving cream and you wipe it. You put it all over your fucking head. You don't need a mirror. What mirror do you need? Right here, you just go like that. And then you just go to town. You don't even need a mirror. You just go back with the heat on. The hot water is hitting your head. Your pores are opening up. You get another little soap. It's an Irish Spring. You put a little polish in that motherfucker. You come out, you dry that little motherfucker nice. You put a little fucking grease on it or something, whatever the fuck you got to shine it up with some cream, right? You put a little cream on your head.
Yeah, but aftershave, yeah.
Some aftershave on your head, dude. Who's better than you? But why are you going to come out of the shower, dry yourself, and go through the process again?
I don't dry my head. I literally get out just and jump.
We
right
got to
in.
dry your head because the shaving cream won't attack the fucking hair follicles.
Well,
correct?
it like air dries. Like it's
Air dries? What are
Yeah.
you air drying?
like, I don't know. I'm fucking.
What is wrong with you? Are
It
you
works. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. That's
no,
entirely
in the
possible.
shower, it's one movement. That's it. When you come out of the shower, you're done. You brushed your teeth. You washed your asshole. You shaved your head. You fucking took the dead man out of your eyeballs. Everything, one shot. Bam! You come out, you stick the in your fucking nose. I had to break it. I got these white hairs in my nose and all this fucking spray and steroids they gave me to spray in my fucking nose. So now it's like I got blow around my nose. People are looking at me weird, like I'm doing bumps. Why are you looking at me weird for?
I've never thought about doing anything. Like I know people do it, but I don't
For
do any
you,
shit in the
don't.
shower.
I just started shaving in the shower 10 years ago. I'm no genius. I'm a fucking moron. Somebody told me once, they saw I was cutting. They go, why do you shave? You're retarded. Shave in the shower with the hot water. It opens up your pores. It slides right through. It's a nice shaving cream.
Okay, I'll get a
Give it
mirror.
a
I
shot.
like a mirror.
And you know, yeah, one of those no fog mirrors, and they really fog up. It's a scam, but you just work with it.
Okay.
All those no fog mirrors, they're a piece of shit. I had a radio once, it blew up. What the fuck? It was like one of those skateboards, those black dudes on skateboards, they always blow. Know what are those things called?
The hoverboard.
Yeah, they're made by the KKK, those fucking
Have you
things.
seen the videos of them blowing
Oh,
up?
please. And black people always flying to the fucking air. My shoes are on fire. Those hoverboards are KKK propaganda, dog. That's what those fucking things are. Unfucking believable. People blowing up, these idiots driving down the street like nothing's
Shoes
happening.
are on fire.
People going up. Jews on fire. Jews on fire. People going on fire in their houses. I saw the one with the chicken on fire. But did you watch the tape the other day of the high school band or something? The dude, the magician with the wand.
No, what happened?
I'm watching this news thing the other night. Stoned to the gills. I ain't bothering nobody. I'm sitting there and also like, eyewitness news, an explosion at a high school or something like that. It was like a pep rally, and some dude was out there with sticks with fire, and it hit something, and it blew up, and also you see some kid just go and just fly up, and he was on a fucking trampoline or whatever the fuck that was.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, that's the best thing you got to tell me. I had a nice time with you tonight. It was nice to see you. It's going to be fucking Easter this weekend. Steve Simone's making a lasagna. He's back from China.
Oh, yeah? He had a great time?
I didn't talk to him. I heard he's a little sick. He brought back the Chinese flu, so if you see him, you don't want to talk to him. Tell him you're busy till Tuesday. Tell him to go drink some soy sauce or something. Get that shit out of his fucking system. He brought that Chinese flu back. That shit will never go away. That's why they walk around with the masks over there.
Oh, fuck. I didn't know he got
So
sick.
when he comes in here, you got to fucking spray everything down. And, wear like a repellent. Keep the door open. Put them by the door. Don't let the Espiritos Malos get in here on Sunday. You know what I'm saying? You got to watch them. Get some Lysol. Spray it. Save the receipt.
Okay.
Because if not, we'll be getting that Chinese fucking flu. Next thing you know, I'm in a fucking hospital there, coughing and shit. Nobody knows what's wrong with me. You know what I'm saying?
That's fucked up. The Chinese flu. That's scary.
Who the fuck knows, Lee? I don't know if it's a Chinese flu. He could have caught it on the plane in Newark. I'm just saying. He was in China,
Right.
and he came back and he got the flu. What is that? Who do you accuse? Who do you accuse?
Probably the Chinese.
Okay, then what are you sitting there looking at me like you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about, cocksucker. Listen, man. I got this company. They call me up with different fucking things. Half the things I tell them, I don't like what I'm doing. Guys, come on. I don't want to fucking... This ain't, I look at the webpage. I contact my attorney. We talk about it. I talk to Lee. I'm like, I don't... This is an idea that I dig. If you're a stoner, do yourself a favor and listen up, okay? I'm telling you right now. You got smart cars, smartphones, smart homes. Technology has made everything smart. But losing your stuff still makes smart people feel really stupid. I lose my shit one time a week. Whether it's keys, I always know I bring the wallet up from the car, but I put it in different places. You follow me? Instead of putting it in one fucking place. So I always know I bring that wallet up with me in the car. I hold on to my wallet like a motherfucker. But sometimes I think it's in the bedroom, and it's in the, you know where it is? In the bathroom of my shaving kit. Because when I come in to piss, I put it in there, and it falls in, and now I don't see it for 2 hours. Tracker makes losing things a thing of the past. Tracker is a coin-sized device that locates missed keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair Tracker to your smartphone. Attach it to anything and find its precise location with a tap of a button. It's that easy, all right? You lost your phone, press the button on Tracker and your phone rings, even if it's on silent. With over 1.5 million devices, Tracker has the largest crowd GPS network in the world. So you lost your item shows up on a map, even if it's miles away. Never lose anything again with Tracker. This is what I'm going to do, all right? Listeners of the show get a special discount of 40% off. Again, 40% off. Again, 40% off your first Tracker device. Go to thetracker.com and enter promo code CHURCH. CHURCH, okay? You're never going to lose anything again. The hardest thing you'll ever have to find is their website. Go to thetracker.com right now and enter promo code CHURCH for 40% off. Again, that's thetracker.com, promo code CHURCH. Do yourself a favor. You'll never lose nothing like that again. Talk about your keys or your wallets or maybe an album. You know what I'm saying? I don't want my album to get lost. You know, we put them all over the place. Just do me a favor. Go to thetracker.com and get 40% off your first Tracker device. Promo code CHURCH. CHURCH. As usual, on it, always there for me. I still haven't gotten my Dolce new whey protein yet. I'm still waiting. You understand me? It should be here by next week so I can sample and tell you guys what I think. You know me, when it comes to on it, I like the chocolate hemp force. That's my protein. Every day, 2 scoops of banana, 4 ice cubes, some water. Stop it. A little Hershey's syrup in there. Ba 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 boom. Not a lot of Hershey's syrup, just a dab, just a little sugar
Flavor.
after the workout.
Yeah.
No, just after a dab of sugar in it. It's not bad for you. Boom, right then and there. It's tremendous. The strong bone, come on. The new
mood.
The new mood. They have the new mood, but you know what they have now?
What do they have now?
Oh my God, they have this new alpha brain. You got to go to the webpage because I was reading about it the other day and I didn't write anything down. I'm very sorry about that, my own professionalism. Just do me a favor. Go to onit.com for the great list of supplements right now. Why fuck around? Go to Onit right now and press in the code word CHURCH, CHURCH, and get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. Talking about delivery to your house, let me tell you something, all right? A couple of days ago, I got a box delivered to my house. They just sent it to Uncle Joey from Nature Box. This stuff was delicious. And there's nothing like getting home and having a thing of Nature Box on your door. Nothing like it. And when they send you like a surprise pack, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, that's amazing.
Because sometimes you could order what you want, but sometimes they send you stuff that you wouldn't necessarily order. But then guys like you and me smoke a joint, we break into the bag, and they're delicious. They sent me some French toast, square, just delicious type of stuff, all right? You're trying to eat better, but you think nutrition labels are confusing. Nature Box has a snack for that. They've taken out the guesswork and frustration so you can snack confidently and stop wasting time sifting through nutrition labels. All right? You're trying to restrict Bagel Friday, birthday cupcakes, and bake sale Betty at the off 100 ridiculous, delicious snacks, and they source from all over the world for you to choose from. My personal favorites, okay, are the Pacific plantains, the sesame sticks, the salt and pepper lentil loops. I love all this stuff. Do me a favor, right? Nature Box makes it easy for you to find the snacks you want without questioning what's in them. Plus, they're constantly adding new and interesting snacks for you to discover. NatureBox believes you shouldn't eat something you don't like. So if you try a snack you don't like, they'll replace it on your next box. Bam! For free. Can't do that with other snacks, you know?
You never get that
Never.
anywhere
Never.
with any
so,
food.
So do me a favor. Go to naturebox.com/Joey right now. Get 50% off your first box. 50% off your first box of delicious, unique snacks without any of the junk. That's naturebox.com/Joey for 50% off your first box of the best tasting snacks in the world. Naturebox.com/Joey. 50% off right now. And guess what? Delivered to your fucking door. Resealable packages. Naturebox.com/Joey right now. I want to thank one more time Tracker. Tremendous. Go over there. Get 40% off. I want to thank Onnit. I also want to thank NatureBox. I want to thank my main man, Cassius Morris. I'm also letting you motherfuckers know right up, straight up and personal. Next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Brea Improv. Lee will be there Thursday night. Tommy East will be there. Johnny Rock will be there. We got Jack Asadurian will be there. That fucking, he's bringing the Armenians. So don't fuck around. If you need a Lexus, come on down, cocksuckers. Besides that, I love you guys with all my heart. I'm also going to be in Indianapolis and Buffalo in fucking April. So that's it. That's all I got to tell you, motherfuckers. Have a great weekend, and we'll be back Monday night, all right? I want to thank Tracker, NatureBox, and Onnit one more time, and my little brother, Lee Sayat, for making this all possible.
This podcast is brought to you by Helix Sleep. Night after night, two people lay in the same bed, but when it comes to buying a new mattress, only one gets their way. That is until now. Introducing Helix Sleep. You buy your mattress online, and it's customized for both of you. That's right, each side of the bed, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. And our listeners go to helixsleep.com/Joey. That's HELIX sleep.com/Joey. And you get $50 off of your first order. That's $50 off of your order. helixsleep.com/Joey. helixsleep.com/Joey. And the show is brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of their great optimization products. I was lucky enough to get some new of their Doce Whey protein. I'm going to try that out, let you know how it is. It's Onnit.com, code word church.
Wahoo! You bad motherfuckers. Kick that horse, Lee. Ba-ba. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's pedophile night here tonight. Oh, shit. Here we go, motherfucker. Here we go. Here we go. Lisa at in the motherfucking house. Oh, shit. It's a Monday night, cocksucker. Oh, It is close to midnight in some places. Something evil's fucking lurking. You get an 8-ball. You bump into some strange chick with a missing eyeball and an eye patch. After a couple bumps, you're like, fuck it. You try to scream. But you say, fuck it. This chick is terrifying me. Will she suck my dick with the eye patch?
What is that? Oh, no one knows.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, shit.
2075. Oh, that's thanks. Thanks. Much appreciated. Oh, you wanted that to be 50205.
Disgusting.
That bitch
Let me tell you something, all right?
Lawrence.
Let me tell you how fucking
50205?
the FBI is as dumb as they come. Took them a month to crack the fucking phone. Meanwhile, there's a fucking kid in Jersey who could have cracked that in 2 fucking days.
What they were saying was is that like they could have cracked it a while ago, but they were trying to get Apple to do it.
Yeah, they're fucking lazy. Like they could have done it in 2 fucking days. But let me tell you how stupid the FBI is. If I was the FBI right now, I would dig up Gravano. I would go visit Gravano in the prison. Mr. Gravano, you probably got what left on your sentence. They're going to give you parole at this age. How about when you go home, you go home? That's it. No chapter of the government with Sammy the Bull. Gotti's dead. Everybody's dead. We want the whole thing on Trump. The whole file on Trump. Yeah. We want the deals. We want the payoffs, how they were made, who collected the money, and then you take that to Trump and go, listen, we ain't gonna tell no money. We ain't gonna tell nobody. This is between us. We're friends.
Right.
This secret is between us. Now, anytime the FBI asks for something, Trump will have to give it to them. You follow me?
Like they're gonna blackmail him when he's president?
It's not blackmail. Blackmail, that's a big fucking word right there. Okay? Blackmail is a bad word. It's letting you know that I know. I've always told you that's the biggest thing when you're out there is letting motherfuckers know. Somebody's at a party and they're talking shit about you. Right? Some
Right.
people go and attack that dude. You don't say nothing for fucking 2 years. And one night when it's you and him alone, you dropped on him and you watch him break. And that's what happens because people can't believe they said shit and it came back to haunt them, but not right away.
But what about the mob itself? Like, wouldn't the mob be doing the same thing to him if he gets to be president?
The mob that's in now doesn't know. That was 30 fucking years ago.
Oh.
His dealings were between 80 and 85, 86,
So that's
87,
over now?
88. Yeah, that connection died. Gravano took that with him. Yeah, they own S&A Construction and they have different companies that the mob has a 2% club. Okay? 2% of the profit goes to the mafia. What they do is they get 16 fucking people, companies. Lee Syatt Construction, Joey Diaz Construction, and we go into a bidding club. So now instead of us bidding for jobs, you just get the job.
For 2%.
So this million, but any job over $2 million. So the concrete, you got to buy from my company. Now, let me explain something to you. Concrete per square foot in Oklahoma, I'm just making these numbers up. It's $35 a square foot. Again, I'm just making these numbers up. I don't want people on Twitter hitting me, Joey, I live in Oklahoma. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm just making these numbers up. But when you deal with S&A Construction, his concrete is $82.50 a square foot. That's the mob squeeze.
So they take 2% and then they
And
fuck
then they
you.
fuck you on that.
Oh my
And then
God.
they control different unions. So let's say they have the laborers union or the fucking pipe fitters union. That's how they work. Now, for them not to shake you down, you have to pay them back. You have to be in the thing. I know Trump's personality. Trump didn't want to be in the bid club. Trump said, fuck it, I'll make you a partner. Okay? And that's how. Now, the construction was really New York tight between those years when Trump was in. And the guy that ran construction, if you want to look this up at home, if you have the time and you're that much of a fucking stiff, the guy who ran construction in New York was a guy by the name of Sammy the Bull Gravano. He was underboss for the Gambino crime family. He had 18 different companies, all related to the construction field. Glass, piping, architecture, electrical. Because so now Lee Syatt was only getting one job every 3 months. But Lee Syatt is fighting for his life. He's bidding these fucking okey-doke jobs. One day the mind of Lee Syatt says, wait a second. He gets down and he starts writing notes. And he comes up with, even if I give half of my profits at these inflated prices, I make money. So instead of getting 2 jobs a year, I get 6 jobs a year and I split the profits. I'm busy all year. I still make more money than I was ever making before. Let me approach Sammy the Bull and make him a partner.
Wait, now.
No, you come to me and go,
Okay.
Sammy, how about I give you 40% of my company, make you a partner, give you a taste, give you a tax return, make you VP of whatever, give you like a fake fucking job. You follow me?
Like the one Tony had in like the
There you go.
garbage place. Right?
There you go. So now, when Sammy the Bull was a genius, because now when he's got a taste of all those companies. Plus, he was getting partners and he was shooting them. And then taking the whole company from him.
How could he pull that more than once? Like, I feel like after the second time, they'd be like, maybe we shouldn't be
Partners started disappearing. All his mate, D.B. DiBernardo, the guy in Staten Island, all his brother-in-law, he killed his wife's brother, Doug.
Why?
Because he was causing a lot of fucking problems. But to just keep this on Trump, that's how crazy. Like, I'm looking at this world news tonight because Trump's a fucking genius, okay? Trump's got so much money that he's just paying. Listen, you ever see a fucking Law and Order?
Yeah.
When I go, Lee Syatt was involved in gay porn. That's irrelevant. I object. I'm sustained. That sustained don't mean dick because the jury heard that.
Right.
Already.
Yeah.
Okay, so What he's doing is he's blowing up little fires in all these fucking little magazines that you read while you're online at the supermarket. Those, what do you call those things? Time. Not Time, but like
The tabloids.
tabloids. I'm sorry, I don't know. I forget the words. Sometimes I smoke dope.
But then,
So he lights fires.
Right.
I'll come up to you and say, listen, what if I gave you? What if I gave you a picture of Ted Cruz with a blonde and $200,000? What if I could fucking Photoshop that? I can meme that. Don't they? What do they do? They take pictures and
yeah, they could
put
do
somebody
anything.
else's head now. These college
Or
kids.
even if he just puts it out there on like Fox News or any TV thing. If he just said, well, I heard Ted Cruz likes to play with monkeys. I don't know anything. Just the fact that he said it.
That's it. It's out there. Now you're waiting for your groceries and you look up and boom, Ted Cruz involved in sex scandal.
No, what happens because he has casinos in Vegas and Atlantic City. The mob has to be involved in casinos, right?
Well,
I know you don't know.
He made them corporate.
Okay.
See, once the corporations took over the casinos, that made it a little tougher for that scam. And they know it. But they get taken care of in other ways, which I don't really know. I really don't know. You hear all these rumors the mob is gone from Vegas. I don't know. I don't know none of that shit. I don't know who's exist anymore. I don't know what the fuck goes on. But I do know that I was watching that tonight, and I'm like, Trump is such a swindler. That he's going to win, but somebody should swindle him. And you know who could swindle him? The FBI. The FBI could swindle him and have their fucking way with them. The
Jesus.
president, the vice president, whoever runs the FBI can get whatever he wants and fucking support the next 4 or 5 or 6 to 8 years.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, if he does that to him, which is crazy to think about, strong arming the president, whatever you want to call it.
That's it. Hey, listen, they couldn't strong arm Kennedy. They shot him in the fucking head. They blew his fucking brain out. Whoever the fuck did that? Whoever the fuck did that? Okay.
It gets scarier and scarier. Like the more I see, like I'm sure this has been going on forever, but I was just too young and naive to see it. But like the more and more you see with like the political system and the way it works, like
people don't pay attention to the political system. They think because they watch CNN politics, they know what politics really are, and they don't. They don't. Why do I give Jeb Bush $200,000 of my hard-earned money? Because I have something I want to do.
yeah.
There's something I want to do. I want to zone that neighborhood. I want to do something. So it's a dirty fucking business right there.
Do you think that's a job? Like they go through the donor list at a certain point after they get elected and like, okay, well, we have to pay off these amount at over $100,000 they have to pay off.
If I come
favors.
to you in this business, in this fucking presidential debate,
Okay.
and with all this, whatever it's called, and I come to a presidential guy, a candidate, let's call him, and I say to him, listen, over the years I've been accused of doing a lot of things, but I'm really a hot dog seller. I have 35 hot dog stands all across the country. And I have a name, and I make millions of dollars a year selling hot dogs. Yes, Mr. Diaz, selling hot dogs. But my real business is drugs. Let's just say. Let's say I make $20 million a year, $15 million a year. $3 million cash to me is nothing. I would donate it to a presidential debate, whatever the fuck, a presidential candidate, because I know that in the future, I want to expand my business. I want to expand my business. I want to go to Mexico. I want to go to Europe. I want to expand my business and double that. If I get caught, I need a presidential, I need something. I would do, these are the things.
You have to assume they're doing it.
That money's coming from somewhere. With a medical supply company, not a medical supply company, pharmaceutical company with a new pill, and they're having a tough time with the FDA. They know Lee Syed is a senator of fucking Wisconsin. He's tight with the vice president of the FDA. I'll give $500,000 to your donation, $1 million, because I know you're gonna. But once I go to your fundraiser, that's what I'm gonna whisper in your ear what I need from you.
And then if you say no, you're not going to get that money again, what you need.
Especially those type of digits. Listen, I went to get a nose spray the other day. It was $80.
Oh, yeah, prescription?
Yeah, $80. But I went today to get a pill, and it was $1.16. So you never fucking know. They get you somewhere or the other.
They really do. And now it's getting to the point where, like CVS, right? I can't get, like, whenever I get sick here, I go to the clinic because you can't get a doctor's appointment within like 2 weeks. I have like pretty decent insurance. So I'm paying CVS to go to the clinic, I'm paying CVS for the pills, and so they have they're making all of them. Like it's crazy what we allow.
Hey, for $35 when I was growing up, a doctor come to your house and give you a shot of penicillin and a prescription.
Right. And now I have to wait 2 weeks, even though I have insurance, and they raise my insurance every year. It's fucking crazy. It's just, and that's why I think Bernie Sanders is so popular. I don't really know. Like, I know what he's talking about. I don't know if it's because no matter who you talk to, either they hate Trump or they hate Sanders. So you don't know what's real. But I can see that. I'm paying $350 right now for insurance that I can't really use. Yeah.
There's people listening to the podcast. I can't imagine. If you don't have insurance today, you're getting fucking raped. And it's tough. Either way, you're getting fucked in the ass. But you gotta have the insurance. I went for years without insurance. How? I don't fucking know. How? I do not fucking know. I went to like 35 with no insurance, just living on the edge. Until I joined SAG, I didn't have insurance.
Jesus.
That was
So what would you do if you got sick?
3, 6, 19, 20 years ago. So I was 33 years old, 34 years old when I got fucking insurance.
So what would you do if you got sick?
I toughed it out. I went to the pharmacy like everybody else. I inhaled vitamin C. If it was one time I went to the hospital for my throat, I got a throat infection. In Colorado, that's never come up on my fucking credit report.
Really?
What the hell happened to it? $200, $300. One time I had an abscess in a tooth. I went to Cedar Memorial, whatever, on Beverly. I never heard of that bill either. They probably figured out I had SAG insurance.
That's crazy.
So this weekend I went to Paducah.
Yeah.
I went to Paducah with my wife and the baby. And, they had a great time. And I was sitting there for a little while. You know, and I was sitting outside looking at the horses and all this land.
They have horses? Oh.
Yeah, my fucking brother-in-law's got 3 horses right there in the yard. The yard is the size of this fucking neighborhood. You got a 3-bedroom house with a barn, a fucking camper, and then 3 horses fenced off. It's got to be a couple football fields.
Gee, that must have been fun
And
for
you look
Mercy.
over, oh, Mercy hasn't fucking stopped running. But I was sitting there, and I thought of a friend of mine that I hadn't spoken to in a long fucking time. Since 1993, I just thought of him. And I see his brother on Facebook all the time. And there was rumors growing up, you know, later on. But I realized when I was sitting there how much I loved this kid growing up. Like he was just a dynamite, fun kid. His name was Fernie. And Timmy Holloway's probably listening right now. Fernie was one of these kids that it was 2 of me. Like his tolerance was through the roof.
No way. He
His
had more tolerance than you?
Oh, his tolerance was through the roof with everything. With everything. Whatever he did double. From his gambling to his weightlifting. I mean, he was a kid that had a fucking body like an Adonis. His shoulders were huge growing up. We always knew each other since the 7th, 8th grade from playing basketball. But we didn't talk. We just waved at each other and, hey, what's up? Then we became freshmen together. And we talk at parties. And he always showed up with, like, you know, if you had a $10 bag, he always had a $20 bag.
Was he a rich kid?
No, his father had a restaurant in Edgewater, New Jersey, that was called H&B Diner, right by where they shot Copland. It was right over there. It was a tremendous little fucking greasy spoon, but he made the best pork sandwiches on Italian bread with hot sauce and pickles. Fresh Cuban fucking pork with on Italian bread with Swiss cheese and fucking hot sauce.
Pork and Swiss cheese.
Good googly moogly. Good googly moogly. And he'd melt the Swiss cheese over the fucking bread. You have no idea, my friend. But Fernie and me became tight. It was me, Fernie, Roger, and this kid by the name of Glenn Conti, a.k.a. Stinky. And we became a unit November of 81. We all hung out from time to time, but then we started getting together. Fernie was one of the first guys that really had a car. Like that his father just gave him a car and it had a hole in the back seat. He put a piece of metal on there, but when he would drive the car, the metal would move. Glenn had his mother's car from time to time, and Roger he had his father's car he would borrow from time to time, but Fernie was always the ride. And whenever Fernie would drive, he would drive, and he'd curse at people, and he'd call people prick. He had a great prick thing, and we hung out tight. He always supported me. He always had my back, no matter what. He was very quiet. I got him beat up one time at a bar in Hoboken called Gennaro's.
What do you mean you got him beat up?
I grabbed the girl's ass. When I played for St. Michael's, she was a cheerleader, the Cuban girl, and she was standing in front of me watching the band, and I was next to Fernie, and I reached over and grabbed her ass. It was one of these reaches, like with my right hand, so I had to cross three people. So when she turned around, Fernie had a stupid look on his face with glasses. He was just as high as I was. And she turned around. He was drinking an Alabama Slammer with a white shirt on. And she turned around and smacked him in the face, and the drink went all over his shirt, and his glasses fell off. Everybody knew he was blind without his glasses. But the funniest was that
the funniest part of this.
One of the lens fell out of his glasses. So when he got stepped on, she was kicking him, and he was looking for his glasses.
He got beat up by the girl?
You beat up by the girl. We're fucking howling as a kid.
You didn't help him out?
No, you get beat up by a girl. What do you want me to do? Choke the fucking girl? I can't choke the fucking girl. You got to get beaten. But he took the beat.
He said, "You're beating."
He took the beat from me like a fucking soldier.
Did he even know why he was getting hit?
No, he was half retarded. He just got up, put his glasses back on, and the one lens was broken. And he had a big red stain on his fucking white shirt. And that was the end of that tune. Oh my God, I was fucking howling. But I robbed that jewelry store. And while I was in Florida on the hideout, we were, talking on the phone. We would talk on the phone. Me and Fernie. For some reason, I always talk to Fernie.
How can you be on the hideout and talking on the phone?
Because the cops weren't really tapping phones in those days for some guy who robbed a jewelry store. Fernie, one thing I knew about Fernie is that Fernie didn't talk. Fernie didn't talk unless it was us. Like, Fernie never would talk. Like, if Fernie in those days came in the room right now, Fernie would actually just talk to me. He wouldn't talk to you. He wouldn't even pay attention.
He wouldn't acknowledge my.
He wouldn't even acknowledge you. Not because he was rude, but that was Fernie. Like, he didn't know you, and he didn't want to know you. Whatever.
He had enough friends.
He'd show up, sit down, and whip out a bag of weed that could kill a mule. So I come back from Florida in the hideout, and on the phone call the night before, he tells me, he goes, "Hey, man, I talked to my mother. You could stay here with me." And at that time, my soul was gone. Like, I was gone. Like, I didn't claim responsibility for my actions.
How old were you, roughly?
19.
Okay.
Just totally out of control. The world owed me a fucking thing. I was angry at the world, and I did what the fuck I wanted until I either caught a beating or was going to go to jail or whatever. And this kid opens up his home to me. He says, "Hey, man, fuck all that shit. We got the basement. We can bring bitches. Nobody will know. I got my weights down there. We got a bathroom. You could shower upstairs. But besides that, everything's downstairs. My mother's never home, so you could shower up there in the daytime if you need to take a shower. But besides that, we got the whole downstairs. They never come down here." And it was it. That's all we needed. We were smoking dope downstairs. We were doing blow downstairs. We were eating Quaaludes downstairs.
And his parents never once were like, "Hey, guys."
Well, one night, he ate a fucking Quaalude. We got 4 Quaaludes. And I told him just to eat 1. He ate 2, and he went in the shower. We were downstairs drinking beers, fucking smoking reefer. His father came down. He goes, "Dog, you got to go upstairs." Freddie's asleep in the shower. We went upstairs. He was in the shower on 2 ludes, passed out with his socks on. We had to take him out of the shower. They're like, "What happened to him?" We don't know. He's saying he was tired. He was fucked up.
His father.
That motherfucker came downstairs, did like 3 lines, and it was like nothing happened. We got in the car. We had to go see Pat Benatar. I'll never forget that. And some guy parked too close to him. Like, they gave him an inch in the front and an inch in the back. I'll never forget this. And he is putting the car in reverse, boom, putting a boom, boom, boom. And at that time, it's me. I'm in the back seat. No, I'm in the side seat, and Roger Holloway is in the back seat. I'll never forget this, like it was yesterday. And he's doing this for 2 minutes. Boom, 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 he's turning the wheel, but every time he makes a thing, he hits one of the fucking cars. And finally, Roger bends his head over. He goes, "Oh, we're playing bumper cars." I'll never forget. It was something fucking every night with him. But he was my brother. He had my back. He let me. Oh shit! He had my back, man. This guy let me move into his fucking basement. Felicia Michaels in the house. Come over and sit down, my love. Right over here. So this guy fucking let me live with him. And it was just, Felicia better get ready for this.
Yes.
Because it was two 19-year-old boys. We had no direction. He was working at his father's restaurant in Edgewater. And as soon as I got back, it took me about a week to get a job. I got a job. Look at you. I got a job at a fucking place that made frames for Entenmann's cake. You ever go into a supermarket and see Entenmann's cake?
Yeah, yeah.
And they have the fucking stands that say, Entenmann's. That's what I did. I was a union Entenmann cake stand builder.
That's not a bad job.
No, it wasn't a fucking bad job, but I spent my whole salary at that fucking diner because I wouldn't eat lunch at the place. So I would go there and have like a $20 lunch, like 3 pork sandwiches, me and Stinker. And then they hooked us up. This whole time, I'm living with Fernie, giving him like $50 a week. And we're driving to his restaurant at 5 a.m, listening to, I'll never forget, Dead of the Winter, listening to Nasty Girl. Do you think God? And dancing in the car and shit. 3 19-year-old jerk-offs. And he was, what do you, like I was just telling Lee, he was one of those people, he didn't smoke pot, Felicia. Like if you bought a $10 bag, he would buy a $25 bag and smoke the whole thing in high school. He was, I don't know all those ADHD terms today.
ADD?
He was half retarded. He wasn't ADD.
Autistic?
No, he had that shit. That he always had to do double of what you did. We always thought Fernie would die. Like I always later on said, I wonder where Fernie is. And then I heard he went to a party at my friend's house. Like, we all know this guy. Like, it's like me going to your house with your kids there, your girlfriend's there. Going, can I use your bathroom? 20 minutes, you're like, he's been in that bathroom a long fucking time. 40 minutes, you're going to knock on the door. My friend knocked on the door. He didn't hear nothing. He kicked the door open. Fernie had the strap on his arm. This is like, you catching me at your house. This is like, he called me in Colorado. He goes, I tell you what happened last night. I fucking found Fernie in my bathroom shooting heroin at 5 a.m. I chased him. He ran away. Leave me alone. And that was the last we really heard of. That was it. But what happened was I was living with him. And we had gone through we hooked up in October. And I got to tell you guys, it was a 3-month party. Like him and I went to work at 5, but we were out till 2.
Every night?
Every night. There was a bar right across the street, so we could park the car and walk. So worst case scenario, we would go into the city, not do blow. We'd go over and get reefer, park the car, smoke a joint, and then we'd cross the street. It was the Midtown Lounge, the Silver Fox. The guy they called him the Silver Fox. It was like 70s to be in there picking up chicks and shit. And we'd go in there. It was like a 3-month tear. Finally in December, I tapped out. We were like, I can't do this. I got a job at a lumber yard. I lived with him the whole time. I got arrested at that fucking lumber yard for possession of stolen tools. He never said nothing to me. He was my roommate, never judged me, never questioned me, took me out for a drink. Fuck it, we'll beat the cake. I mean, he was just a great guy. But I was living with him, and I was doing some wild shit. And I was 19. And I was straying out of the neighborhood and doing wild shit, which meant somebody was going to catch me. And one night I tried to break into a bookie's house. And I cut my hand with the barbed wire. And I had to cross. I robbed that guy's house on 57th Street. I had to run to 68th Street. It doesn't seem like a lot, but I had to cross like 8 avenues. When I got to his block, the cops were coming down the block with the light. And I had to hide under a car. And I'm like, if I want to be friends with this guy, I gotta move out of his house. Because something's gonna happen. And this house is going to get shot up. I was doing some crazy shit. I was fucking with some Cubans in Union City. They were bringing cocaine up, and they had apartments, and I would break into their apartments. I knew I was going to get in trouble. And a friend of mine came up and he goes, I want to go to Colorado. And I thought about it and I said, okay. And I didn't have the heart to tell Fernie I was leaving. Like I never had the heart to sit him down and go, Fernie, I'm leaving. So while he was at work, I packed my stuff and I wrote a letter and left it for him. Like that's how much I loved Fernie. I was a confused kid, you know. I left, and after about a month, I called him. We were friends, but I could see that we weren't the friends that we were. But then I came back, and we were tight again. Then he got involved in gambling. Then he hit somebody with the car, and he picked me up 2 days later after he hit the dude with the car. And that was the first time somebody hit somebody with a car and told me a story, and I actually pissed my pants. That's how funny. Like that's how crazy he was. He was smoking a joint. And you know when you cut through a gas station, instead of waiting for the red light,
Oh, yeah.
he cut through the gas station. When he hit the sidewalk, the ash fell on his shirt. And while he was going like this, there was a guy waiting for the fucking bus.
Oh.
And he clipped the dude. And he got out of the car. And if you know Fernie, when he was telling me this, I know he ain't lying to me. I knew him. He said he told the dude. I go, Fernie, what happened? He goes, I had to get out of the car. You know, he was a little stoned. I didn't want to wait for the cops. He goes, I was running late for work. So I told the dude, either get up or do something because I got to get to work. And he took off. And he got home that night and he was in the shower and the cops fucking ripped him out of the shower, beat him up and shit.
Oh, my God.
But again, by this time, we were 20, maybe 21, maybe. Now, in those days, you watch vinyl. If you watch vinyl, they all have a little glass with a thing, and now once it got advanced, a chain with a spoon came on that thing. So you would take the cap off and do little bumps. Now in those days, I could lie to you and tell you I did 8 balls. No, I didn't. I always had one of those things. Not Fernie. Fernie would drive around with a 1/4 ounce of blow. But here's where it got crazy. He would cut his own blow. So he would buy a fucking 1/8 of Coke, and he would cut it 3.5 to 3.5 to dilute it. And he would cut it till it was like fucking spackle. Like you weren't even getting high. And he'd sit in his car with like the ace of spades and talk to you for like 20 minutes. And he'd just keep doing bump. He was over. What's that?
OCD.
He did everything more. Like
washing his hands a lot.
Like
Did he
you
do
sit,
stuff like that?
like he did. Like again, you know, people do, and they put it down. They talk to you. Not Fernie. Oh no, he had to have the mirror, his own mirror, and he would just do fucking monsters every minute on the minute. And you would look at him and go, when is this gonna fucking?
So what happened to him?
So, 83, 84, boom. I go to Colorado. I get arrested. I come back to Jersey in 91, 92. I'm looking for Fernie. No Fernie. I come back in 93 after I get divorced. No Fernie. Nobody's seen Fernie. His mother still lives there. She drives the school bus. She parks the bus in front of the house. There's no Facebook. There's no Twitter. You know, my friend Timmy Holloway's brother invites me to his house to dinner in Jersey City. I take the bus and I have to do a transfer and I get off and I start walking a little bit. And who do I bump into? A fucking street corner, the Fernie with some broad. He gives me a hug. I hugged him. He goes, I heard you're doing comedy now. I said, I'm trying, man. It's fucking hard. He goes, let me come see you one night. And in that whole thing, the girl looks at him and goes, is this the kid you told me about? Oh. And he goes, yeah. And he gave me some number. And I called him like 10 times, never returned my call. That was it.
Do you regret just leaving the letter? Like, do you think that might have been it?
Always. Till this fucking day, I regret leaving that goddamn letter. He was my brother. He wouldn't have given a fuck. If I would have told him the truth, he wouldn't have given. He knew that I was crazy.
So what did you say in the letter then?
That I loved him. That I had to leave. That 20 people were looking for me. That I would have loaned Shark $10,000. And I needed some fucking space before I got killed. I didn't want to bring it into his house.
And you wish you had just said that to him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I would have said it to him.
Well, why do you think he never answered the phone or contacted you back? Well, if he would have understood, why didn't?
I think by that time he was gone. Today he has HIV
Mhm.
from shooting heroin. I heard this and I looked at the pictures on Facebook. And I was like, yeah, he's got something. He's very hidden. Nobody's ever seen him. No more reunions. No nothing. So over the weekend, I'm in Paducah. And I'm sitting there giggling over one of his stupid fucking escapades. Like just a thought came into me. How he used to fuck this skinny girl I saw at the airport and it looked like the girl. And I said, oh my God, that girl was really pretty, but she was really bony. And I used to say, funny, she don't have a pussy. And he goes, she got it in there somewhere. It's good. he was always, when I robbed the fucking janitor and I had the epileptic pills, everybody was mad at me for giving them epileptic pills. Like people were like, Joey, you're my friend. You gave me those pills. You know what Freddie told me? Those fucking pills were good, man. You got to get me some more of those. He was popping those and walking around and driving.
Yeah.
People were sleeping for 3 days. And like he was one of those guys. Like even the epileptic pills didn't affect him.
Yeah.
Like he was one of those fucking dudes. And I heard he got the heroin and stuff. So to make a long story short, I'm sitting here watching Mercy run around. And you would get those thoughts like, what type of friends will they have growing up? And for some reason, I thought about my friends. I thought about Fernie. And last night I come home and I'm on Facebook. And who pops up on Facebook? But Fernie.
He added you as a friend?
No. Like a picture of Fernie, his brother.
Oh, okay.
So I went to the brother's page, and in the corner is Fernie. And he's bald. And he's like, he had fucking shoulders. That's the guy who taught me how to do behind the necks. He was behind the neck in 185. And he goes, you can do it. And we would do 165. His neck started here and it went here and his waist was like this. Women would jump on this guy.
Is that the picture you used to have in your old office?
No.
Okay.
That's Rago. This was another kid that was taller. His waist was like this. He was built like this. No steroids, just push-ups, steaks, those pork sandwiches, and all heavy weight. He believed in heavy weight. So I get home last night and I see this fucking picture. And against everything I got, I said, you know what? I clicked onto the message thing and I wrote, after 20 years, I still think about you. And I put send. And I said, this motherfucker's going to see this and never say nothing. I wake up this morning, there's one single message. Didn't even expect it to be him. I always wake up with a few messages. I click on, open it up. And he wrote, I think of you too. And I said, I could open this conversation up or leave it here. I'm going to leave it right here. Just let it stew. Because this kid was my fucking dog. Dog. Funny, Felicia, off the cuff, like retarded funny, like the shit he would say. Just retarded funny.
Can I ask, how come you just let it lay? Why?
That crew never recovered. 2 out of the 4 became Christian guys. You know, the guy that says shit in the morning.
Born again.
Not born again. The one became, whatever, the good-looking dude in Houston with the church. Joel Osteen, the UPS one.
Mhm.
And the other one, Roger, also became a born-again Christian. That's how deep those times were. Like, what we were thinking and what we were doing was not what 18-year-olds did. It wasn't what 18-year-olds did, you know, and it was just hard. And Fernie at that time, he had a gambling addiction. Again, we're betting 40 timers. You know, the 40 timer is $200. Me and you together. Who do you like tonight? You like the next? Let's bet the next one. Let's split a $200. Let's split a 40 timer. First time he comes to me, he goes, what are you guys always talking about? You gamble? Really? How much you gamble? We're like, well, so he started doing that. After 10 minutes, he goes, what if I put down $1,000 parlay? Who does that the first time? Nobody does that. That's when you bet 2 teams, and they both have to win. I was living with him. I'm in the basement, across from him in the bed. And he's telling me this shit. And under his bed, he's got a jar filled with 150s. And he goes, if I lose, I can cover this. He goes, so what do I do? I go, call my friend's dad. 1,000-time parlay. Seattle and somebody else.
What does that win?
You can't even fucking imagine what it wins. 18 years old. Calls it in. The first game wins outright. The second game, it's 27-0 at halftime. We both smoke a joint. We go to bed. I kind of giggle on the way. Fucking. We both wake up. Seattle comes back and beats 28-27. He wins $1,000. My friend's dad calls him back and he goes, if you want to come pick up the money. He goes, get dressed. Let's go pick up the money. Let's go out for the best dinner we've ever had. We go to Piccolissimo. This is the spot, Jack. Fucking waiters with the fucking suits. White people, Fort Lee, New Jersey, overlooking the Hudson, and people kissing, glass wines. I never saw that before in my life, all that shit. I go in there. I used to go in there on little dates and with friends at the lobster fry diablo dish. I go, Fernie, what do you want to eat? He goes, I don't know. I go, get the lobster fried diablo. He goes, I've never had lobster before. No, that's even more of a reason to get it. Lobster fried diablo, they brought you a dish shaped like a fucking fish, Felicia. And it had pasta in the middle. Then all around it had clams and mussels. And on the top was a fucking lobster tail with 4 huge fucking prawns, Felicia. With red spicy sauce with a big loaf of bread with butter. Come on, Felicia. Tremendous. We go in there. He fucking devours his plate. He's thirsty and he drinks the finger bowl. Picked up the fucking finger bowl and drank it like nothing. And after that, he went on a gambling tear. He was up $60,000 under his bed.
Yeah.
18 years old.
Wow.
And he lost it all on the Super Bowl plus 30. And that cracked him. And the bookie made him pay. So he had to pay every week.
What up, Jew lover?
$300, $400 every week. He paid the guy until he owed him $800. He told the guy to go fuck himself. And that cracked him. He never watched sports again. Never. Ever. Not even as a joke. When I bumped into him in 93, I go, you watch sports again? He goes, never again.
You wouldn't even watch.
Never.
Lose 90,000.
Yeah, that's crazy. And back then when $2,
82.
yeah, when the dollar was worth twice the amount it's worth now, that was a
Miami.
tremendous amount of money, man.
The Killer Bees against the Redskins. That was the Super Bowl. He lost his ass on. And he became a different person. Like after that at 18, he had to get a job at a gas station from 4 to 12. And then he worked at his father's restaurant from 6 to 4. So he only slept on Saturday and Sunday. And he did that for 8 months until he paid the 30 or 40 grand off.
Did his parents know that had happened?
He had to go to his parents and borrow 20 from them, and it was ugly.
Oh, wow.
So you're happy with how your conversation was? Like, that's why you don't really want to go for it. Like, it was as
That's
perfect
all
as
I
it could
needed.
be. Yeah.
That's all I needed from him. If you knew this kid, if I engage him right now, I'm just gonna leave it there. That's as good as it gets in my world from him.
What are you supposed to do when you lose friends? Like, I have that friend who I went to his wedding in Vermont. He was my best friend in high school, and I didn't have like a bunch of friends. He was my best friend, and he, for the past couple of months, he won't answer my call. I don't know what to do.
People get married, people change. You don't know what his life
Well, I
is
just
like.
had a friendship that kind of went kaput with someone who was very close to me. And I think people don't understand that friendships, just like relationships, aren't meant to be forever. That doesn't mean they have any less value. You know, I think sometimes people are in your life for a certain period of time to bring clarity to that time. But when you have children, you don't teach children, or we don't teach each other, that it's okay if you're not friends anymore.
Yeah.
But maybe we should teach them how to disengage a friendship, you know?
Well, I have a different frame of thought. Like when I didn't talk to you for a while, I
Mhm.
still loved you.
Yeah.
We were just mad
Vice-
at each other.
yeah.
That was complete. I didn't want to lose your
We were
friendship.
kind of mad at each other.
Yeah, but I still loved you. After I came to my senses, I really did miss you. I miss all my friends.
Yeah.
I miss all my friends. Like when Chucky McBreen, I miss. Like it's basketball the other day. I'm watching basketball and I thought about Chucky fucking McBreen. I'm like, how many fucking stupid games did me and that fucking moron go to? Now he's a basketball coach at Ramapo or whatever, you know, and just, we were talking about college basketball last week and how the players, I used to write the coaches. And I didn't lose Chucky. We grew apart. And we connected. Not even on Facebook. He hunted me down and today we talk every 90 days. You know, I know he's busy with college, but we never stop loving each other. Then there's the people you grow away from. And it's naturally somebody gets married, somebody has a kid, somebody stops getting high, somebody gets a DUI, and people put fucking blame. I had something in December that happened to me that was just horrible. I went back east with my family, and I got those Hilton fucking points. And a week before I went, Hilton fucking hit me up and said, we'll either give you a room for free one night or we'll take a room off your tab. So I called one of my best friends in life. I'm like, hey, man, what are you doing next weekend? Why don't you come out, bring the wife, see the baby, we'll get some Chinese food, we'll smoke a couple of joints. And he goes, that's not a bad idea. This is 40 fucking years, Felicia. You know, he spent millions on me, this kid. I call him back, he'll come up, we'll go to dinner. Yeah. In one of the conversations, he calls me back and he goes, hey, man, I'm thinking of bringing my kids. I go, dog, I'm bringing a kid. I'm not calling you to see the kids. I'm calling to see you. He goes, all right, I'll call you tomorrow. He didn't call me back.
Yeah.
I was like, I opened my fucking mouth. I said something about the kids. I really don't like his girlfriend's boyfriend. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know she's a fucking baby. I was in the fucking outside when she was getting delivered. And she's been dating this creepy motherfucker since she's like 17, showing up in my comedy shows with him and eats me a lot. I'm one of those dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm that uncle. I just, and I can't say nothing. And I'm like he was telling me he lives at the house with her. That sent me into a fucking loop. Like, I was like, this is, you let this guy live under the same roof with her in your fucking house. Like, this isn't the guy I know, but I guess you make exceptions for your daughters. You know, I guess you say this is the guy that she likes and she wants. So I said it as a joke. It was true. I wanted to see him. His niece sent me a picture of me and him in high school hugging. And I go, what the fuck? Wouldn't it be nice? So for 3 months, I was like, there goes 40 years. He called me 2 weeks ago and he goes, he's still mad at me? I'm not mad at you. Jeez, I could never be mad at him. Never. After all we went through, you can't come up, just call me. But he said I was embarrassed, Cokes. I got shit going on with my life you don't know about. Okay. I accept it. Now we've been talking. He's thinking of flying out for Black Sabbath at the Hollywood Bowl and doing acid with me.
And that makes me feel good. Like we could reconnect. Like I feel bad. Like I didn't get him a gift for his wedding, but
But you flew out there. That was a Gino and a tuxedo and shoes and dinners and a rental car.
So maybe that's his woman saying,
no,
gift.
No, I'm close with his wife. And I was thinking of, honestly, because I was thinking about maybe calling his wife because we're close, but I was like, I don't want to go around somebody.
No, call. Listen, what's going on? They haven't called me back. Maybe there's something going on I don't know about. Maybe this kid had a fucking heart attack. He's in a hospital room and she's watching him every night. Maybe his father's sick. You don't fucking know these things.
Right.
So just call the wife and go, hey, I don't mean to pry, but I've been calling for 3 months. Nobody calls me back. Is everything okay? Is there anything I could do?
But then here's the thing. Like I had a friend, and I'm not going to name names, that we were super, super close. And then I could tell, when someone starts shining you can fucking tell, right?
What's shining?
When someone's like not, like kind of dodging you, but they're not really coming. When you do hang out, you can feel the energy's kind of fucked up.
Did they owe?
What?
Did they owe?
No. But then, and then I said to this person, like, what's up? And then she had like this whole fucking list of shit that I had done over like 3 or 4 months. And it was like, you have a fucking list? You have a list? And some of it was like, because I teased her about her outfit once, but it was like, oh, you're so adorable in that outfit. And then she got upset at that. And then she got mad because I said something about her friend that wrote thank you cards, made her daughter learn how to write, like stupid shit like that. And then this is when I was like, okay, I have to disengage for a while. She got upset because my son and me were watching Comedy Central, and on Comedy Central, someone said, oh, that's a basic bitch. But as we were watching it in the kitchen, I was actually on Match.com, but I had my computer up, my laptop where he couldn't see I was on Match.com. And he goes, Mom, what's a basic bitch? And I turn the computer around, I go, all these guys on Match.com, basic bitches, right? And we laugh so hard. So I tell my friend that, and then she's like, I was so offended that you and your son had that conversation. You told me that story. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding?
Yeah, she was just looking.
Why was she offended?
Yeah. Like, why? What the fuck is that about? And when someone starts making a list, it's like, fuck that.
Did she have like a written down list?
She didn't have a written down list, but when I was like, what's going on? I feel like there's this weirdness. And I had to kind of corner her. And then she's like, well, it's this, this, and this. And then she goes, let's make an appointment next week and we'll talk about what our problems are with each other. And I'm like, the only problem I have is that my best friend don't like me anymore. That's the only fucking problem I have. Like, you have a fucking list, And I said to her, when you have a friendship, there's shit that you say in front of your friend that your friend gets annoyed. She said stuff in front of me, like how she doesn't have kids and how she was saying shit about kids on a plane. Like, and like before I had kids that, I used to think the same things. And no matter what someone would have told me, I would have never understood what fucking having kids is like. And so I said to her, well, sometimes you're really fucking mean about kids and how parents don't take care of their kids on a plane. And then I get all pissed off for like a millisecond. But then I realized you have that right to think that. And there's nothing I'm going to say that's going to change that. So who gives a fuck? I'm not mad about it. Who gives a fuck, But some people will like just take out of the air little tiny things that have nothing to do with you. And then you have to understand that friendship sometimes is letting that person have their moment, but that you don't have to buy into their shit. That's not you. That's him. You don't have to worry, even though you miss the friendship. You don't have to carry it around.
No, I know, but then like I feel bad. Like I haven't. It's really tough. I don't know. When you go to college and then you come out and start working, you're so focused on all that stuff. I wasn't really a great friend. I didn't call that often. But then again, like no one. Whenever I feel like that, I'm like, no, I'm not like denying calls. I'm not like ignoring calls from all these people. So it's a two-way street, but it's still like you never want to lose someone. So
I'm a fucking animal. I've told Felicia for years. And Lee and I were having a conversation.
And Felicia has felt it.
Lee and I were having a conversation at dinner tonight. I know you've had this conversation. You've had this thought. Comedy is a great thing to do. Life is great. But comedy is even better because you really get to learn the little things about life. And while you're suffering as a stand-up comic, you're learning things that most people won't see about human beings. And how people treat you on the road and how you've been stuck in certain situations. And a complete stranger has bailed you out. And in my world tonight, I was talking to Lee about drugs, and we were talking about the disgusting things I did on Blow with women. Just animalistic, disgusting things that didn't make me feel any, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like you meet somebody, they're with somebody, you give them a bumper cup, next thing you swap a spit finger in the bathroom. Meanwhile, the date is at the bar. And you're sitting there and you go home and you go, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? And you go, you know what? This is what comedy's all about. You know what I'm saying? Why question it? I'm not going to question life in the little things.
Right, yeah.
And you can't talk about this on stage, but believe it or not, I think of all those people. I still think of the stinky, hot chick that picked me up in Ogallala, Nebraska. I wish I knew her name so I would have looked her up on Facebook and thanked her for the kind thing she did. In 1995, when I was a fucking starving, doing a triple run, and the axle in my car broke down. And she picked me up hitchhiking. No bra on, Felicia. It was like one of those episodes of, remember The Hitchhiker on HBO? Late night, the guy would be hitchhiking and some hot chick would pick him up and suck his dick and then drop him off. And what a life. You know what I'm saying? You're like, Jesus, I'm thinking about hitchhiking. This was perfect until she started saying, well, you come back to my place. Wait till my friends meet you and we all pray together. I'm like, wait a second. We're talking about praying. We just threw that curveball in. We were just going to go back and eat dinner and have a great time and we'd pray. She goes, well, I live on a thing, a commune, and we pray at night. You're more than welcome to come over and eat and spend the night. And I'm like, listen, drive me to the gas station. So my little fantasy just escaped. Even her.
Yeah.
Like, you think about all these people. Like, I do. And I'm an animal.
But when you have those moments of being with chicks like that and fingering them in a bathroom and coking them up and putting gum in their ass, whatever you're doing, I remember that story, or the rapper in her butt. But at the time afterwards, did you feel, and I don't know if guilt is the right word, but did you feel gross about your behavior?
Absolutely.
You did? But for how long? Like, and then that was over? And I'm being completely serious. Or, you know what I mean?
I would
Like,
think of where the fuck that came from. And I would write it off to the cocaine at the position where I was in my life. Because that's something I would, listen, when you're out drinking and doing, it's like the comedy store we were discussing the other night. If you really think back about the discuss fest that was, everybody on the outside thought it was a great time for comedy, but if they really looked into the inside, it became an evil thing.
yeah, it was pretty gross.
And that's that drug trend of bringing your friend's girlfriend home or your friend's wife or, whatever the fuck you're doing. That's not normal. It's fun, while you're doing it, but then you think back and you go, she's a mom today.
Mm-hmm.
One night we had 2 cocks in her fucking mouth and a cork up her asshole and she's barking and shit. Today she's driving the kid to the 7th grade like nothing. And you think about this and you see them and you're happy that their life worked out. You don't know how many girls on Facebook that I grew up with that were fucking savages. And now I see them, they got a baby, their life changed, God bless them. Like, you're like, God. I thought about all those people, Felicia, whether I fucked around with them or not. If you came into my journey, God forbid you gave me a ride, or fed me, or gave me a joint for the road. Oh my God, I still think of those people, like people who drove me to the trailways to get a bus. You meet those people on the road. You ever get to a town one night early?
I think about one time I was doing a gig and this is when I was first doing comedy, and I had a 1970 Mustang and it was a piece of shit, and I had to drive to do the Comedy Store when the Comedy Store was at the old Dunes Hotel in Las Vegas, and I broke down in the middle of the desert, and some guy came with a truck and gave me a ride all the way to Vegas, and I called and got my car towed, and I think about all the time, like, how fucking nuts is that I got into some guy's truck in the middle of the desert, but that he did that kindness for me, it's crazy.
I'm on the run. I got caught in a hotel room in San Francisco and I didn't get arrested, but they were coming to get me. I'll never forget this. They were coming to get me. And I took my ex-wife and we took a bus to Reno. We got to Reno. We couldn't even get rolling papers at that time. They would throw you in jail for 22 fucking years. So we took a bus right back to San Francisco. We went to the bus station. And the next morning we woke up and we pulled as many things as we could and shit. And we got in the fucking car. And something happened. She left the cash at the bus station. My ex-wife.
The one from just partying all that stuff?
Something weird happened. Something fucking weird happened at the bus station. She went and got a soda and put her purse down and $800. And we had the karma coming to us. Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong. It was coming to us. We just didn't know what time. Here it was. Cops are looking for us. We're in a cab to the airport. We made the cab driver turn around. Take us back to the fucking bus station. We looked, wallet was gone. Guy goes, well, you have a flight to catch. Yeah, we do. She had a flight to catch. I was going to get stuck until she went home and got more money. So we went back to the airport and the guy gave us his business card. And he trusted us. And she had to go back to get the jewelry that we pawned. And she called the guy. He picked her up, gave her a ride to get the jewelry. She paid him the money. He drove her right back to the airport a year later. And I still think about that fucking cab driver. Most cab drivers would have said, fuck you. Mm-hmm. He drove us back to SFO. And gave us a business card. We could have told him to fuck off and rip that card up. I said, no, we're going to pay that guy that fucking money. I don't give a fuck how we pay it. We're going to pay that guy. It was like $55. We got the guy the fucking money. I've always felt good about doing that. That's the type of shit that you make his day.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of a sudden,
Right,
you're
yeah.
like, what? You remembered? Oh my God. Like in those days, I was doing a lot of bad things, but from time to time, I would do good things too. And I still remember doing that, like going back and she paid the guy the $55 plus like $100 tip.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't take the tip. He was like, no, I'm embarrassed. No, you fucking bailed us out that night. You have no idea. I still think about that guy. That was 31 years ago. Like, what happened to that fucking dude? Like, I wish I could do a sitcom where I go looking for these motherfuckers just on,
Right.
like, what happened to this guy that, gave me a ride to the Improv that time. You know, when you're a feature actor, you fly in and you realize the club is 40 fucking minutes. That's a $200 cab ride. You basically got $30 in cash. There's no ATM card when I was featuring. There was nothing.
Right.
You have no fucking idea how many people picked me up at the airport for free. And oh my God, I think of those people. Like, I fucking don't remember their names, but I remember their faces, which.
But also when you hear a story about someone paying someone back, like I was engaged briefly to this guy after I was divorced, and he got out of nowhere $1,000 check from Chelsea Handler, and apparently like 10 years beforehand, when she had just come into town, he had lent her money. I don't know what the situation was. I don't know. But she, when she made it on her show and everything, 10 years later, how many years later, sent him the money back out of the blue. And I was never a big fan of hers, but I was like, damn, that's fucking awesome. It's awesome that she did that, you know?
You make somebody's fucking day like that. You give them faith for a day. You really give somebody faith for a day when you make that type of movement. When you're like, hey, 10 years ago, you gave me $82. And you're like, to this day, I try to give Ari $40 he left me. And he always goes, no, I don't give a fuck. To this day, I still remember him letting me $40 on the road one time. When am I going to give it back? No, don't give it back. So I you just think of all that shit. I wish I would have written names down. I wish I would have done like I would have wrote my road log down, like wrote down like a diary of dates and kept it. I didn't think. And I did have notebooks where I wrote like the day, like what I wanted to do, what I was thinking, but I would do it at night when I was coked up. So I couldn't even read it. It was hieroglyphics in the morning. I would catch one word and try to put the fucking thing together, But I wish I would have run like road diaries, and now I don't do nothing on the road. I go eat breakfast, a free breakfast. I fucking talk to the guy at the fucking front desk. I get M&Ms at night. I go to my room. That's it. I go to my room. I drink coffee. I watch Law and Order. That's it. I think of my fucking life on the road now to compare to when you did a gig and stayed out and fucking. But then you were featuring. You didn't even give a fuck.
Right.
You just need to come up with 20 minutes and I'm out there, bitch.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
So, but on the friend thing, I grieve over that every day. I grieve over not talking to Glenn Conti and Fernie and those guys. So to me, just knowing that he thinks about me from time to time, that made my day. Because I think about him, and I think about sitting down with him and maybe having a conversation, but I know that I'm happy with that. If he hits me back on Facebook and wants to get together, come to a show, which he won't. He was never one of those type of dudes. I could get him to a movie or maybe a Chinese restaurant. That was the most to his extent. I couldn't get him out even in those days. He didn't understand, I would meet him for lunch or something. I just got together with another friend that I didn't talk to for maybe 10 years. And he was at a Salvation Army. He was getting his life back together. He was working on an elevator or something like that. I think about those dudes. I hung out with him when my mom died. I was with him every day for fucking 2 years, every day, Your kid's age. That was my house. He would always complain to his mom, Mom, how come you give him a bigger piece of chicken than me? What the fuck? And he'd go, think about the fucking situation, okay? Let him get the bigger piece of chicken.
Yeah.
In Spanish. And he had an aunt that lived in the back that was crazy. So she'd be back there watching Spanish television, swatting flies. We just giggle at it. Tia, we just giggle. She'd go fuck yourself. We lock the door on her and shit. But he just called me, so it's nice. Listen, some of the other guys, man, we went our own fucking ways. Another guy hit me up 2 weeks ago that was cool with me. And then when he got out of high school, he became an undercover cop and shit. And he started busting my friends. I didn't accept the friend request. Fuck him. Fucking douchebag. We were tight. He knew what we were doing. That's like cheating and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He busted my friends. What type of fucking guy does that shit?
Well, I had this friend that I met when I was 19 who was a stripper, and she was an awesome stripper. She had like the best costume. She would do theme shows. She would do, that song, Little Red Riding Hood, right? She'd come out in a red cape and have a little basket and give everyone little chocolate kisses. And we've had this friendship now for how many years, but sometimes we don't talk for like 3 and 5 years. Because she goes fucking crazy and she just does crazy shit. But she's like my co-witness in one of the most turbulent times of my life. So she always means a lot to me. But she sometimes doesn't understand how a friendship should work. What's so funny? What's so funny?
I don't know.
I'm laughing because I gotta ask you a question.
Okay, ask me a question.
Listen,
What's going on?
I lose my mind. I hear voices sometimes. I have a tough time sleeping. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night to pee and I just don't get up. I just sleep.
What does that mean?
And I just sleep with the fucking terror of pee inside of me for 2 hours until I finally gotta give in and
I
pee.
do it all the time.
Oh my God.
Really?
What a horrible way to fucking sleep and live your fucking life. When you gotta pee, you're like,
There's no way I'm getting
fuck it, I'm not getting up. It's too cold to get up. And you hold it for 2 hours. That's self-torture.
Right.
Most countries, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
And you get up and you gotta pee and shit.
No, the worst is when you have to fart.
Oh,
And
no, I
then-
let it out. That's my fault. I don't give a fuck about farts.
And then it's not a fart.
I'm too old. I farted on the plane. It was so fucking bad. It was that Paducah meat the other day. The guy next to me was sleeping. They went into his nostrils. He was snoring. Tremendous. I love when they give that little fucking. So, I know these things.
Did you ever do that, Felicia?
Yes.
When did you shit yourself?
Yes. Yeah, you've never done
No,
that.
no, of course I have.
Yeah.
What a minute. Like, I can't imagine you ever doing
I
that.
didn't shit
Right.
myself. It was just close
You've
to it.
never shit yourself in
No,
the
I
middle
didn't
of the
shit
night?
myself in the plane.
Okay.
A
Just
couple
so-
of years ago, I had an incident where I had to get up. I ate those tacos from the corner that time on Lancashire. I got fucked up for 2 days. I still did the headline spot at the Improv the next night with diarrhea. You have no idea what it is to be up there holding your ass tight. You can't laugh. You can't sneeze. You can't giggle.
One time, my sister-in-law, she got the flu, and she's like, "I have to sleep on a towel," and I was giving her so much shit. And then I got the flu from her, and I had to sleep on a towel.
It's crazy that as a comedian at one point used to start snapping. Our girl snapped in New Jersey this weekend. Did you
Yeah.
see that?
Oh yeah.
You
But
can't snap
I
in
don't
New
think she
Jersey.
did. She snap or she was just talking about what you want to talk about.
She snapped.
Oh, okay. I don't
Listen
know.
to me. You know what comes out of my mouth at that fucking club?
Yeah.
Okay. That club, I work that motherfucker raw. That's my back fucking yard. Do you understand me?
Mhm.
You have any fucking idea? I throw down at that club because I
I'm
got to
sure.
open the valve.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
Jersey.
I'm
I grew up
sure.
there.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure.
know all the little intricacies
Yeah.
and the different towns. I could say where they go to spring break. I know all that shit.
Yeah.
And I've never fucking had a bad set there. They're savages. She said a rape joke. I don't know what the fuck happened last night. I don't know what the fuck happened. Something must have fucking happened. See, the people who go to see are sensitive white people. They're Gentiles. And sometimes she goes
White
up.
people.
They are. They're
Yeah.
gluten-free. They drink
In
macchiatos.
Jersey too?
Oh, they got them.
Yeah.
Oh, those people are spreading.
Yeah.
Oh, those fucking people are spreading. I'm happy you're here. I'm really happy you're here because there's something I got to show you. Lisa Ayat. I called Lisa Ayat today. I haven't seen this in years. You know, listen, I came from Cuba. All I ever wanted to be was a dirty white person. That's all I ever wanted out of life. I was about 13. I really got a fucking taste of it. My mom put music on in that bar. And I heard this music, and I'm like, wait a second. Morrison was dirty, but that poetry shit didn't make him that dirty.
Mhm.
That poetry shit pulled him out. Like the end is strong. But when I heard the Allman Brothers, Felicia, something about that makes me go ape shit. Like especially so. Put some on for Felicia. Put on Allman Brothers live from the Fillmore East, 9/29/1970, Whipping Post.
Okay, that's gonna have to.
Just put Whipping Post live from the Fillmore East. I want Felicia to see this. What?
By the way, I saw this and with my I was in Kansas with my family over Easter, and my stepmother was watching PBS, but she was watching a documentary about the sound studios in Muscle Shoals.
Oh shit!
All
on
about
Netflix.
it's such an amazing
Oh,
documentary.
that's badass. Who went there and shit?
Yeah,
Did you watch
yeah.
Final last night?
I did.
When
yes.
he went to talk to Elvis,
Oh
and
yes.
he's like, "When we go to Muscle Shoals,"
Yeah. I
and
was like,
Elvis
yes.
was fucking foaming at the fucking mouth.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they blow my nose up.
Yeah. Lee, if you get a chance to watch this documentary, it was so amazing, and it was about how Dwayne Allman came down, and then he brought his brothers, but all the people that
The
recorded
first one on top.
in those studios, it's
Leonard
amazing.
Skinner, the
The Stones, all Aretha Franklin, all the people.
Look at these two savages. And then we're going to fast forward this. You know, people talk about singers. Anybody could go up there and sing. But to lay your soul down, two different worlds. Hit it, Lisa.
Want to start from the beginning?
Just in the beginning. We'll fast forward it. Watch these savages. See, these guys didn't know. They weren't thinking about Trump. They weren't thinking about Republicans. They weren't thinking about black people. This band, they were just thinking of being white brilliance. This is all this is. This is white brilliance. Listen to that guy's voice, though. Look at that boy's face.
Yeah.
Are you fuck Brad Pitt? Fuck Jan Michael Vincent? Fuck Sons of Anarchy? Look at his eyes. What the fuck you think is on his mind? Oh. Are you fucking kidding me, Felicia?
I know, it's pretty amazing. So awesome.
What do you think he's thinking about?
It's like, I'm not going to fuck up. That's what he's thinking.
That's white brilliance, Felicia.
Yeah.
These guys are from some dirty town in Florida or Jacksonville or one of those places that, look, this guy don't know. Nobody sent him, he don't even care about the memo.
Yeah.
He don't have time to fuck with the memo.
Do they two drummers? I think they do, right?
Yeah, they have two drummers.
I like the black one.
Listen, ask the Allman Brothers who they like, and they'll go, he doesn't have a color. They didn't think that way. These guys thought about the soul of the music.
That's right. That's why in the
Listen to
documentary, that was really one of the first times in those studios where blacks and whites worked together. And they were talking about in Muscle Shoals how they would come out of the studios and there'd be white guys and black guys, and everyone would stare at them just hanging out because they had the connection of music. And how when Dwayne Allman came, he was the first guy that had the long hair. And then people really were like, who the fuck is that? You know?
They didn't look at color, dog.
Yeah.
They didn't see color, these guys. They grew up in fucking We Hate Brothersville. Look at this guy. How many joints you think he smoked today? This shit this morning had me sweating, Felicia.
Yeah.
Pouring out of my armpits. My sides were sweating. I was drinking coffee. I was banging that fucking pipe outside. I watched this whole thing. I was like, Jesus Christ. Look at him. Effortlessly.
Look how cool he is.
Now, I think that guy's Dickie Betts. That's the crazy guy that they all talk about.
The one in the middle,
Yeah.
the guitar player? Or is he a bass player?
Guitar player.
The guitar
He's
player.
just as lethal as this fucking savage right here.
Been such a fool. I had to stand by, take a day. Oh, for loving you. I dropped myself in sorrow. And I look at what you've done. And nothing seems to change. The bedtime seems the same. Now I can't run. Sometimes I see. Sometimes I
Wow, that really affects you.
Oh, this is white brilliance.
Yeah.
This is something that they didn't walk around with their coffee cups. They didn't care about what you look at them. Look at them. They didn't care. They cared about the music. This is live. It sounds like, and there's I don't know how many fucking people there. That's a big place. These guys this will never happen again.
You don't think?
Never again.
Yeah.
They don't appreciate it. They don't. This is something completely different. They were going. No, you think those guys have a costume designer? You think they got tattoos? Did you see any hats? Did you see any of that?
Yeah, yeah.
Give me a fucking guitar. You really want what? You know what you're getting yourself into by coming here tonight. Yeah, well, I didn't know. We're gonna rock and some everything. You ready?
Uh-huh.
That's what they did. Look at them. They didn't fucking care.
Yeah.
They didn't care. Them and Leonard Skinner are the best things that happened. And I always say, if they wouldn't have died, it would have been a different game. But these guys, that's too much for me to even watch. That fucking makes me get the car and just drive off a cliff because I could never get that good. I could never be that free.
Really?
That's...
Even when you're on stage and you're just talking some major shit and you're not even doing your act and you're just free flowing?
Those guys tapped into something. I could tap into something. But for you, Lee, and I to tap into something together, it's a complete different ballgame. At the same time, six people on that fucking stage connecting.
Yeah.
That's perfectly. That'll never happen again. Led Zeppelin at the Garden. That'll never happen again. UFO, Strangers in the Night. That'll never happen again.
And when you have a great set, is not at that level. The best set of your life.
Listen, man, I dream to achieve that type of perfection. That's what you dream of. Not one night, but to do that 3 out of 5 nights on the road. Alcohol, women, drugs, freedom. That's a big fucking word. And that's what those guys were. They didn't give a fuck. They reached the level. To do that at the Fillmore East, to have all those songs. Watch that whole thing. And you'll sit there and go, what the fuck are these guys on?
Mm-hmm.
I'll do it. What do they got? Give me the exact Chinese powder they're on and who shot it. And what? That's what I want. That's perfection.
Do you ever have a time in your life where you did sets that were so exceptional to you that you remember it? Like for me, I remember living in New York and I did once a set at Joe's Pub, which was sometimes kind of a hard place to work. And I don't know how it happened, but I had one of the best sets that I'd ever had. And I still think about that night, how it was like lightning struck for me. Do you ever have a set like that you think about?
Yeah. Yes.
And where was that at?
Last year on the road, last year on the road, there would be a couple cities I would go into and I'd have my fucking way to the point where I couldn't believe it. Like they were ice house crowds. Like you weren't doing great. You were manhandling them. Like for 40 fucking minutes. You know, like 46 minutes of manhandling them. When we taped the special in Vegas, that special was kaput because I didn't manhandle them. The room was too big, and my timing was off. I had to do too much time. I felt like I had to drag my material and get my point across. It really wasn't my style. I'm not good at shooting fucking specials, man. I'm good at shooting CDs. I'm not really good at specials for some reason.
Why do you think that is?
I got like a mental block in my mind. I fucking fold 2 days before the special.
Really?
Yeah, I fold 2 days before the special. I just cave. It's too much.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always think that name the 3 specials that fucking inspired you.
Well, for sure, Richard Pryor Live on Sunset.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because right when Jeff Valdez, when I was 19 years old, I lived with him, and my dad came in to Denver, and my dad was projectionist, and he had to go. His job is when the old equipment was being replaced, he would go in and replace the old equipment and put the new equipment in and take it with him. And he worked at a really old theater where he replaced the equipment, and it was Richard Pryor's Live on Sunset that came on, and that changed my life. And then I saw about a year ago the documentary about Richard Pryor doing that special, and how the first night when he did that special bombed.
That was about the time at the Hollywood Bowl where he went up there and
Oh,
did
yeah,
the
yeah,
grill thing
yeah,
with a bunch of fags.
yeah.
Where were you when I needed you and shit like that?
Right. And then, I mean, like, his ass must have been sweating. He was bombing so hard. And then he came back the next night and killed it, you know. And I can relate as a comic to that, you know, and I think that you don't even have to be a comic to relate to that, you know, something you're doing at your job where you fucked up, you know, and you know you got it, and then you're like, I'm gonna fucking do it no matter what, and then you go back and you kill it the next night. So for that's one of my top specials that I think changed my life in the beginning, and then changed my life a year or two ago when I saw the documentary. I think it was a year ago.
Well, I took the bus to go see that special.
You did?
I took the bus on a Friday night with Sabatino, Dominic Speciale, his older brother. We had to be 13, 14, maybe 15, I guess, right? Something like that. We took the bus down there, and I got my arm cut. At the way out, they tried to mug us in Jersey City. But I remember going to see that special and being happy because he had recovered from the burn and all that shit. But when he did that joke, I think I almost fell down. And there's many a nights that I've sat there smoking weed, thinking about that night. Thinking while I was watching that at that early age, in the back of my mind, was I really thinking about stand-up? And I got to look at you and tell you the truth. And not at all. I thought it was brilliant what he had done. I fucking went home. I had bicentennial nega. I had, was it something I said? In fact, today I went to the doctor. I got on the elevator. There's 5 chicks, 5 old bats. Get on the fucking elevator. I get on with them. And they're all staring me down, right? And I'm sitting in the back. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say a word. I got in the back. And all of a sudden, bing, the elevator 2, the second floor, the thing opens up, and all 5 hags walk out. And I look at the one. I go, was it something I said? And that's the cover. It was one album with the thing on, and there's a bunch of white people. He's got a mask on, or they got hoods on, or something like that. When I heard that really impacted me.
Yeah.
That really. And again, stand-up was nowhere close. When I went to see that guy from Boston in '87, stand-up was not even on the fucking horizon.
Yeah.
Nothing at all that time. Nothing. I didn't even think about it like that. I didn't start thinking about it seriously till '88. And I didn't get on stage till '91. So that's how long I dragged my fucking feet, you know. When I think of specials, I think of that one. I think of Andrew's special.
Who's?
Andrew's. The first one's from Philadelphia, Andrew Dice Clay. And I think of Eddie Murphy's Delirious. And 2 nights before I'm doing my special, I caved because in the back of my mind, I'll never be that good. That's what I want. I want that type of perfection, that it happens once in a lifetime, but it lives forever. You know, and, in the back of my mind, I cave. Even though I'll go on the road 4 weeks and polish shit, cut shit out, and really tune up the energy, because that I gotta come out. Once I come out energy high, I got them. But I gotta come out in the first round like Rocky Balboa. I can't piss around and make believe I'm Seinfeld. Once I think I'm Seinfeld, it's over.
I'm so surprised to hear that.
Yeah, you helped me a lot, because you told me once you are what you are. People come see that type of shit, that nonsense. And I understood it. I go, she's right. There's people I could listen to, and there's people I could not listen to. And that's just the way life is, you know.
Well, conversely, when I started at the Comedy Store, Richard Pryor would come in, and he would come in on a Tuesday night, and he would do a set. And, you know, that special changed my life. But then you fast forward 10 years later or whatever, and probably not 10, like 5 years later, and he would come into the original room, go up at 8:30 on a Tuesday night, and he would be so fucking terrible. And you, as a young comic, you'd be sitting there going, what the fuck, man? This is supposed to be the great Pryor, but you're young, you don't know. And then you would see him come in every night, and then they'd come in Wednesday, and maybe one joke would work, and by Friday night, it would be like fucking butter. You know what I mean? It would be so amazing. You're like, this is the fucking great Pryor, and he would be killing it. And that was a big lesson to me as a comedian, that to see someone who I revered so much to eat the biggest shit and not care. Chappelle does that. I saw Chappelle do that the other night.
You have to do that.
You have to do
You
that.
have to do that.
Yeah.
That's the tightrope.
Yeah.
That's the tightrope. That's the discipline. That's it. Until you can do that, nothing really moves forward. That's why what really helped me was 98 at the store. I got involved in something up there that was a sort of storytelling. And that gives you patience. When you sort of storytell, you got to be up there for a minute or two weaving them. So you got to become interesting. And that taught me the patience. Lee, hit it. Let's do some shout outs here. Felicia's going to go do a set and shit. You're sitting there all fucking stoned. I'm happy you came by and shit.
Well, thank you for having
That's
me.
right, you bad motherfucker.
I know. It's interesting. Goddamn, I've missed you, Joey.
No idea. So I gotta go pick up the steroids tomorrow. I gotta go on a 4-week steroid plan to reduce the swelling in my nose.
What's going on with that?
It's gone. It's just, I had to answer a questionnaire, and if you get like 4 out of fucking 7, that's it. So for 4 weeks, I go on the steroid thing, reduces the swelling. I gotta be off this by Friday.
Yeah, that stuff is no good if
This
you
is
get
no good.
addicted to it, right?
Yeah, now it's not even working no more. So now you pass and do. I'm gonna have a hard time working out because when I can't breathe, I get anxiety. So you're allowed to put 1 spray in the morning on one nostril and 1 spray in the other one every 12 hours. And you gotta just go wean yourself off and just toughen it up for the weekend like this.
I used to have an uncle and a cousin who was addicted to that nose spray, and they would keep it in their little pocket.
Oh my God!
And they would. Speaking of a guy with a mirror, always doing that, right, with a spoon. They would be every like 5 to 10 minutes. They'd do snort, snort.
No, I got the last couple weeks, 10 days, I've been blasting 1 or 2, and I got it. I got to blow my nose and then put my head back and let it go in there. And I've been sleeping at night, so hopefully they're going to put a balloon in there in 4 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Lee, you were right over there. That little 200 package fucking kill you.
Yeah, it was
Give
good.
some shout outs here, my man Chris Penny, Bob Lalingus, hoping your dad's good, Joey Brooklyn looking good, Hayden Herbert, Kyle Uber, Travis Anderson, Rad Jazz, and my man Jesse Wright. If you motherfuckers in the San Francisco, Oakland, Bay Area this weekend, Felicia Michaels is working at the
I'm going to actually be in Reno at the
Reno
at the Silver Legacy.
Silver Legacy, but it's the factory in the Silver
The
Legacy. No,
factory
but
in the
people will
Silver
drive
Legacy.
on the weekends from
Sometimes
the Bay
people
Area.
do, yeah.
No,
yeah.
they do. They will. They have nothing going on. They'll say, you know what? Fuck it, let's take a ride to Reno, get fucked up, watch Felicia Michaels, fucking blow the stage up in Reno. Shit, that's a good little place. Have you
Yeah, I
been there?
can't wait. I've
Have you
never
been
been
there
there.
before?
Not
I
to
used
that room.
I used to go up there when there was a Catch a Rising Star. Now, a Catch a Rising Stars, are they done?
I don't know. I think there's one in Jersey still, isn't it?
Check it out, Lisa. I am banned from there.
Are you really?
Me and the kid from Philly, the kid that does the signs for the improv. Shh, hey, you, don't talk. And he's from Philly. You ever go to any of the improvs in the beginning of the show? A guy comes on, I know you're here. You came down to watch comedy, but your cell phone. Shut up. Talk. What's his name?
I have no
idea. Todd Glass.
Todd Glass.
Todd Glass is from Philadelphia, and me and him are the only two comedians banned from the whole Catch a Rising Star chain.
What did you do to get banned?
I was working the week, and there was a snowstorm. And at 5:30, they called me, and they go, hey, we're canceling the show. Then at 7:30, it died snow, and they called me back, and they go, we got a show, and I was in the city. So I said, guys, I'm in the fucking city. I'll never make it. You guys could do this to me. There's a snowstorm. There's traffic. So I didn't show up. They gave me my check and shit, but then they just said he's fine.
Wow.
I was always working Reno. Reno was good.
Yeah.
Reno was a fun place because the machines were fucking broken. So you'd always hit the jackpot for 1,100. But then the clinker is the guy that ran the fucking club was tight with the floor manager. So on Saturday, they let you go in the booth. And they would run the money for like 10 minutes and you'd catch money.
Oh.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
That's right.
When you got a cocaine problem, you know what I'm saying? Every $10 counts. Soon as you, in the old days, soon as you checked in, they gave you an envelope.
Mm-hmm.
Soon as you came in, they gave you an envelope, coupons for the Chinese noodle bar and the buffet. Not bad. I went there with, what's the guy that died, the Vietnam vet, Cuban, Vince from the Comedy Store, got diabetes. Towards the end, the Asian wife, nice guy, did the CDs for everybody. He did the week with me. I did it with Schubert 1 week. I was doing it a lot. And then they fucking banned me. But I was up there twice a year up there at the Silver Legacy. I would hit the jackpot for 900, and then I would get 300, 400, 500, 600 in the fucking thing. And they gave you a measly 75 as check. You know, it didn't do nothing for you, but who gives a fuck? Just the little things you made dough. And the guy was cool because the assistant to the assistant to the assistant to the assistant manager at the club was also the manager at the recording studio. So he would steal the dupes. Who does that shit?
This is when the improv was there?
No, this is when Catch was there.
Yeah.
There was a kid that was a manager at the comedy club. In the daytime, he worked at the recording studio. And bands would go up there to record, and he would put an extra tape recorder on. You know what I'm saying? Then he would pull them out and give them to you as a gift. So when Aerosmith was up there rehearsing, he taped all the fucking rehearsal, shit like that.
Right.
He was just a dynamite kid. He paid you on Friday instead of Saturday, and you got your check cashed.
Right.
He was just one of those guys. And again, that you think about and go, wow, where is he? You know? Like that's it. That's Lee, you're 26. You're going to make 1,000 friends. And you're going to lose 1,000 friends. And you're going to sit there and go, what the fuck happened? And now, thank God, Facebook. Thank God you have Facebook now, because now there's a slight connection to these people. If Felicia Michael gets bored one night, she goes, what happened to that open mic in 88? You could press her name in, and she'll come up on Facebook or not. And all of a sudden you'll realize they live in some town in Tampa, Florida, and she's got 3 kids or something. That's the power of Facebook. That's what Facebook, 10 years ago it was classmates.com. Classmates.com is dead and buried. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Fuck you.
I don't even remember Classmates.com.
Yeah, they're still around lurking, trying to get a 20 from you, peak. Remember your first crush in high school? Give us $9.95. We'll see. I gave them like $20. That never happened. Nobody fucking registers for class. Only geeks hang out for the fucking killers. They don't, Karnak Asadorian. The Charlie Gizzy. He's not going to set it at classmates.com.
I think it still exists.
Yeah, I had like a fuck yeah, classmates.com. But ain't nobody giving them $9.95. They got Facebook now. Who gives a fuck? What is it? How much is it to join?
Look and find out.
This is the first time they've even had advertising. It's that fucking year. I'm giving them free fucking advertising. They're done.
I forgot all about
Yeah,
that.
they've been lurking on Facebook. You pop up from time to time. Hey, you want to bump into Mildred? You know what? And pay you. I'm on Facebook talking to Mildred's brother right now. I gotta give you $9.95 to join and fucking see pictures from high school.
Has there ever been an experience where you've bumped into somebody and you were like, "Ugh," step back and sneak away?
Bump into them from what era?
Any era.
A lot of people show up to shows now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really interesting. It really, I think about them. I think about our interaction, like when they hit me on Facebook or they surprise me, and I go, hold on, great to see you. Let me go take pictures. While I'm taking pictures of people, I'm thinking about our history. Like, why is he here? You know? And sometimes I'm really happy to see people. But sometimes, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like I don't like how they show up. You know, especially when I go to Florida. When I go to Florida, they come out of the woodwork. And there's people that are really dynamite that I see that come up, give me a hug, and they're like, we gotta go, bro. And I'm like, whew.
Yeah.
But then there's people that want to lurk. There's one guy, Louis Jerez, old school North Bergen guy, comes up to the shows, pays for his own ticket. And on the way out, I'll see him out of the corner of my eye, and he'll go, yo. And I'll see him, he'll come over, give me a hug, and he'll just disappear. Because he understands the situation, what's going on and stuff. But 9 out of 10 times, Felicia, fuck yeah, I'm happy to see somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck yeah. And there's people that I want to see that haven't popped their head up. That's what really kills me. Like, I did a lot of things with them. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to get a hold of me now. I'm on all this shit, you know? But anybody from those days, yeah, I like to have a conversation with them. From that Rat Pack that I hung out with, that we were kind of crazy. I don't talk to Stinky anymore. I talk to his brother. I talk to his brother like once a month. We're still tight. And he sends messages. And at the end of the conversation, he always apologizes for his brother not talking to me. And him and I don't talk because he told me as a man, he goes, listen, I'm really proud of you, what you did, man, but I can't talk to you. I mean, he said it to my face, Felicia.
Oh, really?
On the phone.
Really?
Nobody's ever done something like that.
But why did he not want to talk to you?
This was after, you know why, Felicia? Because as much as we loved each other, every time we'd see each other, it was never nothing good. And I came a pussy hair from ruining his life. We both could have got arrested for robbing a jewelry store with Marblehead. And we both would have done 10 fucking years, all three of us. And I think that sometimes he thinks about that and he goes, what the fuck? Every time I was with this fucking dude, Felicia, every time we had a good time, but he wasn't an innocent. But in some people's mind, Felicia, like my buddy Avillo told me one time that he actually hooked up with Fernie. And that during the conversation, Fernie said, you know, let me tell you something. My mom's really mad at you. And he goes, what are you talking about? And she goes, my mom's really mad at you because of all the parties you had growing up. My mom always thought that the problems I got into was because of you. That's a weird fucking angle to have on life. That you used to have a lot of parties, so I became fucked up because of your parties. But I didn't talk to Stinky from 93, and I probably called him in 2001. I was in Jersey, and I was driving, and I got his number from a friend of mine. I called him up. He answered the phone. We talked for like 15 minutes. And then he said, listen, man, my life has changed now. He goes, I got a kid. I'm a born-again Christian. I don't drink. I don't do this no more. I don't do that no more. I just work. And he had gotten money. He had gotten a stock buyout. Like he started at UPS when they used to pay. So he started at UPS in 82, dog. That's the only job he's ever had since high school. He started at UPS in 81. How many years is that, Lee? 19, 16, That's a lot.
35
35
He's been
years.
at UPS since he was a senior in high school.
Wow.
So like in 2000, they did a stock buyout. He got like $3 million. He stopped.
Are you
talking-
serious?
Stopped talking to his brother for a few years
Uh-huh.
because of the dough. Stopped talking to a few of his friends. So when I called him, he was still on the don't even think of me, like on that defense. You
Uh-huh.
follow me? And I said to him, it's good to talk to you. I always loved you. And he goes, I love you too. He goes, but listen, here's the truth. I changed my life, blah, blah, blah. He goes, so I appreciate if you lose my number. And I didn't say fuck off or nothing. I go, you know what? Thank you for the honesty. Thank you for always being there for me when I was a kid. I understand. I didn't shed a tear because at least he told me.
Told you. Oh, because
And
when
it
people
was-
don't tell you, that's
he
worse.
was-
Yeah.
He said it right out.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what, man? And I thought about it. I broke it down. I never did nothing bad to him. In fact, we made dough together. But thinking back, I took him down some dark streets that he could have got out of. Don't get me wrong. There's no victims in my fucking. There's no victims here.
Yeah.
He could have said plenty of times, dog, this ain't for me. And guess what? The type of guy I am, I would have still gave him a taste because I loved him as a brother.
Mm-hmm.
We were together for a long time. We did a lot of shit together. There was a time, Felicia, I was telling Lee tonight, I used to buy 1,000 Black Beauties for $40.
Oh, Jesus.
No, that's not. You know how many friends you have?
1,000.
Because 1,000 divided by 40, that's nothing. That's pennies a piece. Not even. Not even. So if you bought 10 hits of mescaline from me, I'd throw in 10 fucking Black Beauties and you go, oh my God, you're the best. No. It cost me fucking 10 cents. I used to make so much money on those Black Beauties. He had a girlfriend that used to do them. And I used to give him a cut just because he'd sell them. Like I'd give him like $50 a week when he was a sophomore. In his world, $50 was he could go to clubs. When you were 16 in those days, you went out at night. I would give him a cut. He would call me up and I'd say, listen, I sold this week. Take a cut. Oh, yeah. I told this guy to buy up from me. Just because he was helping me out a little bit. I always took care of him. And when we were robbing, whether he held the gun or not, I gave him a taste. You know me. I always gave him a taste. It's my brother. He's got the car.
Was it a bigger taste if he had a gun?
The more action you do. You show up with the eyeball, you get more action. If you show up and go, listen, in that building on the 3rd floor, there's a guy who's got $1 million up there. What I'm going to do is this, Joey. I'm going to catapult up to the 3rd floor. I got a fucking chain like Spider-Man. I'm going to pull myself up, go in. All I want you to do is move with a walkie-talkie. I expect 300 G's.
For a walkie-talkie?
Why not? Why not?
That's an expensive
Working it.
walkie-talkie.
Working it like a professional.
How do you work a walkie-talkie?
You were out here with your dog, with they can see your face if the cops pass by. I'm on the corner watching deep. I got a fucking CB radio in my ear with the cop fucking thing. So if somebody calls and says, we see a little Jew bald guy going across on a fucking catapult, you understand me? I got the fucking police radio in my fucking ear. That's a CB guy.
I'd give you like
You follow me?
100,000.
No. You gotta give me 300 large.
Oh, you're 100 to third.
100,000 for the job and 200 to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, that's.
Right or wrong. You want me to go tell some? See, if you give me $100,000, I'm gonna go home and think about it. Say he's a greedy motherfucker. What if I tell my friends, Lee has $900,000 in his apartment right now. You're gonna last 15 fucking minutes. If I put it out there on the police walkie-talkie, you'll last 15 minutes. Those gorillas will kick your fucking door down and throw you off the balcony.
How would you get the word out back then?
Oh my God! Just go to the bar and sit there and get a drink and go. Oh, Lee's got 900,000 in his apartment. Can you believe that?
Suddenly, there's no one in the bar but you.
And people will look at each other and go, "What are you talking about? Fucking Lee and me robbed that joint. Fucking Jew bastard gave me 100 fucking grand. He got $1 million cash, 900,000. That's it. You sure? Yeah. Where's he got the money? Well, we just robbed him 10 minutes ago. He's got to be in his house. You're dead. You're dead. What people will do for 900,000 cash, you're dead. They'll march right in there with man. They don't care about cameras. Nothing. They'll kick the door down, put a gun in your mouth, go, where's the money? You'll be negotiating. I'll give you 200,000. Boom. That's it. It's over. They'll just take the fucking money. You might as well just give it to them. Joey put the word on, but you give me 300,000. It's 100 to keep my mouth shut, not 100 to forget. Remember that thing we did? What thing? I don't know what you're talking about. That's it.
Those are expensive thoughts to forget. Jesus.
700,000 you gotta clear for fucking being Bingo the Clown for 10 minutes. Who you kidding? Who do you think's out there working the walkie-talkie like a savage? What if I just cut the fucking rope and call the cops on you? You're my competition. You fall off, I go up there and take the mill. You ever think about that? No, you didn't. So this is why you pay the small 3% and everybody's happy. You go to an island, I never see you again.
It's not the small 3%, it's the small 33%.
What was the movie with Sean Penn? He did with his wife in the late 80s. He was in the Irish mob. And he didn't like what he was seeing. So how he got out was he staged it with John Turturro. Really good fucking
what was
movie.
that movie?
He staged the fake hit and he disappeared to Boston and became a cop. Then the guys with Gary Oldman. Ooh,
What was that movie?
Ooh, and Ed Harris and fucking the blonde. And,
Robin Wright?
you know who else in that movie?
State of Grace.
State of Grace.
State
you
of
know who else in that
Grace.
movie? Burgess Meredith.
Oh, yeah?
Remember they kick his door down? He's like, I don't know nothing. I'm just eating fucking beans out of a can. I'm an old man. I don't see nothing. He's in that fucking movie. But that was the plot with Sean Penn, that he had done something. So that was still out there. So when he went back, that's the first thing Ed Harris made him do. He goes, a couple of years ago, you shot a guy up in the Bronx. You got to go up there and shoot him up because he knows. He gets pinched for something. He's going to come back. What else? Oh, I was watching something else. But the other day, I was watching something with it. Anyway, who gives a fuck?
Did you ever see Sicario?
Yes, I did.
That was a fucking awesome movie.
She was very good.
She was great in it.
She was very good.
Benicio was amazing in it.
And the other guy was good. I always liked him. He's
Mhm.
really good. He used to be married to that chick, hot-looking guy, older now, with the flip-flops on throughout the movie.
Oh,
Yes.
Brolin, James
He was
Brolin.
an American gangster as a
yeah.
cop.
He was
Fucking
great.
good, though. Lee, what's going on with you?
Speaking of the movies, I went to the drive-in this weekend. It was so much fun.
What was the name
You
of the
did?
place?
Yeah, I went to the one you were talking about. It's like the Vineland Pacific Theater or something. But it's actually cool. Pacific Theater seems to have like a bunch of small theaters, but it couldn't have been more fun. It's like an hour away in like a crappy neighborhood or something, like City of Industry. It's right by the train tracks, which is like the one downside. But it was cool. Like it built like kind of like a ski slalom, so you could park the car tilted up, and we had a clear shot of the screen.
Yeah.
Saw 2 movies. We had snacks. We had all the food in our. We didn't leave the car once. It was great. You had your own car. No one was talking. You could be on your phone if you want to. Paula, it kind of, like if Paula wants to talk during the movie, she can talk, and it's not gonna like ruin the theater. So it was pretty amazing.
When I was growing up, my dad owned a drive-in movie theater in
No
Stockton,
way.
California, and it had the biggest screen in Northern California. And he lived on this is so white trash. He lived on a trailer at the back of the lot, and he had a picture window in his trailer. And so you'd be eating dinner, and you would see like Orca crashing into the pier. You know what I mean? And our job growing up, mostly my brother's job, was to go and pick up all the garbage. And sometimes you'd find a lot of money, but mostly shitty diapers. It was like the worst job ever. It was so terrible.
You went to the drive.
It
Now,
was
that's
so-
the funny thing is, every time you do a gig, you've seen that drive-in theater.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody brought it to my attention. Somebody went on a date like 10 years ago. And she told me, she goes, I went there on a date on a theater. It was great.
Yeah, you
What's
did.
the name of the place? It's on the 5.
No,
And
you did.
it's close to here. It's fucking 20 minutes.
No.
Or it turns into an hour because there's
No,
traffic.
it's a while away.
Really?
It wasn't really even on the 5. We took the 10 a little bit down. We took like the 210 to the 10 sort of way. But it was great. You have to go see a movie that's probably not like super serious because the sound isn't great. Like I could play with my stereo to get it perfect, but it was $9 each. It was amazing. It could have been more fun.
When my first experience at a movie was when I was really little. My parents went to a drive-in theater, and it was to go see the Yellow Submarine, the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. And I have this memory of being like 2 years old, standing up in the back seat and watching the movie and going, "What the fuck is going on?" You know, because it was such a crazy movie. Like I couldn't understand. It's like I should understand this. It's a cartoon.
I saw that movie
Yeah.
as a child. Man, I didn't know what the fuck.
I know, right?
I didn't get movies till I went to see Herbie the Love Bug, and then I got a little enthused about it. And then I saw like the Strongest Man in the World, whatever, Jan Michael Vincent. It was a Disney movie. And then after that, I just dove into it. I went to see a James Bond movie. I never went back to the kid movies. Like all that shit was bullshit, Snoopy.
Right.
Once I saw Her Majesty's Secret Service, I lost it. And then my godfather took me to see like either Death Wish or Stone Killer. And I really lost it. Like that was it. I wasn't going back to Disney bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Then I just got worse and worse. Like I went to see The Exorcist in the movie theater. That makes it 10 years fucking old. That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not bueno. But in those days, they didn't give a fuck.
They didn't care.
There was no PTSD, you know. You should have PTSD after watching The Exorcist.
When you're 10. Yeah.
There was another movie that had come out about 2 years after The Exorcist, maybe about a year after The Exorcist. And what they did was they tried to outdo The Exorcist, and they gave you a puke bag.
Ugh.
And it was like the Satan's tongue or something.
Oh, really?
And they ripped out, that was it. They ripped out somebody's tongue in the movie or something. But then Midnight Express did it, and it was fine then by that time. They don't even edit that on ABC. Well, they don't show it on ABC, but I remember when Midnight Express was on ABC, and they didn't edit that part.
Wow.
You know what was on tonight, Lee?
What was
You
that?
never discussed it with me. You never told me what you thought. I am not big on superhero movies.
Okay.
I have never been big on superhero movies, but it was on tonight. And I had peace, and I watched it for an hour. And I got to tell you something, I cried. That's why I love The Crow so much.
Oh, okay.
That is why The Crow. Listen, I'm a sucker for a romantic movie, but not the good-looking dude with Sandra Bullock. That's not a romantic movie to me at all. Rocky Balboa in the first Rocky, that's as romantic as it gets. He fell in love with a woman, changed her fucking. Every time I see that movie, it changes me more. The other night I was watching it before he goes to the arena and the shorts, and it doesn't really matter. And he goes back and he's breaking down, and she puts them together. They did that on one take. That retard that walks around that people make fun of and shit. And I watched Creed on the plane. It wasn't an Academy Award winner.
The Crow?
The fucking black kid wasn't bad in Creed.
Oh, no. He was really good.
That's a fucking good actor. That's a good looking dude, dog. That
Yeah.
dude's going to cost some damage.
That's going to be a really good
He shouldn't have won an Oscar, so black
No.
people shouldn't be pissed about that. Rocky, you know why he didn't win? Because to people like that, he's a joke. But in my world, he's $100 billion joke because he's laughing all the way to the fucking bank with that goddamn movie.
I saw that. I saw Creed. I had a great time. I
And
don't
to
care what
think
anyone
he
says.
fucking wrote Rocky. Like, Rocky's not a script. There's so many little intricacies in Rocky that you look at and go, that Momo wrote this? Like, he felt this during the... Like, he explained this to the director. Like, this is what I really feel in this scene. Let's do it. Just for him doing that, I've always given him the respect that man fucking deserves. Should he got an Oscar? I don't know. They got me all fucking confused, Felicia.
But yeah, The Crow was it was interesting. It was very.
You didn't like it.
No,
like,
no,
it's
no.
No. Tell me what you really fucking thought. I don't want you to.
It's not a great movie. I thought it was interesting because it's like a very 90s movie, just like with the tones and like the lighting and the especially like the synthesizer music in it. But it was. I like it. I think I like it because like when you're in love, you see stuff and like that in movies and stuff. It was a good movie, but it wasn't. It never really took me anywhere. It was fun watching. I was never really scared or I didn't really know what to feel. It was just.
Listen,
The
in my
Crow-
world, how good was the pussy that you came back from the dead to avenge it?
Yeah, I thought the little girl was
he
really good.
Fucking loved that woman with all his heart. And just to think that a man could love a woman that much, how sad he was. He came back to avenge and he fucking killed everybody. He scared the kid's mom.
Yeah, that was good.
When he took the heroin out of her fucking arms. When he kills that dude, Luther from 48 Hours and all that shit. James Patrick, I did that movie with him, The Longest Yard, Dynamite Guy. I love that because the guy kept saying, there ain't no coming back. There ain't no coming back. There ain't no coming back. And he taped him up. He put a grenade in his fucking pocket. No, that's a tremendous scene. He loved that woman that fucking much. He took the other guy, put him in the fucking tub, and chopped him up. Tremendous. Nobody does this type of shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, you really gotta love it. He dug himself out of the grave. He had the makeup, the music. He had good actors in the movie. There was some fucked up, dark shit in the movie. And then to top it all off, he gets killed. He gets shot during that movie.
Yeah.
With a fucking gun from the set. Not one charge was ever fucking.
Oh, he was shot. Oh, really?
Nobody ever got charged. Nobody ever went to jail for that.
I think, man, in the movie he got charged. So what happened?
No, he got shot while
got
he was
shot.
shooting that movie. That's what you didn't know. I'm trying to fucking.
Was it because it was a fake
fake
ground,
gun.
but it just weirdly?
It had a ground in it. And it had like a thing that had metal. So it went off like a bullet, I guess. I don't remember the whole story. But nobody ever got like this guy died mysteriously, got shot during that fucking movie.
So did someone have to else finish the role?
They used his face. You don't even see it. It was like 3 or 4 or 5 scenes or something like that. It was just the weirdest fucking thing. You know, so 20, 30 years earlier, this happened with his father. It was an accidental death. He went to some woman's house, took aspirins, he passed out, and he fucking went into a coma and died. And now this kid dies on the set of this fucking movie. It was just, you know, and it wasn't a bad movie. I watch it and I get amused. I've seen worse shit. It's not, you know,
No,
it's not.
And I really like the little girl. I thought the little girl was very funny. But have you seen it, Felicia?
I saw it a long time ago, but I was just thinking about, don't you love when you get tricked into a movie and you think, oh, it's going to be the biggest piece of shit, and it kind of is, but then you identify with it. And for me, and I'm excited to tell you that part 2 is coming out. Did you ever see the movie John Wick with Keanu Reeves? I fucking love that movie. I really love that movie. Did you like that movie?
I loved him in that movie.
Yeah.
I'm a Keanu Reeves freak.
Me too, dude.
And you can go to Duke's any morning and there he is eating breakfast. Right on Sunset next to Whiskey A Go-Go. I used to go there, eat breakfast. You come in every morning, sit at the counter. You eat your breakfast, go next door, get some weed at the weed store. That weed store, it's still fucking there. On Sunset across from the Penthouse store, where the Penthouse store used to be, that Duke's.
Yeah.
He's in there every morning eating breakfast with a beard, long hair. You don't even know he's him unless you look at him. I've always been a fan of that dude. That movie puts me over the top.
Yeah.
The shit he did in that movie.
Yeah.
Now, in the second movie, they just shot it. And Higa Machado, who was on the podcast, was in that movie. He plays the cab driver because he did all the fucking fight scenes for the movie. He helped. John Wick, the people who did that movie, have a studio in Culver City. And all they do is stuntmen who do all that shit all day. They do all the stunts for movies. They go out with the big movies. Like, these guys don't fuck around.
Did you also see that movie where he was in where he plays Death, or and Tilda Swinton is in it and she plays like the Angel Michael, or they made a TV show from it. Oh, I hate that I can't think of the name. But I like that movie too.
The Devil's Advocate is badass. The one with the fucking the bank robber with the dude who died from cancer, God rest his soul, was tremendous. They just did a remake. But the bank robbers that would dress up like fucking the president.
Patrick Swayze, yes. Point Break.
Tremendous.
That was an amazing movie.
I love fucking John Wick and whatever the fuck his name is.
Keanu Reeves, yeah.
Listen, man, I'm really happy you fucking stopped.
I know. Thanks for having me come by, Joey.
I always loved you. I was never really mad at you. I always loved you.
Yeah.
I always thought we would talk. It would just take time.
Yeah.
We did, and everything worked out. I still love you. You're still the fucking
Well, thank
prettiest
you.
thing I had last night. Shit.
Well, thank you for saying that. No, I'm so glad that we made up. And by the way, you and your friend are gonna make up. Maybe sometimes in friendship, you just take a break, because things are going down for different people.
Yeah, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. But it just, it was nice to hear that things could change. But just to go back for 1 second about the Crow. No, because like Joey had me watch it, and I was like, when I was watching it, I was thinking,
how could Joey like this?
No. I was thinking of like why Joey likes it, and it was like, were you thinking about your mother, or like I was just trying to think of like his
I liked
pain.
it for 2 reasons. I liked it, one, that at that time, I think that movie came out in '93. 94, and I was very upset about divorce. I was very, very upset with myself. And I was very upset with myself in the sense that I didn't try to save the marriage. That where I came from, you always try to save the marriage. You put everything on hold. Where I came from, the school of thought I came from, early on, the drugs and life and the media and everything else corrupted it. And at that time, I was going through a thing that I was beating myself up. Because the reason why that happened was because I didn't really love him.
Mm-hmm.
You follow me? And I was I was beating myself up in the sense that, how can you not love somebody? So when I went to see that movie, it made me feel bad because here I am, 31 years old, and I never loved a woman like he loved that fucking woman.
Mm-hmm.
Like to come back out of a fucking grave to kill somebody. Just, even if it's bullshit.
Right,
Just
right.
that thought.
But you identify with something like that.
Just that thought that you can love somebody that fucking much. So that your soul cannot fucking rest till you come out and hang those 4 motherfuckers. Just that thought. And then it's got my favorite thing. Revenge. Somebody who they fucking did something wrong to, he goes home, he has a roast beef sandwich, and he shows up and says, remember me? Because that's what it's all about. At one time they're having a meeting, and it's creepy. He was fucking his sister, the dude with the sword and all that dude. He's a great actor. I just saw him this morning on Miami Vice. I swear to God, that same fucking actor from The Crow with the weird face, he was fucking the Asian sister.
Oh, yeah.
The black dude was in the office, and they're beating up on that mobster dude that's in all the movies at the pawn shop. He's really fucking gay. Great guy. I love that guy. He plays a tough guy in all those movies. That guy, they're beating up on him, and that's what they're trying to figure out. Who this guy is. Go see Eric Draven's grave. And when he goes to see the grave, he sees he's missing. And they fucking wrap their head about that. But that's the 2 things. A, that somebody could love somebody that much. I couldn't wrap my head around that. And B, the revenge angle. That he plotted all of them. He set them all up. He took his time. You're going back to Man on Fire. He took his time. He saw their weaknesses and he nailed them. He just nailed them one at a fucking time. And they couldn't believe it was him. They could not believe it was him. That's what I really... And it all goes back to that Clint Eastwood movie. When he disappears and he builds the shield because he knows they're going to shoot at his heart. And he comes out, and the guy keeps shooting at his heart, and he keeps falling down and getting up. And finally, after the 3rd shot, he loses his fucking mind, and Clint Eastwood blasts him. He sucked him into his world, you follow me? But he took his time slow, methodically.
I think you should go see Deadpool. That's kind of what the movie's about. I think you'd really like it.
Right.
Not knowing,
They throw him an acid and fuck him up, and he puts a superhero costume.
it's not acid. He has cancer.
Why don't you fucking spoil it for everybody who's got
It's not
cancer?
a spoiler
What the
alert.
fuck is wrong with you?
It's the beginning of that movie.
Well, I think that's why I like John Wick so much. And I know it's a stupid movie, but I really love the idea of that, how fucked up, and he was this killer, and that he met this woman, and that his love for her was so strong. He put his whole bullshit past behind him, and then she dies, and then sends him a puppy from the grave. That's what gets me. And then some asshole kills the
fucking
puppy.
He was more pissed about that fucking puppy, which I related to.
Yeah, that's what got me.
By 3/4 of the movie, he's killed 18 Russians, and you're sitting there going, no, wait a second. At the end of the day, all this is because of a fucking puppy.
Yeah.
And I get that.
Yeah.
Like, I fucking get that, too. Like,
Uh-huh.
yeah, you got it. That's it. They killed your fucking puppy. What are you, fucking nuts?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking nuts?
The whole Russian mob has to come down.
Oh, yeah. He kills fucking
My
everybody.
puppy.
That fucking puppy and shit.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Who kills a puppy?
And all this would have done is a puppy with a fucking box of chocolates, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Everything would have done to listen,
Yeah.
I got you a beautiful fucking dog. We're sorry about the dog. Beat the fuck out of my son. He's an asshole anyway. You're doing me a favor, but we brought give him the dog, give him the caviar,
I
give him the
know.
vodka, give him an envelope.
Yeah.
We don't need this war. You're too tough for this. You don't need to come out of retirement. You don't need to fucking hit this floor with a sledgehammer.
Oh, I was just thinking about that
That
when he
scene
hits
when
the
it's
floor with the
the sledgehammer,
sledgehammer.
we
It's
don't
like,
need
oh,
to
it's
do all
fucking
this.
over for these people. Yeah.
Let me read this fucking sponsor and we'll get the fuck out of here. As usual, on it. I love you guys. Sent me a package today. Some Shroom Tech, some tea booster, some Alpha Brain, the new liquid, the new doses, and we hooked my man Lee up with some protein powder. Lee's going to kettlebells 3 days a week. He's really committed to this thing, so he's going to do a protein shake after his workout to help him. And we're going to talk to you about the new Mike Dolce protein powder.
Yeah, it looks really good.
It's almond banana. It looks fucking beautiful. I haven't smelled it. I didn't want to open up the bag. I don't want you to walk around thinking like Cosby. So I didn't open up your bag. Somewhere Joey D has put his sleeping pill in my protein powder. So no, I didn't want to go in your protein. Just tell me what you think. You know what I'm saying? You may like it. I like the hemp force protein. But anyway, let's cut the basics. Go to Onnit.com. If you see any supplements you like, just read about them. I could sit here for fucking hours and bore you to death. Why fuck around? Go to Onnit and press in the code word church. Boom! And get 10% off. CHURCH. Onnit.com. Also, I want to welcome a new sponsor. Let me ask you something, people. Where the fuck do you think we live here? You think we live in Beverly Hills? No. We live in a suburb close to a place called North Hollywood, okay? If you drive around North Hollywood, all you see are massage parlors, mattress stores, weed stores, and tattoo stores. And I'm talking the emphasis on mattress stores. Have you gone shopping for a mattress in North Hollywood?
I just bought a mattress in North Hollywood.
And was it a pain in the ass?
It was a complete pain in the ass.
What'd you drop?
It was about $500.
That's not fucking bad. And is the mattress comfortable? Is it yours?
I don't give a shit. It was for the boys.
Okay, so fuck it. But for one of the boys, it cost you a nickel a roof for a single bed or a double?
It was a full-size bed.
A full-size bed.
Uh-huh.
For the skinny one, what's in a full-size bed for? You got to put him in a little skinny
He
fucking
wanted
bed.
a full-size bed.
Marine style, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like a teepee in there and shit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to buy my daughter a fucking teepee.
You should.
Kids love tents.
I bought my kids a teepee. They loved it.
I've been telling my wife, we got to go down to the thing. I sent her on a simple mission. She came back with 1,000 stories about this one's too big, this one's too small. Terry, just buy the fucking tent. How difficult is it to buy a tent? Well, how do you know? Because what Diaz is, we love being in holes. We're like Vietnamese people. You know what I'm saying? We love being hidden. When you go in the baby's room at night, there's blankets and teddy bears. The teddy bear Steve Simone gave her, she puts it on top of her head, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's like a Diaz. She covers herself up. You don't know how lucky I am. I have the sleep apnea machine. You come into my room, all you see is a hose come out from under the mattress. I'm like, it looks like an armadillo. All you
can
see
sleep under the mattress?
under the blankets.
Oh, no, that's too much.
The air goes down to zero, and I put the blankets over my fucking head, and I go to nappy noodle time, and all you see is the hole. You know how long I've been doing that? When I was a kid, I used to make like a little tunnel around my mouth and shit, and just like that. I love all that shit.
But I can't breathe when I'm under the blanket. Then you have trouble when you can't breathe.
That's perfect. That's what knocks you out. Eventually you pass. It's like half suicide. You know what I'm saying? It's like sitting in the garage without the hose. You just sit there with the fumes and you open up a window. You don't die. You just sit there and get dizzy. You. Anyway, the point being, you're unique. You don't walk like everybody else. You don't talk like everyone. And you don't sleep like everyone. So why is your mattresses one size fits all? Now, you people think like we fuck around here in the church. I got a guy who calls me up and he sends me shit every week. Felicia, they got people sponsoring shit now that you can't believe. And they send it to me and I look at half this stuff and I go, I can't talk about this shit. I can't even mention them. They're so ridiculous, you know. And I try to run them by Lee and we giggle. Sometimes I send it to my attorney. He just says no. But sometimes I go, you know what? I went to buy a fucking mattress, and it was a pain in the ass.
It really is.
It really fucking is a pain in the ass. Except to that one place across from Bank of America in Lancashire. They don't fuck around. That dude, and he delivers the next day. You don't fuck around. But again, you got to go in there. You don't even finagle. You just tell him what you want to pay for, and he'll point you to the mattress. Give him 3 days. He'll pick it up. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Right across. He wasn't bad.
Right.
If you go to that place in North Hollywood, then it's a fucking piece of shit. Then you get robbed up there. They hide behind the curtains. You don't know if they're there. You go in there. Sometimes they're not there. Anyway, I'm not here to talk shit about anybody. But when I read about the Helix mattress, I fucking died. I was like, this sounds perfect because I'm married. I know what it's like. I like my bed one way and Terry likes it the other. So somewhere along the line, we came to terms. But my side's getting a little soft, so I tried to flip it, and she caught me. She was doing laundry, and I flipped that motherfucker, but she knew something. A pea stain, something. She knew. But anyway, you're unique. You don't walk like everybody. You don't talk like everybody. You don't sleep like everybody. So why is your mattress one size fits all? Because a custom mattress will cost you $5,000 to $10,000 until now. Introducing the Helix Sleep, where you can buy your mattress online, customized for you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. You go to helixsleep.com, you answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences, and the result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week, and shipping is 100% free on the arm. And for couples, Helix customizes each side of the mattress. So if Paula sleeps over, they can put a bed of nails on that side. You understand me? And you can sleep on the fucking nice side. They can do whatever you want. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it's because we're going to be moving in together, so we're going to need a new mattress.
That's right. So here you go.
Yeah.
Helix customers report a 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You have 100 nights to try it out, and if you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you 100% refunds, no questions asked. That's why everyone from GQ to Forbes are all talking about the Helix Sleep. Do me a favor. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey. You get 50% off your order. $50. I'm sorry, $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey. helixsleep.com/Joey. And you get $50 off your order. Again, it's a fucking pain in the ass. This is the future, people. Nobody's going to leave their house for dick if they any fucking got a smarter brain in their head. Hey, look at last year. Sales were down over the holidays. Amazon's controlled it. This is it. You're going to be able to fucking buy anything online from now on. Free fucking shipping. You don't have to worry about delivery. They're going to show from 10 to 2. Then the truck broke down in fucking La Alhambra. And you got to wait there all fucking day. Why is my mattress in fucking La Alhambra? I bought it in North Hollywood, cocksucker. Anyway, these days are over. Do me a favor. Go to helixsleep.com right now, /Joey, and get $50 off your order, all right? That's helixsleep.com/Joey. That's right. Right now, helixsleep.com/Joey. $50, and you're going to sleep like a fucking angel every night, all right? I want to thank Onnit. I want to thank our new sponsor, Helix Sleep. I want to thank Felicia stopping by. Do not forget, you're there what nights? Break it down.
I'm there tomorrow till Sunday. Yes, I come
Old
back
school,
Monday.
old school, the
Tuesday
long
through
fucking
Sunday.
week.
That's a long fucking week.
It was nice today talking about Trump and how the FBI could hold him. She had to drop knowledge on you, motherfucker. You guys don't know how they do it. It's not called blackmail. It's like, you know what you did, cocksucker. So I ain't going to say no to nobody.
But I better get my funding.
I want to get my $300,000.
You want your 30%?
30%. That ain't nothing, Lee. What are you, 100,000? You got problems. You know what I'm saying? You got to see.
I don't know how much a walkie-talkie is worth. That seems like a little steep, but okay.
Now, a walkie-talkie, let's say you put Paul out there.
Right.
She'll save you some money, but that's a pain in the ass. Now she's going to want $600,000.
Well, how did she get a 6 now?
Because she's Paula. She's got the power that you ain't got. A muffler and a monkey, and you can rub it on your face. You understand me? So you'll take the short 40% for the walkie-talkie. But if you get busted, she'll roll over on you. You follow what I'm saying to you? Because she's not going to take the fall for you out there. She doesn't know about police scanners and shit like that like I know, and I'll find out. I have every fucking police scanner from North Hollywood to Studio City to fucking Hollywood wired. I'll be out there with the scanner working. I'll make believe I'm listening to an iPod doing jumping jacks, but I'm paying attention. I got the walkie-talkie like fucking whatever. You're doing fine, Lee. You're doing fine, Lee. There's a lady walking down here with a dog. You're doing fine. And you're like, I got in, anything, nothing. You got 38 seconds. I'm downstairs counting down. You got 37 seconds, 36. Where is he? He's in the apartment laying down with a broad. Shoot them both. You shoot them both. The money's right down to the mattress. Boom, 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 boom. You shoot them. You come back out. The alarm gets triggered. You get back onto like James Bond. Right here to the roof. I unbuckle you. We light the fucking thing on fire.
What thing is on fire now?
The rope.
Oh, okay.
God knows who they blame it on. You know what I'm saying? We'll
Okay, I can see. I think you earned your money.
I got the car parked. I got a stolen car already parked.
Yes.
We're gonna go 3 or 4 blocks. We're gonna go by the 7-Eleven where the lady got stabbed. We're gonna park it right there. Then we're gonna walk 2 or 3 blocks, and we're gonna fucking. That's it. We're gonna split up the money. We're gonna shake hands.
I've never seen Lee this high before.
Oh, this is what we do.
That much, but
This is what we do. What happens?
the poor lady.
Who?
Stabbed.
What are you gonna do? You got a 7-Eleven. Somebody's gonna lose their mind someday. Someday some dude goes in there 1 a.m. They got no fucking Reese's Pieces.
Isn't that the one they think is ISIS?
I know they're ISIS. That's why there was a stabbing in there. I've known they're ISIS for years. I just don't tell nobody. I'm not a rat. I'm not a punk bitch. You know what I'm saying? Felicia Michaels, Reno. I'll be at the Brea Improv all weekend, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Tickets are still available. I love you, motherfuckers. See you Wednesday night. Have a great day. Stay black. Hit it, Lee.
This show is brought to you by Score Big. Listen, guys, it's almost baseball season. You're going to want to go to games, but a lot of places are sold out. Like Boston, Red Sox games always sell out. Always. Next time you're about to go to a game, go to scorebig.com first and see how much you can save. Go to scorebig.com right now and click on the microphone. It's right at the top. It's in like a red background and a microphone. Click on it and then enter promo code Joey, and you'll save an extra $20 off your first purchase. That's $20 off your first purchase. And I went and checked. They have opening day tickets to the Fenway Park for Red Sox. It's crazy. You can't get those anywhere. So go to scorebig.com, click on the microphone, and use promo code Joey. And then go to onit.com and use promo code Church to get 10% off all the great optimization products. I tried the Dolce protein today. It was delicious.
Delicious.
I liked it. It was great. I'll see how it goes. It's only my first day, but it was good. And so just go to onit.com, promo code Church to save 10% off.
And you thought you had nothing going on tonight. Oh, shit. What did you fuck up? Oh, shit. March motherfucking 29th. That's what's going to happen, bitches. Let's dance. Oh, shit. You bad motherfuckers. The church of what's happening now. Wednesday night, March 30th, March 29th, I'm sorry. April Fool's weekend. Who gives a fuck? Here we go. Little Michael Jackson and his brothers in 83, 84. Putting it together. Look at them. Here we go. Look. Oh, shit. What's going on over there, fucking Mr. Dancing Chef?
So how many groups do the Jacksons have then? Because so there was I thought it was going to be the Jackson 5 when you told me about it, but the Jacksons.
It's the Jackson 5. Then Michael Jackson and his brother left.
Okay.
All right. Michael Jackson went solo, and Jermaine went to Motown and started his solo label. He stayed with Berry Gordy because he was married to Berry Gordy's daughter. So the Jacksons left, and I think they went to Epic Records. I'm not sure. Don't fucking quote me on that. And then what happened was, so the Jacksons replaced Michael with Randy Jackson, who was the baby Jackson, who used to play the bongos and was cute and shit, but he ain't no Michael Jackson.
I'm surprised they let it. I'm surprised he left.
So Michael had to go solo. He wanted to go solo. He didn't want to be in Motown no more, whatever. So the beauty of this was that, all right, so Michael did the greatest hits. Then he did Off the Wall.
Okay.
Off the Wall came out like 81, 82. I went to the show with Kurt DiLorenzo for $15 fucking. And the Garden was not sold out. It was like a Tuesday night. It was not sold out. And I was blown away. He did some Jackson 5 songs, and he did Off the Wall songs. Then Thriller came out. And then he did a song by a guy named Maxwell. Somebody's watching me. Maxwell turned out to be Berry Gordy's son or nephew. He was doing a favor for him to get his career on track. So Michael Jackson blew up with Thriller. I guess he did a world tour with the brothers. So it was Michael Jackson. It was called The Jacksons. And they put the album out called Victory, which came out when? Check it out. Victory by the Jacksons came out maybe 84, February of 84, March 84, maybe. Something like that.
Let's see. It was July 2nd of 84.
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with? But Thriller was already out. You follow me? Thriller had come out fucking the year before. Okay. So Thriller was on.
2 years before,
Right.
November of 82.
Thriller was just on fucking fire at this point. They released this album. It had 2 songs out of the fucking 7 albums. There was no barn burner. But Michael Jackson did a world tour again in the summer of 84, and I saw him with the brothers.
Right,
And
okay.
there was 9 nights at New Jersey Meadowlands. Then the following week, Bruce Springsteen came in with the Born in the USA motherfucking tour. And he did 9 nights.
Who would you compare Michael Jackson to, like, celebrity-wise? Because I was too young to know. I knew of him, but, like, when he was huge, like, for people now, like Taylor Swift, I'm just trying to think about, like, who.
A Kardashian, bigger than a Kardashian. Like, he was into that. Like, in 84, it was over. Like, the summer of 84, it was fucking over. He ran shit. It was him, Prince with fucking Purple Rain, Bruce Springsteen. It was the last great fucking summer. Like, I saw probably, not exaggerating, I just remember off the top of my head, you figure I saw the Jacksons, the Pretenders, Rod Stewart, Huey Lewis and the News. You know, I was still living in New York City, and I was in the city. You know, it's a big difference when I live in, no, I was in the city every fucking day. So I had my heartbeat on tickets and shows and little things, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're aware of what's going on. I worked at a bar at a hotel. So the concierge knew what was going on. They knew people who had tickets. You know, at the end of the night, I got an extra tickets for, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you want to go to this club? There's a film premiere and shit like that. I never really went to those. I liked all the music stuff.
How was Michael live?
Fucking mind-boggling, man. Like, just you sit there and go, what the fuck? But for me, it was something different because I grew up on the guy. I was here when ABC went off. I still remember buying the album ABC from the window, like running in and going, that's the album I want. And my godfather buying it for me and me going home at 11 and still fucking putting it on. And my mom's like, what are you fucking crazy? It's 11 o'clock and that type of shit. Like, I still remember being 5 or 6 and buying that album. But I was with somebody. I was with my godfather. We were by 42nd Street.
And you knew of it already? You were like,
I heard the
excited to
song
get
on
it?
the radio, ABC. You're a fucking 5-year-old. You're a 5-year-old kid. ABC is what you live for. And all of a sudden, this fucking black kid comes out and sings a song, ABC is easy as 1, 2, 3. This is right in your fucking neighborhood.
They were hooking you from childhood.
They hooked you right there. They hooked me. I was his age. I was maybe a year younger. Maybe 2 years fucking younger than Michael Jackson. So, you know, for me, I was there. I was there when that came out, and I Want You Back, and, you know, fucking The Love You Save, and then Ben with the fucking mouse, which nobody remembers. He sang the song to Ben. So it was Willard, then Ben. Willard was a movie about rats. A kid who had rats, and he'd send the rats on you. The rats lived in the basement. He'd feed them. And if you fucked with him, he'd feed the fucking rats on you.
Oh, my God.
So on a clip from Willard. Go ahead, Willard, 1970 or something like that. I can't believe you don't know this shit. This is the creepiest.
That is not a movie I would ever watch.
Yeah, and then they remade it with the kid, but nobody knew what the fuck it was. Willard, when I was a kid, was the scariest, most disturbing fucking film I ever saw as a child. And I saw a bunch of child movies I shouldn't have fucking saw as a child. This shit was fucking disturbing. Wait till you watch this fucking video or the trailer for it. Now, like I said, it also was released They did a remake of it with, I forget the kid. His father was in Hard Times. They did it. See what happened here, mate?
I don't know. The TV might have gone off.
I guess fucking. That's what happens when you come in an hour before the fucking show and check things out. A cocksucker. He comes here and I get here at 7 and I check stuff out. Really? I get in there, you're texting back and forth with movies, what's on fucking Netflix.
Jesus Christ, Joe. I did.
Go ahead, Willard, John Stewart.
You want to do the John
1970.
Stewart one?
Yeah, let's see that one.
Okay.
That's the one. It should be the fucking one. Let's see if they got the trailer. This is a trailer?
No, this is not.
No. Willard, the movie.
Yeah, I did.
Jesus Christ on a crutch.
It's right here, part 1. You want to watch that one, or do you want to look for
the trailer?
Okay.
Willard. Capitalize Willard. So they know you. There you go. Watch Willard. Watch this. You're going to want something like, watch this goopy shit.
I already don't like it.
Look at this. Look up here.
These are his friends, Ben and Socrates. Willard takes good care of them, and they will do anything. for
Nope.
Willard.
Nope.
He would take them to parties and shit.
This is my nightmare.
Look at this.
You made me hate myself. Well, I like myself now.
Where your nightmares end.
I told you. There's rats everywhere.
No, really. No.
Nope.
Willard is the one movie you should not see alone.
I'm telling you, dog. Who the fuck do you think you do? Listen, people, I don't know nothing about movie. I don't know nothing about stars and meteors and fucking what happens in London. I don't give a fuck. But when it comes to creepy fucking movies, Uncle Joey runs the fucking gamut, all right? Put on Willard, put on another scene from just the movie. It's fucking crazy. Let me tell you something. I forgot Ernest Borgnine was in that movie. This is a legit movie, people. Ernest Borgnine, 1970. Here I am, 7 years old. I can barely fucking speak English, and I end up at this fucking movie about rats. Now, when you're sitting there
Watching rats.
one thing I remember about this movie was that everything became hypersensitive. Like my own foot scared my own foot. Like you ever like have your foot touch your other foot?
Oh yeah.
Like that's how scary that movie was. Like I left there too. I couldn't deal
I
with this
jumped
shit.
like a little girl.
I couldn't
at
deal with
scary
this shit. I'm
movies,
just
so.
goofing on you. I couldn't deal with this shit at that age. But to think that this came out and then they redid the fucking thing, and they couldn't. The kid couldn't. Jesus Christ, what's the fucking kid's name that redid it? Glover. Glover did it.
Danny Glover?
No, not the black fucking dude. That's the black actor. Come on.
But what should I put in?
Just put Willard, put full movie, just so we could scare the fuck out of you, Lee. There you go. Put the full movie. Just put that scene right there, complete. Yeah. Let's see.
And yet our podcast gets taken down, but the entire Willard's up there.
This is the scariest fucking thing I ever saw when I was growing up. I'm telling you, it was this, and that was the devil's tongue, or the devil's disciples, or some shit. You don't need to put this on. People get upset and stuff.
Okay.
It'll creep you out. You ate 4 stars. You don't need this shit in your fucking life. But there's a movie. So the sequel to this was Ben. Let's see the trailer for Ben. All right, there you go. So Willard came out in 70. So I'm 7. And then the movie Ben came out. There you go. Trailer 72. What's this?
Oh no, it's
Yeah, where Willard left off. Look at this shit.
Where Willard ended, Ben begins. Ben is coming from Cinerama Releasing, and this time he's not alone.
Is Ben the last one from Willard's pack? Oh damn.
Maybe he was Ben. That's the name of the leader of the rats. There were some pages from Willard's diary in the newspapers.
This is a fucked up movie, guys. You see, Socrates, Ben was somebody's son. Look at him.
No.
You didn't like to watch.
Was like the studio out of money and they could just hire rats?
The rats took over the city.
They're eating us alive down there. There's millions of them.
And they're coming for you. They're coming. They're gonna burn you, guys. And then they're gonna drown you. Run, Ben. Run, please.
Why does he like them?
And his army of rats are on the way.
This is fucking crazy. You see what I'm saying, though? You
That-
see how intense the 70s was? Now, what year did Ben come out?
72.
So I was 9, and I was already getting traumatized by fucking rats. That's why I hate fucking rats. Now I'm thinking about why I hate rats. Not the ones who snitch. That's bullshit. Though. These fucking things. These animals that live in New York City that I saw growing up. I saw a fucking rat one time after this movie. It was in one of my godmother's buildings on 148th Street in the basement. I was taking the garbage out.
Okay.
This fucking rat's eyes
No.
were so fucking big. I saw his head. He was like a little fucking chihuahua. I ran out of there. This thing was gigantic.
No.
These animals were huge. I can't deal with them either.
I've seen him in the subway, but that's about it.
What's up, Wayne? New York?
Both Boston and New York.
Oh, then you met here.
I had mice I had a really old, shitty apartment my last semester in Boston, so I had mice that I had to catch, but mice and rats are two different animals. Like crazy. That would freak me out.
Listen, I don't want to see none of this shit. When I wake up in the middle of the night in my old house in Jersey, when they built Giant Stadium, all those rodents from Sequoia started moving up north. So we all of a sudden had a small infestation, like 1 or 2 of them. I'd be sitting TV and I'd watch them run out and run back in their fucking hole. I would shit my pants. I couldn't even sleep at night. I couldn't even fucking sleep at night. So, speaking of, I did that podcast with Dice.
Yes.
And it's so weird that people didn't know what was going on. Like, people thought I got up, like something was going on, like I had gotten a text. I just want to clarify it. I'd gotten up that morning to go to Ventura to do radio. And then from there, I went to John McCarthy's to do his podcast. And on the way to acupuncture, Dice called and said, I'm doing Rogan, but I can only do an hour. My press schedule is too crazy. Why don't you meet me up there? Let's blow a bone. Let's talk, and then we'll do the podcast. I go, you know what? I can do the same, but I got to leave at 2:45 too. I have a 4 o'clock. That's why I did the podcast, and that's why I had to leave. People thought I only ate 200 milligrams. That didn't even affect me.
Oh yeah, that doesn't even
do nothing to me. But the crazy thing was, people thought that I had to leave, and why was I not talking? I wasn't talking because it was Dice's podcast. Dice invited me to be on his podcast. I can't go on this podcast etiquette.
Mm-hmm. There really is, and a lot of people don't understand.
There really is a podcast etiquette. We had a guest about 4 months ago. He called me up like a man. He wanted to promote something. Okay. We brought him in. The podcast wasn't in 1 minute. He's yelling the fucking date. That broke the podcast. Now you're selling me. I just wanted to hear a fucking conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like that's it was kind of fucking weird. Let's start off with a fucking conversation. You just don't go for a pussy. You suck a titties, you kiss a neck, you rub a fucking ears.
And I think the issue might be is a lot of people might not listen to podcasts. The people who are doing podcasts now probably don't listen to other people's podcasts.
Well, that's the thing. You have to have some type of podcast etiquette. That's why I don't get involved in more than 2 people podcasts.
Nope.
I don't like those big 8 people podcasts, 5 people podcasts, because it doesn't really matter. Because if I talk, then I'm talking too much. And if I don't talk, then I'm too fucking quiet. You know what? Here, it's equal opportunity employer. We talk some shit. We smoke a few bones. We watch a video about fucking rats, and everybody goes home happy. That's why I don't get involved in those things and conferences. And what happened with the fucking festival? They ever get back to you?
No.
No, I told you. Those things are kaput. That's why I don't do festivals, because all this is you getting together with your buddies. There's no do-re-mi on them. And at the end of the week, you'll get on the plane. You go, what was that about? I just left my home for 3 nights to do what? To talk to a bunch of
I'm sure
chumps?
they want to do it. I don't know. There's a few of them that are doing it, but yeah, it's weird. We've talked
Every
about
time I've been involved in a festival,
yeah,
it's been a nightmare. There's a by the way. There's always a by the way. Because being part of a festival means that you get to see your peers and hang out and be a part of a panel and all that shit. But at the end of the day, on the plane, you go, what did I do? You were part of something you know what I'm saying? Like, so every festival I did, I did like 3 or 4 festivals for comedy, like mediocre ones, like the Toyota one in New York. I did the Latino Laugh Festival. I did the one here downtown. And I can tell you one thing. I didn't do nothing fun.
They weren't fun? Because I've heard Ari talk about he does a
He
lot of
likes
festivals
all that shit.
because
He
they're
likes
fun, but
it.
he loses money. That's what he says.
That's the bottom line. That's the
And you
bottom
don't
line.
want to lose money anymore.
I don't want to have fun. If I want to have fun, I go to the circus. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying?
I
Like the
understand.
fun. I get Ari. I understand, you know. Ari likes to go down there. He stays out till 4, and they goof around. They smoke joints. Somebody, I don't want to see somebody do the festival anthem. I don't want to see that. I don't want to be a part of that at all, ever.
It just doesn't interest you. You don't want to be
Not
around
at
that many
all.
people.
Not at all. No, not at all. Never. You know, never.
They're like
A couple years ago when they were doing the laugh, Just for Laughs in Chicago, they asked for me to come down there. I was like, I'm not really interested. I got my podcast. I do my little stand-up. I'm good.
Is it because that? Are you like angry because you didn't go to other festivals?
No, just years ago, it's better to want than to have. And a lot of times in life, you'll realize that. And not pertaining to a career, but pertaining to a certain move you want to do. Sometimes we get involved in something and we really don't think out the fucking plan. But that's what life is all about, learning from not really mistakes, from experiences. I don't consider them mistakes. I consider them experiences. There's a big difference between a mistake and an experience. And you can have an experience and not fucking like it at all. You can have an experience and not like it at all. I might take you to Morocco. You might talk to 8 fucking momos at Starbucks who tell you they went to Morocco and had great, and they had the garlic hummus at Buddha's, and when you go to this hotel, make sure you see Moo. He's the coolest guy around, and you get there and the guy smells like a goat, and the food is fucking horrible, and you shit blood, and there was fucking stains on your mattress, and you know, the place stunk like shit. I'm not saying that this is what, I'm just telling you from different experiences. So that experience for Joe Diaz, that he said it was great, maybe ain't the same for Lee. Are you going to come up to me? Are you the type of guy going to come up to me and say, you know what, Joey, I love you to death, but that really sucked? No, you're a nice guy. You're going to get one good thing out of it. Well, I went to see a movie. You know, I know you. I went to see this movie at a festival, and who gives a fuck? So my point is that when I first got into, I wanted to get the festival. I said, listen, at the Toyota festivals, the Soprano people discovered me. I have no ill will to festivals. At the San Antonio Latino Laugh Festival, one of the best experiences I have. He'll tell you, he talks about it on stage with Bobby Lee.
Who?
Me and Bobby Lee.
Oh, okay.
We're both broke. Flat broke. We didn't know until we got down there that they were going to pay us in a check.
So did you have to go to like a check cashing place?
No, a check that they were going to mail us in a month.
Oh no!
And it was $50 a set, and we did 3 sets. It's $150. And they gave us a plane ticket in the fucking back of the plane, barely, with straps around our thing. We flew out in the air. We had to wear a winter jacket.
That's fucked up. Yeah, and that was the big
Okay,
thing.
there was no per diem. There was no discounted breakfast. There was nothing. They took care of us in no particular order. So in New York, I knew what I expected. All I wanted was a set there. So they put me in this fucking show that was horrific. Obviously, they didn't know me. I wasn't friends with anybody, so they put me to close the show at 12:15 at night when everybody disappeared. You understand me? So now you're not friends with the festival dude. So you follow me? They put slots. And then there was one other one I did. The one I did downtown. That one was about, was I still doing blow? Got to be close to when I got off blow. And that was it. That was that. That was it. That was it. That was it.
You just prefer doing your own show and getting out of there?
Get my own show and do that. I don't want to see nobody. I don't want to be involved in nothing. I don't want to do nothing.
No group pictures?
No group pictures. No group hugs. I already did all that. I paid my dues.
Are you just trying to save time? Like that's what, every time I think about like all the things you do, I just think of like wasting time, and you're like, okay, well, I'm just gonna cut out all of the fat. I don't
I
know.
wasted 30 years of my fucking life. I got a second chance. Do I look like the type of guy that has time to waste fucking time? I wish I could get 15 of those 30 back. And I can't. By staying healthy, sleeping, resting, planning out my movements, not getting fucking aggravated, not getting shot. Avoid going somewhere where a gunman's gonna come in and shoot like a midnight showing of fucking Batman. Okay, with my kid. Okay? You just avoid the fat out of your life. You know, I was strong enough at a certain age. I have a friend that I hung out with for years. And, okay, the other day we're talking about friendship.
Okay.
Okay, this was a very weird friendship. We met in Seattle. I liked him. But I realized something by the third month, that he was a fucking horrible liar. But as a friend, I accepted that.
You just lie about things?
Yeah, lie about things, lie about his dreams, lie about his, he was just his experiences and how they were. But that was him. I accepted him for him. And then he moved down here and I moved down here and we were friends. And he opened his home to me. But during that time, I made observations, you know what I'm saying, of his friendship and how he would talk and different things that he did. And there was a time when I wanted to throw him a beating. But he had done something for me once. He had done something for me that was so overwhelming that not a lot of people would do. That I just gave him a life pass.
What did he do?
He just did me a solid.
Okay.
Let's just say he did me a real solid, what a guy would do. But the solid was that strong at that time. So no matter what he did, he accused me of a couple things. He went behind me on a couple things. Now, I knew all these things. There was times I'd get money and I'd throw him a little Duke because he'd get mail for me at his house. For years, I didn't like getting mail where I live.
Why?
Just in case. I don't want nobody knowing my address. So from 1990.
Where do you come up with this stuff?
So from 1990 to 2010, nobody really knew my exact address. So I got my mail sent to his house. And my license was at his house. You follow me?
Yeah.
So I'd have to call him every day and go over and get my shit. And sometimes my shit was open.
From who?
He would open it.
Oh, that's fucked up.
And I couldn't say nothing.
Yes, you could.
And then he became something else. He quit his job because he had gone to stupid Hollywood parties and he had heard this term and he wanted to become one of those people. So he had worked on stupid projects and he did that dumb job, which whatever he tell you his job was, you'd find out, no, he wasn't. Like, that's how bad of a liar he was. We knew other people that would get him the job. And
so he'd be like, I'm the supervisor, but he was a busboy.
He was a busboy.
Oh.
And we knew people at the same place. It just kept happening, Lee. You know, and here I am, 10, 12 years with this guy, and I thought that lying shit was going to wear off. So that career that he told everybody he was a big shot, it failed so bad. It failed so bad that he got evicted from his house. Still held on to his pride. I never said nothing to him. Wasn't my business. I played along with he wanted to leave. I had to go. I got a job offer to be involved in a huge project up in wherever the fuck he was from. I was happy for him. He left. It was an end of chapters. In my mind, I'm like, this bum is never going to come back. I don't really have to deal with this shit no more. I'm down here fighting for my fucking life. It's 2008. There's about to be a strike. 2007.
Yeah.
2008, 2007. There's
2007,
about to be a strike. He's fucking... I'm on the phone with him. Sorry about that, people. He's telling me how he is waiting for a check. And if the strike happens, he'll clear $750,000 on his next project. You know, that he needs the strike to happen and all this shit. And I swear to God, I got off the phone with him after that conversation, and I go, this guy's living in his mother's basement. Meanwhile, I'm down here living in Schrader, addicted to blow, banging it out, getting fucking movies and trying to make moves. And I'm on the phone with some idiot 3,000 miles away trying to tell me in a place that the last thing they shot there was a fucking mule. They haven't even shot a commercial in 200 years. He's trying to tell me he's involved in a project that he's going to clear $750,000. You know, I got off that phone at that very moment. I knew I was never going to talk to that motherfucker anymore.
Yeah, it was too negative.
Do you know why? Because I don't have time for that shit.
No.
I'm trying to deal with real people. You know, there was a time, Lee, where this fucking phone used to ring 45 times a day. That's my wife. That's my wife. Go home one day when you come over. I'm going to go to my wife. Go back to 2006. What time would this phone start ringing? And one time with this phone, salute, motherfuckers. It's time for another bonogram. That's right.
Someone who's just falling asleep at work.
Bonogram, cocksuckers. What happened?
I said someone who's just falling asleep at work just woke right up. Okay, so there's one time that your phone was ringing.
My phone would ring at all hours of the night. I remember when we first started dating, she sat me up one day after like 6 months, and she was like, I don't understand this lifestyle. People calling here, calling you cocksucker.
Was it the house phone or a cell phone?
Both.
Oh no, the house phone. That's terrible. And you probably make her answer the phone.
No. We had caller ID. So we know who was calling. It was always comics and friends and an agent.
How did you get anything done with 45 calls?
And it was a lot of comedians who used to call me and try to work me.
What does that mean?
You know, hey man, what's up? Hey, listen, man, I heard you're in this thing. Can you drop a headshot over there for me? And I would sit there and go, yeah. And then I think about it. I go, how rude.
That always happens when I was working on Hell's Kitchen. This girl that I had never spoken one word to in high school, Facebook messaged me, hey, I heard you're on Hell's Kitchen. Can I send you a video? Because she was like she wanted to be on the show.
It's crazy. And one day I started going off on people one by one. Like just one by one. Like, listen, man, I can't do it. Like this weekend, I got 3 calls already for guest sets. And I don't want to do guest sets. I don't want to establish that quota. I'm doing it on Thursday for Tommy Easter. That's it. I don't have guest sets on the weekends. They pay money. I don't want no guest sets. You're not going to enhance the fucking show. You're not going to enhance it by night. You just want to come down there and do stupid fucking jokes and then bury me. So guest sets in my future never happen at all. Because I don't ask for guest sets. When I was pounding it out there, I wouldn't ask for guest sets. Unless you invited me. Unless you saw me during the week and said, hey, man, what are you doing Friday night? I'm doing a show at the Improv. Come do a fucking 7-minute guest set after the MC. I would never ask. That's not even in my fucking world of comprehension. But to get back to what you were saying before, every year you learn, Lee, and you start cutting fat. Let me tell you something. From 2000, and I kid you not, you know, I tell you how it is, Lee. From 2004, and you can ask Terry, from 2004 to 2008, Lee,
right?
I was going to 3, maybe 4 lunches a week, hearing pitches, bullshit stories, meeting people for coffee. I was open to anybody. You know me. You got an idea? And I realized that half the people I was meeting with wanted me to do the work for them. And that's a horrible fucking feeling.
How would you do the work for them as an actor? Like fundraising and promoting and stuff?
I had people come to me from, like when Spider-Man 2 came out, Mad TV, and I had a couple things come out, but nobody talked to me as a stand-up. So people always try to put me on bills as that actor and then try to give me like $125. And I'd sit there and go, how does this work? You know, when I first moved to Los Angeles, the status quo was you got on a TV show or you recurred. And because of that, this is 98, 97, 99, 2000. When you went to a local comedy club, people would come see you because you had been on that TV show or you had been in that movie. That all changed when I started booking movies. You follow me? Also, I started booking movies. That don't work no more.
It's a new system, and
it's a new fucking
like
system.
credits in transfer.
So it was just really weird. A lot of people want to shoot movies and use me, and I'm like, so what does it pay? What? Oh my God. There was this movie I met these guys for. I was just thinking, I drove in Hollywood, and I was at the light, and there used to be a McDonald's there. And way before I met Lee Sayat in 1998, when I got from 240 to 350 in 6 weeks, Terry Clark would make a tremendous breakfast in those days.
Wait.
And I would shoot right from the house after smoking pot and go to that McDonald's before 11 and get the Egg McMuffin package with this Coke and 2 apple pies for $1. And across the street from there used to be a little fucking, it's Hollywood, it's Sunset Boulevard and Highland, okay? The school is still there. Hollywood High, I think it is, or something else is there. There used to be a Kenny Rogers freezer there, like a whatever. It's not there no more either. I don't even know what's there now. Doesn't really matter. The story I'm trying to get to was across the street from that, guys, was a place, a theater. Unless you fucking walked into that mall, parked your car, and walked around people, you wouldn't know there was a theater in there.
Like a movie theater?
Like a theater where people go and watch plays and one-man shows and whatever. The guy that owned the fucking theater was Joe Jerkoff. I get a call one day to go in there to read for a fucking movie. You know, agents get calls all the time, and they go, okay, Joe Diaz. They look at the paperwork. The paperwork legit decides. So I go down there. I meet with the guys. I read. The guy's a big, tough guy. At the first read, he says to me, listen, go home and learn this. Like, in those days, I didn't learn shit. Like, unless I know the budget, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to really go prepared. I want to show you that I could react to direction.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of times, if it's in those days, I was going to read for a movie, guys, and it was 4 auditions before I got the movie. So the first one's called the pre-read. You read 1 paragraph, you meet the guy, okay, show up next Thursday. So now you go from like a shitty theater to next Thursday to a casting office to the call back at the studio at either Fox, Warner Brothers, or Sony, you know what I'm saying? To the final read at Sony. That's how the system was in those days.
And what is it now?
Now they call you and say, send the fucking reel and we're putting you on avails from August 1st to the 19th. They've cut that in half because that's just budgeting. I got to pay those people every step of the way. You think Lee is going to pre-read people for what? $5 an hour? No, Lee wants $200 a fucking day to pre-read people.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive. So they cut out all those steps. They just got the casting and said, let me see a list of your actors. They approve. Okay, when you get these type of roles, offer them fucking guest star money and give them dates. Send us all our tapes. We'll judge people from tapes. They eliminated you even making the ride down there.
Now, do they do that for like the bigger roles? Like, my question is, could you stop accepting the roles that aren't paying you what you want and only go out for those big roles?
I did. I stopped doing $100 day movies, $265, whatever, $444. I don't want to do it.
I'm even saying now because you were saying you like even now you're.
You come to me. You come to me tomorrow and you go, listen, I wrote a fucking script.
Okay.
Read it. If you like it, call me back.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at you and go, can I ask you a personal question? Is there a budget? You're gonna go, yes, there is. But I want you to read it and call me back. Because I want you to call me and tell me that you wrote a script, but you wrote a character that I could play and I understand, and the character understands me. I know I sound faggy, but I'm just getting to something.
No, it's
You
part
know,
of acting.
I could be a butcher, that whatever. I could do a lot of fucking dumb shit. If I read this script and knocks my pants off, and I say to you, hold on 1 second, who's playing this role and who's playing that role? And you say to me, James Woods is playing this role, who's no big star, he's a character actor that nobody would pay money to go watch in a movie. If you put him in a big movie, he's great.
Right.
But you're not going to put James Woods as the actor to go watch.
Not usually, yeah.
No. So, okay, so you say, James, I've done 1,000 $100 a day movies with actors that are great actors. The guy from Deer Hunter, James Russo. I've done a lot of great movies with guys that you've seen and go, wow, why is that guy doing a $100 a day movie? Because they're probably giving him $350 a day. And they give him 6 days. It's $2,000 without overtime. That fills in the gaps for those guys in between the big movies.
Right. No, I understand, and I understand that you have to take other roles.
Right.
But if you wanted to stop getting those small roles, could you just do those bigger roles have auditions, or are they just given out?
Yeah. Sometimes there's auditions, and you go meet with the director and the producer and the star of the movie. I've gone to 1,000 movies when I walked in the room and there's a casting director, a producer, and John Travolta, or fucking the other guy, or I've been in those situations. It's a shocking situation.
Yeah, when you first walk in.
Because they don't tell you.
Oh, really?
No, they're not going to tell you Travolta's going to be in the room, or Johnny Bananas is going to be in the room, or Lisa Ayat. They don't tell you a dick. They go, you're going to go in there and read for the casting director. That's the first time. Then the second time, there might be a producer in the room. Then the third time, they want to see the chemistry. The dudes in the fucking room.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The dudes in the room. They want to see the fucking chemistry.
They're about to spend a lot of money.
Yeah, they want to see the chemistry in those high end. That's why they call those screen tests. That's why they call those big TV shows like ABC now. They're picky. NBC, those networks are looking for a specific look.
Well,
and they make you go in there and read, and it's a fucking nightmare.
I saw Gabriel's doing his new show right now. And a while ago, he Instagrammed a picture that Martin had to audition to be himself in the show.
Right.
That's crazy.
No, you have to. I don't give a fuck.
It's like the Seinfeld joke.
Yeah, there's no more, you're coming in here. But the question you were asking me was, what? How do we even fucking get to this shit?
Huh? Oh, no, it's just about choosing the auditions you go out on.
Choosing the auditions you go on. But this fucking dude, I had to stop talking to him. And one of the reasons why I stopped talking to him, honest to God, was because of time. I started chopping away at time. People go to me, Jesus, Joey, where did you come from? Blah, 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 blah. I've been doing comedy for 25 years this June. I started using my time correctly around 10 years ago. And that's when I started becoming a comic. I've told you 1,000 times. I know 1,000 people who don't have jobs, but they're always busy because they manage their time. They wake up at 6, and from 7 to 10, you'll catch them doing something. That's 3 good hours. Then, you know what? At 10, they'll take a ride. They'll go to the library. They'll go to a martial arts class. They'll work out. Then they'll go back to work. It's control. It's waste of time. It's what you do with your time. When I was just going to the comedy store and writing jokes in the car to the comedy store, that's what I got from comedy. But when I started sitting down and writing stories and actually, going, wait a second, I should take that fuck out of there and replace it with a shit or throw that joke out. That's when comedy flourished for me. That just doesn't happen in comedy. That's going to happen with Paula when she becomes a lawyer. That happens when you're a dentist. That happens when you work for yourself and you're an artist. Time management is the most important thing.
That's been the hardest part for me.
Okay, and then you start thinking about, why am I meeting this jerk off for coffee? This is my prime time money area. If I'm not writing, if I'm not picking up an envelope, I'm writing. What am I writing? I got 10 things to write. A book, a fucking TV show, and a special. So, unless we're doing something as spectacular, it's a no. It's a no. And I stick to my guns. But I've done that all along with comedy, except I started chopping it little by little. If you're a new guy and you come to me right now, what were we talking about today, Lee? When we were talking about the 100 protein powder. What was the key word we spoke about? Lifestyle.
Oh yeah, lifestyle change.
Lifestyle. That's what happens to people. They become comics. They try to become a comedian, but they can't adjust to the lifestyle change. You got to start telling people no. And it goes away from your mind. It disappears from your mind.
And I have a problem where I always assume those people are going to get mad, but they never really do.
Nobody gets mad. Everybody understands. No is no. There's a thing where there's a lie. There's a thing that's called a brutal lie.
What does that mean?
A brutal lie is, I can't do this no more with you, Lee.
Yo, what up?
I can't afford
I'm
you.
coming. Just one moment.
I just can't do this no more with you. I think I'm going to cancel the church. And you wait 2 weeks, you go get an ending job.
What up, baby?
That's what I'm doing the church.
How are you, dog?
It's a brutal lie. It's a brutal lie.
What's new, Cord?
This happened, that happened. This is why it's a brutal lie.
Dog.
Yeah.
And there's things that called white lies that hurt no one.
Every day's a holiday.
Hey, what are you doing September 26th? I'm getting married in the Bahamas.
Yep. Well, guess what I'm about to start doing now, dog?
Joe Diaz has a show. Well, I looked at his website. It's on there. Oh, it's on there. It's on there. You just haven't looked close enough. You know, I don't go on the road with Joey, but for some reason that week he wants me to go with him. Yeah. Paul is sitting there watching TV, eating popcorn, looking at you like, you know, that's a white lie.
So I'm always lying.
These are business reasons.
If you look below,
You just don't choose
Reddit
to go to the Bahamas on the 26th for somebody's wedding.
I have about 30 different.
And you don't want to ask, is there a cruise? Are you paying for the cruise on the way down there? Are you paying for the hotel? Because somewhere along the line, this is going to cost you money.
A ton of money.
And a ton of money. And you don't really have time for 9 days. You're in the middle of a podcast. You're trying to do the podcast with the girls. You're working your consulting business. So what are you telling me? I can't. I don't have time. They freak out. Come on. What do you mean you don't have time for me, Joey Diaz? We've been friends for 20 years. Let me talk to Paula. She's great.
Yeah.
You know, it's fucking so hard to explain yourself to people sometimes. So
Excellent.
sometimes
That's
you have
Cord,
to say
everyone.
a
Shout out
word.
to Cord. Thank you for coming by, Cord.
Sometimes, and people, it's business.
Word.
It's fucking business. Sometimes, Lee, I don't have the time to explain to you. I don't know you well enough to say, you know what, my daughter gets car sick on the way fucking down there. I can't take you down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have time. I don't know you that well.
Right.
Joey,
You know, after a certain age, you start thinking out the move before it happens. Hey, what are you doing next weekend? Me and some friends are going to San Diego, and we want to see if you want to go down there. We're going to leave on Thursday on the train. Also, you start doing that. In your head, you start thinking about
Right there as they're telling
the
you.
time. Yeah, like, wait a second. That means I got to pack. I got to cancel work on Friday. I got to fucking pack. I got to get somebody to watch the cats. I got to fucking, and who am I staying with? Well, we're all going to share rooms. You know, we're going to, 3 people in a room. That means I got to smell somebody's farts and hear somebody talking all night long, and somebody's going to be drunk in the room. All I want to do is do blow and get my dick sucked. I'm very happy. Why am I dropping 800 to go to San Diego? I'm not going to get my dick sucked. I'm going to be in a room with 2 other people. I'm not going to stay home, save 400. Snort an 8 ball by myself. Maybe the neighbor will come over and lick my balls. If I want to take a chance, Columbus did. I'm going to go all the way. There's sometimes you make a fucking, you know where this is going to go. And you know yourself. At a certain age, one day you go, fuck it, I know myself. Is this what I really want to fucking do?
And it never is. Like, all those vacations that you really plan always seem to have something go wrong. Like the really over-planned vacations like those. And especially, I hate going on those trips where people are sharing rooms, because then people are like splitting bills at restaurants weirdly, and they don't, it's just,
listen,
I don't
here's
want to
my
deal with
big
it.
problem. I don't know what I want to do
Till when?
Listen, I gotta get up tomorrow and go to Bray. I know that for sure.
Okay.
Right? That's for sure. That's a positive. And I gotta pick my wife up tomorrow. That's a positive. That plane might be late. There's gonna be severe weather in Chicago and fucking Paducah. Fucking, there's gonna be bad weather in Texas tomorrow. All across the fucking Iowas, the whole fucking deal. I got that going on. I got radio in the morning. But between fucking 11 and 5, I really have nothing much going on. If my wife cancels a flight or whatever the fuck. You know, that's my time. That's my time to choose. So I leave that open. I'm going to see how I feel. If I'm sore from jiu-jitsu today, maybe I won't do kettlebells tomorrow. But if I'm not, you follow me? If I'm not sure, I'll do kettlebells. I don't know what's going to really crack till the morning. You know what? I might get a call at 9 a.m. to go in for an audition at 12:15 tomorrow for a big-time fucking movie.
That's always, everyone always can never understand when they call me. And they're like, hey,
How many times-
when are your podcast this week? And I'm like, I don't know.
How many times have I called you and I've told you, nobody knows nothing? I don't know nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing until tomorrow morning. Because it changes. I've sat there till 7 and shut the fucking phone off at 7 and got back to the phone at 10 and I got 3 missed calls from a fucking agent or 3 messages from an agent because nobody else leaves me messages. Just, you know.
Just the agents. I remember when we were shooting or getting ready to shoot the documentary, like your wife put me through like a Joey Diaz boot camp. Like every time I started to like ask a question or like try to clarify a date or something, she'd be like, no.
We don't know nothing.
We don't know
nothing until the day of. And it's funny because people contact me with plans and agendas. I don't know nothing. Why are you bothering me?
How can you say that when you have to have a plan
because
and an agenda?
The other day some kid hit me up. Hey man, I'm a big fan. I just want you to know that when you come to Buffalo, I'd love to be your driver, blah, 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 blah. I want you to come over and eat. And listen, why are you bothering me? Buffalo's 5 weeks away. I'm not even worried about Buffalo right now. Buffalo is not even on my fucking radar, even if I wanted it to be. I'm worried about Brea. I'm not even worried about Monday. I don't know what Monday. Who knows?
Hey, Joey, what are we doing next week?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I have a rough schedule in my mind.
But no one gets to see that one.
But no, it's loose. It's very loose. I'm a little sore. I took on a leave. You know, I got to do radio in the morning. I got to shoot out of the fucking house early tomorrow. All right. I don't have my car. Right. I'm driving my wife's car, so I haven't had the phone in the car. I don't drive with the fucking phone on the car. I just don't even put it on.
Right.
Because why pick it up and give a ticket? I get pissed when I see people driving with a fucking phone, so I don't pick up my fucking phone.
You know, just do a little
if I'm in my car, I'll Bluetooth it, but in my wife's car, I don't know how to Bluetooth, so I leave it the fuck alone. I don't touch nothing. Again, I don't touch nothing because I don't know if I want to break it. You get these people that get in your car that start touching things. Next thing you know, you put your car on, you got opera and Chinese, and you get, you know, what the fuck is this shit?
Are you listening to the Chinese album?
No, but I've had that. People come in my car and they touch shit. Don't touch nothing. I don't touch nothing in your fucking car. You know what? I put the radio on. If that's not the music I don't want, I just shut the radio off. I go deep into my thoughts. We got thoughts. I go deep into my fucking thoughts. I don't have time. People come in your car. Every time my wife touches my car, next thing you know, I get in the car, I bust my knee. It's a midget seat. I fit in it, but my leg goes, I break my fucking ankle every time I get in.
You're not just shoving your foot in there like
I gotta tell every fucking time. Listen, every time you get out of the car, put the seat back where it belongs. One day I'm gonna break my fucking ankle in the goddamn car. I don't touch nothing. I don't do nothing. Listen.
I don't do nothing. I don't touch nothing.
And guess what? I don't want to know nothing.
I don't want to know.
I don't want to know nothing.
I don't know, and I don't want to know. Most importantly, I think with you,
I don't know, and I don't fucking want to know. I have no idea what I'm doing July 12th, but you know what? I really don't care. And I really don't care what you're doing. It's not like
I wouldn't be surprised one day if you just got a call here and just left.
I've been stressing out lately. I don't know if you know, like last week. I was in hell last week.
Well, can I ask why?
I was in hell last week because I had to take this trip with my wife to fucking whatever. And then, well, I got on the plane. Listen, I fly for a living. I don't want to get on a plane to go somewhere. I want to go somewhere, take a picture, send it to me. I don't want to go nowhere, all right? I don't want to say nothing. So,
but save the stamp because I don't want to know.
I've been getting eaten alive. Somebody invited me to their wedding. And my wife told me, you know what? You got to talk to him, the date, blah, 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 blah. And then the person called me. And I said, listen, man, I'm going to tell you something right off the bat. Because I can't lie to them. I can't give them no white lies. So listen, I suffer from extreme fucking anxiety. You know what that means? That's a new type of anxiety I invented. That means if something bothers me, I start yelling and screaming and shit like a retard. I don't know nothing. I don't want to sit. So I told her, I said, here's the deal. You got to pick one. And she goes, what are you talking about? I go, you got to pick one. And she goes, what do you mean? I go, it's either the church or the party. And she goes, you won't come to both? I go, you want me to lie to you? I'll tell you the truth. And she goes, why not? And she goes, I was going to invite you to the dinner. I go, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. The rehearsal Friday night, that's never going to happen. The only way I go to the rehearsal is the chance dragging in. I broke it down just like that.
For anyone's wedding.
I don't give a fuck.
No, I'm saying like if it was like someone, will you go to one and then
grew up together?
Thing?
I could talk to them. We grew up together.
Okay.
So I said the only way I'll go to this rehearsal then is if we go to Chance Dragon. And I heard silence, just like the way you're looking at me right now. So I knew that wasn't gonna fall. And she goes, "Why not?" And I go, "Because I'm not into that shit. I'll sit there and it drives me crazy. After 20 minutes, I gotta go. What do you want? I gotta get out of here. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck I don't care if a truckload of lasagna, that means nothing to me. I want spare ribs. The only thing that'll calm me down and make me listen to all these people and their stupid stories is if I got an egg roll and spare ribs, I can just look at them and smile and shake my head up and down like I give a fuck while I'm eating I'm dipping the fucking egg roll in the mustard. You understand me? I'll sit there and look at you and nod my head. Sure, yeah, fine. Right, whatever.
Yes, I'm the death.
Yeah, oh, yes. Yes, people are dead.
You got it sometimes.
What is this noise? I sit here every night and it sounds like the fucking train The Godfather. Like, I'm supposed to shoot you and go outside. What is this fucking noise every goddamn?
They must have a flight schedule directly over.
What time is it? Where's it coming in from? Fucking NASA? This is amazing. So that's it. I just don't like doing none of that shit. Like, I wasn't raised that way. I like being a free spirit. I can't commit to a date. You want me to get on a plane and not pick up an envelope? I gotta go in and see a palm tree. I don't want to see a palm tree. I've seen enough palm trees. I got a palm tree on my block. I do. I got a nice palm tree on my block. I gotta go down there and see a golf. I don't want to play golf. I like exactly how it's done.
No, what are you gonna say to parents who say, well, when Mercy gets older, you're gonna have to be on some sort of a schedule?
I do have her on a schedule. I don't mind her schedule. I'll do whatever the fuck she needs to do. That's a complete different game. She needs to go.
Oh, she can be on a schedule, but you're.
Oh yeah, for her, I'll make my schedule around her because I enjoy her company.
Yeah, she. So you're gonna are you gonna go to like soccer games and all that stuff?
If I'm in town, fuck yeah,
it's gonna be so much fun.
Listen, I want to be a part of that. I have plans. A man without a plan is not a man. I enjoy going on the road. I enjoy writing fucking jokes. But you know what? The flights back are starting to fucking kill me. And the dizzy spells I get when I fucking drive, I get fucking car sick. I've been good this week, so I'm doing something right. I haven't got car sick all this week. I also haven't been up and down Laurel Canyon. So, okay, I got on that. I went to Ventura, didn't get car sick. Went to Oxnard, didn't get car sick. Drove all the way down to 405, didn't get fucking car sick, so I'm doing something right.
Maybe take the 101 to the Comedy Store now. Try that.
I gotta go all the way around. That's too much mileage. I don't want to. But
Yeah,
Lee, seriously, when I started respecting my time,
Right.
when I started making big movements in my life,
Okay.
when I started handling my time, one thing about me is I love getting up early since I was in the 5th grade. Once I got left back, I want to do everything on my own. And I did everything on my own. I like doing everything on my fucking own. Except like this week, I almost burnt the house down twice. Thank God Lee was here. One time I left the stove on. The other time I left the fucking oven on. I left the back door open. I'm a mess. I can't be around those animals. I feel so bad. I had to feed them and hug them and shit. They're living like, what the fuck is going on? My mother's been gone for a week. You got to respect your time. Rogan is a big time guy. The big time guys, they have time. Mitch Hedberg really taught me the importance of time. You could fucking light Mitch Hedberg's door on fire when he lived on Sierra Bonita. From 8 to 12, Mitch Hedberg wrote every day. And he would not, and there was no phone, there was nothing. There was no radio, there was nothing. But that's what worked for him. He respected that time. There was a comic years ago, his name was Corey Miller. They called him Zoo Man. I don't even know. I think he shortened it to Zoo because they tried to sue him. Zoo Man came out here, Corey Miller, and got a big time deal. And I became friends with him. He's a very good looking dude. He's still around doing college. He's very funny. Talented to the fucking end of time. But one thing I learned about him in 1999 was that he wrote something 7 days a week. Every day was something different.
Like a different subject?
Different subject. Poetry on Monday, even though he wasn't a poet. He read his poetry. He was no poet. But he tried. That was his interpretation of poetry.
For how long?
Tuesday, he wrote comedy. Wednesday, he wrote a screenplay. Thursday, he wrote a book. Friday, he wrote comedy. He locked himself in a room for 3 hours a day. He wrote his own script. He took it to ABC. They didn't pick it up. He took his money. He left. But he did the steps A to Z on his own. And his discipline was the writing. And guess what? Just because he was doing it, guess what, Lee? I wasn't doing it.
Why weren't you doing it?
Because I was lazy. I was addicted to drugs. So I thought that my system was better. And yes, I was a naturally funny guy, but there was no content. You know what I'm saying? All I had to do was write a story of my life at that point, and we would have had the ball rolling.
Do you think you being naturally funny held you back?
Yes, it made me very lazy at times. It made me lazy after I got into the store. I think about all those years. It made me very lazy because I knew I could go up there and smoke and mirror them. Now, at least, I'm giving them something. I'm giving them something about myself. I'm leaving something up there. And they're getting it, you know what I'm saying? Which I want to switch it up on this next tour. If you follow me, I really want to switch it up. That's why I've been hibernating, just trying new shit. You know, you have to evolve. When I was on MMA's podcast yesterday, we talked about evolution. I learned a lot from MMA, from evolving. Speaking of MMA, something happened this week that people are in shock of. You know, and we need to talk about it because a lot of people ask me about this. You know, the email numbers have been going down for the last 6 or 7 weeks. They went from being 90 emails a week, 70 emails a week to 40.
Okay.
But the main subject, I was looking at this Monday afternoon when I was answering emails. The main subject still is people trying to get their shit together and how it starts. And it starts with a plan. And there's a way to do it, and there's a way not to do it because there's different situations of getting your shit together. And they're sitting out. We've discussed how many times I got in trouble as a young man and how much police contact I had as a man. I can look you straight in the eye, Lee. The only disdain I ever had for a police officer was for the police officer who was in charge of my case in Boulder.
Which one was that?
His name was David something.
Oh, which case was it?
The kidnapping case, the Bella case. Because he really believed that he was doing something and he wasn't doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Like he really believed somewhere that he was doing something for the community or something.
Why do you think he wasn't?
Because he didn't know that he's just a tool in society. that for every Joey Diaz you put away, there's 19 more coming your way, and there's nothing you could do.
Yeah, but he still has to do that.
He still has to do it, but the way he acted during the whole thing, like he acted like fucking Adam 12, okay? But anyway, that was the only cop. But in that whole 18-month experience, I never lifted my voice to that man. I just didn't talk to him, which really fucked him up.
Did you not even acknowledge him, or what did you do?
The only time I talked to him was the day of my arrest. And then he would come, they'd send investigators to talk to me, and I'd say, you gotta talk to my attorney. I wouldn't talk to him. And then when we go to court, he'd try to address me and shit. And I wouldn't even look at the motherfucker. And part of the reason why was because he was looking for me for a different case. And I didn't want him to look at me and fucking remember that he was looking for me for a different case at the time. But that's not the thing of the story. I never disrespected him. In fact, the district attorney in the case, I bumped into him at the supermarket a couple of times. I ain't gonna lie to nobody. The first time I bumped into him, the second and third time, I creeped up on him. You following me? Because I wanted to talk to him. And my relationship with him was great. In fact, those conversations we had reduced his sentence by 3 fucking years. Because he got to know the real me.
I told you reduced it by 3 years?
I lived it. I saw him. I saw it happen. I saw him drop from 9 years and 8 to 4 to 6, and then they gave me 4. It was his call. I'm telling you this right now. Sometimes, man, like with club owners now, I have an agent that talks to club owners, but sometimes I call them on the side and talk to them because I want them to know I'm a human being. That's very important to me. So I wanted this district attorney to know that I wasn't just a person on a piece of paper and a mugshot. I wanted him to talk to me. It was important. So I just went up on him one day and I go, what's happening? And he's like, you live around here? And I go, yeah, I live around the corner. And I go, what are we going to do with this case, man? You know I'm a good guy. And he started going, listen, man. First off, I shouldn't be talking to you. And I'm like, listen, forget all that. Talk to me. I'm a human being. Talk to me. I fucked up. But what you're saying I did and what I did is 2 different stories. Guess who was fucking up at that time? It was me. I didn't see it from his point of view, and his point of view was correctly. I didn't see it as that extreme. It was extreme. And by him sending me to prison, he was saving my life. He wanted me to know that what I did, at that time, me pulling the gun on you was what we did. That's what I was aspiring to do. So I thought it was fine.
You were aspiring?
I was aspiring to pull guns on people. So I understood. But the moral of the story is that I didn't really ever have a beef. I got arrested in New York a couple times. I got arrested in Jersey a couple times. I got arrested in Colorado a couple times. I got arrested in Miami once a couple times. I got arrested in Seattle a couple times. And there was really never an altercation with a police officer. In fact, it always ended with thank you, and I'm sorry for you having to do this, and no, it's my job, and that type of shit. I watched the John Jones thing the other day, and I could hear the disdain in his voice of the cop. I mean, they don't like him. You follow me? They don't like him from the other thing already. They know his vehicles.
Right.
But what he doesn't understand is what John was saying the other day. Mr. John McCarthy was saying that you don't have to drag race to actually drag race. It's revving your engine. That's drag racing. That's the law. So with all this aside, I've had a lot of people contact me and ask me a top subject that has always intrigued me. Since I was a young fucking guy, I was around it.
What's that?
And I watched how it worked. Okay? It's a thing called probation, Lee. And probation could be a real good thing, or it could be a really fucking bad thing. But I'm going to tell you why it's a really bad thing. Because you got to walk on eggshells.
And he's not going to walk on eggshells?
No. The reason why they give you probation is because of the percentage factor. They already know the percentage of you getting arrested. They already know. That's why they agreed to it. First off, as a human being to a human being here, I'm a fan of John Jones. I love John Jones.
Yeah, he's great.
I knew John as a human being before he became a champion. I used to talk to him at the fights and giggle with him because Tripoli's from the same hometown. And I used to drop 607 or whatever, 706 and giggle with him. And I got to tell you, he's a sweetheart of a fucking guy. I did not know as a fan or whatever that he did blow. I did not know about this. I had heard rumblings, and then that thing went down real quick after I heard the rumblings.
The car crash.
The car crash went down. And then I heard more rumblings, and I just saw his behavior in different situations. And I'm talking to you people as a coke addict. You follow me? I'm not talking to you as some fucking guy that owns a rehab here that's trying to sell you on psychology. I'm talking to you on the reals of this situation here. When he ran away, all that stuff, he didn't go to rehab, he didn't stay there 30 days. All those little things are warning signs. And it affects the DA. The DA knows your frame of thought by you doing that. The DA is saying, this guy's not claiming responsibility. And I told you guys on this show before or on Rogan's, when you don't claim responsibility at that point, you're never going to claim it. It's going to come back to bite you in the ass. If you don't check on your skeletons from time to time, they're going to check up on you. And they checked up on me for 20 fucking years, Lee. That's why I'm talking to you about experience in this shit.
Right.
So when somebody gives you probation, let's say you get a year probation. A moron could do year probation.
Right.
But it takes a slick motherfucker. You gotta, because some probations, they're not gonna test you for THC. We don't want your blood leak. We don't want none. We don't want your piss. We don't want none. We're not even gonna come to your house. All we want you to do is come into the office, bring us your pay stubs. Part of the condition is you do 16 hours of community service in that year. Because unless you do the community service, you're not going to end with probation. They're going to bring you back to court and violate you. So do that fucking community service. You go on the guide, you get that over with. Because the quicker you get that over with, the quicker you can plead your case. If I'm a good attorney, I might be able to get you off on 6-month probation on a deferred sentence. But you can't do ugats. Nothing. You can't get a fucking parking violation. So the first thing I got to tell John Jones is, why is he out late at night?
Right.
With a fucking $200,000 car. I'm not sure if that's the price tag on the car. Do not quote me. I don't know nothing about fucking cars.
But I think it's another example of saving time because he's on probation. He's about to have a fight.
No, stop right there.
Okay.
He's on probation. But the big thing is, all eyes are on him.
Yeah.
Forget the fight.
But he has a fight coming up,
before the probation. Before anything. All eyes are upon him. All eyes are upon him.
Yeah.
He's a big investment for the UFC.
And he's fighting
next week. All eyes are upon him. He should be, people like, so he should have a driver. What driver are you talking about? You're on probation. The only time you're out of your house when you're on probation, it's called sunlight to sundown. That's the only way you're ever going to make it on probation. That's 50% of it right there. I know a lot of you people looking at me going, Joey, we don't agree with you. Well, take a chance. Columbus did, bitch. You will end up in jail because I'm cutting your evil percentages out completely. Nobody who listens to this podcast, if you ever get in trouble, God forbid, you're going to get in trouble in the daytime unless you get a parking ticket or you get pulled over for a ticket. When you go pick up weed, it's at night. When you go pick up blow, it's at night. When you get into a fist fight, it's at night at a bar. So, do you understand me? The only way probation works is for you to look at the mirror and go, I'm never going out at night again. Not to a movie. Maybe to a dinner with my wife. And that's it. And I'm gonna pick my route when I drive. Especially when all eyes are upon me.
And
most people are listening to this going, Joey, what the fuck are you saying? Lee, when I tell you, I did it. I took out my nightlife completely. Took it out. At one point, I knew the only way I could beat my nightlife ended. It ended probably when I got to Colorado, when I still thought I was Johnny Machine Guns, and I would go out at night from time to time to clubs, and from time to time. But I cut everything. Like I used to even get my coke in the daytime and hide it for the nighttime. You understand me? Like this is what I'm talking about. This is the discipline.
That's how you survive probation.
Huh?
That's how you survive probation?
The only reason why I fucked up on probation was because of my hot urine test.
Yeah.
I used to give a hot urine test. But afterward, after I got out of the halfway house, I was on probation. They put me on a long fucking probation. And after I did a year, I took it back to a judge and they signed me off.
Oh, cool.
And that year to me was not rough by no means. I knew what my percentages were. I still did coke. I still smoked dope. But I went and got it at lunchtime. Okay? You got to do different things at different times. I never, ever, ever, ever went out that year. Ever. I went from my job straight to my fucking house. Straight to my fucking house. I worked at Boulder Toyota at the time. I didn't make much money. I made maybe $2,800 to $3,200 a month. And it was a store. People came in. They had good credit. You have to do credit checks on it. They fucking lived in Boulder all their lives. You knew where you stood. You sold 10 to 12 cars a month. Nobody broke your balls. They didn't give you a demo. They didn't drug test you. You could smoke dope in the back. Everybody smoked dope there. I had a nice job there. But I swear to my fucking daughter, I went from the job straight to the fucking house. Because your percentages of going to buy coke will go higher. I knew this. This is why they still have them in fucking jail right now.
Did they really? Wow.
They have them in jail till tomorrow morning. And that's when the shit hit the fan. That's when they decide. Because listen to me, they gave him a big break up front. Do you understand me? When they give you a big break up front, they're just waiting now. Everybody looked at that fucking video.
You don't think that the UFC is going to be able to pay off the judge and be like, hey, man.
This is the second fucking violation. This is the first violation. They gave him a big breather. Now, a lot of people at home going, well, Joey, he wasn't drag racing. Maybe he called. Listen, a lot of you get tickets. A lot of you people don't act like the right way. Nobody who listens to this podcast has called the cop a fucking liar and a pig. And the guy didn't fucking smack him, which, because he's John Jones. I would have called, if I'm a cop, I could. The guy didn't call eight other cops.
The guy knew he was on camera.
Oh, everybody.
Because that's why it came out. The body camera came out.
Yeah, no shit. Everybody know they're on fucking camera. But he could have also fucking called for 8 other cars to come. And they could have pulled John Jones out of the car and asked him if he was drinking or if he had something in the car. They took a big chance that night. That was a big fucking shot that night. That was very big that night. But if you look at it from that angle.
I never thought about it that way. But yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Listen, I'm telling you that the bad things happen at night. Chris Rock said nobody goes to an ATM machine at 2 a.m. to do something good. Right? Nobody goes at 2 a.m, and that's the truth. Same rule applies. When I was a kid, I used to go to Miami. And my uncle in Miami was on probation. But I remember him telling me, it's sun to sun. And I go, what does that mean? He goes, once the sun drops, I don't leave the house. I go, do they not let you leave the house? He goes, they let me do what I want. I don't leave the house.
Because why waste for one party, for one bad dinner? Why waste another 6 years in jail or whatever?
Well, no. That's not going to happen to you. Bad things happen when you're in a bar. If I put you on probation, Lee, you know what's going to happen one night? Let me tell you what's going to happen one night. You're going to go out with Joe Diaz. Okay. In the old days. You're going to hook up with Joe Diaz. He's going to invite you over to some fucking Irish bar on fucking Magnolia. You're going to sit there with Joe Diaz. Here you are on probation. Joe Diaz, 3 other jerk-offs, some fucking slutty girl. You're at some bar drinking. You know, oh, why am I here? Next thing you know, a fight breaks out. The cops come in. I give you the coke to hold. As you're walking out the door, they pull you over, search you, and here you do got a gram in your pocket. That ain't even yours. You're just doing a felony favor. That's how quick this shit happens on probation. Or there is a fight. You come to my help. You pull me off the guy. The guy pushes me. I bump into you. You push the guy. As you're walking away, the cops come in. That's a violation.
What's the violation?
You pulling me off that fight. Because right now, the cops are walking in. They go, so who are you? My name is Lee Syed. And what happened here? The guy's going to go, he pushed me. I didn't push you. Fucking you hit my friend, and I pushed you to get you off him. You just admitted yourself what happened in front of the cop. So the cop has to write this in his fucking report. Now, let's say the cop is a great guy. And he goes, everybody get the fuck out of here. He still has to submit that report. There's 5 cops there. Somebody's going to notice you're on probation, Lee. And they're going to call you. And they're going to go, can you come into my office?
They're going to read reports?
Yeah. You have to assume. You have to assume in today's age with the computers and shit. Once they process that stuff.
I thought no one read those things.
You never fucking know. It happened to me. I got arrested and got a PV. The reason why I have a fucking warrant in Seattle is because I got involved at the fucking fight at the club.
And you were on probation?
And I was on probation. And the cops came and didn't give me a summons. But they wrote up the report. So 3 days later, Seattle violated me for the fucking police coming at the fucking comedy club.
Oh my God, that's crazy. That's like a red light camera.
So they came, they arrested me and threw me in jail. No bail until I went in front of a judge. The judge let me out, blah, 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 blah. Here we are 20 fucking years later. So those probation violations aren't no fucking joke. He's in jail till tomorrow fucking morning. No money could get you out. No attorney could get you out. It's like getting busted in New York with a gun. You don't make bail. It's 18 months. It's that fucking whatever law, the Brady law, whatever the fuck it is.
And he has it even harder because you were saying all eyes are on him. All eyes are on him because he's him, but he's a star athlete. So he is already basically on probation. And then now he's on extra legal probation. Now he's racing, and he shouldn't let.
Let's say he wasn't racing,
but he said the fans were being mean to him or something. So even if they were, just roll up your windows and let it go.
I didn't know nothing about fans being.
Let me look it up.
All I seen was fucking him in the car talking like that to the cop and reading today he got arrested. That's all I know. All I know is he got fucking pulled over, Lee.
Okay.
Whether the fans were mean to him or whatever, it's my point. What the fuck are you doing out? What time was it when he was out?
Let's see.
Let's see what time it was. Tell me what time it was. Does anybody know?
Let me check.
That's the most important thing. Let's pretend he was out at 9:30 and went to get fucking milk for his kids. Even then, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You got to make your moves in the fucking daytime because everything bad happens at night. Let's pretend it was 9:28 at night on a fucking Friday night.
Okay.
That's how fucking crucial I'm telling you.
10 a.m. He turned himself in at 10 a.m.
No, I know what time he turned himself in. What time did the incident happen on fucking Friday night or Saturday night? Oh, Jesus Christ.
It doesn't say in the article.
He turned himself in at 10 a.m. You say I got to deal with people. Let me give some shout outs real quick here and get this fucking party rolling here.
I'll look it up for after this.
Yeah, Dead Squad Charlotte. You know Jimmy Pitts. I love you. Ookie Spooky. Louis Zumad. Freddie Correa up there holding it down. The comedy. Bad motherfucker over there in Las Vegas. Josh Pitway. Diana Mateo. And my man Pat Shea. I wish you a lot of luck. Bob Lalingus' dad is at home recovering. And my brother from another mother, Larry fucking Boom Boom, the security agent, my family. Happy birthday. Is his birthday in 2 days. Talking Land on Twitter. Yeah, what time did the incident occur? That's what's the most important thing to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
And he's out there with his fucking $1 million car. Already people are fucking hating on you. You just hit somebody in a fucking car. You're in like a Volvo or something, like a family car that nobody's even looking at you, These are the little things that you got to clean up when you're trying to put your life together, because people look at those fucking things. It's like the 7.5 when they told him don't bring the fucking Corvette to the station.
Right, and
they brought the Corvette to the station. You're just going to irritate the fuck out of people.
Okay, here it is, probably. Motherfucker.
You don't know what the fuck it is. Anyway, it don't matter.
I don't know. I can't find it.
No, nobody's going to find it. That's the thing with probation that I never liked. They're going to give you probation, might as well do the 90 days. Say, fuck it, give me the 90 fucking days.
And then you could be off of 2 years probation?
90 days and you're out of the situation.
Did you ever do that a few times?
I tried.
And why didn't you?
I tried to fucking go to work release when I got sentenced that time. They told me that Monday before the Friday. They go, well, we could hope for is two things. 120 days of community correction and then probation, or 90 days work release. And I'm like, I'll do fucking work release. And they were like, it's not up to you. It's up to the fucking judge. The judge, when we said work release, he threw cold water on it. He didn't even react to it. He was like, you're not doing no 90 days.
So which one did you get?
I got the 6 years in prison. 4 to 6.
Oh, it was at that point in the.
Yeah.
Oh, you could have just gotten 90 days.
I was hoping that was the best result possible in my world. That I was going to get 120 days work release. I was already enrolled at the University of Colorado. I was in the COP program. They're like, come on, give the kid a break. He enrolled. He's already in the fucking thing. He's part of something. They gave him a second chance. You might as well give him a second chance. So we kept up playing that angle. So we were like, there's hope. We're going to go in there and flip him. Right in the courtroom. We're going to flip him. He's going to go fuck it. 120 days work release, 6 years probation. Then we're going to do a year probation straight up. And then we're going to go back to court and cut the probation out. That was the initial plan.
And the judge just didn't want you to do that?
No. So community corrections turned me down. Community corrections has 2 different levels. They have the halfway house and they control the county jail. And they vote. So both of them voted and said, fuck no, we don't want that motherfucker.
Is the person there voting on your future?
Like a board. There's a board. Like a board of 3.
Up.
So both of them voted me out. So now we were going to try to get the judge to override everybody and say, you got to take this motherfucker in there. That was our only hope and prayer on Monday morning.
And what happened?
They sent me to jail instead. There was no fucking even hope. He didn't even consider it. He was like, fuck you. No way. No way. Which when I looked at his face, I knew the fucking alternative. When I just said that to you right now, I could just see his little fucking squirrely face. He was a good dude, though. He was small, and he had a beard. He just looked like he was just one big fucking bush. All you could see were his eyes and his mouth. He just had a beard in his face, and he was small. And when he looked at that paperwork, and he kept looking at me and looking at that paperwork and looking at me, and I fucking knew it.
Looking back on it, did you ever really have a chance at any of those other options, or no? You were going to jail.
I was going to jail. In my mind, in my delusional cocaine mind, I was going to beat the case altogether.
If you had gone to them and just said, hey, get the deal that you actually ended up with and didn't do all that other legal stuff,
if from now,
your legal fees would have been like a
right
10.
now, if I would have known what I know now, then this is exactly what I would have done.
Okay, tell me.
Right now, I would have got out on bail, number 1. Number 2, I would have committed myself to a 90-day rehab. I and came out and played the role of the fucking rehab guy. And at my probation investigation, I would have said that it was my fucking fault. I would have copped to the whole thing. I would have copped to the whole thing in my probation investigation.
What, and just say
After
you
the no guilty plea?
You planned the whole thing?
No, that I knew exactly what I was doing, that the cocaine led me there. I would have blamed it all on the fucking coke. That would have been the weasel of Joe Diaz at that time. I would have said, I would have done 90 days in the rehab, came out, gone to AA for a month, fucked them off, just got fake signatures, did all the stupid shit I used to do then. And then I would never fucking learn my lesson. Instead of doing what I did, I went to a rehab and got off easy. Because I wouldn't have really adjusted to the rehab. I would have bullshitted them too eventually. I would have just learned how to get off the blow like I did when I went into prison. When I got locked up, I didn't do blow in there. I adjusted my life not to have it. I got it out of my mind. I knew it wasn't going to happen. And that was it. It didn't really stop the addiction. It just made the addiction grow. Just because you're not doing the drug, your addiction's still growing. We discussed this.
Really? So you, the whole time, even though you weren't doing it in prison, you wanted it?
Wanted what?
Coke.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said that I knew in my mind I wasn't going to get it. But just because you're not drinking doesn't mean your addiction still exists. Your addiction's still there.
Oh, okay. So the addiction's there, but
right.
the
let's say
desire.
Okay, let's say I'm doing fucking 2 8-balls a night, right?
Right.
And tonight I quit doing fucking 8-balls.
Okay.
Right? And I stay off it for fucking 22 fucking years. And one day I start snorting again. Guess what's going to happen, Lee? Within a week, I'm going to be doing an eighth. I'm going to be doing a quarter. A quarter is 2 8-balls because my addiction's still growing. I'll die of a fucking heart attack. God forbid, I would never do it. I'm just telling you that that's an addiction's constantly growing, even if you're not doing the drugs.
I don't rest in peace, but isn't that what happened to Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Right. He went back, and there's rumors of other people who came back from the dead and fucking came back from the fucking not doing drugs. You know, I just respect my life without the drugs. I really do. It's a fucking great experience. I like smoking the weed to calm me down a little bit because sometimes I do get hyper in the mornings and I start sweating profusely and my mind starts racing. So I think it helps me. You know, I think in the real world, if I would have gone to see a psychiatrist, I would have been on one of those pills right now. And I'd rather not be on one of those pills. That's why I'd rather do 3 little bong hits with you in the morning joint, get the party started. But that's how you fucking survive a probation. That's the only way, especially when you have a fucking family. You have to start thinking about them. Again, not that I thought about my family when I was out there doing coke and I was 25 or 26 years old. I was in the same boat as John Jones. I was in the same boat as John Jones, only without the millions of dollars. There was no millions of dollars involved. But do you want me to tell you something? Even if there was at that time, it wouldn't have changed who I was. It would have just fueled my fire. And I feel that because he didn't go to that rehab, that's always going to come back to bite him in the ass.
So do you think he should cancel the fight and go to rehab?
I didn't say that. No, that's not going to fucking happen. What I'm saying is that sometimes when you don't take care of a situation, it comes back to bite you in the ass later. And take it from somebody who lived a lie for 27 fucking years. I lived a big lie for 20 fucking years. Do I wish I would have went to a rehab? Do I think a rehab would have helped me? Between you and I, not really. I think you're not ready to stop doing drugs till you stop doing drugs. I'm not saying that he's doing drugs at all. They would have ripped him out of the car that night. I'm not saying he's doing drugs at all. But I'm saying that, you know, sometimes you should take care of little things. I ended up going to a rehab, but it was a pussy rehab. It wasn't no fucking real rehab. I wouldn't allow a real rehab. I didn't want to get unwound.
Why was it a pussy rehab?
It was from 3 to 6 every night, 4 days a week. How much can you change somebody from 3 to 6, 4 days a week for fucking 4 weeks?
Was it a world-class instructor?
It was a different instructors, and all they did was agitate the fuck out of me for no reason. Understand me? They would
What do they do? They just like drip ranch on your forehead or something?
There was two women in particular. There was this one fucking older woman that had to be about 50. And she was a sweet lady, but, you know, she was still a psychiatrist, and she'd ask you fucking creepy fucking questions and ask you why, and maybe this and doesn't. And I gotta tell you something. I go in there, and every time I left there fucking angry. It was fucked up for me. I was snorting while I was in there, too. I was selling coke from that rehab. I wasn't doing it. I was still weighing it in their bathroom and selling it.
You didn't do it ever?
No, I wasn't doing it that time. I was touching it with a piece of paper and everything.
So why do you keep going back?
Because I had to. The court sent me there.
No, why do you keep going back? If you could stop doing coke, you made the decision to do it then.
Oh, yeah, I was doing it all the time. At this time, the only reason why I stopped was because I had an eye watching me.
Okay.
Okay? I was fucking in the halfway house. And even while I was in the halfway house, I was still fucking dealing blow and snorting blow. When they caught me, they wanted to put me back in jail. That's a probation violation. That's a violation of your court sentence. When you get sent to a halfway house, you have to piss in a fucking bottle. So if you come back hot, they have to make a decision. Sometimes they take away your freedom for 60 days and put you back in the halfway house, and they take away your rights for 60 days. So all you're allowed to do is leave the house to fucking work. And sometimes they just throw you in work release for fucking 90 days. Or sometimes they wrap your shit up and throw you back in county for fucking 6 months. And then you have to go back in front of a fucking judge after that. And he decides again what to do with you. And then they give you a new probation sentence because of the time you did. Because whatever you did the time takes different days off. See, prison time is like 2 days for 1 day or 3 days for every 1 day. So that's why when they give you 6 years, you do 42 months because the sentence gets shortened. But when you do county jail time, it's like fucking golden. It's like 4 days for 1 day. So that's why when I give you a year in county, it's
4
like
years.
It's like 7 months. Do you follow me?
Oh, so if you only get a year in county, yeah.
So you get a year in every institution is different. So if you get a year in county, you get like 4 days for every one.
So like,
if you get a year in prison, you get 3 days for every one. So if you go to jail in state prison and you get a year, you do 9 months. If you get that same year in state prison, you do 7 months. Do you understand me?
I understand you, but you're talking about 7 months in county jail like it's like nothing. Like, what do you do with all your shit when you're about to go away for 7 months? Do you pay 7 months worth of rent?
No, you take your shit, you give it to Paula, and you say, put this in your house. I'll see you in 7 months. Come see me on Sundays. Don't put panties on. That's what you tell her. That's what you tell her. That's or you crazy. Pay rent and she stays there and takes care of your animals and shit. But usually when you put yourself in that situation, you know, I mean, there's not much.
But and then you even have to be careful in prison because haven't there been people who have been like maybe in prison on a probation violation and gotten shit in there and then have spent like years in there because of shit they did in there?
Well, listen, man, I don't know anything about that. I wish him a lot of luck. I really do. I love him to death. I wish John Jones a lot of luck.
Oh, yeah, John Jones, yeah.
I wish that he gets his handled. He goes in front of a judge tomorrow. So hopefully by tomorrow afternoon we'll know his fate, what the UFC decides. Because this judge might fucking add months to his probation or make him do 90 days.
And the judge doesn't give a fuck about the UFC's event.
Listen, like I said, they gave him a big chance. I can't give you 2 chances. And a day in county jail don't fucking cut it in my world. And a lot of people at home going, but Joey, the cop was every cop in that town. He did a hit and run. He did a hit and run. They all know his vehicle. The cop said he knew his vehicle, did he not?
I didn't hear that part, but maybe.
Cop knew his vehicle. They all know his car now.
But
They
it's-
see him at 2 in the morning. They're gonna pull him over just for pulling him over. I seen you swerving. No, you didn't. Whatever.
and that's what I was thinking.
You
Is
have
just,
a bullseye on you.
why doesn't it just leave?
Who?
John Jones, go somewhere else.
Because he trains in Winklejohn in Santa Fe.
So, but if
In
he's gonna
Albuquerque, I'm sorry.
but if he's gonna be in prison every other week for a fake probation violation,
No. You can't run. Because eventually the problem will catch up with you there. He needs to live, like I told you, he needs to live his life. He needs to train the daytime, and at night you're in with your family. End the story.
even if he lives that way, if he's getting fucked, every time he leaves his house.
No. In the daytime and at night is completely differently. He's not going to get fucked. If you leave your house, you drive the speed limit, you stop at stop signs, not even how you stop. You see how you stop at stop signs? If you're a celebrity and you got a bullseye, I will pull you over and give you a ticket. You do a Puerto Rican stop. You stop and keep rolling. You gotta stop. No. That's what people do not realize. Why do you think whenever I drive with you, I make you stop exactly the same way at every stop sign? Because I never want you getting pulled over. And they'll pull you over for that at 10:15 at night in a weird neighborhood.
Yeah, I got pulled over.
Why are you in this neighborhood? I didn't know I was driving home. If you've been drinking, now you got beef.
Right.
Do you understand me? So anything that happens at night and happens in the daytime is two different fucking worlds. Okay? In the daytime, guess what I can do in the daytime, Lee?
What?
I could say, Lee, what are you doing right now? Come pick me up. I have to go to fucking stop.
Okay.
To get a cheeseburger. Let's go there at lunchtime. Guess what else I do?
What do you do?
I call my Coke dealer. I go, do me a favor. I'll give you $50 extra. Meet me at stop. Don't let nobody see you. When I get up to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom. And I'll give you the cash. That's how quick it happens at lunchtime. I come back, I sit with you. You didn't even fucking see the move. You didn't even see the move.
Why didn't you just go pick it up?
Because I'm trying to tell you how do you avoid heat.
Oh,
I eat my
probation.
fucking cheeseburger, I get back in the car with you, and I go straight fucking home. And I ditch that fucking cocaine. You know why I have you there?
Why?
Because you don't do coke. I don't even want to hang out with nobody who does coke. That's how fucking probation works, okay? Do I drink booze? Okay, then. Now I'm going to call a friend of mine who drinks booze but doesn't drink booze in the daytime. And I'm going to say, when you go to the liquor store, get me 2 bottles of fucking booze and I'll pay for your booze. I eliminated that. Winklejohn, yeah. You go to the fucking gym and you drive home. You go train at fucking 7 a.m. You stay there till 12. You eat lunch over there.
Yeah, bring lunch
You
in.
hang out and you fucking go home at 3:30. And that's your day. That's it. That's the way it has to be. That's the only way it's going to work without attracting attention.
It's crazy.
Anything at night, you're going to attract attention. And guess what? Guess what it's called? When you have the kiss of death on you, you have the kiss of death on you. He goes to a bar one night with the guys from Winklejohn, Clay Guida, Andre Arlovsky, Holly Holm. They go to celebrate somebody's birthday. Some guy has 3 drinks and calls John Jones a drunk or something like that. There's a pushing argument. The cops get alerted. Guess who's going to jail?
John Jones.
It happens 9 out of 10 times. You have to avoid everything.
Yeah, just don't be out
You
there.
have to live your life because the numbers are high for regular people. The percentages are high for guys like you and I if we're involved in that lifestyle. Can you imagine for somebody who's got a target on his back? It just makes sense. When I got in trouble for the kidnapping in Boulder, and I lived in Boulder afterward, everybody knew what I had done. It's not breaking a window, guy. It's not fucking, it was kidnapping, Lee. Kidnapping is a class 1 felony.
Yeah.
People know what you look like and they know what you did. Yeah, for some people, they're too stupid. They don't know. But all you need to do is get pulled over and they know everything about you within fucking 2 minutes.
2 minutes,
And
that's
now,
it? That's all it takes?
and now you looked at completely different. When I come back to your car knowing that you're a convicted felon, now I have my gang. I have my hand on my gun. You understand me? Those words. So I knew one thing, to do all my business in the daytime.
So if you get pulled over now, will you say I'm a convicted felon?
Not in 2,000,000 years. There's nothing on that no more. It's been over fucking 20 years.
Oh, okay. But
right now, you pull me over, you're gonna go, what were you doing in this neighborhood? I went to do comedy. Have you been drinking? Not at all. There's no fucking smell of pot in my fucking car. I don't smoke pot in my car. Never.
No, me either.
So what are you pulling me over for? I do the speed limit. Only on the highways, I do a little heavier foot. But besides that, you're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? That's what it all comes down to. That's what the moral of this fucking story is. If you're on fucking probation, you have a bullseye on you. You have to live a fucking certain way. That's it. Plain and fucking simple.
Do you think the UFC should be letting him fight? Like, do you think?
I don't know. Those are not my. I don't even care about that.
Okay, so
that's not about what this show is about. What we're talking about tonight.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with the UFC, man. This is what the fucking problem is with society. Has nothing to do with the UFC. It's got to do with John Jones and what he's going about to look at right now. You don't know if this judge gives him a second chance. What if he gets in trouble again in 6 months? So whatever's going on, he's got to take care of this. I really want to find out what time this video was shot at. If anybody knows,
let me see if I can find it.
I guarantee it's a time you shouldn't be the fuck out of your house, especially if you're the world champion or trying to fucking beat the world champion in 2 months. That's why it was very weird. If you look at that interview between him and Joe Rogan, what does Daniel Cormier say to him? Just make sure you're there. And he goes, you wish that you would be happy if that wouldn't happen. Because the percentages are always fucking high, man.
Yeah.
It don't matter, man.
No.
It don't fucking matter. Anyway, this weekend, I'm at the fucking Brea Improv. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, starting tomorrow night. It's fucking Force One Star Night. If you're in the neighborhood. In April, I got 2 good fucking cities. I'm going to one of my favorites, Buffy.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
How many wings are you going to get?
Just 6.
Yeah, but
I got a couple fucking beef on wings. And also I'm going to another one of my favorite cities, Indianapolis, Crackers. And that's it, motherfuckers. It was a great week. I don't know what the fuck we talked about tonight. We got nice and high. And that's it. That's all I want to fucking tell you guys. You know me. I keep it simple, dog. Why fucking make up shit that don't exist? March was a great month. We had a great time together. You know, why fuck around? Like I said, man, I get these people who call me. They send me stupid shit. Sometimes I look at them. Sometimes I don't. Like I said, I sent to my attorney. He likes them. Sometimes we discuss it. They ran this by me. And like I say, I always tell them, you know what? Let me do it once or twice. See how they react to it. If they like it, they'll let me know. If they don't like it, we go to fucking hell. We don't do them no more. I'm easy, guys. I don't give a fuck about this. This is just to keep the lights on, to keep the fucking Lee and fucking Chinese food. He's going to kettlebell class. Look at him. He's getting new clothes. He's thinking about moving a wife in. Then he wants to make her pay half the rent. Like,
yeah, of course she's going to pay half the rent. She's a lawyer.
Fuck
she's
yourself.
going to make more than I am.
Shit. She's going to be fucking paying those loans back, and she's going to send money to Mexico.
She's going to be making more money than God.
The cousin's got the chicken farm and shit. And there you are sitting on the couch. You have the whole family living with you. You got people playing the drums in your house. You need this shit. Anyway.
People playing drums.
You know what, man? Let me tell you something. I am Cuban. But I always liked the fucking thing of being American. I don't know. I really fucking dug it. I'm not going to play a national anthem. You know what, man? I'll tell you what I still like. I tell you what I strive for. I wished I could look you in the face, Lee, as my friend and my co-worker, my goonbon. Like I said, guess what I did, Lee?
What did you do?
I went and bought 2 tickets for us to go to the Lakers.
Oh, man.
And you're going to go, really? Yeah, let's go down there. And on the way down there, you're going to sit there. And you're going to go, I wonder what Joey paid for these. And you know we're not up in the fucking nosebleeds or in the middle, so they're $400. And at one point in the night, I mean, you had a Laker game. No, it's not the Celtics. You know, we live here. We should support the Lakers. But at the end of the night, you're gonna go, you know what, Joey? You paid $4 for those. I'd rather you would have given me a fucking steak dinner for $250. You know what I'm saying? Give me cash. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting here like a mocha yak, sitting here fucking eating and whatever.
You said that to people?
No, I didn't say that to people. But Lee,
but no.
This is how you would feel.
It's expensive to
in
go.
In a way, it's expensive to go to games. One thing that's destroyed my insides lately that I don't really fucking talk about is, you know, what they've done to America. We can't go to a fucking basketball game. If you got 2 kids and a daughter and a son, and you want to do a family night at a fucking baseball game, there's some stadiums that have dollar tickets, but then your family has to sit next to people that are fucking animals, and they drink and they burp and they fart.
And I don't remember very many who do have dollar stadiums. It's like $20. Like family, like it's a minimum of 20 or 40.
You know, and that, you know, people, it's just a fucking nightmare. You got to pay $50 to park. Anyway, when I got this, I want to run it by you and just see what you think. What's the next big event you want to go to? You know, what is it? You know, David Gilmour's coming to your town. Maybe Black Sabbath, the final tour. Maybe you want to go see a playoff game. Whatever it is, you can bet that someone's going to pay less for better seats. How? They use a new company called ScoreBig.com. They use ScoreBig.com. You're paying too much for tickets. We all know that. Between the markups and the last-minute convenience package, even printed home fees, you end up paying courtside prices for nosebleed tickets. This is why I don't go to these events. ScoreBig.com is here to change that. Do you know that 40% of all live tickets go unsold? And did you know that there's a place these seats go at a huge saving? It's called ScoreBig.com. ScoreBig works directly with your favorite teams and artists to get their unsold seats at unpublished prices. Only at ScoreBig.com can you name a ticket price and be guaranteed to pay below box office up to 60% off. Here's what you do. 1, go to ScoreBig.com and find the event and seats that you want. 2, make an offer for ScoreBig's Name a Ticket Price feature. 3, get an instant answer and save 60% on your ticket. No surprise fees and free shipping. Just unbeatable prices on great seats. And more when you're in great seats. You actually enjoy the game or the show or all the more. I'm telling you right now. Listen, you ever pay a bunch of money and you sit in shitty seats? It's
All the
kind of
time.
nice and it sucks ass. And then you tell your friends it was a good show, but you don't fit in the seat. There's some fucking animal next to you.
Someone left the lights on the last time, and then exactly what they're talking about. You will be looking at something. Oh, I have a budget for what I want to spend, and then as soon as you click on it, it's like, oh, there's $47 in fees. So they're like, no, they're not going to do that.
So what we're going to do is there's no surprise fees and free shipping. Just unbeatable prices on great seats, and more when you're in great seats. You actually enjoy it. I'm telling you, man, it tastes better. Anything tastes better in a Old Doom. Anyway, next time you go see any game or show, go to Score Big first and see how much you can save. Go to ScoreBig.com right now. Click on the microphone, enter the promo code Joey, Joey, and you'll save an extra 20% off your first ticket purchase. Again, stop paying too much for tickets, man. Go to ScoreBig.com right now, promo code Joey. Again, ScoreBig.com, promo code Joey. And also, my main men on it.com. Listen, that protein powder was delicious. I got the Shroom Tech. I took some today. I did a lot better in class. My gee's still wet. I'm a firm believer in it. I could sit here and blow smoke up your ass. Listen, I know about this. I know about that. I don't know dick. All I know is whenever I take on a product, I feel fucking great. Whether it's the Alpha, I'm back on the Alpha brand again. I'm a little sharper. I mumble because that's the weed. You know what I'm saying? What are you going to do? I've been smoking since 6 a.m. What have you done today? Anyway, Joey's here ready to fucking rock. All right, like I told you, I'm in Brea all weekend. But before we end, let's go back to Honor here. I went a little off fucking thought here. Go to honor.com right now and press in
church.
Boom! To get the 10% off of any product, not weights or anything, just supplements, and they deliver it right to your door. No drama, no money, you're fun. You like what you read, you get to stay on the program. Most importantly, people still, Alpha Brain. You give it a shot. You don't like it, you send it back, you get 100% money back guarantee. What are these noises you're making today? You have the mic up too high.
I'm making noises?
Yeah, you keep sitting there, we can hear it. Stop it.
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Anyway, I want to thank my main man, Lee Sayat. I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening. We had a great March. Thank you for making March just phenomenal. And wait to see what we have for you in April. I love you motherfuckers. Have a great weekend and happy fucking April Fool's Day, cocksuckers.
This show is brought to you by Scorpig. Next time, before you go to Scorpig first and see how much you can save. Go to scorpig.com right now. Click on the microphone and enter promo code Joey to get an extra $20 off your first ticket purchase. And go to honest.com and use promo code Church to get 10% off all of the great optimization products. Well, anyone just close with this song?
Yeah, that's the good thing.
This show is brought to you by Blue Apron. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes and all of the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Our listeners get their first 2 meals for free. That's right, free. Just go to blueapron.com/Joey and start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. That's blueapron.com/Joey. This show is also brought to you by Texture. Texture is offering our listeners a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. When you do that, you'll gain immediate entry to all the top magazines, including back issues and bonus video content. That's right, just go to texture.com/Joey right now to get a free trial of the app Texture. And the show is brought to you by MeUndies.com. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey and get 20% off of your first order of their great underwear, socks, t-shirts, all of their great products. Shipping is always free in the US and Canada, and you can save $8 a pair with MeUndies subscription plans. That's MeUndies.com/Joey.
Oh shit! You bad motherfuckers. Monday, April 4th. A little something for the Jews. Get up and dance, cocksuckers. This is all about you. Oh shit. Out of respect. Listen to that fucking rhythm right there. Again, when black people were black people. Listen to that. Are you fucking nuts or what? If you're Jewish, get up, cocksuckers. Who gives a fuck?
Salute the flag.
Salute that fucking flag. You're in the office. Fuck them all. Let them know. You ain't fucking around today. You're taking names, making things straight with the fucking Nazis. Let's do this shit, Lisa. Here you go. What? You wanna... What's the story there, beautiful motherfuckers? Monday, April 4th. And here you are. Another fun-filled episode of El Churcho, of What's Happening Now with my main man, Lee motherfucking Syed. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. Oh, I love that hash.
I told you.
It's a little harsh going down, but it's just
nice.
Great.
You get a little buzzing in your ears like your mom smacked you. You get smacked by your mom, your earrings for like 22 fucking minutes after like this miserable fuck.
My mom didn't do it that much, so I still have vivid memories of like it used to slow down for me. Like time used to slow down. The couple of times she got mad. Like I butt dialed her this weekend. The last time I butt dialed her was when I was high with you, and it was before a podcast, and she got pissed. So I was even now. I'm about to be 28. I'm still scared of my mom a little bit.
You should be. It's not like scared, but you respect her judgment and whatever. Mom's got your back and shit like that. So you should be a little fucking scared of moms. You follow me, cocksucker? What else? You like the hash?
I like the hash.
Smoother. You worked out this week. You spent the weekend with Mama. You came to Brea with me Thursday night.
Brea was fun.
Brea was a lot of fucking fun, man, this weekend. I'm starting to love doing comedy again. You go in your ups and downs like anything else in life. You just go through ups and downs. You do something so much, you take it for granted, and you don't realize how lucky we have it that I'm allowed to write jokes and go up on stage and fuck around with your people and smoke pot and take pictures afterward or whatever. It was rough going out and seeing people this weekend. Only people who knew waited and came around the back. I got a lot of tweets from people who were pissed off, but you're right there. That's the kind of club that you're right there. I don't want to take pictures of people on the street. Cars are going by. That's how people get hit by fucking cars. Somebody got hit there.
Right.
Years ago, somebody got hit out there one night. People were taking pictures and shit, so I'm always scared to go on that Brea fucking Boulevard, whatever it's called. But besides that, it was great. Some great people came out, dropped off some albums. You got a little Suavecito shaving cream.
I'm excited to try it.
Aftershave, a little something for them. They got me hair products, but you obviously go fucking hairless. Not that I'm making fun of you. I'm just saying
I don't mind it at all.
You just chose to shave your head, so some people came down with some great weed. You know, it's just, it's really nice to be a part of something nice for once. I was always a part of all shitty things, and it's always really nice. Like, you know, somebody was saying the other day they had PTSD, and I giggled. And it's like when I leave the house, I always expect the worst shit to happen, so I'm not disappointed. So when something really nice happens, like those 3 nights, even in the green room, even Jack Jr. and Johnny Rock and Tommy Easter came down Thursday and fucking blew it up for you Tommy Easter fans. He's been doing comedy for a fucking year. I'm really proud of him because he lives in his van. And I like the kid. I like the kid a lot. And I'm trying to teach him something from a different angle because he's seeing it. He's seeing that everybody down there that he's doing these little open mics with is coming from a weird angle. The first thing when you choose any career is to choose the right attitude going into it. It makes it a lot easier. This is from a fucking old beat up guy. I had so many jobs and so many great opportunities, but I went into a bad opportunity. I went in there with bad attitudes. Not
Were you
bad
negative about
attitudes. No. I was not negative about the opportunities. I was weak-minded about the opportunities. I never gave them a chance to blossom. Before you give up on an opportunity, give it a chance to blossom either in your direction or in the other direction so you know exactly where you stand before you really give up on it. You know, somebody offers you a job loading trucks. It's 12 to 9 at night. Your girlfriend's miserable because she doesn't get to see you. It's always little things like that you have to make a decision. So sometimes I get late. The word isn't lazy. I get
complacent.
Complacent. That's why when I first left the store in 2007, I was very happy because it gave me a new chapter of comedy, and it really did. It gave me a chapter of comedy without the store. 7 years is a complete different chapter of comedy. And I bummed around, and I started going to the Ha-Ha, and I developed this little act late night because she let me work late. And next thing you know, Gabriel called me to do that show, and I was doing Wednesdays in Brea. So there's always something going on, and I don't know. You do get complacent about anything. I get people, I know people drive, like my friend Timmy was driving for a while, he wanted to do something different. If you don't get I don't ever want anybody to give up on your dream. But after a while, you have to take your dream and do different avenues with it. It's still that same dream, but you're doing different avenues with it. At the same time, I don't want you to give up like I never gave up. I never gave up. I'm not going to lie to nobody. Mentally, I never gave up. Sometimes on the outer core in 2009, I didn't know what direction I was taking this before podcast. And I never really gave up. I just readjusted everything.
It's amazing that there's not more. You always hear life coach or something like that, job mentor, whatever it is. It's amazing there's not more of it because that's the entire reason why I am paying a lot more than I need to right now to go to this kettlebell class. You told me, buy some kettlebells and just do them at your house. The reason why I can't do that is because I'll get complacent in my workout. I won't do that extra set. So it's amazing.
Knowing the situation before you go into it, Lee, that's all I ever want people to know. You know why? Because I went into so many situations that I know dick about. And I had to learn the hard way. How many times do I fucking get in your face about getting into situations that you know nothing about? What do you want to get into that situation for? And because we all do this. It's our natural curiosity to, this going in. And I'm so proud of you for that. You can go to kettlebells on Tuesdays. Hey, man, when I do those kettlebell things, I swear to my mother's grave, I put a timer on me. And I count them out because I know I'm only cheating myself. But a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people in life don't know that. We were kids in gym class, and we do push-ups, and we do 14 instead of 20. and we look when the coach turned away. You only cheat
I was
yourself.
the king of that. I was the king.
King of that.
Oh my God! I would never
King of
do
that.
any like hard work.
No, why would we? I'm not even putting the blame on you. Why would we? If they're not looking, why am I doing this? This is what character's all about.
But then when I would say that, my mom especially would be like, the coach is always like the coach, even if they're not looking, they're like if they're a good coach, they're looking and they'll see that.
They know.
Like that's when
They know by
when
your
you
work
slack off
ethic.
at work,
They know.
your boss knows that
So
you're on.
at an early age, you're starting those bad habits, which we all do. You don't think I did it? You don't think I did 9 sprints instead of 13? You don't think I just sat there and touched the line when he turned around? I'm fucking lying to you. Yes, I fucking did
Of course, everyone. Yeah.
But then, and you keep doing it. It's how long you keep doing it, Lee. You could do it till you're 50, like I almost did. But one day you could stop when you're 26, like you actually did.
I've done it with. I appreciate the compliment. I've done it with some things, and it's like
you can't do them with everything. But
you
eventually,
can.
the percentage gets higher.
Okay, that's all you have to keep working for.
As you get older, the percentage get higher. For 9 months, I walked around in a bad mood because of that fucking book. Thank God Gordon came into my life and eased it out. And I got to think about what I really wanted to write. And I read a bunch of stuff. And I said, this I don't like. There's books I read 10 pages and I just throw away. Like I know in the 10 pages. Like it's not going to get better than it because I don't like the style of writing. There's so many things. And then I started doing it. And that was the frustration. Once I started doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sentences a day, an outline, my life changed because I'm working towards a goal. And I never understood that at a young age. Boy, did it fucking kill me, Lee. Boy, did it destroy me. But then again, I wouldn't be here with you. These are the things you learn along your life that I wish most people who listen to this, there's a lot of people that your father yells at you and says you're going to be a bum, and your mom says shit to you, and you don't listen to them.
Right.
That was me with a mom. That was me. That's a kid with a safety net. He would get up at 7:30 and stay in bed till 8:30 smoking cigarettes. I never saw that in my life. He would sit in bed for an hour and listen to Howard Stern. Howard Stern is great, but he ain't putting a dime in your fucking pocket, and you ain't getting nothing from it. And you're 20-something.
A lot of people. That's honestly why I like this 9 a.m. class because I would sit on the phone.
I met you. How many times have I been tormenting you about getting out of the house? Listen.
The entire time.
I'm going to tell you what the biggest secret of life is. Get out of the fucking house. Get out of the house. Get out of the house. Nobody ever repeats my jokes, Lee. Nobody ever repeats the stupid shit I say. Do you know how many times people come up to me and whisper in my ear, amen? Thank you for getting me out of the house. Nothing good happens on the couch unless you find change and you're satisfied with the 35 cents under your cot. Nothing. I don't care if you go to the corner and put a newspaper on your and make believe you're looking for a job at 9 in the morning. Just do me that favor. For the first week, just get out of the house at 9. Even if you just go to the corner, hit the mailbox and walk back, go right back to sleep. You took a shower, you ate, you made some notes, you wrote down your goals, and you got up and you walked around. I don't care if you're home by 10:15. I don't give a fuck if you're home by 9:15. As long as you leave the house. Because after a while, leaving the house catches on. It becomes contagious. And you realize, let me go for a walk. Let me go for a longer walk. Look at this, a pizza parlor with a help wanted sign. And here I am walking around looking for ads. Let me just start with a help wanted pizza job. You accomplish something.
Absolutely. And you accomplish something. And when I get up now, like I had a dream this morning that you called me at 6:30. I was short when you called me at like 7. That you would call me. Oh, you did call me. I knew you
fucking with you. But tell him what I said to you.
I couldn't remember. That's why. That's the one thing when you call me at 6.
About fucking Jews are telling you to wake up.
Oh yeah.
I hung up on you.
That's why I thought it was a dream.
I did that to like 3 of my friends this morning. They called back. What'd you do? Nothing. Don't worry about nothing.
That's why. Like sometimes when you call me at like 6 in the morning, I'll have to I'll pay attention to the call, but then as soon as you get off the phone, I'm like, I have no idea what he said.
No, everybody does. I always say, you sleep and you go, no, I was just here thinking, right? Doing emails. I know when somebody's asleep.
Not at 6, it's
I've
7.
woken up 10 million people in my life on purpose. Do you understand?
Why on purpose?
Because I got to get them up. You got to get up, cocksucker. You got to get up.
But I'm up. It's late for me on the weekends to sleep till 9. That's late.
There's no reason. And you got to get her up, and you got to accustom people around you to get up. And they'll get up. and they'll see it your way. Because I never saw it. If I got one thing out of Denora, if I got one thing out of my mother, it was getting up early to say hello to the sun. That stupid saying has stayed in my head since I was 4. She used to throw me out of the house. She used to say, "Oh, balache, but patio." That means get to the fucking backyard. We had no backyard.
Which meant you had to go and walk around.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of the house. When I'd be in the bar playing those stupid pinball games, she'd walk over and take the quarters off. You know, that's it, enough. Go. Out. Go walk. Go get hit by a fucking car. Do something. But you can't stay here all afternoon in this darkness.
When you first, it's different because your mom passed away. But when you were away from that, did you ever like to stay home? Like, 'cause my mom was like that, and I rebelled later and
I
stayed in.
understood where she was coming from.
Oh, I didn't.
Once it got down and dirty in my life, is when I found out how important those things are. When it got down and dirty. You know how many comics I call here and they're not doing nothing? I want you to take a fucking piece of paper and a pencil and write down Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you pick out the open mics. Pick out 2, 3, 4. Pick out how many numbers there are and which ones are the more important ones. And you'll know which ones are time consuming, which one you can zip in and out of. I just want you to get off the couch every night and do a spot. If you're a plumber, I want you to get up every night and do a kitchen. If you're a painter, go paint a room. All these things add up. You know, I used to, at night, when I quit high school, loser Joe Diaz, thief, burglar, piece of shit. I still went to class twice a week from 7 to 10 at night. Took something. Intro to plumbing. I took a Teterboro fucking International Institute. Me and Tommy Russo, whatever that is.
You bring people to take class with you?
Like a vocational school. I talk you into it. I talk people into it. He took welding, I took plumbing. We quit after 6 weeks, but we still went. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand? If it's available to you, take it. I just got something in the mail a month ago from, I signed up over here for kids thing at this park, North Hollywood Park.
Oh, like a
if
camp?
you walk behind there, they have a bunch of things, and I got something for vocational. People who are this age with this type of income, you get a free vocation talk to you. So what? You got to go apply for a job, or so what? You got a suite. Somebody's trying to teach you something. Go learn it. If you're under the fucking income limit, go learn it.
I just read this thing, and I know it's not that new, but Starbucks has this thing where they're giving, I think, all employees tuition reimbursement to like Arizona State Online, which isn't Harvard, but free tuition to get a degree when you're in, like, just working at Starbucks. How amazing is that?
You imagine you work 30, 40 hours, whatever the rules are, you have to work, and then take classes online. They can't hand it to you any easy. They can't hand it to you any easy. But then again, I got to see what the guidelines are for Starbucks.
Let me look up. I think it was pretty lax. Like when I saw it, it was like now accepting even part-time employees. Let me look. It's just, but there was a big story about how a lot of people say, oh, like I had a lot harder when I was younger. College was easier, and people younger, like 20-year-olds, are getting shit for that. And what they said is like something like 70 or 80% of kids in college now have either part-time or full-time jobs.
Yeah.
When it was something like 30% back in the 70s or 80s. It's crazy what people need to do to get
with the
themselves
tuition.
through college.
Parents are having a hard time just sending their kids to school.
Oh my
the kids
God.
got to help out a little bit. If your tuition is 20 fucking G's a year, well, you got to help out a little bit.
And that's low.
Okay.
Honestly, that's low.
Let's pretend you got a job and you pay $5,000 out of 10 a year. I can live with that. I can live with that. And you should be able to live with that.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you're not taking complete school loans.
I was very lucky. My parents they got split up. So the deal that we made is we each pay a third. So I got, there's a lot of kids who are stuck with the whole thing. So I got very lucky in that respect.
You know, and you get stuck with these things. And what job to come out to? Look, you came out and you had a couple of different options. Right now, you're creating a position, which I talk about a lot. Creating a position is always what advances the future in this shit. It's always one. It started with one guy making a fucking iPhone.
Yeah.
Part-time, when you were a kid, if you ever write down how many different things you did, you probably went to ballet, you played football, you played baseball, you joined Aikido. You didn't like Aikido. because your friend Nick went to karate. So you went to karate. From there, you wanted to play the guitar, but your friend played the guitar, so you learned how to play the bass. You did that all for 2 years. You know, we do all these things. Then we shed different things along the way, and we pick up the things that we're strong at. You know, so if you're a baseball player, by the time you get to high school, even though you lettered, even though you played bitty basketball and 13 or 50-year-old football and Red Raiders, you narrow it down to one thing and work on that. Correct?
That seems like that's how my life went. My mom I always wanted to stay home all summer and just like watch TV, and I was never allowed to do that. It used to piss me off. She would sign me up for stuff, and in high school, I remember I got signed up. I hated it when I was there, but looking back, it was probably I signed up for the only 2 video classes at this vocational high school in the town next to me at a summer camp for kids. Like, and that's honestly, that was the summer before high school. Wow, that's great. I never thought about this. That's the summer before high school, and then starting freshman year, I took every video class they ever gave, and yeah, wow, that fucking summer camp.
The more I learned how to speak English, the less television I watched. So by the time I was 9 or 10, my television skills were very limited. I couldn't wait to get out and talk English. I couldn't wait.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I couldn't wait to get out and see a new word. You know, at that time, I was putting words together in my head. I mean, by the 2nd grade, I had learned pretty good English. I was getting good grades. I was taking aptitude tests and passing them. But I couldn't wait. It was different for me because I couldn't wait to go outside and speak English. I couldn't wait for those things. You know, TV really wasn't. Well, I think in the 1st and 2nd grade, before I got like a little after I got hit and had a little lunchbox, before I went to karate was the only time I would stay at home. I would go home, eat like a sandwich, and do a little homework, and then I would get walked to karate 3 or 4 days a week on the Upper West Side. So I was always one of those guys that I watched TV, but it didn't dominate me.
Oh, I loved it.
Then as I got older, you know, then there came a time when I got settled, and I watched The Honeymooners, but that was at night. That was after 10:30. I never really got myself into. Then I watched Sanford and Son Fridays at 8 and 9. That was a certain time period for me. And I watched Chico and the Man. But that wasn't going to happen every night of my life. I would watch Welcome Back Kotter, or there was a movie on a thing on the other night, The White Shadow. There was a show on CBS about a white coach with a black basketball team. So I definitely watched that because I was into basketball. And I wanted to go to college, so I wanted to see what the lifestyle was like.
Was it you just not liking TV, or was it like a rule from your mom?
I think it was a combination of 3 things. Even at an early age, I liked television, but I didn't like the control.
What do you mean?
I didn't like the control it had over me. I didn't like that there was times I would sit in front of that TV for 3 hours.
Oh, easy.
That's why I hated Star Trek. And I'd turn it off at 6 o'clock and I'd go do something else. Like, I just hated it. The more I did it, I hated it. And even today, I come home, I'm doing a couple things, and my wife is in the living room working. She's got the TV on, listening to CNN or whatever. And sometimes I'll sit down, but the most I could sit down in the daytime is maybe 15 minutes. So I won't watch anything. I'll just sit there having a conversation with her, thinking about my next move. But I'm really against that. I'm against a lot of things that have held adults back over the years. When an adult talks to me about The Simpsons, I get very aggravated. When an adult, I really do. Because these are things that hold. When I see 2 adults talking about The Simpsons, I want to stab all fucking 3 of them. But this is me. Do I hate The Simpsons? No. But this is just me. There's so many, these super fucking hero movies. They're eating my insides out. They're eating my insides out.
But why does the subject matter? Like, for example, so why is it okay to go see?
Because you're an adult. After 11, you take the hat off with the fucking propeller, and that's it with the fucking superheroes. That's it.
Okay.
There's no more towel around your neck. Well, how old are you when you realize the towel doesn't work around your fucking neck? About 12?
Sure. Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. We live in a society now that there's adults going to see fucking, when that theater happened, that shooting, and those parents were there with their baby at the Batman shooting in Colorado,
yeah.
I would have pulled them out and shot them both in the fucking head as parents, because that's the best thing I could have done to those 2 fucking scumbags. Okay? That's the best thing I could have done. So the both of you go to see Batman at a midnight fucking showing with a newborn fucking child. This is why I don't like those fucking dumb movies. I wouldn't go see Batman versus fucking Superman if you fucking paid me. After the first Batman, there's no more reason to keep making Batmans and suckers to keep going to see him. Spider-Man, same fucking thing. I can't see this shit. I can't see adults going to see this shit. It destroys my fucking insides. Okay? Okay, Joey, but you went to see karate movies? Yeah, I was 13. And once I was 13, I realized people can't fucking fly no more. People just can't jump off the floor and throw a sidekick at 22 fucking feet. I saw a movie one time where a guy had a treasure chest, and he threw it up in the air, and all of a sudden he landed on top of a mountain and he caught the treasure chest. There's no reason to watch that anymore. That's how it worked in my life. And part of it was I got my light shut off, so I had to decide what was important and what was not. But I'll tell you right now, when something like Superman versus Batman or Deadpool or something like that does well, it breaks my heart deep down inside. It breaks my fucking heart deep down inside because it ain't 9-year-olds with a balloon that are going to see that. It's fucking dummy adults. And every time they go, they're going to make another one of those movies. When you create those markets, they keep making them. They get worse and worse and worse. 600 million people for Spider-Man versus Superman, and nobody liked the fucking movie.
Marvel has their schedule up until something like 2020.
I know.
I saw a graphic about it the other day.
It's amazing.
What about Comic-Con? Because that's all. I don't think they have kids there at all.
Listen. I like a celebration of things. How long you know me?
5 years.
I ever go to one of these weed things?
No, not that I know of.
No. So, you know how many times George used to beg me to go to Comic-Con and sign autographs for the longest yard?
Every year?
You know how embarrassing it would be for me to do something like that, or sell shirts, or sell posters from some movie and sign them.
How long do you think you'd last?
15 minutes. But I know this going in. I knew that 10 years ago going in. I love the people who reach out to me and say, hey, we're doing this thing in San Bernardino. It's a bomb fest or a reefer fest. Good luck. You're not going to see me there. You're not going to see me there. Even if you pay me, you won't fucking see me there. I don't want to be around that many people smoking dope. I don't want to be a part of it. I believe in smoking a joint from time to time. I don't want to see 400 people bouncing up and down I don't want to see that. That's a complete different situation for me. People faking their high and their eyes are faking their clothes and then they're giggling like fucking retards. I don't like that either.
It's getting back to kind of what we talked about the other day. We're just cutting the fat. But the other side of it is...
I've been smoking dope for 30 years. I've never acted like that. I've never gone to one of those things. And all the times you've been to my home, you see a magazine with weed on it?
No.
You see posters on my wall with weed or stickers or anything like that?
No.
But I smoke more than anybody.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, it's like going to see the people when you ski. You see people all dressed up in ski gear and the whole fucking thing with the goggles and they ski for shit. It's like people who you go see who do comedy, they do credits for 20 minutes and they go up there and they suck. That's why when I do on stage, I don't want no credits. Just tell Joey Diaz. They know I was in movies and stupid fucking movies and stupid TV shows. You come to see a comedian, I'm not going in to recite my fucking credits and to try to impress you with smoke. Let's see what you got on stage, fat boy.
That is interesting.
I'm from a different cut. I'm from a different cut, and I've always made it difficult on myself because I've always believed it's a discipline. Every part of life that you want to move forward is a discipline. We spoke about John Jones last week.
Mm-hmm.
The exact time was 11:49 at night or 11:50. The fuck are you doing out at night? God, he's happy they didn't check his car. He's happy they didn't do 1,000 things. Yeah, there's reports that the cop was racist and all this shit, and the cop was a little picking on him in the fucking car or whatever. But this all stems from being out after fucking 9 o'clock. You got a wife and 2 kids. The fuck you doing out? Nothing's gonna happen. That's a mental thing that you gotta go, you know what, I'm not going out. I'm gonna take this car. I'm gonna light this fucking car on fire and bury it in the fucking desert. Because the least you want when you're under that supervision is that fucking type of car, so people exactly know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
Go trade it in and get 2 Kias and light that fucking car on fire. Get a blue one and a red one. They don't know who the fuck it is. You're just a black dude in a fucking Kia.
He hired a driver today. Did you see that? That's what he said.
Yeah, big fucking deal. It's too late now. Because now he's got that one strike against him. That means the next one he gets locked up. This could have all been avoided.
Yeah,
This could have all been avoided. He's looking at, you look at the fighting potential, you look at all the shit he's got going on top of that, he loses millions for his family. By going out, don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. You go right from the fucking ring, right to your shower, you take a shower. You don't even do a press conference. Why? You don't like Dana, and Dana don't like you. Oh, you got to assume that.
Yeah, I mean, he must be pissed at him, right?
Well, it's not pissed. Everybody's disappointed. But I'm not disappointed at John Jones. I'm disappointed that he doesn't have somebody in his corner saying, listen, after 9 o'clock, that's it. Take that fucking car and shoot it. Give it to somebody. Give it to a black school.
But how would you react if someone told you that?
Like what?
No, like if someone came to you today and
guess
said,
what?
What?
You'd never have to tell me that.
Why?
Because in all that time, I got probation violations for snorting blow. Not for being out. I never got pulled over. I never got involved in a fight. You wouldn't see me after 9 o'clock when I was on probation.
But don't you think John Jones probably thinks he's doing just as well? Like he's just like, oh, they're out to get me.
Well, they've been out to get him since day one in his cocaine mind. People always out to get you when you're on cocaine. Okay, and the fumes of those feelings linger forever. Because I haven't done a line of coke in 9 years, and I still feel sometimes that people out to get me.
Do you think that stems from all your cocaine?
Absolutely.
That wasn't there before?
No, absolutely. It's always there. It's always there. But that thought of thinking over the years then makes it become a permanent scar and a permanent way of thought. It's like doing an arm bar 1,000 times. You get muscle memory. Ronda Rousey can get your pinky and do an arm bar on you. It's the same thing if you do it to your mind. If you keep telling your mind you're a piece of shit, you're going to be a piece of shit all your life.
I do that constantly. I think everybody's mad at me for anything. If someone doesn't reply to something, or when I'm at home, I'll give Paul my phone sometimes and show her text, be like, was that rude? And she's like, no, they're just not responding yet. I always think someone's mad at me. I have no idea why.
I'm the same way, and I love it.
It drives me nuts. Why do you love it?
Because then you think of the situation, and you think of why they're mad at you. And sometimes they're not even mad at you.
Most of the time they're not.
They just got stuff going on in their lives.
Oh.
But it's amazing to see where your mind goes.
Mine goes to the worst, most evil.
The worst fucking things.
Oh my God, it's terrible. Like I'm trying to work on it, and I can talk myself down and be like,
the other night you all worried your wife was mad at you.
Well, yeah.
She's mad at me. She's mad at me. She's mad at me. She didn't like the way I talked to her on the phone. She's mad at me. She wasn't mad at you.
No, yeah. Always happens. It always happens. It's not even just her. It's you. It's Steve Simone. It's anybody.
No, sometimes you ask me, you mad at me? Not at all. I just answer the phone. I'm doing 1,000 things. And your family, so I can tell you to go fuck yourself. Let me call you back in 2 fucking minutes. I don't have to play a facade with you. There's nothing worse than you're doing something and somebody calls you. You have to take that call now, and you're doing 1,000 things. And he knows you're not focusing, and you know you're not focusing. And, you're trying to type. Somebody called me today, and I was at the end of a fucking paragraph. And I had to get the phone because he had already called me last night, and I was sleeping. So I had to get the phone. So I just picked it up and go, hold on 1 second. I finished that fucking paragraph and I got back on. I'm sorry, Doug, but you called me a little something. I don't want you to think I was being rude to you.
Right. And he knows you're busy. So he probably wouldn't have he would have understood if you called him back in 20 minutes.
Listen, you don't want somebody calling you twice unless you fucking hate their guts. I don't want you to think that I'm avoiding you. Sometimes you just can't pick up the phone with that. I have 3 people in my life that call me at the worst fucking time. But if they fucking call, I'm fucking doing something. It never fails. It never fails. For me, it never fails. If I leave my phone upstairs and I leave for 2 hours and I come back, I can tell that person's always in the call. If I'm carrying groceries, that person's going to call. As I'm walking into an office for a dental, pussy checkup, blood work, or whatever, that phone rings, I know it's that person.
Jesus.
It's amazing. And if they call 5 minutes fucking earlier, they'd be fine.
They'd be fine.
And they piss me off when they don't answer the phone when I call them back. Like when I call you in the morning, you don't pick up the fucking phone, and then you bombard me at 6 when everybody else is calling me. I want to choke you. Because I called you 8 fucking hours ago. You're gonna call me now at 6 when you know it's my busy fucking time. 5 to 7 is home run time for more ways than one. The baby's on fire. The baby's on fire. It used to be that agents used to call and shit and tell you your audition. No.
Yeah.
Nobody calls me for business. The baby's on fire. So unless you want to hear chit chat with a child yelling at you, don't fucking call my house. Don't call and talk to me between 5 and 7. Same thing from fucking 7 to fucking 10. I'm walking the baby to school. I'm not gonna pick up the phone to talk to you. Not at all. Not even if it's my agent. Because I'm walking on the street.
And you have to pay attention.
And I gotta pay attention. I got my child with me. I got no time to look into a fucking phone and play dilly-dally with somebody. In fact, I don't even take the phone when I walk the kid to school. Because I'm with my wife and the kid. I don't give a fuck. Unless you get hit by a fucking car. It's got nothing to do with me. I know you're home. So I don't give a fuck where the world is.
Right. It's scary. It's scary how much attachment we have to our phones. Our friend Becky.
That is why I leave the phone at home.
Right. Becky, our friend, works at a flotation place. And I was thinking about going. And she's like, okay, it's about between an hour and 90 minutes. I was like, I couldn't. What if Joey called between? Like,
No.
Like,
an hour is perfect.
Right.
An hour
That's
somebody
fine.
can wait. But you can call your mom and go, Mom, I'm going into something for 2 hours. Don't fucking drop that on me. And you call your dad and say, don't drop that on me. And if you hear the phone ringing in the other room, you know it's some Joe Jerkoff calling you. And do you follow me? So I know what time people are going to call me. You know, listen, my agent don't get in until 9:15, 9:30. By that time, I'm back. And the other people don't get in until 10, 10:15. So I have no reason. I talk to you at what time?
7.
It's over. I leave the phone, I come here and I write, or I go drink coffee and I write, or I go outside and I write. I don't need to talk to nobody on the phone. I don't need to talk to nobody on the phone. When I walk to the school, the phone stays at home.
Does it really?
Yeah, when I go to jiu-jitsu, yeah, I'm with my family. What do I give a fuck? What are you going to call me and tell me I don't know already?
But what if you like had an emergency? Like you
What an emergency?
I don't know. You fell and
My
broke your
wife,
leg.
let her
Oh,
take the fucking phone with her.
okay.
Let her take the fucking phone. She taxes, she does all that nonsense. When I go to jiu-jitsu, phone stays in the car. Unless it's 90 degrees, then it stays at home. Why would I take the phone into my fucking place to working out? For what? My daughter's at school and my wife's got the phone if something happens to her. If something happens, when I get out at 1, I'll pick up the fucking phone and call you back.
Yeah. that's
No,
good,
I
yeah.
forced myself not to have that piece of shit on me. Somebody was mad at me this weekend for, I messaged you on Facebook. Number one, dog, I ain't got Facebook on my phone because I really don't give a fuck about it. I got 2 things on my phone that matter. My personal email and Twitter. And I'm about to drop Twitter.
Really?
Yeah, that's it.
Just do it straight from home?
Just do it straight from home. I don't want to be on Twitter when I'm out of the house. I don't be anywhere. I don't care less about none of that shit. Once I'm out of the house Saturdays and Sundays, I don't look at Twitter. If you message me or put one of those things on my timeline, I don't know what it's called, you're in no danger. Don't bother me on Saturdays and Sundays. I don't even look at Twitter. That's the discipline, so I don't get controlled by it. I don't want to get controlled by that dumb shit.
Yeah, it's and like how much you probably don't, but when my internet goes out, it's like World War III.
No, you get the notebook and a piece of pen. It's even better for you. It's
I'm
even better for
I'm
you
too
because you
busy
go back old
resetting.
school.
I'm too busy resetting.
It's really
my router.
weird. You let control what you want to control you.
Mm-hmm.
For 30 years, I know what it was to get control because I was addicted to fucking heavy-duty cocaine. I didn't mind that control. That's a subliminal control. Those little addictions where you try to make plans, but you don't. I got people call me, hey, man, let's meet tomorrow for coffee at 10. I don't think that's a good idea.
10 was too early for you?
I was up, but I was in no mood to talk to you.
What time would you be in the mood to talk to people?
Whenever it was something to do about cash and how I was going to get another package of
Cash
Coke.
o'clock.
Cash or Coke at those days. I didn't give a fuck, you know.
Jesus. And now it's completely different. Like, what do you have now? Does weed control your life like that?
There's nights I have a joint left. 10 years ago, I'd be going crazy. Now I just go, fuck it. That means I'll smoke a bowl tonight. A lot of times I don't do the morning joint because I got no weed.
Oh, so you used to go crazy because you didn't have weed?
Yeah. Once I went to prison, I fucking controlled my weed consumption. And I knew that you could give it up at any time. You know, I think last year, did I stop smoking for 3 months?
Well,
I smoked a vapor pen.
Well, yeah, you took edibles.
But I broke that mold. I still broke that thing. And then I realized that vapor pen don't do nothing. excuse me, I gotta do the real smoky to get fucking stoned to the gills.
Oh yeah, you really do. Or the hash.
Yeah. It's different, and that's why I used to say, look, for a year I've told you to get out of the house early. Now, you love it on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Oh,
As a
I
matter
can't
of
wait.
fact, now you can't wait. It's a trap. The house is a trap. The house is a trap for you. That's why all these people spend millions of fucking dollars. If you really spend time, you have to look at your schedule. Like when you're 20, why do you think you have roommates? Because you go, I can sleep in a closet for $200. But then you go to the kitchen and there's ants in your food. And you go to the bathroom and there's a piece of shit in your toilet. And then you see the limitations in your life and you move up and you move up. But sometimes you're like, what do I do? I'm not even home. I'm the type of guy, I don't like being home. I like being home. I just don't like being trapped. I like getting sun. You know, sitting outside under a tree writing is completely different than writing in your notebook, writing in your room, writing in an office. You know, typing on a computer in an office and writing longhand outside under the sun is two different fucking worlds. Two different energies, two different. It's amazing what happens to you.
Would you be as funny if you had to write inside? If you couldn't write outside?
Matter. I can write anywhere because I smoke dope. But what I'm saying is the comparisons of energy.
Okay.
It's like sometimes I like to go to jiu-jitsu. But there's some days I step outside the house and I'm like, I'm not going to jiu-jitsu. I'm going to go to North Hollywood Park and do 10 sets of 10 kettlebell swings and a couple cleans and a couple squats. And I'm going to walk around one time and get this vitamin fucking D that God's given us.
Sometimes the kettlebell guy has us do, the teacher Dave has us do some workouts outside. And every once in a while I'm like, come God damn it, we're paying to be inside. It's cold out here. I'm outside in front of people.
It's sunny out.
Yeah.
The sun's shining. You know, it's nice to mix it up a little bit. That's why I never liked hiking. You know, hiking is just walking up a fucking hill with a stick and a sweater on like a jerk off. We went and hiked today. What are you fucking talking about? You took a walk up a fucking hill.
You're not a big running guy?
No.
I can't see that either.
Well, it's more of a movement. You know, getting up early and going up there with a bunch of people. The girls dress a certain way. Have you ever been up there?
No.
Have you ever taken a walk up there?
No.
Listen, you've never seen LA sheep until you go up there.
I've heard like that.
I went there one time in 1997. Okay, the girl I used to date then was one of these dumb fucks that used to like all that dumb shit. You have to walk. And I used to say, what are you fucking talking about? I snorted blow and ate your ass till 6 in the morning. You want to go for a fucking walk. First off, you got to walk up fucking, 6 blocks of city streets. You didn't know that, right?
No.
You got to walk all uphill from Sunset all the way the fuck up there. Then once you get up there, you walk in. And now it's not like that no more. That used to be a dog park where fucking Fucko does yoga.
Yeah, Yogi Steve.
Where Yogi Steve does yoga there, that used to be a dog park when I got there. So when you're doing downward dog, you're sniffing some fucking dog fertilizer and shit. All right? Then there was a table there. There was a couple tables there. I had just gotten here. in 1998, 1997. I didn't know what was what. I just kept my mouth shut and looked around. And I remember being up there. Like, I think I went up there maybe 3 times. All 3 times. It was the same batch of stupid fucking chicks sitting at a desk, like a picnic area. 3 tables. And sometimes it was 1 table over, one time it was 2. But it was the one batch of the same goofy ones. And you could tell either they had snorted blow till midnight or they would have done coke and then they'd go home and make themselves up to go to Runyon Park. And they'd wear the hats with the ponytails sticking out of the hat to really be fake. And they'd sit there at that time when I moved here. What was hot? That movie Titanic was hot. It was just out. Leonardo DiCaprio was out every night. And these girls would call him Leo. I had a dog then. Me and Carol had a dog. And we'd let the dog loose and Carol would walk and I'd wait for the dog. And I could hear these jerk-offs talking about how Leo had me over last night. It was tremendous. He played music and he was the DJ. And in those days, Jack was still slinging dick.
Jack Nicholson?
Jack Nicholson had young chicks.
Was he like in his 50s or 40s?
Something.
Yeah.
Well, he's 70 now. So he was in his 50s, still getting coked up, still having these young, and they were talking about Jack. Well, I went to Jack's last night. They would just sit there and that was it. They would go over their lines. They would make believe they were rehearsing. In those days, there was a lot of auditions, a lot more. And all this table of girls would just sit there. I'd never read my lines in public, though. like just so people could see and they would be outside. And I just stopped going. Like that just wasn't my bag. I couldn't. Even then, I hated that bringing your lines outside and reading them so people could stop you. What are you reading for? Oh my God, I love Leslie Kahn. She's great. You know, get the fuck out of my fucking face.
Oh yeah, that's terrible. But it is, and you said this was going to happen. It's nice now that I go to the same class every day or every week, and it's always the same people. There's a few people who come in and out, but it's like 5 or 6 people who are always there, and I'm getting really friendly with them. So it's when they're not fake and when it's not a whole bunch of Hollywood bullshit, it's really cool. And I'm sure it's happening with you at jiu-jitsu now because you've been there like a month or two, right?
This is January 4th.
Oh, wow, okay.
Last time I went to VMAC was January 3rd on a Sunday. Take a look and see if I'm not lying to you. Just
Okay.
so I get my dates right because I don't like bullshitting people. I think that's what it was.
All right, 2016, January 3rd was a Sunday.
There you go.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I went to VMAC that Sunday, and I just realized I was with you, I think. Maybe that's the last time you went to jiu-jitsu.
No,
I had broken it up a couple times, and I went one time with you, and I went home. And that whole December, I was really disturbed because my jiu-jitsu was getting worse. My breathing was getting worse. And I just wasn't getting nowhere in my jiu-jitsu, and I got really down. I didn't tell nobody. I just went home and wrote about it. Like, what am I going to do about this jiu-jitsu thing? I was having a hard time breathing. I still had the fears. You know, every time I went to jiu-jitsu, I still had fear of what was going to happen. And I went online, and I was going to go to Street Sports in Sherman Oaks and try them out. I was going to try out Jean-Jacques Machado. I was going to try out Checkmate in Burbank. There was a couple schools who had a lunchtime class. I realized that I had to go to class Mondays and Wednesdays for me to be consistent. And that would be 8 times a month. If I stayed in town, I would try to catch the Friday class. So that would put me at 10 times a month. That would still be good enough. Not really good, but at least I'd be a little bit more consistent than I was doing now. This killed me from like September to December. And I love John Butter VMAC.
Oh, yeah, it's a great place.
A fucking great place. I love the kettlebell system, but John didn't have a Monday and a Tuesday and a Wednesday. John had a Monday and a Wednesday. So I didn't know nothing about nothing. I fucking kept going to John, and then some Wednesdays I would go to Hegan. But for the most part on Wednesdays, I couldn't go over the hill anymore, guys. It was killing me. I was leaving at 10 o'clock and not pulling back up to my house till 1:30, 1:45.
Oh, yeah, that kills your whole day.
That kills my whole fucking day. You know, and if I was a UFC fighter, yeah, I'd go to Hegan Machado. But all along, I'm a fat bastard. I just want to get flexible. I just want to get my cardio going. I wanted to get this fear of being on my back. And I knew I needed to do something consistent. So that January, like that last week of December, I wrote out the pieces of paper, what 4 schools I was going to go look at. Then I did one last thing. I called Eddie Bravo like a man. And I said, Eddie, do you mind if I paid for a black belt to come in at 10 in the morning in Hollywood or in HQ and teach jiu-jitsu? And he said, absolutely not. Did I tell you this?
No, you know.
Because I don't want no fucking jiu-jitsu, gi jiu-jitsu. And I don't want no fucking kettlebells. I don't want no fucking weights. I don't want no fucking motions. And I don't want no fucking strings. I just want straight jiu-jitsu, bro. And he said like that to me. And I got to be honest with you. My feelings got hurt. I didn't talk to Eddie for like 2 or 3 days. But then I thought about his words. Now, here's Eddie. He's been to Abu Dhabi. He's competed. He's fought for everything he's at. You know, nobody liked Eddie because of his no-gi and his transition and what he did to Brazilian jiu-jitsu. People got mad at Eddie. Do you think that stopped Eddie?
No.
No. Eddie kept going and going and going and going. And what he was telling me in a way that day was that, you know what, Cokes, Joey, as he calls me, I don't want none of that shit in my gym. All I want people to do is jiu-jitsu. And I thought about that for a minute, and I go, wait a second. I'm so fucking scared of jiu-jitsu that if Lee calls me and says, hey, let's go deadlift and do the elliptical, I would not go to jiu-jitsu and go do the elliptical with you. I did everything I could not to do jiu-jitsu, even though I just went and did the most I could do. Do you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean by
Like
that?
when I was
last part?
training with you, you said once to me that those Sunday and Monday classes, I liked them because we didn't do much.
Yeah, they were just a little bit easier because I was going to the Tuesday and Thursday day class, and Hassan is fucking a monster. He's so flexible and so amazing, and he does some things that I right now just can't do.
And it was hard. It was frustrating because
Yeah,
they wouldn't even. The classes were small and they couldn't come over.
they were small. I was getting a lot of attention.
Yeah.
It's a great school, but it was just I wasn't at that level. And the one class that I should have been able to go to Tuesday nights, I couldn't make it every week.
6:45.
Yeah, 6:45 on a Tuesday, and that's
tough. It was tough for me too.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting on the couch with a baby going, I should be at jiu-jitsu, but I got a fucking family.
Right.
I'm not going to the UFC. I got to figure out a way to do this where it works for everybody and I profit. I was ready to quit jiu-jitsu. Last December, I was ready to quit jiu-jitsu. I just didn't know what to do and how to break it. I didn't want to get on the 101 to go to jiu-jitsu. I had to go to jiu-jitsu someplace fucking close to me. And those fucking little classes were not working. John Budd's a great teacher. He was teaching some great things. It just wasn't working compatibly for our body. You know, it was me, you, and Nick. That's it. Nobody. When I was doing that to see if anybody else from the school would show up on Mondays. And we could show VMAC, hey, we got 8 people showing up. I'll pay for this fucking shit. We got 8 people showing up. Let's start a fucking class at 11. Let's start a class at 10:30. But it never plateaued.
no.
So I was frustrated. So one night, I already had my list. I'm going to take a week off from jiu-jitsu and figure this shit out. And I got a call from Bert Kreischer of all people. And he goes, hey, man, I'm doing a spot at fucking Flappers tonight. What are you going to do? And I go, nothing. He goes, why don't you come do a spot with me? I went down there, and I was at the light at Victory and Magnolia. And I look over to the side, and I see Legacy Jiu-Jitsu. And I said, that's my friend, Alberto Crane. And I go, I can't go there. This fucking killer's there. Again, fear kicked in. I went over the fucking bridge, parked at Flappers, did my set. On the way back, I made a U-turn and parked in front of Alberto's school. 11:30 at night. And I looked in there, dog, and I got so intimidated just looking at the place.
You pulled in at 11:30 at night
I got
by
out of
yourself?
my car and looked in through the glass. He probably got me on tape. Who's that fat guy? I looked at the kickboxing
Bloodshot
side.
eyes.
Yeah, you know, this is how scared I am, man. And I got back in the car and I made a left. And I waited till the next morning. I went on their website. And they had class every day at 12 o'clock. And guess what that told me? I have no more excuses.
Yeah.
They got me. I timed it. It was 13 minutes from my house. I could leave at 20 to fucking 12 and be there, stretch out. And I've been consistent 2 to 3 days a week since January 4th. I only gave myself 6 more months doing jiu-jitsu. I said, if I don't get it together in these next 6 months by August, I'm quit. And I love it more than I ever have. If I didn't have all that shit to do today, I would have gone again today. That's my addiction right now. And I'm not losing weight, but I'm getting more, like I'm losing, you can see
Your
it.
body's changing.
Yeah, my body's changing. I'm baggier. My shirts are baggier.
I love that. That's the same thing going on with me at this new kettlebell place. And you always used to say that you have to do different things to change your body up, to trick your body up. And bro, I've been fat my whole life. So I had people, everybody would tell me, oh, you need to do this to lose weight, you need to do that. And I just got great at just yesing them, but not listening at all. And you were always big on, can't just do the elliptical, can't just do the elliptical. And I think the reasoning, that's a good advice, but I think the reasoning behind it is different for fat people, because for me, it's not to shock my body. It was, if I had never done jiu-jitsu, I would never have done kettlebells and found something that I actually, me enjoying something athletic is not supposed to happen.
Right. It's not
in a million universes, that's not going to happen. But that's what I think it is you have to go out. If I was 300 pounds again, I would tell myself, just try a bunch of different shit, because a lot of places have the 1 week free trials. I would just do 10 of those things, because you'll find one thing that you fucking like. And now, me at kettlebells at 8 in the morning doing, or at 9 in the morning doing 6 get-ups, and then today was killer. We did get-ups, then we did clean, swing, clean, press, squat We did that 5 times on each side, 4 times. Oh, Dave's a fucking man. He's the best. And that's what I was talking about earlier. Like through the third set, I wanted to stop. When that was done, I was like, that would have been a good workout. But because everyone else was in the class,
How long are his classes taking you now? Seriously, 35.
it changes. There's
20 to
there's
35.
No, there's some that are longer. There's some that are 45 to 50, but he does some movement stuff every once in a while, which is hard as fuck. Like we'll do push-ups up and down the gym, like these push-up walks. But it's usually between 35 and 40, which every time I look at my phone to see what time it is, because he doesn't have a clock, I'm not disappointed, but I'm like, oh, well, this could have gone a little bit longer, and we could have done a couple
No
more
more
swings.
phone in there. That's it.
Oh no, I don't have my phone
Oh, I don't
with
call
me
you.
at
I
all.
don't call you. Gives a fuck.
Oh no, I just have it because I don't want my phone overheating the car. That's all.
Put it under your sweater. Don't look at it no more.
Oh no, I don't look at it ever. I'm just saying after the class.
Oh, after the class.
After when I'm going to do that, and it was cool today because there's a new girl now. She just started. She's doing great.
Doing what you were doing 4 weeks ago.
Right.
Not the low man in the totem pole.
Yeah.
That's gratifying to a degree. Like even for me, like when I first started going to Alberto Crane's place, Legacy, if I could do the warm up,
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty much happy. Like I'm the type of guy that sets little goals. So in my mind, like I was telling the guy I did drills yesterday. I went to the drill class from 11 to 12. The guy asked me why I got into jiu-jitsu, and I told him, I said, when I come in here, I go for little victories. If I could get somebody in half guard, that's a victory. If I can get somebody in, never mind the submission. The submission is never even on my mind right now.
Just the position.
Just the position. If I get to that position, I did really well today. If I go in there 3 days in a row and you're a blue belt, and I can't pass your guard, on the 4th day I pass your guard, I'm doing great. I finally figured it out.
Do you ever celebrate in your head? Like, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those celebrations make me stronger in all the other aspects of my life. I know for a fact there's times I'm on stage, and because of what's going on with my jiu-jitsu confidence, I might turn the set around where I never would turn that set around 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, so you
Because
doing well in jiu-jitsu is giving you confidence in that
Because
over.
it's making me retain my guard. In jiu-jitsu, no matter what happens, guess what? Just go back to your guard and you got this guy. Now that gives you another set of opportunities. Same thing with comedy. If you're blowing it, stand, hold your ground, take a deep breath of fresh air. They're not going to say nothing to you. Keep a smile on your face, keep a breath of fresh air, and start from scratch and think about your words all over again. And this is what jiu-jitsu has been teaching me. It's a shame I learned it at the age of 50. The damage I could have done in life if I would have learned that by the age of 35. That no matter what's going on in your life, retain your guard, hold him by his collar, hold his sleeve, and breathe. Breathe, and all of a sudden, you're right fucking there. Well, Tony Bennett on a Monday afternoon. We've been talking for a while, Lisa. What the fuck, guy? What do you think about that, cocksuckers?
Oh, someone gave that to us on vinyl, didn't they?
What's that?
Don't you have that on vinyl now?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that on
Did
vinyl.
I bring it with me? Yes, I did.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yes, I did. I'm telling you. Nice people came this weekend. They brought albums. Here, this was Jesse from Brea. And they sent us 2 cards in here. Telling you, people fucking came out this weekend in full force. Tony Bennett, I want to be around. I can't tell.
Look how young he is.
Yeah, this is 1960 something. This has to be 1963. Yeah, because this album came out on my birthday.
Really?
Yeah, check it out. Go ahead, Preston.
Is the name of the album I Want to Be On?
Yeah. What the fuck you think you're dealing with? You think I'm blow smoke up your fucking muffler? I'm your Uncle Joe. I'm not here to bullshit you. When did it come out? Release date.
Let's see here.
I Want to Be Around. Tell me about it. What's the release date?
Yeah, 18th of 63.
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with? Huh?
Wow.
So let's see who dropped these off. Lee, my man, thank you for all you do. It's been awesome listening to you mature and grow with Joey as your guide. Ha ha. Keep kicking ass with your workouts. I know it sucks from experience, but it's something that will well be worth it. Thanks again. Love, Jesse Torres. And then for me, they wrote,
thank you, Jesse.
Been listening to you since Beauty and the Beast. And remember you seeing at the gig in Corona, California with Jeff Garcia. Thank you for keeping a real dog. With love, Jesse Toto Torres. I love you too. Let me give some shout outs to Nugget Farms, who dropped off a fucking tremendous bag of weed. David and Kristen for dropping off the Allman Brothers. Suavecito Men's Products. DawnOfTheThread.com. Leia Hernandez. Sunny Lighting. I mean, we got some great people. As always, Cleo, Waterboxer, Ookie fucking Spooky, my man Leon, you know. We got Casablanca Joe. We got everybody on there. My girl Tracy. We got my girl fucking C. We got everybody. You know what I'm saying? So
we have a great group of people. It's awesome.
What's up, brother?
We have a great. It's amazing how, like, sometimes when I just don't have anything to do, I'll just go on there and start talking. It's amazing how cool these people are.
You know, man. What's that expression? You reap what you sow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when somebody hits me up on Twitter, I can see the way they hit me up. They're being sarcastic. Or they're trying to kick me off my raft, or they're being whatever. Then I see them keep popping up, and that's all that matters to me. We keep in touch from time to time. I know who's there, and I usually have a quick knack of just getting them the fuck out of there. You know, they're only going to be around for 5 or 6 fucking days to torment me. You know, we still got Cleo, Waterbox, and Leon, and Constantine Rain. I mean, these are people that are there. They're there. You know, Joe, Kenyon. These are people that have been there for 5 fucking years with us, banging it out. Jesse Torres. And I know who they are. And every week we get 3 more of those fucking soldiers. That they get it. They get what we're trying to do. There's no smoke and mirrors. There's no goatees. We just talk to you from the fucking heart. You know, last week, I got a lot of emails this week. It's really weird what gets emails. Drug addiction spawns emails. Friendships. When we talk about friendship, I got 40 emails.
Really? Oh, okay.
And fear. Those are our 3 topics of the show that I think the people get the most out of. When we talk about those subjects, you know, I just talked about, hey, 53 years old, doing jiu-jitsu for 2 years, scared to walk into a jiu-jitsu school as a grown man. I bought coke from the KKK, and I wasn't scared. Can you imagine not being, being that scared? I had to remove all those fears. I have all these fucking fears, and I remove them little by little. Whether it's the acupuncture, I'm supposed to go in for a needle for the fucking allergies. They're supposed to take a drop of blood out. Those are the ones that are the worst. When there's one drop. Tell me you're going to take 2 tubes and I won't be able to see for an hour. Those are easy when they just pop the fucking gun. But these little 1 drops, I guarantee the chick uses a big needle and I faint. So I'm going to have to either go there tomorrow or the fucking next day. But those are the most, those are the 3 or 4 hard. We have probably music that are hard-hitting topics. But this week I got a lot of people calling me and sending me emails with the same thing that you had going on. Not knowing where you stand with somebody, you know. Those were the themes I was getting the emails from. Where do you know where you stand with somebody and how to sustain a friend, you know, for that long? This morning I called Timmy, I called Roger, I called James, I called DeVillo back to back to back to back to back.
Jesus.
And these are people I know for 30 years. You know, I called him at 5:30, 6. Timmy didn't pick up. He called me back when I was on the phone with James. And then I had to leave the fucking house and go meet those guys to write and whatnot. But if you want to be a friend, if you want friends, you got to be a fucking friend. You got to get out there. You know, this year we had a birthday party for me. Me, you, my daughter, and my wife. You know, was I upset? No, because I don't go to birthday parties. So
Right.
why the fuck would people come to mine? I didn't even tell nobody. It wasn't really a birthday party. You know, what you want, you'll get. Solid fucking people around you. If you act solid, you'll get solid people around you. I always have a knack of letting motherfuckers know at one point that I'll die for you. If we get down right now and we start shooting, I'll pull the gun out and I'll shoot with you. As long as you don't rat me out, I'll shoot with you. You know, and once people know that, they're like, okay, now I know. Now I got to act around this guy. Or, you know what? I don't want to be around this guy because I don't want that much commitment. I don't want that much commitment. You know, when my mom was in a heyday, whenever my mom made a score or hit a number, she would throw people money. And she would always tell me, I know when somebody is acting weird because they won't take the money because they know that someday they're going to give them that money back and they won't want. When I make a score, I always try to buy dinner for somebody. I always try to do this. I always try to do that to balance it out because the earth always takes its vig. Always remember that, dog. The earth takes its vig whether you want to or not. They're like the IRS. You pay for everything in this life. You know, I buy you lunch, you buy Paula lunch.
Right.
You follow me? It all goes down. Joe Rogan buys me lunch. I buy you lunch. You buy Paula lunch. Paula buys her mother lunch. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. And it's continual. And it keeps going. And then someday somebody will buy my daughter lunch. And that's how this chain goes. You know, somebody needs and they do without. You throw them a handout. I hate when people know you're broke and they give you a loan. You're not going to get that. I'll get anybody thrown out of the house in a week. Send me an email. I'll give you step-by-step instruction. That person will never call you again.
Oh, no.
If that's what you want.
Yeah, that's not what I want.
But because I lost somebody, a wife, that I thought at the time was sacrilegious. Maybe I wasn't in love with her as much as I wanted to, but I always believed in my heart I would fall in love with her. I'll teach you how to get rid of somebody if you want. I'll teach you how to get rid of two people. But I'll also teach you how to keep them. I'm fucking hard on my wife, man. Sometimes me and my wife don't see eye to eye. But every opportunity I can tell her I love her and I can do something nice for her, I do it. This one I got up with a problem. I told her what my problem was, and she goes, I was going to take Mercy to the zoo anyway. I'll go to yoga tomorrow, and I'll cover for her on Saturday. And that's why she's my wife. And that's what I'll be in a casket, and she'll still be my wife. Because I know how to keep things together. I could have got up and told her what she was going to do. Like I used to 20, 30 years ago. I didn't. She saw what I was doing. She saw that at 7 o'clock, I was already ready and fucking out the door. So she goes, what's going on with you? I told her. I said, I was in a bind. I got to write this thing. I've never done this before, and I really want to do a good job. And if the babysitter's watching her, I got to come over here at 10:30 because she's too crazy for one now. She's too crazy, Mercy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got to be in the other room at least to give her. Then I take her out, you know, if I'm going to get her. So I said, can you bail me out? So that means next Sunday I'll go to jiu-jitsu. Next Monday I'll take Mercy. And I'll take Mercy all day. And even though I want to go to jiu-jitsu, and even though I want to go see this guy, and even though I got to go to a weed store, I got to cover Mercy because that makes my wife happy. You follow what I'm saying to you? So I know how to keep things together. If I know you want to go see me do comedy, I wouldn't have kept it. And tell you the truth. Why? You've been with her all day. I could see if she's going to go home. She wants to go home and do something with her cousin. And come home. Let's get some weed. Let's get some stars. We'll drive on the 60. I'll play loud music. I'll beep at people. We'll giggle like assholes on the way home like we always do when we beep. You know, but I didn't know about the procedure. I knew nothing. I thought you were going to see her again. And I know during the week you don't see her. So if you don't leave her for 4 hours, like I said, if it was a comedy store and there was like a fucking dessert store in Hollywood that we could stop at, the Jews, the fucking Jews, the Hebes over on, what's that fucking really good place I took you to where they're Israeli, where they sell machine guns behind the counter on Sunset.
Oh,
Roma.
Oh, yeah. Aroma, yeah.
Aroma. They got the fucking dessert. See if we stop over there and get a nice dessert. But by the time you get to the studio, you'll be nuts.
Right. But
you know, that's how you do it. An hour. She could take a shower, read a book by herself. Women don't mind that.
And she wouldn't mind the 4 hours, but you're absolutely right.
Fuck you. We have to leave at 5 and not come back till 1.
Whatever it would have been. She was fine with it. She understands. But what you were talking about earlier, like you put something out there and you get something back, I did that. I stayed home, and then Sunday I had to go. And Steve and I did his podcast, and when I got home, she had to clean my whole place. I didn't ask her. She's normally she's clean, but she doesn't do that. And it was just like, wow. It was, and now that made me happy, and I want to do more stuff for her. It's cool.
Friendship that you put your dick in their ass.
That should be a Valentine's Day
Yeah,
card.
you know, a friendship is a relationship that you bang that person. You exchange liquids, you eat ass, you exchange meals, you know, but it's a friendship plus 3D. I didn't know this at 25. I was too caught up in that misogynistic, but that fucking spick fucking world I come from, that stupid mind that I had as a 25-year-old, that machismo. I came from that because that's what I thought was the attitude. That's not the attitude at all, by no fucking means. And that's why, as fucking crazy as I am, and as much as I go off on the cable box and on the cats and how I'm going to kill the cat or whatever, my wife puts up with me because she knows my heart's in the right place. And I got married the first time. So I appreciate that you told me the truth, you know, that, yeah, why? Oh, bro, rule number one, especially with your woman, if you like her, why make a beef with her? You want to go out of the house for an hour, want to pick up something that articulates her, or if you make sure you go out to see a friend or some stupid UFC fight. Sometimes I'm sitting there with my wife and I go, honey, you have the baby. Do you mind if I go to John Evans? And she'll go, no, I don't want to see that fight. I'll shoot to John Evans, watch 2 fights, but on the way home, I'll stop at Yum Yum Donuts. And I get a yoo-hoo. So when I walk in, I got a yoo-hoo and a donut. You follow from my wife, so she gets it. She gets it. That's the only way you're going to come back is you bring her Yum Yum Donuts. But 5 hours, even Yum Yum Donuts won't save you.
Right.
Yum Yum Donuts can't bring you back until some woman's been sitting there for 5. First of all, she would have been sleeping.
Oh yeah, she would have been asleep. But we're in a weird place where, like when you first start dating, and I've never lived with a girl before or ever. Like whenever they're there, you want to spend all your time with them. But now she's fucking. I'm not gonna see her at all this summer. She's studying for the bar, so I'm not gonna see her for our anniversary or my birthday.
When's your birthday?
The 20th.
How old are you gonna be?
28. I had a panic attack this weekend thinking about that. I know that's young, and I know there's a lot of people out there who are like 28.
But it went fast, Lee.
Bro, I'm getting 2 years away from 30.
Fast. When you were 21.
I met you at, I don't know, I must have been 23.
And I tell people all the time that for a while here, I was doing a show where I would come out here and talk about 10 years ago today. 10 years ago, let me tell you what I was doing. And I got emails from people going, that was fucking crazy. Just to let people know the contrast in your lives. What was I doing? What is it right now?
2016.
All right, so it's March.
April 4th.
April 4th. Sorry, that's how high I got on this show. Of 2006. Right now, I was going through one of the toughest periods of my life. Emotionally. I was lost. The longest yard had been out almost a year, and all the things that were supposed to happen did not happen. And it was just fucking traumatizingly. It was traumatizing. This was the beginning of 10 years ago right now. This was the beginning of a funk that lasted till I had just gotten throat surgery. Yeah. I had just gotten neck surgery.
The ball?
The fat ball.
Okay.
I was recovering. I wasn't feeling good about myself. I was not healthy by no means. Not even in the ballpark, guys. Every time I walked into the doctor's office, they wouldn't let me leave then until my blood pressure went down. They'd give me the extra medication for me to walk out.
Really?
Yeah, I was walking around at 180 or 160 in those days. Now I'm walking around at 150, over 80, and after an hour up and down to 130. That's how bad a shape I was in. 10 years ago, right now, March of 2006, if I think, because Carlos and Joe had just had their beef, and I didn't stop doing blow till 2007. So that last year, before I stopped doing blow, was my year of just mental. I didn't know what I was going to do with my wife. Me and my girlfriend at the time weren't doing so well. We were at the 6-year mark, and we had just gotten out of a bad hole, and we were going right back into another cash-wise.
Oh no, what was happening?
I got on the blow, and now was from the longest yard money. Now my resistance had gone up in the blow. So now I was doing 120 a night.
A night?
$120 a night on the minimum. 4 nights a week. That tears into your fucking house, Jack.
Oh my God, of course it does. That's like $500 a week.
It's $2,000 a month. That's without weed.
And food and rent.
So that was the beginning of my hell. So see, a lot could happen in 10 fucking years. You know, you were just turning 18. I did.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, I was just about to graduate.
That's how fast it went. If you close your eyes and go, okay, from the time I met Joe Diaz, you got a podcast, you shot a documentary, you did fucking Lee's World, you did 3 sets of t-shirts, you started your own podcast, you got a movie podcast with Ramos, you got a girlfriend. That's a lot.
Yeah.
In a short amount of time. You've done a lot.
I said yesterday I wish I had written a journal as a kid. I wish now I had started a journal when you and I got together. That would have been amazing. But I got this email from this guy who said and actually you might want to do it. It's a brilliant idea. For his twin sons, every day he's doing a journal for them about what they did and who they saw and what, and so like when they're 18, they're gonna get like their childhood. I was like, wow, that's looking back on all that stuff now. Like when I thought of 28, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? 28? I moved here 22, 23, just ready to, I don't know what I was going to do. But now I'm 28.
And before you know it, you're 32.
Oh, no.
Then you're 36. Then you remember 40. Then you hit 42 and you start having some fucking doubts. You really do. You really fucking do. Because you figure 40. Yeah, look at it. I didn't even know the number. 42. That was what? 11 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you start realizing, like, what? I got married again, which I never thought I would get married again. I mean, a lot has happened in 10 years, from 2006. So that's what you have to do from time to time. And really reevaluate what you were thinking about. Like, that's scary even to me to think about it. In 2006, I was not married. I did not have a child in my future. A podcast was not even close to happening. There was nobody coming to my shows. There was no Twitter. There was nothing. There was maybe MySpace. And look at what's happened in 10 years. So if you're 26 right now, start fucking thinking. Start thinking about how fast this fucking goes, man. This is a journey that goes fucking fast. I got back from Paducah last Sunday. I blinked and I was picking her up at the fucking airport. She even said the same thing. These were the fastest 4 fucking days of our lives. I thought I was going to miss her and it was going to be slow. It was so fucking busy. It was so fucking busy last week. I didn't know where to start or where to end.
Do you still feel, like, what age do you feel? Because it just feels to me like kind of like what you just said. It feels to me like I got here, put my head down, and started working, and now I'm going to be 28 in July. And it's like, what are you talking about?
How old do I feel right now?
Yeah.
I feel better now than when I did at 40.
Wow.
Those 2 years, 3 years were the longest year. When I was 418, I couldn't go up those stairs at the 3 floors. And every time I went to the doctor was a surprise. And there was some scary fucking issues. I feel better now. You know, every time you do 10 push-ups or that, now I can do the warm-up at jiu-jitsu. And I think about me as a 53-year-old and the warm-up that I'm doing and how I'm surviving it. And, I'm fine. I'm going to be fine. Age is what if you surround yourself with old people, you're going to get old.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get young. I'm not doing face jobs. I don't wear young clothes. I don't wear young sneakers. I don't do young things. I'm an old fucking man and I accept it. Now, it's not being old. It's staying young in your mind. It's knowing what the trends are.
Oh, I'm like a 6-year-old in my mind.
I don't want people to think that, I don't want somebody to say to me, do you know what? And I'm not keen on all the computer stuff if it wasn't for you. Yeah, I do the Facebook and the Twitters and shit like that, but I I'm not keen on like all of them. I'm not really trying that hard to. I like the Twitter. It keeps the messages short. And I like the Facebook, and we move from fucking there. But if I gotta take pictures all day and put them up, I can't do that
Snapchat
either.
stories.
Yeah, I don't want to do none of that shit. I'm too busy in my day. Who are the sponsors today? Let's start with Texture. I love these motherfuckers. My wife just went to Paducah, and she said the baby fell asleep, and she was very happy that she had downloaded the Texture because she got to read some magazine or whatever. It's not a bad, I don't read that many magazines as much as I used to, but my wife still does. So this was always great for her. But she says that they highlight certain stories. So, listen, thanks to pizza, we all binge eating. Thanks to Netflix, we're all binge watching. But now with Texture, you can start to binge read. Trust me, it's all about one thing. When it comes to magazines, you know what you like, and the Texture, with Texture, you can get all the magazines you want in one super convenient place. Texture has completely reimagined magazines, giving you the articles and stories you really want all in one place, plus interactive features, videos, and recommendations just for you. The Texture app lets you tap into the world's most popular magazines anywhere, anytime, using your smartphone or tablet. Breeze through hundreds of your favorite magazines, including back issues, and pick the articles that interest you the most. All right, Texture has made it easy to find articles you care about. I don't just get to read, Sports Illustrated and
that's the issue, because it's hard to get all those magazines.
It's hard to get all of them.
Texture, you have them at your fingertips.
The Texture editorial team recommends content for me every day. Plus, I could dive deeper into personalized collections. Do me a favor, sign up for Texture right now and gain insider access to all the content from the world's best publications. The best part, Texture's offering my listeners right now, that means you fucks, a free trial right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. You'll gain immediate entry into all the top magazines, including back issues and bonus video content. Start binge reading for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. Again, that's texture.com/Joey. The Texture app is entirely digital, so it's super environmentally friendly way to consume the best magazines and articles. Again, start binge reading for free right now when you go to texture.com/Joey. How's that for you fucking savages? And I tell you, if my wife likes it, she's a pain in the ass. But if she likes it, then you'll be fine, all right? Listen, whether you're wearing suits or sweats, you spend almost 24 hours a day in your underwear. But instead of making a statement like Superman's tights under his everyday clothes, your underwear is probably boring like mine used to be. MeUndies changed that for me, and it's going to change it for you too. All right? Every pair of MeUndies is made from substantially sourced modal, a fabric that's twice as soft as cotton. When I work out, this is all I wear is MeUndies because it keeps my balls dry. Nothing can describe the fit and feel of MeUndies, but once you try them, you'll understand why they're called the world's most comfortable underwear. And if you don't love your first pair of MeUndies, they're free, no questions asked. MeUndies has dozens of styles, limited edition prints to help you make a statement with your underwear, whether anyone can see them or not. You go to some girl's house, you want to sling dick, you got to have nice underwears. So here's what I'm going to do. Shipping is free in the U.S. and Canada, and you can save up to $8 a pair with MeUndies subscription plan. Get the subscription or get a single pair. Get 20% off your first order when you go to MeUndies.com/Joey. Again, that's MeUndies.com/Joey for 20% off your first order. MeUndies.com/Joey. You're going to love these underwear. Also, there's something I forgot to tell you people here. Where's the Texture thing I had here? Because I forgot to tell you people some of the magazines you got on there with Texture. All right, you got Vegetarian Times. You got Women's Health. You got Yoga Journal. You got Truck Trend. You got The New Yorker. You got The Essence. You got ESPN magazines. You got Men's Health. Go to texture.com right now/Joey. Also, before I forget, one of the favorite things that we highlight here, because whenever they send me a box, I tell you what, man, I like these. I really enjoy the Blue Apron stuff, okay? This week, let me just tell you what Blue Apron has this week, all right? Meatball ragout. This is for the single, for the two-person plan. Meatball ragout, barbecue spice salmon salad.
Oh,
And for the family plan, you got panko crusted chicken,
nice.
Swiss cheeseburgers on English muffins, and holly garlic cod with bok choy, okay? It's okay. You can admit it. The last thing anybody wants to do after work is wait in line at a grocery store, schlep home and cook a complicated meal that you got to clean up and all that garbage. And I'll tell you what, expensive, unhealthy takeout is hardly better. That's where there's a new service called BlueApron.com. One of my favorite all-time companies. Okay, and I'll tell you why. Because they deliver farm fresh ingredients and step-by-step recipes right to my house. I'm a fucking moron. But because of Blue Apron, it helps me create a healthy, happy, handcrafted meal at home without going to the grocery store. And for less than $10 per meal. You ready? $10 per meal. Blue Apron sends you fresh ingredients, perfectly proportioned, making cooking healthy meals really easy and fun. No trips to the grocery store and no waste from unused ingredients. Plus, this is the best thing about Blue Apron. You learn to fucking cook. You really learn how to cook. And stuff that you will never, anybody can cook a cheeseburger, whatever. These are specialty ingredients that are normally hard to find. Blue Apron is perfect for date night if you want to sling dick, cooking with friends, and they even offer a family plan with kid-friendly ingredients so the whole family can eat well and have fun preparing the meals together. Each balanced meal is 500 to 700 calories per serving and so tasty you never know. Cooking takes about a half hour, shipping is flexible and free, and the menus are always new. All right, like the one I just told you. I mean, come on, where are you going to get meatball ragout and panko crusted chicken? Plus, you learn how to make that stuff. They work around your schedule and dietary preferences, and Blue Apron's experts source only the best seasonal ingredients for incredible meals. Like I said, the barbecue spice salmon or the Swiss cheeseburgers on English muffins. You'll cook incredible meals and be blown away by the quality and freshness. All right, so do me a favor. Blue Apron is the better way to cook. Check out this week's menu and get your first 2 meals for free by going to blueapron.com/Joey. My treat. First 2 meals, they're on fucking Leader Jew here when you go to blueapron.com/Joey. That's how much we love you. Again, another shout out to Texture, MeUndies, and blueapron.com. All right? Thank you for watching the show today. I love you motherfuckers with all my heart. I'm going to be home for a while, but Helium, where am I going to be? In Buffalo, April 20th, 1st, and my man Crackers in Indianapolis, April 28th. We ain't fucking around. I love you guys. Another shout out to Lee, all my sponsors, Texture, MeUndies, and Blue Apron, and for everybody who listened to the fucking tremendous show today. I love you motherfuckers, and we'll be back Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock, B Square, or whatever the fuck it is. Stay black, cocksuckers.
Go to texture.com/Joey right now, and they're offering our listeners a free trial on their brand new app Texture. You'll get immediate entry into all of the top magazines, including back issues and bonus video content. That's texture.com/Joey. Show is also brought to you by MeUndies. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey right now to get 20% off of your first order of all of the great underwear, t-shirts, socks, sweatpants, all of the great products. And shipping is always free in the U.S. and Canada. You can save up to $8 a pair with the MeUndies subscription plan. That's MeUndies.com/Joey. And go to BlueApron.com. Blue Apron sends gourmet recipes and all of the fresh ingredients you need to make them right to your door. Our listeners get their first 2 meals for free. Go to BlueApron.com/Joey and start cooking incredible meals at home with Blue Apron. That's BlueApron.com/Joey.
gonna start and then we'll talk anything you want to talk. We'll put some music on and then we'll fucking talk. This will take you back here.
This show is brought to you by Score Big. Baseball season just started, basketball season's ending, hockey season's ending. You're going to want to go see games. Next time you go to see any game or show, go to Score Big first and see how much you can save. Go to scorebig.com right now and click on the microphone. It's right at the top. It has a red background. And enter the promo code Joey. That's Joey, and you'll save an extra $20 off of your first order. That's scorebig.com and enter the promo code Joey. Show is also brought to you by headspace.com. Go to headspace.com/Joey right now and download the free Headspace app and begin their Take 10 program for 10 days of guided meditation. That's headspace.com/Joey and download the brand new Headspace app. And the show is brought to you by Onnit.com. Go to Onnit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of the great optimization products: Alpha Brain, New Mood, TrimTech Immune, TrimTech Sport, and I am about a week into their Dolce Whey, the banana almond. It's delicious. Go check that out. It's Onnit.com, promo code church.
What? Big shout out to my main man. Lower my fucking mic there, Lee. Lower that thing. It's too hot. There you go. There you go. What? 1, 2. 1, 2. Oh shit. It's Wednesday, bitches. Little shout out to Bobby Sharon sending me Street Song by Rick James. Here you go, motherfuckers. Oh shit. You hear those? You hear that shit? Are you fucking kidding me? If you're not getting up, fucking ripping your clothes off, jumping up and down. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. This is smooth right here. You're over at Biggie Smalls Club, American Gangster. Oh shit. Oh shit. What are you gonna do, Lee? We gotta open up one of these clubs in Israel and get these motherfuckers started. It's the church of what's happening now, bitches. Wednesday, April 6th. What's going on?
What's happening, brother?
I can't call it Herb Dean in house today. I always call you Herb Dean. It's Herb Dean.
It's Herb Dean. Herb.
Whatever the fuck I am. Terrible. What's going on with you, Lisa?
Had a great morning. I went and worked out a little bit, did a little work. That's great.
You looking good. Give him the crab. Okay?
The crab?
Give him the crab.
Do I have to stand up for the crab?
Sure.
All right.
Give him the crab. Show him who that fucking was. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Smooth.
You got to do it every once in a while.
That's right. But these motherfuckers know who's running things. You know?
Yeah, it's like I wanted to tell you. I texted my other friend who didn't get back to me, and he didn't respond to the text, but I put it out there again. Last week we were talking about just losing touch with friends.
Did you call his fucking wife?
No, I didn't call the wife.
Call the wife. Stop
Okay.
texting this fucking half a fag and call the fucking wife. Explain your situation. Say that you don't know what's going on. You text him. You didn't know if he got hit by a car and you're worried about it. Then they'll tell you what's going on. If she don't call you back, then send them a fuck you letter and say, go fuck yourself and your faggy friend. You took my friend from me, you little dirty bitch, and move on with your life.
How was your day?
Tremendous. But it happened, Lee, it happened. So a man, listen, man, a woman will tell you, a man will fucking snake a woman along to the wedding date, and then rules change. And people have to accept it. When people get married, that college shit goes away. That thing is, my mic is too high here in my ears.
I think it's your ears.
That you know, it's tough to stay friends when you have children, a marriage, a job,
right,
loans. You're trying to work on something. God forbid you're trying to work on something. If you just have a job, 40 hours, and a girlfriend that you see 4 nights a week, what time do you have? You have 3 nights. Those 3 nights you got to work out. You got to clean your apartment. You got to do laundry. How much time do you have to go to a bar and hang out? You can't get drunk no more on a Tuesday. When I was 21, I could drink 92 beers and snort 84 lines on a Tuesday and be up Wednesday ready to fucking stab a motherfucker. If I have a beer now on a Sunday, I don't recover till Wednesday. I don't drink.
Yeah, it's not as fun anymore.
It's not that it's not as fun. Everybody tries to
Keep it going.
Keep it going.
Yeah,
But
yeah, no cheating.
your body falls apart eventually, you know. I saw somebody last night at the comedy store. I didn't recognize him. I hadn't seen him in 10 years, but I didn't recognize him. And they had alcohol in their breath. They never stopped drinking.
That's crazy. It can change someone's body. It can change how
It
you look.
changed everything.
Change how
They
you
were
act.
swollen. Their nose got bigger. Their face got bigger. It's whatever. You can't live that lifestyle forever. You have a girlfriend. You have responsibilities. You can't go to a fucking bar and cause problems. It's always the same. People don't accept it. That's it. People get busy.
Yeah, I've had some friends like that.
You fucking work on the weekends, okay? You have a plane ride that starts on Friday,
right?
And you don't come home till Sunday, and that's out of 52 weeks. Let's do an estimate of 40 weeks.
Yeah,
45.
No way, 40
at least
40 to 45 weekends he works.
Yeah.
He's gone, so he basically has 4 days a week to make it happen. Sundays are a wrap. Sundays are a wrap. You get off the plane. You don't sleep in hotels like that. You don't get 9 hours in a fucking hotel. Either it's too warm, it's too hot, the pillow, it don't feel good. Ba-ba-da-bing, ba-ba-da-bang. So you really sleep shitty one night, you recover the next.
No, that's one thing though, is I can sleep just about anywhere. I sleep on the planes really good.
I see you on the plane.
Yeah. out, yeah.
But still, sleep on the plane is like sleeping on the fucking Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you get home on a Sunday, it's a wash. You're tired.
Yeah, I just want to relax.
You relax. You got the girls. The wife asks you 20 fucking questions. You got to answer emails from the fucking weekend.
Actually, no, the girls no more. So I'm an empty nester. My daughter's moved out.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. So my son, he's been hasn't been living with me for a while. He lives with his mom though. And then my daughter, 19 years old. They're out. They're doing their thing. Yeah. They're not really out. They're like, okay, so they live with their aunts. One with her mom's sister. The other one lives with my sister.
Okay.
And they're doing their thing. One, she's going to school and has a job. The other one just got a job, and trying to see if I can keep her out of trouble.
That's tough. Yeah. That's tough. It's tough, man. Work job. But the point is that you have 4 days.
Yeah.
You have 4 days to make it happen every week. You don't have 7 like most people. You have 4 here. So you have 4 workouts. You probably have obligations.
Yeah, I got my projects.
You have your little things going on, and then somebody wants to call you at 2 PM and do lunch.
Yeah, I got.
And you're like, it's right in the middle of my fucking day. Once I do lunch, after lunch, what do you want to do? You want to take a fucking nap? So these are the things. You get busy.
Well, I hear you, Joey, talking a lot about, I actually can do some work on the road because you don't have some of those distractions. Do you get some of that done on the road? What is your day like, Herb, on the road before the fights? Because the fight day is pretty much all day, but if you're there a day or so early.
Right. So, yeah, you're actually right. Sometimes I am able to get some of that work done. Sometimes I just sit in a hotel room. I go through the emails, answer the emails. I do scheduling stuff. I do work I'm supposed to do, that I don't want to do at home. So, yeah, actually it's good for it sometimes.
I do the same. I bring a computer with me that's not a great computer, so I don't trust it to do something tremendously large on it. I trust it to tweet and maybe Facebook and maybe check my messages. I don't fuck with that lit lift in there when I write. I don't fuck with it in there because for some reason something goes wrong and then I'm fucked. But when I go, I got 3-4 hours in the hotel room to sit and write comedy. If I'm thinking of a TV show and I'm writing it, I'll do it then. I like all that stuff. Tell you where else I stretch out, believe it or not, on a plane. Those long flights, I come fucking prepared, though. I got everything in that bag. Everything I need. You know what I'm saying? Everything. I'll bring the sides with me to go over if I have an audition.
Now, so you can work while on the plane.
I'll throw that computer on and check messages, and I'll go on the plane with a project. Every time I go on a flight longer than 3 hours, I know I'm not going to sleep. So I have a project. But if I get on the plane and fucking Rocky is on, Creed, that throws my plan off, like the last flight I got on. On the way back, I usually don't plan nothing because I'm fried from the night before.
Yeah, so no, me on the plane, I can't work on the plane. I try. Sometimes I bring it. Every now and then I'm able to get a little bit in. But I can probably get in about 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there. As soon as I start concentrating on the plane, it puts me to sleep.
I had a friend whose dad was a consultant and went to Europe, like back and forth from Boston to Europe every week. And he said that was the only time he got work done because no one could call him.
On the best writing you'll do And that's what works for me. I get high on the plane. Like before I get on the plane, I get pretty stoned. I eat an edible. I eat the breakfast. I focus. And then I take the notebook out and I leave it open. I take the thing out. I leave the notebook open with a pen and I watch whatever's going on when I play music. And I let the music or whatever I'm watching dictate what I'm writing. Are you with me?
No, okay. No,
and sometimes I'll get a joke. Sometimes, let's say I got to write a letter to Phil Foley. I'll write it on the plane. You know, my buddy's in college. He's doing some time at a college somewhere, so I have to write him letters. In fact, I owe him one. You know, I plan all those things.
Do you have like a different style or a different band for each activity? Like, is comedy one music? Is writing another music?
No, I just put an album on. And I'll listen to, listen, man, I love music. I love music. I was trying to push a music show, but music is very tough to sell. We live in an age that right now, if I'm driving and I go, Doug, when was the last time you heard Aretha Franklin? What was the song we played last week? I forgot all about that song. We played Aretha Franklin last week.
I'm blanking on the name.
Fucking song from 71. Just tremendous. I hadn't heard it since my mother had the bar in fucking Harlem.
Right.
I hadn't heard that song. I mean, I was driving with my wife and I heard it on Sirius. In today's world.
What song is it?
Let me look it up.
Oh, you got to hear this fucking thing. This is Aretha.
Yeah, but you know something? Yeah, you're right. If you're doing creative stuff, you can, on the plane is a good time.
Sometimes I get so caught up in the music that I realize how brilliant the music I'm listening to is and how much effort they had to put into this music that inspires me.
Yeah.
Like I start thinking about how
Rocksteady?
Go ahead.
Oh,
put it on.
That's a great song.
Listen to this shit. When was the last time you heard this song? This is just a fucking amazing song. Come on.
Oh, no, she goes in.
Come on. I got tears. This will never happen again. This will never happen again. Ever. I could see her just the way she's singing opposite the beat. That's what's killing it. Listen to her.
And she's riding a little bit to the back.
Yeah.
She's riding to the back. Yeah.
And then she drops an Aretha Franklin right here. All right, I'm on the plane listening to this, and I'm thinking, listen how sick my mind is, people. I want to learn where you got the balls to come up with this, okay? I want to know. I want to know where the fuck you got the balls. So I think of the black composer who put this together, right? Because that's all Aretha Franklin worked with. This is funk. Do you think it's a dude that looked like this?
She never worked with the Swampers?
Well, I'm just thinking to myself, like, who came up? Like, who come up to Aretha Franklin? Was it some dude that looked like Puff? With glasses, or was it some bad black motherfucker that came into the studio with alcohol in his motherfucking breath? He just said, Aretha, come here for a second. And she's like, I ain't got time for this. He's like, listen, you got to hear this funk I came up with. And he just started with this bass. That's what I think about. Who created this bass line? It wasn't some fucking genius.
Aretha Franklin wrote it.
Yeah. Oh, no.
According to...
Well, some dude she plays for.
Did you say who played on it?
Let me look for it.
That dude came in and said, Aretha, listen to this motherfucking shit I got here.
So I was just in Memphis not too long ago. So I went to the Stax Museum. You ever go to that?
No.
Oh, you have to go to the Stax Museum. So it's Stax Records, right? You know Stax.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, now I know what you're saying.
Okay, so Stax Records. So basically, it's more Southern soul. So there's like Motown out of Detroit, and then there's Memphis Stax. Man, if you're ever in Memphis, you gotta go.
Now, who came? Who was on the Stacks and Label?
Okay, so I think Aretha Franklin did some stuff on there. I'm not sure exactly, but I think she did. But definitely Isaac Hayes, Sam and Dave, Otis Redding, Booker T and the MGs. I said Isaac Hayes, a few other people. So all that stuff was on Stacks, and it's definitely interesting. You learn a lot. So they did that whole. Who was those girls? The
Nets, something the Nets.
No, those girls who they did that song. They did songs with Earth, Wind and Fire. Earth, Wind and Fire was out of there. Came out of there, yeah. But they did songs with Earth, Wind and Fire, and they did that big concert down in Watts after the riots. Watts Stacks. It's a lot of stuff to learn about in that museum.
All that stuff. There's a documentary on Muscle Shoals. On Netflix, and I saw a part of it while on the plane. That was pretty interesting about what bands have gone through Muscle Shoals.
Now, did Aretha ever do anything with them?
I think so, because there's something on there. Look for Aretha and
I think
Dwayne Allman. Listen to this shit.
Yeah.
This shit. Somebody sent me this on Twitter last week, and I had never known this existed. And it sounds great. Aretha Franklin's tremendous. So yeah, this is when Aretha, with fucking Dwayne Allman. How do you get that combination together?
Oh yeah.
I was feeling by half past there. I just need some place where I can lay my head. Hey, mister, can you tell me where a girl might find the bed? Can you tell me? Just came and shook my hand. There was all it said.
This is with Dwayne Allman? Yeah, there's a couple jams on there.
It's called The Wait.
So yeah, there's just so much music history that there is to be. Like I would plan a trip around Muscle Shoals.
Really?
Yeah, my wife would go. My wife would do it in a heartbeat. With the baby, she would do it in a fucking heartbeat. That's more of an education. Just going through there and sniffing that fucking air. Are you kidding me?
So do they have a museum or anything like that down there that shows about the studio?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what goes on down there.
Is that in Alabama?
Yes. The Stones were there. Just a lot of people were in there. You want to smell those motherfuckers. Like when you go to the comedy store, that's Richard Pryor's stage. Just breathing that air does something to you. It does something to you.
So you were saying like that the music show was difficult to pitch.
What was your show?
Since the music is so great, like what is so difficult?
So many copyright companies, so many different. So when you have an album, it's not about the album; it's the different writers on every song. So all I need is one writer on one song to say, "I don't want my song on that fucking show," and I can't do the album on the show. Okay. But the beauty of it is that we live in a society now where if I could listen to that song, I could go on my thing and on Sirius it says the song and who did it. So it'll say Rock Steady and Aretha Franklin. At the next light, I could go on my iPhone, go to iTunes, and buy the fucking song. Okay? And not really get the essence of the album.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
Every album has an essence.
That's something I'm doing a lot lately.
So sometimes in my morning, like in the mornings, people, I twit songs out. That's all great, Joey, but you're not doing nothing for me. Because to really get the full experience of that song, you got to see what comes before and after. When I play a song, it's like me giving you the scene from The Godfather when he shoots fucking the guy at the table. Michael Corleone goes to Sicily. You can't watch a movie like that. An album is a fucking movie. And the bands, like, again, and you guys are going to go, fuck you, Joey, you're an old fuck. I'm telling you that these bands, listen to the thought process they had into the covers. There's also a thought process on how the music comes up, how they want you to hear it, what they want you to hear before that song and after that fucking song. And Pink Floyd definitely did, as we heard today.
That's a concept.
They just, they filled it together. I've always felt that, I heard a fucking great song this morning. You guys are gonna laugh at me. What's the chick that won Miss America? They stopped her from eating pussy. She was married to Rick Fox from the Lakers. Come on, fucking guys.
I don't
know. Running back to you. Baby, do the good things. All the good love that share to you.
Vanessa Williams?
Mm-hmm. Vanessa Williams put an album out in 1991. Right? Somebody gave it to me. Like somebody gave me Vanessa Williams. I always thought Vanessa Williams was fucking beautiful. I just love that. That's what a Cuban woman looks like. When they're mixed like that, they got that mulatto blood. I love all that shit. They do. That's what you call them, mulattoes. That's what they're called in Cuba. Esa mujer es mulata. That's what they're called. So I put the fucking CD in the car. Out of all the music, I liked Vanessa Williams' album. I don't know why. And it was that album that had Running Back to You and
yeah, you know, I'm gonna go revisit it. I do remember she had an album.
One thing about that album was it was all themed. That album was a constant, like she wrote about love or whatever she was singing about in that fucking album, her revenge or her freedom. You know, Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. Listen to that fucking album. Listen to that side one. That's planned. The last song is a song you hate. Hell is for Children. Remember you hate. That's the last song on the album.
You know, the album was called the Marvin Gaye with "I Want You" on it. Which I think.
Oh yeah.
You know, you listen to the best stuff.
Yes.
Then you go back. Like I just went and listened to that album. A couple of weeks on a plane. You know, my body before I got on the plane.
You don't have time in your normal life. So what I do on a plane is I go to YouTube. I put the speaker in and I listen to a whole album. And I go, wow, that was fucking tremendous. Something we have forgotten in this country. Listen to the whole album. Well, now there's not thought. Now it's all about money. You got 8 songs? That's why this chick has a song every 6 weeks. She sucks a dick. The skinny blonde with the fucking disease. What's her name?
Is it? I want to say Taylor, but it's
Taylor Dane. Whatever. Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift. Yeah.
She got a disease.
Yeah, whatever the fuck. You got to assume she's got a disease. She's always skinny and pale. And she got sores on her lips. She's got something. You know what I'm saying? She blew one of those dirty fucking actors or something.
I never knew that. I never knew that albums were like an entire theme, or I thought it was just songs put together because they like the songs. I didn't. So if you listen to like the songs that we listened to before on Periscope, is it different for you if you only listen to one song versus the whole album? Do you feel different?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And there's music like the Stones. The Stones did location fucking music. So the Stones would call each other and go, hey, it's time for another album, boys. What do you want to do? I don't know. Let's go down to Jamaica and hang out with Peter Tosh. And we'll hang out down there, smoke dope. We'll rent the house and we'll fucking do an album down there. So it's the feeling that they were thinking during those 8 songs. Yeah. If you're a real music guru and you go back, you'll find out that sometimes they'll put 7 songs together and they had 2 songs from the previous album that the company will make them put on there for filler or something like that.
Baby.
But the essence of those 7 songs, you'll see what songs don't belong there. And you know whose point? He did it beautifully. Marvin Gaye.
Yeah,
when Marvin Gaye released I Want You, that was a piece of fucking Marvin Gaye. That was the best Marvin Gaye. So all those songs in that album, that's the best Marvin Gaye.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the better Marvin Gaye was the one after.
You were wondering what? I'm wondering if you would be down to doing this interview. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so you want to do it here or in private call? Let's do it here. All right, here. Let me start recording. Excellent. Are you down to be recorded or not? Oh yeah, definitely. Around, but I'm just chilling, so I'll be quiet. How you doing? For the record, I would say for the best explanation as far as mental level, I would say investigate Rick Kurzweil. There's a whole documentary about him as well, and he was really the major proponent of the singularity, and also the merger of human with AI and uploading to a mind to the cloud every day. So that's the only thing I wanted to say is that, where notice that definitely there's a lot of people who are becoming a cyborg and then upload for something to the cloud. Yeah, okay. Alright, welcome to an interview with Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi, you want to take it off? Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years.
This is the most amount of data that any single individual has ever had archived of themselves on the internet in global history. I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I additionally want to assist with world hunger and world thirst. I would like to bring some new technology and new ideas into these debates and discussions, particularly in terms of how we can best solve world hunger through the use of vertical farming, cloud seeding, and hydroponics, and world thirst through digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants. These are all really great ideas that I hope that we use in the future, and I'm just starting to set a foundation for these ideas for future generations.
Okay. So here, kick it off. Where did you go from? You said in a private call that you were swinging a golf club.
Oh yeah. So the way that I began this journey was about 3 years ago. I was at Tiger Woods' golf course here in Orange County, California. I would hit golf balls after work, and I recognized that while I would hit these golf balls, some of the things that I was saying when I hit a ball where I wanted it or maybe where I didn't want it were pretty funny. And I thought, you know what, this shtick might be something that my family might enjoy seeing in the future, like home movies of their father. So I uploaded it to the cloud and created a small archive, and eventually realized that if I'm going to do this, I better stream it because it was taking too long to upload everything. And additionally, if I'm going to do it, I want to do it better than any person in global history. So I bought 6 different Chromebooks and put them all around my room, and essentially began live streaming full time about 3 years ago.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? So pretty much you kind of like throw your life onto the internet. So like everyone on the internet is places up.
Correct. It's very similar to the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey, or the television show Big Brother.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. The Truman Show, yeah, where you like stuck on like a big rope.
Exactly.
Okay. So, where did because me and your friend, they were talking about uploading your mind into the clouds, the internet, or whatever. So, what's your opinion on that? Do you think in the future you're going to be able to like upload your brain onto the clouds and live forever?
Correct. This is a hypothetical scientific idea at current, but I think in the future that this technology will either, if it's currently classified, be declassified, or the technology gap will be bridged so that we have what is known as mind uploading technology available for at least a certain segment of individuals. In addition to the idea of mind uploading, we have life extension technology. So some ideas are that currently maybe the human lifespan might be around 80 years, but we should be able to expand this to 100 to 120, perhaps even 200 or beyond for an average individual through the use of technology such as stem cells, such as cryonics, such as human growth hormone, and thus being able to extend the normal lifespan of an human is going to be something that I think we'll see over the course of the next generation. And then additionally, the idea of using the technology that you've referenced to be able to scan your brain into and upload that scan into a computer for later download into a cyborg, a cybernetic being, an avatar, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever in the future might, whatever type of shape your body wants to take in the future, you'll be able to choose it. And essentially, just like you may have in a video game, save points, you might have that in the future where you had a complete mind upload on a given date. And if anything ever happens to you, you might be able to go back to that and be able to download that save point essentially into a new body.
Okay, so don't you think uploading your brain and allowing you to live longer, don't you think that's playing God a little bit though?
Oh, it most certainly is.
Because I come to understand you're Jewish.
Yep.
But wouldn't that be kind of against what you believe? Because that'd be playing God.
It doesn't say that we can't extend a human life or even perhaps change our bodies anywhere in the Bible. It doesn't say anywhere in religious text. The only thing that one would say that perhaps there would be any kind of negative to it would be someone who frankly is against the technology or wants to make up an excuse on a religious basis as to reasons why we shouldn't do this. But there are arguments to be made on the opposite side that anything we can do to preserve a human life and perhaps even extend it should be explored. And in fact, we owe it as a duty to ourselves as humans to be able to develop and enhance such a technology. That's what God would want for us.
Okay. But in the Bible, it does say do not destroy or mark your humanly body. It does say that in the Bible.
And how is extending your life over the age of 80 marking your body?
I mean, I'm saying like, because your friend was saying something about like cyborg part.
I don't know what he was referencing, so I wasn't here for that. Can you enlighten me?
I don't remember exactly what he said. He said something about robot parts.
I may be right. What we were talking about before the interview, you were asking about the transhumanism concept. And I was just referencing that all the different many ways that people are talking about human life extension. One of them, is the artificial heart. The artificial heart. Would you consider that something that goes against any religion? Using an artificial heart to pump blood through every body to preserve life. Really, technically, using weird aid can be considered themselves to be quote unquote a cyborg, because without that aid, they'd not be able to experience audible, perceiving of their own family. That's all I know. That was just kind of one way that people talk about transhumanism. One way people talk about, and again, I think that Ray Kurzweil is really the major legal proponent for many different forms of transhumanism, life extension technology. And so I didn't mean to be speaking for Rabbi, but I was just trying to mention about different concepts related to transhumanism.
Okay, yeah, I get you.
I agree with all the aforementioned things.
I can tell just by talking to y'all are like really passionate about what y'all think, and I fuck with that. Y'all are really passionate.
Well, we appreciate that, most certainly.
I feel like nowadays people just want to believe what they want to believe and aren't passionate about it. As much as like what y'all believe, I don't. But I'm not gonna like sit here and be like, oh, you're wrong. Because I respect it that you guys have your own beliefs, and I think that's how the world should go. And it's not like that right now. Everyone wants you to believe what they believe.
You're welcome to believe whatever you want to believe.
I think being a robot would be pretty cool. If I had a little robot torso, that'd be pretty sick.
I think there's a possibility with the correct amount of technological advancement, you wouldn't even know the difference.
Oh, I just want like a coffee maker in my torso. That'd be pretty fucking chill.
You could have it. You could have a Keurig there if you'd like.
But before I go on, I have to say I stole this idea from my friend Kristen. He's the one that interviewed you on his podcast maybe a couple days ago.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, I stole this idea from him. You should actually probably post this. But, so, just if you're going to watch this, it's a good idea. Try to do me. But, so, y'all, like I said, y'all are really passionate about what you like that. Because no one's passionate anymore about it.
Well, most certainly. This is a lifetime dedication that I've made, and I know that my friends have made, that we dedicated ourselves to this project. It is more than just a portal into someone's life. It is the archiving of humanity. It is the archiving of people's behaviors, of people's emotions, of people's circadian rhythms. Everything about the human being and human behavior has been captured on this over the course of years. And with that amount of data in the future, I perhaps think that universities will want to study that and do everything possible to be able to glean as much information from it. Because finally, we have an unedited data set over the course of years that could be studied for future generations.
But would y'all, okay, so let me get this straight. Because I'm going off of what I've heard, like, secondhand. So it's like, kind of like telephones, like you said, when we were in that private call. So I'm just making sure everything I know is correct or wrong. Okay, so I've heard that you think that, like, your videos are going to turn into currency in the future. Am I wrong?
That is incorrect. I don't think they're going to be currency.
Okay.
No,
well, like I said,
I think that data is Earth's number one resource. That's not Rabbi saying that. That is The Economist magazine. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. That means that data is more valuable than petroleum, than food, than water, than air, than everything on Earth. In addition, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king. And if that's true, someday I may perhaps be king because I have more content online than any person in global history. I don't think that this content will ever be used as a currency. I think that this content can be monetized in order to make currency.
Okay. So, you think in the future, because you have all of this, like, data, as you say, you're going to become king?
Not necessarily king, but I think I'll become an influential person.
Okay, I get that. I'm over that. Well, so you stream 24/7.
That's correct.
So do you leave your house while streaming, or you just
Yep. So I have a lot of IRL content that has been uploaded to Instagram generally, or TikTok or Twitter. The IRL streaming that I do has been as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far we've been as far west as Santa Monica. We've been to Beverly Hills. We've been to Disneyland. Basically anywhere in Southern California.
Wait, so you live stream IRL?
Yep, absolutely. You got it. Disneyland, Beverly Hills, Santa Monica Pier. I've been up to Santa Barbara, to the beach there. I've been as far south as La Jolla and San Diego.
Okay.
And it's all archived. So you can find all of these videos of me driving, of me outside, of me at Disneyland. These are all on in social media. Most likely, the majority of it is on Instagram.
Okay. Well, so you got a grind going on. What people say nowadays? You got a grind?
Absolutely, yeah. I have a certain routine, and when previously I would do more IRL streaming, it's just not as easy for me to do it now because I only have one phone line, as opposed to previously I had 4 phone lines. I had 4 iPhones so that I could be able to stream from different angles and such. So I have cut that back simply from the fact that logistically that is somewhat a nightmare when you are trying to do all of the work on your own. You're trying to drive on your own. You're trying to, capture all of the video on your own. And then in addition to that, make sure you're transmitting and such. I find it much easier to just be able to work desktop streams. If I do need to go outside and do IRL, I do. But for the most part, connectivity is best wherever I'm closest to a Wi-Fi router. The further I get away from that, the more I have to rely on data uploads. And when I have to rely on data uploads, then we have issues like signal loss and lack of speed. So I find that the closer I am to that router, the better my stream is.
Okay. So this is a question that I would want to ask if I talk to you again by Connor. You remember Connor?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so him and me were talking after we left the ball. He was wondering, are you currently single or are you dating?
I'm definitely single. By choice, baby.
What?
I'm single by choice.
Are you single by choice? Okay.
Word.
That's it. That was Connor asking, not me.
That's okay. That's a fine question to ask. No issue at all.
Okay, so were you? Because I'm guessing you said you've been everywhere pretty much in California. I'm guessing you live in California.
Correct.
Okay, so were you born in California or did you move to California?
I moved to California.
Okay, so where's your birthplace? Where is the Rabbi?
I'm from Chicagoland originally.
From Chicago.
Correct.
Okay. That's now. Are you from a dangerous part of Chicago, or did you just that in Chicago?
I knew that California had more opportunity, and so after college, I moved to California.
Okay. Cool. So you've been to, like you said you've been to Santa Barbara. You said Disneyland or Disney World, what is it?
Disneyland.
And you've been to the pier, I'm guessing.
Most certainly, I've been to several piers.
Okay. So I remember from when we were talking earlier, you said you don't live alone. So who lives with you? Is it like your friends?
I have roommates.
Oh, you have roommates. Okay.
Correct.
So you just sit in your room all day and just stream?
Correct.
Oh, okay, so they just don't care.
They don't even know I do it.
They don't even know? How do they not know?
I don't videotape them, and they don't come into my room.
Oh, okay. That's cool. So it's okay. So you got some still roommates. Okay.
Yeah, and I've had different people move in and out over the course of the years that I've been here. So, I don't know if any of them know that I am a streamer. I think they know that I have cameras and a lot of cell phones, I would say. But for the most part, I keep the streaming in my room. And if I have to stream in the field, I just have a cell phone with me so it doesn't look too out of the ordinary.
So, okay, if you have to estimate how many devices do you have in your room?
33.
33.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that's a little more than the average person.
Yeah, no, definitely. I've got looking at 5 Chromebooks, 4 laptops, and over 20 cell phones. And I should say 20 cell phones and tablets.
20 cell phones? All I got is 2. I got one that's my normal phone, my other one's my burner.
Hey, that's all you need.
But, okay,
I don't know what money there is to spend.
Like, how do you get those phones? You buy them? Or
Yeah,
you
I
just,
purchased them.
find
I have a career as a certified project management professional. So I have savings from a 6-figure income, and I use that to live and to make any purchases I need.
Okay. So, so you say you have a career in what do you say you worked at?
I'm a certified project management professional, so I'm a project manager. I work in IT. I work on apps and other technology projects.
Okay, so do you do that at home or do you like?
I've done that in an office. I've led companies from an office, and then I've also worked remotely, particularly during the pandemic.
Okay. Alright. So that's cool. You're a project manager. So you come up with that project, right?
Generally, I'll have a client who has a project that they need organized, and I'll be contracted for it and ensure that it is delivered on time, or better yet, early.
Okay, that's pretty cool. So you just say you make some money.
Yeah, no, sir. I said it. I made 6 figures. That's pretty decent.
Okay. Rabbi Rothschild has been. So I'm trying to think of what's asking.
That's okay. These have been excellent questions.
So, okay. You say you've done this for 3 years now?
More than 3, yep.
More than 3 years, okay. And over that time, like, have you, gone out in public and noticed any ridiculed or not?
Oh, good question. So you're asking me if I've been in public and been ridiculed?
Yeah.
Has
anyone noticed?
Yeah, off the top of my head, no one's noticed me, recognized me like as a celebrity, but I have had people who have interfered with the stream. I was at Randy's Donuts in Inglewood, California, if you know where that is. It's the place with the big donut on the building. It's like a 40-foot high donut. And so I was doing a video outside of Randy's Donuts and was accosted by, I don't know if they were homeless, but just somebody there. And I got it all on camera. And so I don't know if they were all there mentally, but they began yelling at me. And I did my best to continue the video as long as possible, but recognized probably for my own safety, it would be best that I grab the camera and make my way back to the car. So there was that situation. I also had a situation. I was in downtown LA and I was streaming, and I had some dress clothes on, and I don't know if somebody thought that I was wealthy or saw that I had a camera, but they began getting up from a seated position against a wall and began briskly walking, following me, yelling at me. And then we got into a pretty good chase, and I was able to outrun them, get to my vehicle, and safely leave. And I got that on stream as well. Oh, I've got one more too. I was in like Skid Row area of downtown LA, an area called it's called the Garment District. And I was just looking at like different materials to get a suit made. And as I was doing so, I had somebody who chased me there, and I was able to get to my car in a parking garage, and I was able to get out. So over the course of 3 years, I've had 3 or so close calls. Nothing too crazy though.
Okay. So do you not have anything to protect yourself? The rabbi doesn't take you back?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you don't. Why? Why does they carry a knife on you?
I may have a knife on me at those times, but really, I have kind of always felt as if carrying perhaps a gun under those circumstances Not to say it might not be in my best interest, but a gun can be easily turned on a person as well. And at least in the circumstances where I'm thinking this happened, it was in broad daylight. There were, well, at least some of them. There were people around me, and so you wouldn't think necessarily that I would have been in any danger. I find, though, perhaps the best weapon that you can have in any of these situations are your legs. The ability to outrun a pursuer in many ways is more valuable than a knife or anything else. To be able to get away is very good. So just being faster than the person who's coming after you, I think, is underrated. I'm not against protecting yourself, certainly, with any type of arms that you see fit, whether it's a knife or whatever, but I just didn't in those circumstances.
Well, I'm not good. I currently carry 3 knives on me everywhere I go. One in my wallet, one clip up my pants, the other one in my pocket.
Excellent. I think probably when I was streaming, might have had something like a Leatherman on me. Nothing too crazy, but at least something if I needed to, I'd be able to use it.
All right, Bill. Well, I think we're going to end it here.
Excellent.
This was a great conversation.
Wonderful. If you don't mind, just in closing, I want to thank everybody for the opportunity to be here. If you're interested in this project, please type Viral Rabbi, VIRALRABBI, in YouTube and filter by live. I'm also available at Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram. I'm at Super Rothschild on TikTok. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. If you type Rabbi Rothschild in any search engine and filter by live, you're going to find me. Even easier way to find me is type in Viral Rabbi anywhere, and you'll find all my content. And I look forward to making more friends in the future and continuing our friendship. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
All right, bro. All right. I'm going to leave. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day.
You too, anytime.
All right. See you, bro.
Take care, buddy. How do we do, Caspian C?
Morning, brother.
Hello, how do we do?
Phenomenal, man.
Excellent.
I mean, honestly, he seemed disappointed that you were sleeping at first, and so I started, letting him know. I was like, hey, you got to keep odd hours and catch the guy.
Word, dog.
But,
I end up...
Yeah. No, you killed that. You killed that. I mean, anybody who thinks they're going to come in here and catch you talking like anything, you know what I mean? He came in with respect, though.
Yeah,
And,
dude, definitely.
I think definitely he walked away with a different perspective. Again, like he said, he has secondhand information he wanted to clarify. And I think that's definitely aces for me, bro.
Excellent. I appreciate that. I think he did a very good job and was respectful and wanted to just clarify some of the things that are being said. And I understand. I mean, we're talking about big ideas here. And so for him to make, and I think he was able to clearly articulate, hey, I don't understand. How are you going to make data a currency? Oh, you're not going to do that. You're going to monetize it. Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I thought he did a really good job. People do these interviews with me, and I gotta say, sometimes I don't always know where they get published, and I'll find out months later. So they're like, "Oh, I heard you on a podcast," and I'll be like, "Oh, okay. Was it this one?" They're like, "No." Like, was it this one? They're like, "No." Was it this one? No. And those are the 3 that I know that I've done. I'm like, "Oh, where else?" And they're like, "Oh, it's on so and so's." Webpage or whatever, and I'll go there and find out. It was just like a random person did an impromptu podcast, kind of like that. And they ended up publishing it, and then, people find out about you from that. BRB, I'm going to use the restroom.
That's really funny. How they did it was they fucking got the jury downtown, and they got more of a black jury with OJ, and the speeches were great last night. But it was funny at the end. OJ's sitting there, and he looks up, and there's fucking The last juror walks out. He turns around. He gives him a black power fucking sign. He walks out. And today they said that in real life, that juror was a black power guy.
No, wait, didn't you grow up here, dude?
He grew up here. That's why.
Uh-huh.
What were you thinking during all that? I want to know.
When I was thinking during all that, man, I guess,
the day of the verdict, it was really that bad out here.
Okay,
the day of the verdict, like nobody was at work.
No, yeah, nobody was at work. The people were watching. I tell you, I remember because you could listen to it on on the radio.
You were 27 years old, right? Something like that. 26,
yeah, something like that. Yeah. Probably like, I think that's how, maybe 26, 25, 26. Yeah, I think.
So wait, what do you mean? So people
Maybe
just
even younger.
tell their boss, like, I can't come in, it's OJ.
People were I think people were in bars watching it.
People were in fucking bars.
Mm-hmm.
Oprah had it live. It was on fucking Times Square. Like, people were stopped for the verdict. Like, that was it. Like, they fucking, the media turned this into something.
Yeah.
I forgot all
I remember I was listening to it. It was a weird thing. It was a weird thing. It was a weird thing because I think that, like, it was cool to see the LAPD exposed. So, because hopefully that something was going to be that, since it was different than the way things normally go, it was cool to see the LAPD exposed and know that maybe they were going to clean it up. And I think they did. I think it did. There was some good done behind that, say, hey, anything that goes there, it's corrupt. You can't take anything out of there,
Well, they threw Mark Furman out, but Mark Furman, I mean, there's still allegations of shit with LAPD till this day. I see some fucked up shit. Lee's been in the car with me when I yell and scream at him because they do some fucked up shit, LAPD.
Well, I have to say that the police experience around LA area has gotten a lot better than it was when I was growing up here in LA. So something definitely has changed. So the way they police, yeah. Like, growing up around here, police were, police were, yeah.
And all these suburbs,
everywhere. Down LA, Pasadena, out there, everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, when you see the police pull you over, you do not know what kind of experience you're gonna have. Yeah.
It's that scary.
It was. And it's not like, I don't believe it's like that anymore.
I've been pulled over 3 times. And the cop that gave me the ticket was a black cop on a motorcycle. Every right to give me a ticket. I was talking on my phone. I was not disrespectful to him. And he was not disrespectful to me. The other 2 cops were not disrespectful at all to me. They were white.
Mm-hmm.
They let me go on a warning. It was on one of the highways. And I know on Fridays and Saturday nights, if you speed on the highways in LA and don't drink, they just let you go with a warning if you're legit, because they don't have time to sit there with the fucking ticket.
Mm-hmm.
So if they look at you and you're not drunk,
if you're not drunk, yeah,
and you're doing 10 over the speed limit, they'll ask you, you tell them the truth, tell them you're sorry, they'll let you go. And 2 times I didn't have my license on me. They let me go with nothing. How's that one for you? Because for years I drove without my license.
Why?
Because I didn't have one. I lost on a plane, and there was a Colorado license, so I was scared to get my California license. So for 2 or 3 years, maybe 4 or 5 years, I didn't have a license.
How did you get on planes?
An ID, a Colorado ID. What do you think you're dealing with? Some fucking novice here. You think you think I just fell off the fucking raft?
I've only been pulled over a few times, but one time, it was like the first time I ever got pulled over. They came around the side, like, it was 2 cops in the car, and they had the flashlights, and it was like right when I got my license, and I forgot to turn my lights on as I was leaving a convenience store. But it was whenever I hear anyone talk about not knowing what kind of experience you're gonna have with a cop,
it scares the shit out of me too.
It scares, but then
the
it doesn't compute. I just don't understand. It just doesn't make sense to me because I was lucky enough to never really have to deal with them judging, or I don't even know what the word would be, but that's crazy.
Well, I think that between the OJ and the Rodney King thing and a few other things, I think that they had to come in and clean it up. I think, they had to change what they were doing, and I'm glad they did. It's a lot better.
Yeah, that case is because Joe, you always make comparisons to MMA for comedy and everything. That trial, I haven't watched like the last 3 episodes, but that trial reminded me of MMA because the beginning of it, all they're talking about, all the prosecution is talking about, is how much of a slam dunk the case is, how they got him, how they're going to destroy him, and then just little by little, OJ's lawyers are chipping away at it, and then I got up right to the point where they did the glove, and it almost looked like with like Ronda Rousey getting kicked, Conor McGregor, whatever, any upset like that, it just seemed like, oh, they were just not prepared at all for a harder worker. It was that I didn't know. I knew he got off, but I didn't know the intricacies of the case until I started watching the show.
The part I wish I could have been there to see was, remember, do they do this in the show where didn't one of the guys from the prosecution have heart problems in like back in Judge Ito's chamber?
Yes.
When they doubled, he was back there with the two guys.
Yes,
I guess it seemed like they were. I mean,
he had a heart attack.
Like,
yeah.
were they? Did they? Talk
They showed
about
the
it?
heart attack in the beginning. They lost him, and Chris Darden replaced him.
Right. Now, how did it go down? Was it depicted like these guys are hammering with so many questions, and he's just got stressed out?
They cracked that dude.
Mm.
They cracked him. They just, he was a white dude. He was out of his league, and he ran up against the Yankees. All that you learned from the OJ thing now compared to 20 years ago that I saw in full effect now was you can't have 4 fucking Ronda Rouseys. They're going to beat anybody. You know what I'm saying? That's what they went and got.
You got the All-Star team.
They had the All-Star team. They got Barry Scheck, the other dude, God, whatever his name was, and the other white dude that's crazy, the black dude that's crazy.
Yeah, Johnny Cochran.
They
had the Kardashian. Right?
Kardashian, but he's a dead mute. He was worthless. So you had him, but the geniuses in that were Alan Dershowitz was the game plan. But
who did Nathan Lane play?
That was the Marine. He's the Sammy the Bull's attorney for a while. He was crazy. That guy's a muscler. That guy's a bully. That guy was the one that he's the one that asked Mark Furman if he said the word nigger. Have you ever? And he goes off in court. Have you ever said the word niggers? How many times have you said the word nigger?
It's like 10 questions. Like,
oh my God,
have you ever said it? When did you say it? Are you calling these people a liar? Have you ever said it? Would you ever say it? And he just going crazy.
He just tormented them. So they couldn't. That first white dude couldn't take it. These guys were coming in for. They were coming in for the kill. That Barry Scheck guy became a fucking savage. He was a DNA savage. They swayed the jury. They pushed him into a different direction, but it was too late. They pushed Mark Furman so deep into it. And even last night he goes, in the fall of 1985, something began. It began when they went up to the steps and he was beaten. And all of a sudden, Johnny Cochran said, you know what began 1985? The first time Mark Furman was called to Rockingham. And he saw a white woman running and he saw her black husband. And if you read his memoirs, he says he pulled couples over all the time. So he found the 2 gloves. He just painted the bathroom. You had 8 or 9 black jurors. They were, OJ's a hero in the black community.
Yeah,
listen, bro, let me tell you something. Here's the thing about OJ that you don't understand, Lee, that he was a hero in my world.
He's a movie star.
Like nobody wanted to believe it.
Yeah, everybody loved him.
And they showed that last night, even as he's shaving. The cop coming up to him in the jail and going, so today's the big day. He goes, listen, I got a friend over at the hotel. You have nothing to worry about. He was a white dude. And he goes, listen, if I don't get to see you anymore, can you sign this football for my son? I mean, that's what, everybody loved OJ Lee. Lee, he played football, but everybody loved him. He said the right things.
He had all those
the right smile. He had everything. He had everything going. No. And, I'm a criminal. So I had heard before that he had beat her, never registered, didn't care, had nothing to do with my situation at the time, didn't even judge it. I wasn't there. I know that sometimes when couples argue, shit can get heated. I didn't know that he was beating her on a regular.
And it's also a big step to go from beating to murdering.
The cops got called over there like 50 fucking times. So this is the cops' fault from day one. If they would have arrested him. See, 30 years ago, Lee, if you and Paula got into an argument, and she threw a bottle at you, and you grabbed her arm and said, Paula, get a hold of yourself. And the neighbor called the cop. The cops would come over. One would take you to a room, and one would take Paula to a room. Paula would say you didn't hit her, that she lost her mind and threw a glass at the wall. And that you didn't hit her, you just held her hand. The cops would talk and they come to you and go, "Can you do us a favor? Can you just go for a walk for an hour?
Just get out of the house.
Just get out of the house. Can you go to a hotel for the night? There's nothing happened here. This was a misunderstanding against two couples. Lee got home late. A lot of stresses on the wife. She threw a glass, but the neighbor heard it. You didn't go to jail. Today, you go to jail, Lee.
Yeah,
Somebody has to go to jail.
Yeah, that's what they say on cops.
Because it has to, because that's what happened after OJ. I got arrested for domestic violence. And nothing, I didn't beat that woman. You know me. Why would I be? It was domestic violence because me and her boyfriend fought. And while we were fighting, she tried to break us up. And I pushed her away. And that's still domestic violence. And it just tripled after that. But when the cops came, they took her and I in the room. And she didn't know. She goes, "Did you get hurt?" And he goes, "Well, when I was rushing them, I got pushed away." Who pushed you? I don't know. It could have been Joey or the other guy. We both got arrested. Because there was something involved. And that all happened because of OJ.
Really? So you think the entire legal system was changed after that? Wow.
Because they had to deter it.
Yeah.
You have to deter it. If it's a rotten relationship, let's put somebody in jail and let's make you fucking really think about this. Is this what you want with your life? Is this piece of ass worth this fucking jail? But now you're on paper. So once you get in trouble with a girl with domestic violence, even if it's something that simple, you're done. You might as well break up with her because it escalates. And you're going to keep going to jail and keep getting arrested. And that's what happened to me. It escalates. It keeps escalating. There's certain people that don't belong together. And sometimes
when anything gets physical, you got to.
Once it gets physical, you can't. You got to go. That's it, because it's only going to get worse. That was one time. They're going to promise you it's never going to happen again. It only gets worse. And if you see it coming, like if you see it,
because you're playing with your life.
Yeah, so that's what happened. So before OJ, you wouldn't go to jail. If you didn't punch her in the fucking mouth and hit her in the stomach with a kick, you're not going to go to jail. If you just argue with her and she pushed you and you pushed her and you took the phone out of her hand or you took the luggage out of her hand, you're not going to jail. You know what I'm saying? Now you go to fucking jail.
That's terrifying. It's like OJ must relive the entire thing every day. There's no way that a day goes by when he doesn't think about not killing, whatever he did to them, the trial.
I figure it this way. I'm a criminal. I know what it is to do things to people to feel bad, even if it's the simplest fucking thing. Even if it was just taking $50 from them. I know exactly how bad it feels, but I also know how it feels when you get away with something.
Is it good or bad?
It's a good feeling, but unless you're a fucking idiot, you know you're going to pay for this. So your life becomes something else. Now they show him getting acquitted last night and he goes home. And in the van, he's like, baby, he thinks it's a year early. When he gets out of jail, OJ, they only showed 10 minutes of that last night, but it was very interesting because it was like that kid that goes away after high school to college and comes home for Thanksgiving, back to the bar where they used to hang out at, and he thinks that everybody's still there partying and shit. So when he gets out of the van, he's like, I'm back in, where did he live? Brentwood? Yeah. He's like, the mayor of Brentwood is back. He goes, this was the case of the century. Tonight's the party of the motherfucking century. And all of a sudden he looks up and there's 1,000 people with signs, murderer. And that's when he starts to get it. And then he goes back to his home and there's 1 million people there with signs, you fucking murderer, Then he goes into his home and his family's there. And I'll tell you, I know exactly what it feels like to get out of jail. You feel like you're in the fucking Twilight Zone.
Like time stood still, but it didn't? Like it stood still in your head?
Yeah, and he goes in the shower and he comes out. And in this show last night, which was really good, that's when he realized what he had done. When he came out of the shower and sat down was where he broke down. And his son comes in or whatever, then he goes to his party. Another thing he didn't know, the party that he threw was he got $400,000 from Star Magazine to take pictures at the party. So that's when at the party,
$400,000
to take pictures live at the party. Wow. So this is when he was toasting, they made him say a toast. And that's when Rob Kardashian realized he didn't want to talk to this guy no more. And he goes out to see Rob Kardashian. But before that, something happens. He goes to his son. He goes, make a reservation for the Riviera restaurant. Book it for 10 people. Better yet, 15. The more, the merrier. And his son comes back and he goes, Dad, the Riviera said no. And he goes, why not? Did you talk to David? Tell David it's for me. He goes, I did talk to David. And he said, they don't want your kind in there. So when he got out of jail, he thought he had a victory. And he even says to his buddy, where's Marty? Where's Joey? Where's Tommy? And the guy makes up excuses for all of them. So he might have won, but he fucking lost. You know, and shortly after that, he moved to Florida, and he continued. Then he moved to Vegas, and he got involved with that. So karma nabbed him. I mean, he got away with a double murder. This wasn't a drug dealer's fucking coke stash or a box of gum. You got away. You threw out 2 double murders into the fucking universe. What do you think's going to happen?
How long did it take for all of that media stuff to die down? So, like, the case ended. Was it months? Was it weeks?
Another year. Because
another year?
Because now they interviewed the jury to find out what happened, why they made the decisions, all the little stories.
Did you ever get sick of watching it on TV?
I wasn't. Listen, at the time, I had read about it, and I was trying to be a comic, though. I was living in a fucking office on top of a Mexican bar in Seattle, and I'm shitting out a window because they didn't have a bathroom in the building. You know, I wasn't worried about the OJ trial at the time as much as this was a show I just started watching because I thought it was an interesting topic, and I wanted to see how they would shoot it. They really.
Oh no, well, then maybe for you.
For me, I don't think I spent that much time watching it. You know, but the thing about it, it was one of those things that was hard to escape. It's one of those things that's on everywhere. You know what I mean? It was on the radio, so you know, you kept abreast of it, but I didn't spend a lot of time watching it. I didn't sit down and watch it.
But you could see at the end that was something that I had forgotten. That at the end they showed the people hearing the verdict. And they split screened it. They showed all at the time, the real time. They took the real footage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And you could see people like going, you know, and all of a sudden, not guilty. When he said not guilty, all the black people jumped up. And white people sat there like, you know, and they showed packs of black people. They showed crowds that were. They showed crowds that were mixed.
The news were doing
and black people jumping up and down. And they showed white audiences by themselves, and them like holding their heads, like fucking white women crying and shit. And then they showed packs of black people fucking like going crazy. Like when Biggie died, the riot they caused in Brooklyn when they played the limo, they played his music and shit. It was like that. Like, so sometimes you win, but you fucking lose. You know, Johnny Cochran died of fucking cancer after that. The other guy died of brain fucking tumors, Johnny Cochran. The other guy, Kardashian, died of cancer. You know, I mean, it was a big fucking scam. You pay for your sins. You know, it was a fucking wild experience for those people. The jurors, they were sequestered for a year.
A year.
Yeah, a year.
And you can't work. I don't think has there been a trial like that since? I don't think so.
A fucking year. When he was walking around after, and that's how it ends. It ends with him looking at his trophy, with him looking at a statue of him, his bronze statue in his living room, in his yard. He walks out, but I related to the part of getting out of prison. And when I got out of prison, I had no reservations. I knew exactly what I was walking out to. I knew I was going to walk out to indifference, and people who were my friends weren't going to be my friends. I knew this going in. I knew people who were mildly friends of mine were not going to talk to me now. The people that were friends with the drug dealer definitely didn't fucking talk to me. Like I had people say, I'm friends with Byers, the guy you robbed or whatever, and they wouldn't talk to me. So there's always a problem when you get out of prison. So, but I did my time. I had nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? He got away with fucking murder. He had a lot to worry about. Look, it caught him 3 or 4 years later. Well, I want to take him to go back to prison. A couple fucking years he was out, maybe 5 years.
People were after him. I think he got set up, right? Some guys, I think some guys asked him to go get, they told him, yeah, you got some of your stuff over here. We're going to go get it back with you. But I think they were recording him while their things were going on. So they're like, okay, they were like his accomplices, but they're actually recording him to turn him in. So think everybody was kind of gunning for him. That's what I heard, at least. Yeah.
I saw an interesting thing today. This is what my wife said. My wife said the same thing. She saw the John Jones thing. And she said right off the bat, he got profiled. And he got pulled over. She goes, trust me, my wife is white. And my wife is a Gentile. She knows nothing about the criminal life. And my argument with Lee was, what was my argument with you, Lee? What the fuck was he doing now? Okay, that's the bottom line. 11:49 at night, you're married, you got 2 kids. What the fuck are you doing out when you're on fucking probation? You know what I'm saying? With a fucking $2,000 car. You follow me? You're on probation.
A $2,000 car?
A $200,000 car.
$200,000.
Whatever the fuck he was driving. Revving high, whatever the fuck he's doing. You follow me?
Yeah.
I think 5 out of 10 cops will pull you over at 11:49 if you're revving. Because as I found out a week later, when you rev your engine at a light, that's drag racing.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I didn't know that either. So today, he said that he was being profiled. And then a couple of days later, that cop has been reprimanded for black profiling before. But let's get to the bottom of this. Why did this all happen? Because he was out of the house at 10 to 12. And you're on probation.
Is he on a curfew?
No, but when you're on probation, you're on an intelligence curfew because you know that anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
OJ got set up, but he knew exactly what he was going to do. When he
he knew he was going to do it.
He knew what he was going to do. No. And I love OJ. I tell you right out from the heart. And
no, I'm just agreeing with the fact that everybody's kind of was gunning for him.
Life was setting him up.
Yeah.
What he didn't know, OJ, was life was setting him up. Life gave him a big pass. All he had to do was move to Florida, date black women. You following me now? Date black women. Keep your mouth shut. Don't let nobody take pictures of you. And he would have gone away. And eventually something would have happened to him. He would have lost a leg in a crocodile accident playing golf. He would have walked back to Putnam. Other than that, that's something would have happened to him. He didn't. He stayed the juice.
Everywhere he went, I think people were
and he did cocaine. He stayed the juice. That drama followed him. He didn't have that drama before he killed Nicole. He had pussy drama before he killed Nicole. But he didn't have that karma drama. He dated some chicks. She accused him of doing blow. He started doing tons of blow in Miami. He got the 33. It didn't stop. It followed him. But it's not like today. I was thinking about something before I got in the shower to come down here. I said I had a good day today. I did some good things today, and I started thinking about how sometimes you have a bad day and you have a good day, but you control that good day. You know you can control your good days. Listen, if you get in your car and it blows up, there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do, dog. It's not your fucking fault. If you get in your car right now and the battery's dead and you got a meeting at 4:30, that's not your fault. That shit happens, That's why you drive a newer car. You get tune-ups, If you don't pay that ticket on your car for $28, after 3 months, they're going to tow your motherfucking car. They're going to tow your motherfucking car. So you're going to go out there right now, and your car's going to be towed. And you're going to want to blame being here, being with Joey Diaz. No. You didn't pay your fucking ticket from the beginning. You knew you got to pay the ticket. They'll give you a fucking warning. You get pulled over for a speeding ticket. You don't pay the ticket. You say you're going to go to court. You fail to appear. You get pulled over. You're going to go to jail. You can't blame it on fucking Lee Syed or your wife didn't mail the ticket. But that's what we always blame something. You know what I'm saying? We always blame something. I love John Jones. I'm one of his biggest fucking fans, man. I love John. And he's 20 fucking 6. You know what 20s mean? That you could fuck up. That's what 20s mean. For me, I did time. I went for jail or kidnapping. I don't know what I got involved in. For him, he went out, had a couple drinks, snorted blow, hit some lady, got scared and ran away. That's the shit you do when you're fucking scared and there's drugs around. It's mistakes. It's called mistakes. You can't judge a person for making mistakes. But don't blame everything on, he was out on 10 to 11.
Yeah. Well, the last incident, I mean, I don't know any of this. I don't really worry about him. I try to not focus on that type of stuff. But the last one, I wasn't there. It's like, I wonder how that happened. I wasn't there.
None of us were there.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, dog, in 36 arrests, and I look in your face and tell you, I never spoke to a cop that way. And John Jones has 3 brothers, and they've all been gentlemen every time I met them.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're tight with the mom. And I know he wouldn't talk that way. He wouldn't have called him a pig if the guy wasn't accusing him of something. The other excuse I have for John is maybe when I got arrested and I turned myself in, they told me kidnapped. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, kidnapped? I didn't kidnap. I didn't call nobody. There was no ransom note. I didn't know the particulars about kidnapping. John Jones didn't know the particulars about drag racing.
Yeah.
He didn't know that racing your engine at the light is drag racing. A lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that. All now.
But I can see what they're doing. They're like, that's how people start off drag racing.
7 out of 10 cops wouldn't give a Frenchman's fun. Well, maybe now because there's a lot of drag racing incidents on the 5. They closed the 5 a few weeks ago in the daytime.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So lightly. But a $200,000 call with a black man. You ever watch that episode of Sanford and Son? When he gets hit in the back with a white man by the Cadillac, he wouldn't shut the fuck up for a week. Lamont kept saying, but Dad, I'm telling you, I can't move my neck. I got hit by a white man in a Cadillac. What's Fred Sanford doing? He's racial profiling before there was racial profiling. It was 1975. What's his name? Why do I call him Red Fox? Sanford. Sanford was racially profiling. You know, Paul Mooney wrote those episodes. So fucking,
Paul Mooney wrote those. Okay,
yeah, Paul Mooney wrote for those. So you know, fucking a white man in a Cadillac and shit hit me. You know, I hit the jackpot. Same fucking thing. He saw a black man in a $200,000 car at midnight. When he pulled up, he realized it was John Jones. And his camera was on, and, you know, let this motherfucker ride. But all that, regardless of what he was doing, anybody else was doing, my argument was, what the fuck were you doing at 10 to 11 in that fucking car, 10 to 12?
Well, I wasn't there. I don't
know.
No.
No. I'm not saying to lay a fucking opinion. Let me give some shout-outs here. We'll talk about this. I was trying to fucking talk to you about it before. I want to thank Louis the Kid for the Animals album and the teddy bear for my daughter. You know I love you with all my heart. I love Doug Duar, Michael Gabbard, Brandy Lynn. You know I love you. Jamie Stanley, JT, Joe Kylie Barnes, Lance Armentrout, cocksucker, always around, and Dominic Salas, another bad motherfucker I love. So I gotta give these people a shout out.
No,
I love these motherfuckers.
The Animals album.
The Animals album, and he showed up at San Jose and told me, he goes, I got you the album. It's gonna take a month to get. This guy's cool as shit, so he knows I love him with all my heart. So the reason why I was asking you about college before I'm working out was because I wanted to know how you came up with this idea for.
Oh man, okay.
And let's start with recovery first.
Okay.
When we talk about recovery, when I was a kid, I got involved in lifting weights. I went from whatever to whatever. I knew nothing about nothing. I just knew that you did 5 sets of 6, and you ate 180 grams of protein, and you got muscles eventually.
Right.
And you kept doing that shit, and you ran. Nobody told me how to mix up workouts. Mm-hmm. Nobody told me how to do cables. Nobody told me how to jump on tables. Nobody told me how to, nobody told you nothing. Then you see like Sergio Oliva, the black dude, the black Cuban. You ever see him, the bodybuilder? When I was a kid, I saw him in West New York once as a kid, and I went up to him and I go, how do you get so muscular? And he looked at me in Spanish and he goes, steaks like a motherfucker. So, this is it. And all of a sudden, we evolve, and now we have Gatorade. And that's a sports drink that you drink when you're fucking thirsty. And then over the years, I was telling Lee, when you and I came up, you went to a health food store, and for $8.99, you bought a container of protein, an egg and milk protein. And you put it in your milk, and you put Hershey syrup and an egg and wheat germ and whatever else, and you mixed it up and you drank it. And if you did 2 of those, you got 60 grams of protein a day, and you got muscles. But it was $8.99. Now I go to GNC and to buy protein powder, it's $80 fucking with 10% off with the gold card. And I go to this other place for protein, it's $49.95. And protein is just all this. And at the end of the fucking, it's like a $2 billion business. And all of a sudden, I started trying to lose weight. And people were saying to me, hey man, what do you eat an hour after you work out? And I didn't know what they were talking about. And then Justin Fortune's like, well, you should eat some tuna with some lettuce because the lettuce will take the acid out of your muscles. Whatever's in lettuce. And they say that about marijuana and hash too. Hash takes the acid out of your muscles. after you work out.
See, I didn't know that about the lettuce or about the hash.
Yeah, so you hear all these. I'm just saying the
Yeah,
different things you hear.
Right.
I'm saying, like when you were talking about rules, how rules have changed over the years.
Right, yeah.
When I was a kid, you went home and you made a milkshake with $8.99 protein powder. It was lasting you for 2 months. It was one fucking scoop. But over the years, recovery, then MMA came along, and they started scientifically designing different things. And then I went to a health food store one day to buy protein powder. The guy goes, "What do you do? What do you kind of workout are you doing?" And I told him, and he goes, "When you do weightlifting, you're doing an anaerobic workout, so little fibers get broken, so you have to rebuild those fibers after you work out. So you should really add something to your thing." So I just used to go home and make a protein shake, but I use this protein shake now as a substitute for a meal, just to get those 30 grams, no banana, just straight protein. I keep the carbs low. So now they start telling me about recovery. So I started buying this thing, PM 360. It's watermelon flavored, not fucking bad. I like it. They have it in no other flavors. I just took the watermelon one day and I like how it tastes. And I did it for a month, because I'm 53 and I want I don't want to feel sore.
Right.
I want to be able to do 5 workouts a week, and you can. It's when you're my age, sometimes I do 4 and I can feel it. And another friend of mine started saying, you should mix up your recoveries and all this stuff. And also I'm on the phone with you one day.
Okay.
And you tell me about recovery, so just talk to me. Tell me and the people at home.
Well, first of all, I'm like you, man. I even though I've done martial arts for a lot of my life, I didn't really understand a lot about diet or protein or anything. I was always eating horrible. I just, for the last few years, started to pay a little bit better attention to what I eat and the things that, and I realized a lot of the injuries I would have gotten, I wouldn't have gotten if I had been hydrated, But how this came about is, Savant Young, that's who I train with, Fight Academy. Savant Young, one of his fights, he rehydrated with an IV. This was a few years back, and he ended up getting edema. He got swelling. He started retaining water and needed medical attention. So he was talking to a friend of his, a doctor, and the doctor was telling him, "Hey, that's not actually the best way to rehydrate. Orally is the best way. And here's some things you should put in there, and you should make sure you have this, and you should have that." And then he thought about it, well, hey, let me get a friend. And he goes, well, we should make it a product. This is a need for this because there's nothing really good at it. The best thing out there is Pedialyte, which is awesome for what it is. It's for, babies. After the baby's been, throwing up and pooping or whatever, the babies get dehydrated and you need something to help them out. But the baby doesn't have a lot on his schedule. He doesn't have to go, fight the next day or, so it's perfect for that. The needs of a depleted athlete, because our athletes in our sport, they cut weight. And that weight cut depletes them of their water. It depletes them of their electrolytes. Also need other micronutrients, other vitamins like magnesium, things like that. Also, one of the main things we've noticed is that the athletes have a hard time holding something down, so they can't get stuff back into their system. Even after they've taken the IV, their enzymes in their stomach are not ready to take in the food and get the most out of that food they're taking in afterwards. So they're getting bloated. That's one of the things in F2 is it has things in it to reactivate the gut and get your digestive tract working again. And so it is going to help you recover after that weight cut, but it also helps you recover after it's great. So recovery is recovery. If you're dehydrated, if you need to get the glycogen back into your muscles, all these things you need, however you got that way, this has it in there for you. So I use F2 when after I work out, especially after I've sweated. I use it after my workouts, and I feel that I get the most out of my workout. I use it to get those gains after that, and also so I'm not wiped out like afterwards, because a lot of times after some of my harder workouts, I'm wiped out for the rest of the day. If I drink the F2, I'm back in the game, and I also get more out of my workout.
Now, when you're talking about workout, is it a weight workout or just let's say you do a kickboxing workout for an hour and a half, do you still do F2?
Oh, definitely F2 with something like that when you sweat. So usually, let's say if I do because usually I rarely do a weight workout that's without a conditioning component to it. So if I do, so most of my workouts are cardio, like I'll go for a run or I'll go do hills, or if I do weights, I'll do weights first and then I'll have a conditioning part to it that's going to be heavy and it's going to wipe me out. So I'm definitely going to have F2 after that, or after a grappling workout, because when you grapple, how much weight? If you have a nice long session, one of those days where you get in a few rolls, you could sweat out quite a few pounds. You're definitely going to need some F2.
When I sweat out a few pounds, I don't want to put them the fuck back. That's number one. But it's weird when I go over to Alberto's.
But see, that's what's important. When you sweat out some pounds, if you sweat and lose pounds, you need to replete yourself. You need to get the water back into your system, and you need to get, because you're going to feel better. You're going to wipe it out. It's nice you lost the pounds and it feels good, but you're doing your body a disservice. You're going to feel better, and also the main thing is that's how the injuries happen. That's how you get torn muscles when you're working out and you're dehydrated. That's how you get the muscle tears, especially at the age we are now.
And I forgive me, I don't remember if it was every athletic commission. I think it was California. Didn't one of them just ban IV?
Okay, yeah, yes, they did, and I believe that, and the UFC does not use IVs at all anymore. So they have it's just part of their policy. None of the athletes are allowed to use IVs.
So the reasoning, because I took it, I'm brand new into any sort of supplements or anything like that, and I was honestly I was nervous just because sometimes you have something like that and it tastes like chemicals or something weird. It tasted like lemonade to me.
Mm-hmm.
But so when you are going to fighters or anything like that and saying, okay, since you can't use IVs, use this, is it all the whole package? Is it, you're going to get replenished? Because you're only drinking 16 ounces of water. You're not drinking a ton of water.
Well, no, because an athlete, after he cuts weight, he's going to use more than one pack. After my workouts, I use one pack. After you've done a weight cut, you would use it like you would use Pedialyte, and like the athletes usually use at least a liter to 2 liters. Some of the guys using 2.5, 3 liters. So that time, and each one of these makes half a liter. So they would be using a lot more than you would use after your workout. But after a workout, I just use one.
What do you recommend for that package?
For this package,
how much water?
16 ounces, half a liter.
So now let's say you drink one of those, like I usually do. I walk in the door, I put my bag down, I go right in the kitchen. I put 16 ounces in a water thing. I fill that up. I shake it up. I take the gi out, dry it, the knee pads, the whole thing. I get on jiu-jitsu, whatever, workout, and I write down what I learned, and I write down mat time, what technique I learned. I shoot in the shower. When I get out of the shower, I'm fucking thirsty again. Like that was just like an appetizer of water.
Right.
Do I drink another package of that, or do I just drink straight water this time?
I think for you, after your workouts, I think one packet and some water afterwards. And this is going to make you want to drink some more water, because that's part of what it's supposed to do. It's going to help you absorb water. So yeah, drink one of these packets and then water. Now, and then see how you feel. If you had an extremely exhausting day where you might have, a long day and you were dehydrated, maybe 2, but you don't have to do 2 right away. Now, an athlete, after he's made weight, he's going to do 2 to 6.
What about like a baseball player? Because when you're watching other sports too, they always have, like, Tom Brady always has this Gatorade bottle, but it's not Gatorade. I don't know. No, I don't know what it is. Does it work in game?
Yeah, it's definitely going to work in the game. So like let's say even for a wrestling tournament or a jiu-jitsu tournament, you're going to have matches throughout the day. You're definitely going to take it. If you're playing football, you're going to definitely need to drink something like this at halftime. You know what I mean? So yeah, it definitely works during the game. And yeah, you notice I noticed the difference fast. I feel better right away. Let's say you have a long night out. Definitely drink this in the morning. Maybe drink one before you go to bed.
Let me ask you this. When I work out and I go home and I was making the mistake of drinking a protein shake, what's the difference between drinking a protein shake? You have protein in yours. I read the pamphlet. It talked about the carbs it's got in yours. It's better carbs, simple carbs.
Yeah, it's got complex and simple. It's important to have both.
And how many grams of carbs in that when I have that? Because most people, everybody wants to be fucking no carbs no more.
Right, yeah. And I don't have it with me exactly how many grams of carbs are in here, but but the other thing about it is when you do take the carbs, there's other things in here that like the picolinate and things like that. They're going to help you get them into your muscles right away, so that they're not going and giving you a glycogen spike. And especially having the simple and the complex. There's a few things that have been done there so that you're not. The main thing that people are avoiding carbs, they really don't want to have that glycogen spike is what they don't want,
All right, serving size, calories, 24 grams. That's not fucking bad at all. That's perfect.
And a lot of those aren't simple, and that's 24 grams, so that's not per package. Per package, it should be 24 per package. And a lot of those aren't, so 8 of them are complex carbs. And then 16 of them are simple.
So how long did it take you to come up with this formula? And because I can't imagine it's like the first mix. You're like, okay, it's perfect.
Okay, yeah, so first of all, I didn't come up with it. The guy who came up with it his name is Kurt Hahn, and he's a MD, he's a PhD. He's went to Harvard Medical School, cellular and molecular pathology at UCLA. He's executive director of the Center for Clinical Nutrition and Applied Health Research at Keck School of Medicine, USC. He's a nationally recognized physician and a nutrition specialist. And he wrote for the New England Journal of Medicine. He's a really smart guy. He's the one who came up with it. And when he took on the task, he did some research. He didn't just whip it out, from boilerplate. I mean, just his students could whip something out, but he actually spent some time researching and put a lot of thought into this. And it took 2.5 years. And yes, it took a lot of different trial and error. The taste wasn't right. It didn't mix right. Things like that. A lot went into it.
It's crazy how many ways there are in today's society. Another thing that's changed, how to take care of yourself.
Right.
How to really get the most of your workouts. Jesus Christ, when I first started fucking around with this, I never knew I'd still be interested in this at the age of 50. I never thought I'd be alive at 50. Never mind interested in this. And I'm more interested in jiu-jitsu than I ever was anything before. Like, it's keeping me alive lately. Like, it's the anchor in my day. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a great thing. I like going over it. I like sweating. I don't care if I suck. I'm just going to keep going, and eventually I'll get it. In time, Alberto has to give you belts. He'll give you the belt. But eventually, it could be at the brown belt level. One day I'll wake up and I go, oh, I get it. I got to pull here and push there, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I have a child, and I want to be healthy for that child. It's so weird how, I've been stuck at a certain weight for the last couple of weeks. But my shirts are bigger. My pants are bigger. I'm doing more in jiu-jitsu. When I first got there, I couldn't get past the fucking warm-up. So my first couple of weeks was just doing the warm-up effectively, doing it to form. I told Lee that the guy told me, he goes, for conditioning, I just don't want you to stop. I don't believe in you going over to the corner and breathing heavy. I don't believe in that. So this is what I want you to do. He goes, instead of doing 20 fucking jumping jacks, do 10. Do 10 of everything at first, but I want you just to work on the form. And if you're out of breath, I still want you to get in your push-up position. Just don't do push-ups. Maybe do number 3, 4, and 5. And the next time you do it, do number 2. But he goes, I just don't want you stopping, And all these little things help me. Like today, I had to carry Mercy from my house to the corner today. And I did it. I could never do that.
Was it were you doing like a farmer's walk?
No, she just didn't want to walk this morning to school. I'm like, are you fucking serious? Because my cardio is shit when I first wake up in the morning. I get real anxiety if I can do something real quick. I got to move around a little bit. I had to pick her up, and she only weighs 30 pounds, but it's a fucked up heavy pounds. And I had to walk down the fucking street with her. And I kept making personal goals to myself.
If I get to
the tree, I'll put it down. And I made it to the tree, and I could still breathe. I just slowed down a little bit, but kept holding her. And even though I felt like putting her down, I go, if I can make it to that driveway, and I made it all the way to the fucking corner. And I was dead. Oh, my God. I started fucking sweating from every orifice. I couldn't stop. My body went into shock. But you know what? 6 weeks ago, I couldn't walk to the corner with it. Not even close.
Jiu-jitsu, right?
Not even close. No. Breathing. Breathing. It's not jiu-jitsu. It's I wasn't breathing. I was holding. And I still catch myself over there holding my breath.
Okay.
Saturday, this Saturday I'm going to a breathing seminar at Anthony Hardock's school.
Okay.
She's a lady. She's doing time of flex. So I'm going to go down there. I've been talking to that lady for about 4 months now. We've been talking on the phone, and she gives me little exercises to do. But this week I'm going down on Saturday from 4 to 7. I'm going to go work that out. I'm taking the steroids now to lower the inflammation in my nose.
Mhm.
So when I go back to the doctor, I can breathe a little better. This times I'll take like a Shroom Tech. That's an Onic product. That's a quadricep mushroom that gives you more oxygen when you're breathing. Sometimes I get so much oxygen from those Shroom Techs, I get anxiety. Like too much fucking air. You know what I'm saying? Like too much is coming in. And I'm fucking dying.
I got to try those.
Yeah, I should have got you some. I just got the last thing, and I opened it up. If not, I would have brought you some. But I'll get you some Shroom Tech Sport, some Shroom Tech Immune.
Okay.
They're fucking good. They're really good. You know, if you fly, the Shroom Tech Immune is good, and if you work out, the Shroom Tech Sport is really good because it's those mushrooms that are growing up in high altitude.
Mm-hmm.
So it prepares your body for high altitude. You know, Rogan explained a lot more to you. You got to go on. I'm terrible when it comes to that shit, man. And now, how can they get this? How can they get the F2?
So they can get the F2 Fight Formula at f2fightformula.com. And, you know, follow us on Instagram, F2 Fight Formula. You'll be able to find it in there. And, you'll be able to get it at f2fightformula.com. Just punch it in, go to the website. You can buy it right there.
One flavor?
It's citrus flavor. Yeah, it's like a citrus.
Right, it's good. It's good.
It's a good flavor. And what I like about it is I did not realize, for me, the biggest thing about this is I didn't realize that how I'm normally depleted whether I've been working out or not. Just because I don't pay enough attention to my hydration or to the getting these micronutrients in. And so taking this 2 or 3 times a week after my workouts, I have a general overall better feeling. Like everything feels better. And that's what I noticed. That's the biggest thing I noticed about it. And it's like, I feel like, man, it's a shame that I spent a lot of my life depleted and not taking care of myself, you know?
Whenever I go for a blood test, they always say, drink more water.
Mm-hmm.
You're not drinking enough water. I think it's the fucking edibles, especially if I eat one of them at night. You wake up at 4 in the morning thirsty as fuck, Jack. Thirsty as fuck. So the ref school is sold out.
Yeah. You know, so I'm going to be doing my ref school on June 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's full, so I'm going to be probably doing another date soon. People are reaching out to me. I'm actually going to start taking people for the next date. I'll probably do it in fall and during the fall. Usually I only do it once a year, but it seems like a lot of people want to do one. And also I want to keep the size of the class low because it's just better when I work with, when I've worked with groups of over 20, it's too many people. So I keep it definitely under 20. Right around 15 is good. So I think I'm going to drop it up into 2 classes this year. So I'll do another one probably around October.
And then go to the webpage.
Yeah, go to herbdean.com. Herbdean.com and check it out. Yeah.
What do you got planned for the weekend over there, fucko?
I'm not sure. I'm not going to see Paul this weekend, so I'm not going to kettlebells at 8 in the morning on Saturday. They were trying to convince me to do it today, and I was like, 8 in the morning. That's tough. But
Who teaches?
I think Dave. I'm pretty sure Dave does. But it's that's it. I'm going to do that. I'm going to. I just did a Life in Neutral yesterday. Just kind of relax.
Okay.
Yeah. What about
you got coming up, my brother?
Oh man, this weekend I'm at home, so I'm going to relax. I'm going to have a good time and just enjoy LA. It's a rarity for me.
And then the next couple weeks, the UFC kicks up again.
After this weekend, I'll be home. Then after that, I think, where do I go this next one, I think I go down to Florida. And then after Florida, I come back and go to Vegas.
That's the Tampa one.
Yeah, Tampa.
That's the one that the kid just fell out.
Yeah, then he fell out.
Yeah.
Kukui fell out.
Yeah, and then the 30th, I'm either going to go, someone invited me to go down to Trinidad, Tobago and referee some fights. I really want to do that. But this guy, he hasn't contacted me, so someone just invited me to go to China. So I'm going to make sure he wants me to come. I'm either going to be in Trinidad or I'm going to be in China. Yeah. Then
getting all those frequent flyer miles.
Yeah, man. I try to stay busy, you know. Then sometime or another, I'm going to go to Korea in May. Yeah.
And then you got all the UFC dates. And you're on everything. You do the Bellator.
I do whatever. If somebody calls me, I go and referee it. That's what I like to do.
You got shit to do when people are motherfucking
yeah, that's right.
It's just good to see you, man. I was supposed to fly with you a couple weeks ago. The last UFC, the Conor McGregor one. We were going to meet at 11:30 and fly out of.
Right, yeah.
But I had to move my flight. I had an audition, so I had to move my flight later on. And as I was moving, I go, fuck, I told her I'd meet him at the fucking airport.
Yeah, when's the next show that you're doing?
Friday, I'm in Santa Barbara with Joe and Tony Hinchcliffe.
Friday, you guys are doing Santa Barbara?
This Friday. And then I'm off all next week, and then I'll be at the Comedy Store. And then the 2 weeks after that, I'm in Buffalo at Helium.
Mm-hmm.
which I dig Buffalo, and then I'm in Indianapolis, and I dig Indianapolis, so there's 2 good weeks back to back.
Right, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, I got Sacramento, then I got Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay.
Then I got Omaha, Nebraska, and I got Philadelphia. I got the Ice House. I got Vegas with Joe for UFC 200 and the Expo. I got Nashville. I got New York, Austin, Columbus, Chicago, Las Vegas. Fuck, I got a hell of a schedule all the way to the end of the year.
When people ask you your favorite place, are you good at picking out favorites? I'm horrible at picking out. People ask me to pick out favorite stuff. I can't pick out a favorite.
I always think about it. I always think about it when I go home. And here's the deal. That it's favorite for a certain day.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? That's hard. Because I like going. Listen, if I go to your city one time, I don't like it, I won't go back.
Right.
I'm one of those fucking dudes. But I've always found the beauty where I go. Like, there's always a reason that something gets me psyched up about that area.
Right.
Even if there's a hot dog stand in front of the hotel. I just went somewhere where they had a hot dog stand in front of the hotel. I didn't eat any hot dogs, but it made me happy.
right.
Just to know there's a motherfucking Sabret hot dog stand in front of the fucking hotel. Charlotte, the week before the Super Bowl, a Sabret stand, not just a hot dog stand, but a Sabret stand. But no, I'm only kidding you. Just different things. Like Buffalo, I like the people, and I like the fucking beef on wick sandwich.
Okay.
Indianapolis, this is one place I went to eat that was really good, a steak place. They made like a 6-ounce filet with a nice salad, fucking delicious. And I like the people. The people have to be the best thing about that city.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, I like the people when I go to Texas, you know. And then there's places that I don't like, but we all conserve there. We all converse there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when you perform in Vegas, I don't really have a home in Vegas, but the South Point. When I do the shows with Joe, a lot of the same people come to the shows, so it's nice seeing them. You know?
Right.
When I go to Austin, I got a certain amount of people you see. You see Bobby Sharon. When you go to Chicago, you see the crazy dude, the fucking wheelchair, Michael Kern, shows up to all your shows. So you start having relationships with different people.
People who are coming to see.
You know they're coming. You know when
like
I go,
some of these guys who sent you the
right. Like he came to San Jose. Okay.
So that's one of the guys who comes see your.
Right. Brandy Lynn came to Minneapolis. Jamie Stanley came to Boston, and she'll come to Connecticut. You know, people like that, they come to different shows. So
and you know the people. Okay, I mean, I think that I have great supporters and great people in the sport. I have a lot of people who follow me and support me, but usually when they reach out, they want something from me. None of them ever reach out to give me little gifts like this.
Yeah, you know,
I'm gonna put. I need to.
Well, we give each other something. We give each other something. You know what I'm saying? Like we just we give time and we talk, and sometimes people email me, or sometimes we talk about something that's a subject they've been thinking about. You know, we did a podcast Monday. It was just me and him. People really dug it because we spoke about breaking down different subjects. I got tormented about saying I don't like fucking cartoons. People got pissed off at me and shit. Adult cartoons. I hate adult cartoons. I hate it. I just hate how people get addicted to them. When you're a fucking adult, get out of the house. If you're telling me you're at home jerking off watching porn, I get it. But when I ask you what are you doing Saturday night, you're telling me you're staying home to watch the Avengers or something because Death Man is on the episode. I want to shoot you. Like I want to fucking shoot you as a goddamn adult. But that's just my own personal fucking taste on people. You know, sometimes you just get pissed off. So, but I'm happy you can. I haven't seen you in a while, man.
Yeah, no, it's good.
I wanted to get you back on and just talk some shit on a Wednesday afternoon. You know,
yeah, it's nice. I like your new digs here. Nice.
Yeah, no, we don't fuck around here. This is the office at that. That's right. We got the hash pipe. We got the record player. You know, you can't lose in this motherfucker.
A mini fridge, that's all you need.
A mini fridge. I mean, yeah, this is as good as it gets. Brother, thank you for coming on.
Hey, thank
Let
you
me
for
give a
having
shout out to my sponsors, and we'll get you the fuck out of here. Unless you got to go now, whatever you want to do. We'll just take 5 more minutes here. I already gave them a shout out, but let me do it again. My people at On It, who I love with all my heart, the Hemp Force Protein. I love the you know, I live on the Shroom Tech Sport and the Shroom Tech Immune. I just got the Alpha Brain, the little packages that you can just do individual, like in a water bottle. Bam, I bam those out before jiu-jitsu. You know, before I'm going to ride or something, I'm going to stay up and ride. Or when I get up early and ride, I drink my coffee. I take my fucking heart pressure medication. And then I pop some Alpha Brain with some breakfast and I start riding, whatever. So listen, man, On It's been there for me. With the Alpha Brain, Lee and I were talking about it, how they give you 100% money back guarantee if you're not happy with the product. It's their fucking
flagship.
It's their flagship. So when somebody does that, you kind of go, you know what? I'll try their other stuff. I could sit here for hours and tell you about it. Fuck it. Do me a favor. Go to the webpage and look at all their supplements from the T testosterone booster to the shroom tech they just have so many things, and every week they're updating new. Aubrey's out there fucking in the jungles of Peru getting different herbs for you and whatnot. But do me a favor, go to onnit.com right now. Take a look at the great selection of supplements they have. If you see something you like, go to the box, add it in there, and get 10% off. But before you check out, what do you press, Lee?
You press in the word church.
CHURCH, and get 10% off your order delivered right to your motherfucking door. Okay, just like you with your product.
Can I hit this again?
Yeah, hit it again.
Yeah. So if you need some fight formula, what you do, everybody needs fight formula. F2fightformula.com. And if you're interested in anything I'm doing, like my referee school, herbdean.com.
See what I'm saying?
F2fightformula.com.
Who's better than you? And he does it with that Isaac Hayes smooth motherfucking voice. You know what I'm saying? Number 2, like Lee said, it's baseball season, motherfuckers. It's hot. It's time to get out there. Dodgers were home last week, I think. I'm home next week. I'm going to leave here and look at the schedule. That's one of the things I want to do, and what's the next big event you want to go to? I want to go to Black Sabbath at the Hollywood Bowl. I want to go to David Gilmour Monday night at the Garden. I want to go to a Dodger game next week. Whatever it is, you can bet that someone's going to pay less for better seats. How? Let me tell you how. They use scorebig.com. That's how. You're paying too much for tickets. I talked about on the show constantly how look, I got a Lakers shirt on today. You think I could afford to go to a Lakers game? Hell no. Between all the markups and the last-minute convenience charges, even the printed home fees, you end up paying courtside prices for nosebleed seats. Scorebig.com is here to change this, all right? Did you know that 40% of all live events go unsold? All the live event tickets go unsold. Did you know that there's a place to get these seats at huge savings? You know what it's called? Scorebig.com. Scorebig works directly with your favorite teams and artists to get their unsold seats at unpublished prices. Only at scorebig.com can you name a ticket price. Name a ticket price and be guaranteed to pay below box office, up to 60% off. Here's exactly what you do. 1, go to scorebig.com and find the event and the seat that you want. 2, make an offer with Scorebig's name a ticket price feature. 3, get an instant answer and save up to 60% on your ticket. It's baseball season. It's America's fucking game. Get it together, cocksuckers. No surprise fees and free shipping, bitch. Just unbeatable prices on great seats. And when you're in great seats, you actually enjoy the game and the show a lot more. So do me a favor. Next time you see any game or show, next time you want to go see any game or show, go to Scorebig first and see how much you can save. Go to scorebig.com right now. Click on the microphone. Enter the promo code Joey. The promo code is Joey, Joey, and you'll save an extra 20% off your first ticket price, okay? That's scorebig.com, promo code Joey. Scorebig.com, promo code Joey to get 60% off at your name your price tickets, all right? There you go. So don't say I didn't fucking tell you. Go to scorebig.com right now. Also, very important, I'm doing this breathing seminar. So today I saw the post on Facebook about maximize your breathing, and I went on.
I've heard about this stuff. She's amazing. She's great.
And one of the things she talks about in there is meditation. I didn't take the class, but one of the things she talks about in that breathing is meditate. And I get what she's saying. When you see the high level, Javier Vasquez, those high level jiu-jitsu guys, they breathe a certain way. They breathe as they move. And what she's saying is what I'm trying to say is that you just keep breathing and not stop. Once you stop, it's like you fall behind the 8 ball. You're done. But one of the things she talks about was meditate. All right. Meditation, like I said, I didn't know dick about meditation, so I got confused in Boulder, and I started going up to Chautauqua on Monday nights for walking meditation. And then I started doing it, sitting down and thinking about it and visualizing, and it's all great and dandy. It really does work. But let's be honest, most of your problems start with your mind. Fear, anger, stress, anxiety, depression, sleeplessness. They begin in your head, but they can wreck your life, okay? And we all know that. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can make a major difference in just 10 minutes a day. 10 minutes a day. This change comes through guided meditation with the new Headspace app. Headspace is meditation made simple. It's guided meditations that you listen to whenever you want, wherever you want, right on your phone, computer, or tablet. Meditation is rooted in thousands of years of tradition with thousands, I'm talking thousands of scientific studies that show its positive effects like improving focus, relationship harmony, and decreasing anxiety and stress. Join over 4 million users already getting some Headspace for free right now. Do me a favor, man. I had this anxiety stuff, and I downloaded the 10 steps that they're talking about in here, the 10 Take program.
It's the Headspace app, and it's the Take 10 program.
Take 10 program. And I'll tell you what, I haven't had that much anxiety. It's just breathing. It's just looking straight ahead, closing your eyes, working on your third eye. Download the free Headspace app and begin the Take 10 program for 10 days of guided meditation at headspace.com/Joey. The Headspace Take 10 program is a 100% free way to experience the benefits of meditation in your busy modern life. Train your mind for a healthier, less stressed life. Start with your free trial today. Go to headspace.com/Joey. That's headspace.com/Joey. All right? And do me a favor. If you want to reference anything, go to Andy Petticomb's TED Talk, which has over 5 million views. It should come up to Google. Just Google Andy Petticomb TED Talk. Andy's the founder of Headspace and the voice you hear on the app, all right? You don't need to put aside loads of time or immigrate to Tibet. Andy did that for you. Just do me one favor. Go to headspace.com/Joey and start your free trial today, all right? I want to thank Headspace, Score Big, On It, and my main motherfucking man, Herb Dean, for coming down today and turning us on to some F2. And we talked about music and everything the fuck else. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you.
And I will see you at UFC 200.
Yeah. Okay, see you there, brother.
All right. Lee, what's up with you, my brother?
Just go check out Life in Neutral. Johnny Rock and I, he's a young comic in LA. We had a great time yesterday. We've done about 14 episodes and it's growing. And that's it. I have t-shirts for sale. Just go to leaside.com. But I had a great time, and I'll see you guys next week.
Stay black, cocksuckers.
You got t-shirts. He's got t-shirts. Huh? He's got it.
Past the crazies on my block, and I see the same old faces, and I hear that same old talk, and I'm searching for the latest thing I break in this routine. I'm talking some new kicks, ones like you ain't never seen. This is home. This is me street. Yes, it's home. The only one I know. And we don't really back tomorrow, cause we're sick of these four walls. Now what you think is nothing might be something after all. Now you know this ain't no through street, the end is dead ahead. The poor folks play for keeps down here, they're the living dead. Come on down. Jersey Street. They're dancing now. On Main Street. Dance, baby. It ain't once upon a time. It's all over but the shouting. I come to take what's mine. We're searching for the latest thing. I break in this routine. Talking some new Guinness was like you ain't never seen. This is home. This is Meat Street. It's our home. Only one I know. This is home. See, a gun is real easy. This is Meat. In this desperate part of town.
Kick that motherfucker, Lee.
Get it.
Monday, April 11th, motherfuckers.
Yo.
Another week to taxes. Kick that, Lee. This is so fucking good. You really got to hand it to this fucking guy.
I was just thinking, how cool was it that he had a rock band way before that was cool? He had a rock Body Count.
Body Count.
They were on Lollapalooza and Cop Killer.
Cop Killer. Okay,
it was very controversial. Bill Clinton, Tipper Gore,
yeah.
the whole fucking
And this guy is now on a TV show going on 10 seasons.
He always plays a cop, too.
Always.
Because of New Jack City. He went against type, and it stuck.
How great is that? You really got to hand it to this guy. This is
It's almost like if you concentrate on something you hate, you might kind of become that thing. He hated cops, and now he's constantly in the mind of a cop, portraying a cop. He used to portray the gangster, and now he portrays the cop. It's weird.
It's very weird.
Yeah.
You got to hand it to him, man.
He's
great.
25 fucking years.
He's great on that show too. It's not like sometimes when there's a celebrity on the show, it's like, okay, they're just here to get their Twitter followers. He's always been good on that show.
Yeah, we were down in Constantly apart.
No, when I shot Law and Order, he was great.
Yeah.
He was really good to me.
Well, what do we have here? Joey Diaz.
But the other guy was a dick, Richard Belzer.
You really don't like him?
Yeah, on the set. He was a dick.
Belzer played that, what's the name of that character?
Scumbag.
Yeah, whatever it is, he played that character on like 6 different shows. He ran it down on Stern one time. Like, that character, the name and everything is on like a bunch of different shows, which is weird. Like, because it was on Homicide, and then he was on these other ones, and they're like, you're the same character, you're the same guy, the same name, wear all black, all that shit. He's the same guy. Have you ever seen his comedy? Because I haven't.
Well, he's in Scarface.
Oh, okay.
He's the guy that does. I've never seen his comedy really. Like he came.
Yeah.
You know, he was part of like the
80s.
I think the 70s.
70s.
Like the late 70s, early 80s, like revolution of.
Right. The boom is what they call it.
Yeah, but he did something else too. I just
He
can't
did
remember.
heroin.
Did he? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For how long?
I don't know, but that was his thing. He's an ex-heroin addict.
What's going on, motherfucker?
Chilling. Just got back to town on Thursday.
So when did you leave exactly?
I left on the 4th of January.
And what made you just get up and go to New York?
Well, Ari Shafir, he put a thing on Facebook. It was like, I'll switch apartments with anybody. You pay your LA rent. I'll pay my New York rent. And, that's what he said. And I was like, he's on Facebook. I immediately texted him. I'm like, yo, all right, just give it to me. I didn't see any reason why I shouldn't go, and I wanted to go, so I went. It's pretty spontaneous decision.
Yeah, no, that's always the best one.
Yeah.
And did you have a great time?
It was the shit, man.
3 months in New York City, the
yeah.
fucking winter.
I got real fucking used to it.
Bumping on trains,
yeah.
Slice of pizza here.
Slice, brews, ladies, sets.
A hot dog and sets and just
it was the shit.
Yeah.
It was the shit. I loved it. I loved it. And I did a little bit of road work, and I could take the train to it. You know, I didn't have to get on an airplane because
Where'd you
everything.
go?
I went to Syracuse. I went to Albany.
Both funny bones?
Yeah.
How were they?
They were fun. I liked Albany better than Syracuse, but they were still good. Syracuse is still good.
How was the Syracuse one?
Syracuse one's pretty good. I like Albany better. I mean, it's still fucking great.
Why? Why'd you like about Albany better?
Albany, they laugh more at my shit.
Okay.
Very simple.
How's Albany looking these days?
You know how these funny bones are. You're always in the burbs, so it looked fun. But I was in Albany last summer, and it's cool. You know, lots of downtowns are coming together with they always put bars and restaurants and stuff in old factories and stuff. So Albany's going through the same thing. It's pretty cool downtown nightlife. I was there in June for one night, and it was fucking awesome.
They used to do comedy at the bus station in Albany.
Really?
Somebody used to book a room 20 years ago on a Thursday night at the bus station. So what you did was you took the bus from Manhattan to Albany,
right?
Or the train, whatever the fuck
right.
was the train.
Yeah.
And you took a cab to the thing, and then you went to the hotel, spent the night.
Yeah.
And got back to the hotel. It was 3 blocks from the train station, maybe 4 blocks of fucking real dive.
That's awesome.
And you got back on the train the next morning, and you went. It was part of Rascals, not Rascals, Bananas.
Okay.
They have Bananas up in fucking hell, don't they? In Nyack, New York, something. Nyack.
I know Go Bananas. I don't know Bananas.
Okay, the Go Bananas is in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I think Bananas is in Fort Lee. It's in New Jersey.
Okay.
Under the bridge, it's right there. That's what the one Bananas, and then they have another Bananas.
In Poughkeepsie.
And Poughkeepsie.
Did you look that up?
Let me tell you something.
You son of a
That's
bitch.
a brutal 3 days.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're in front of a fucking gas station.
Yeah.
A hotel. And, you know, guys like you and me, we just go up there. We figure we'd go up there, take the bus up.
Right.
Get in our room by 4.
Yeah.
The fucking hotel food was horrendous.
Dude.
And it was the hotel, like I said, and the gas station. All they had was chips, dog.
Yeah. I did a gig. The last gig I really, really, truly hated was in Atlantic City, New Jersey. The Comedy Stop. Bob Kephart went there when I got there.
What was this?
This was in May last year. I go there and they hand you a piece of paper that says, "Thanks for your patience with late payments." As in, you're not getting paid this week.
What?
You're getting paid whenever. 7-day week, work week. The crowds are fucking horrific. You're staying in the Ritz, which is Nucky Thompson's old joint. It's gone to fucking shit. It's horrible. I leave. This fucking club goes out of business. I never get paid for the shittiest fucking week I've done in a long time.
I'm surprised you even. If I
Bob Kephart, Comedy Stop. Bob Kephart. He's a crook.
You know what? He's been in business since Jesus left Chicago.
Yeah.
He had a room in
Since the
Vegas
70s or 80s. Yeah, I've done that one.
He had a room in
Yeah.
Vegas
It's the Laugh
also.
Factory now. Yeah.
So is everything closed in Atlantic City? I mean, is it just kaputs?
You got to be able to speak Spanish to order Italian food out there, dude. It's fucking. No, I don't think everything's closed. Everything's still going on.
A couple.
They still got a
casinos
Hooters. Shit's still going on. The Borgata's still living large.
I went to Atlantic City twice as a consumer,
Yeah.
and it was okay to me. One time, me and my friend just went for crab legs. Well, eating crab legs, I got a late gig in Connecticut. Like Roger Paul calls me, like a 9 o'clock gig in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And then I went there one time as a comic, and I knew that one time. And I went with Pierre Cardin because it was with Joe. It was a Friday night UFC, and me and Joe went with like 6 of us. I think Ari was there, and I left him. I did the one night and left him. I went north. I didn't want to stay. I'm in Jersey. Why am I going to stay with you fucking knuckleheads? Let me go up to my family and see the family.
You know what, too? Someone offered me work that week, like last minute. They're like,
Yeah.
Winnie comes like, "You want to work for me in Vegas?" I go, "I can't do that to them. I can't bail on them last minute." And then they didn't fucking pay me. Do you see where your morals get you, Lee? Always look out for number one.
It's crazy. You have to. And then I was talking to someone today, and she was saying that she did a job like at the beginning of the year, and her agent, like, it's kind of crazy how like the checks go to the agents first instead of the people who do the jobs. Like that must drive you nuts.
Depends what kind of job it is.
Okay.
If it stands up, it should not go to your agent.
Nope.
Unless you're a millionaire and it's a $60,000 wire transfer. to your agent, and he takes the commission out and he gives it to you. That's Kevin Hart type.
That's
shit.
crazy. I have to wait for it though.
Right. Now, let's say you do a commercial or a TV show or a movie. If you do a commercial, you got 30 days to get paid. Now, to some people, 30 days is like, okay. But when you're fucking living here and you're broke and you're doing $15 sets, you count the 30 days.
Oh, yeah.
You literally do.
You know when the mailman's coming?
I knew when the mailman, I used to wait for the mailman. I used to take action for the mailman. I had a Filipino mailman in Hollywood. I got to meet him and know him. I knew him fucking well.
Yeah.
What sort of action were you taking?
Basketball. He would always, anything. He bet every night. I hooked him up with a bookie. He was my friend. I would see him and he'd go, I have a check for you. And I'd wait by the house till he came. My life was that mailbox. So for people who really don't understand,
Right.
30 days is a long time.
Long time.
Now you have film and TV. It's 10 days. If you pay SAG, it's 10 days. But let me tell you what happens. They do send it in 10 days. Your agent deposits it in their bank account. And then it takes 2 weeks. They slow foot you.
Yeah, she said it was called processing.
No, let me explain something to you. You've never, ever seen Joey Diaz hotter than when you take my checks in those days. And I was expecting cocaine.
Yeah.
And that check went to my fucking wrong agent or something. I was with Daniel Hoff this last time for maybe 3 years. And I liked him. I got along with him. But when I first got with him in 2000, there was something going on with the check one time. I had been with them and booked a couple jobs and everything was hunky-dory. But there was one particular time I bumped into somebody like, hey, man, Daniel Hoff is taking a long time with the check. And that's all I needed to hear. I did this job and I fucking, who's Ben Affleck's wife?
Jennifer Garner.
It was her show on ABC. Remember when she had
Alias?
that show, Alias?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. It wasn't her show. I'm sorry. It was the
okay.
other girl that had the kind of cop show and her father was whatever. I did that show. I taped it right here on Lancashire at that disgusting strip club on the other side of Victory up there. I did it up there and I waited for that check. Fucking 3 weeks. I was furious. Called the production company. They said, listen, when did you shoot the job? I said, on the 29th. They said, we sent it on the 2nd. It was like the 18th of the month. I was fucking hot. I kept calling the agent. We didn't get it. 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 With that fucking mailman come on horseback. And I was on coke then, guys. I didn't fuck around.
Right.
I finally called him one morning. I just woke up and I said, listen, that check better appear today, bro. I asked him to appear today.
Yeah.
And I called them back at 5 and they said, the check is not here. I said, I'm going to go down there right now and talk to fucking Danny. When I got there, my paperwork was on the wall with my check and they had gotten rid of me as a client.
Really?
Yeah, because I knew them. I knew they were stealing.
Yeah. Are they still in business?
They're still in business and I talked to them. I bumped into him at the vet. I'm like a gentleman. I went up to him and I apologized. And he goes, I remember that. And he told me the whole story. He had a partner.
Yeah.
And he goes, if you come to my office, I'll show you the settlement and the whole thing. The guy robbed him for $208,000.
Right.
They recovered $100,000 and the guy went to jail. Now when he comes out, he goes, but I paid all those checks. He goes, I'm still in business. He goes, if I would have robbed that, I wouldn't have been in business. He got convicted at the time. And there were a few agents that were taking clients.
Really?
Nick Turturro's agent took him for,
Jesus.
you know, there's agents now that are comedy agents. There's an agent that was running a scam here that was booking you and telling the club to send him a check. And then, listen, when it comes to film and television, I understand.
What about
It's a process.
The casting agent who, like last week, just got fired from their show because they were running a casting workshop and then charging people to audition for the show?
Well, you got to remember one thing, that this spawn, what you have here is a land of suckers. Okay? When everybody gets here, the first 3 weeks, you're a sucker. Unless you have a friend that breaks it down for you. People will extra, thinking that they're going to get a SAG voucher. You know, that's not going to happen. People become extras. Like I had a guy that goes, listen, man, I'll make you an extra in 1 week. You'll be in the movie talking. This guy's scam. I know that never happens.
Right.
But he's like, just let the director meet you. 1 week, you'll be on the set doing lines with fucking Leonardo DiCaprio.
Of course.
When I got here, Titanic was shooting.
Uh-huh.
And 4 different extra agencies had this account. It was a huge shoot.
Right.
You know, that boat went down. They had thousands of people. On that
Didn't you see
fucking
Joey? He was in the band playing
So
violin.
they had people down there going to, they would tell you, listen, if you want work, they pay $119 a day in gas alone to go to Encinitas and back. Like they would give you $120 just for gas to take the day trip. I mean, you could be in the Titanic.
Not a bad game.
So they had a scam going. If you went down there and got chosen, they paid you the $120 for gas, and then they paid you the $300 for the day. But if you didn't get chosen, then you didn't get the gas. Something crazy. Something just fucking crazy. But a lot of people were going down there, but there was actually people that were selling extra work going, we'll get you in the Titanic next week. Become an extra, go on set, and within 1 week you'll be doing lines on Leonardo DiCaprio. There was a thing called Castnet when I first got here.
Yeah.
When you signed with an agent, you had to sign with them. We will not book you unless you're with Castnet. You know how many Castnets have been here over the years?
No.
80 of them.
Same name or
No,
same
it's the
business?
same stupid
Yeah.
scam. Something
Right.
that you give them and they'll make casting easier. You know, put your headshot on this site and casting people go looking. No, they don't.
Yeah, job posting
No,
always
they
have
don't.
that now. They're
No,
like,
they don't. Yeah.
premium for nothing.
Yeah, no, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. All that shit was bullshit. I'm so happy I didn't get involved in any of that shit at all. I didn't believe in extra work. I didn't believe in none of that. Like cast nets, you know, you need to do this. Anything that costs money. Because what we have here is a bunch of kids that come out of college and they grow up watching Saturday Night Live. And they move here and they get daddy's credit card and they join Improv Olympic. You follow me? They get a brand new car and the dad goes, here's the deal. You got 2 years in LA to run your game.
Yeah.
And if in 2 years you don't make it, then you come work for me at the fucking box company.
Right.
In my 20 years here, I've known 5 kids that one day called me and said, hey man, I'm leaving. Where are you going? I'm going. Rico was the last one. You ever meet Rico?
I don't
The
think so.
Agostino's friend?
Maybe. I
He
don't
went
think
back
so.
to Boston. He owned a construction company. His dad owned a construction
Yeah.
company.
Right.
So the whole time he was here, he was getting charged. We wonder, what the fuck did the kid do? How does this kid party every fucking day?
Yeah.
His dad was cutting him a check. And he was doing little gigs around town for $50. But that's 60% of Hollywood. Like when you go deep into Hollywood in the inner,
Right. It's new.
Havana, Chubbuck, all those acting schools, when you're around, like I was fucking 40. I was 35 going to acting class.
Yeah.
And I would listen. I would have scene partners,
Mm-hmm.
and you'd have to go to their homes. And I'd die. Like,
What would they say to you?
it was just here I was struggling, you know, doing spots at the store,
Yeah.
dying. I'd go to acting class on Tuesdays. And he put me with somebody, you know. And these guys lived like, the one girl lived on Wilshire. It
Yeah.
cost me $8 just to park in her fucking parking garage. And it was like, she was like somebody's girlfriend, like on the side. So that's what she wanted to do. She wanted to act. So he took off her tattoos. He fixed it. She was a black chick from Florida that was gorgeous, but she was country. She was
Right.
country. She had never eaten with silverware.
And he was just giving her a makeover?
Like some guy met her and just bought her an apartment. I mean, you could see if you looked at this woman, I'm sorry to say that, you could see that she was a racehorse.
Uh-huh.
Like she was black.
And she got
And she was fucking beautiful.
she got tattoos removed?
Like she was showing me, yeah, he removed all my tattoos. She didn't tell me who it was. I had a feeling who it was.
Uh-huh.
She's a black chick. He's a white dude.
You know who it is?
I have no idea.
Okay. And she invited me over to her house to do the scene. We went for coffee a couple times. She was my friend. I forget what her name is now. This has to be 15 fucking years ago.
Don't feel bad. Bobby forgot too.
And her neighbor was Shaq.
Really?
Like her neighbor was Shaq. Like he lived right down the fucking on the other side. It was like every floor had 2 tenants. One of those apartments.
And the other tenant was Shaq.
The other tenant was Shaq in the penthouse.
He lived below, and you could see his head above the porch.
So he cleaned up her tattoos. He fixed her feet. She was beautiful. She
What
was
was wrong with her
black.
feet?
Like she just had, like she never had shoes. Like, you know, one of those black people. I'm not even trying to be funny here. I mean, when I tell you this was, when she was telling me these stories, I was just sitting there. They shot a couple movies down there, and he met her.
Huh.
He knew her for like a year. He kept in touch with her. When she turned like 19, he goes, come on. I got a life for you. Come on. Move to LA. I'll set you up an apartment, car. She had like an Audi that was all done up.
I always wonder when I see those kind of girls in like those cars. Like, and I guess that's kind of sexist. But then again, it's like young, like 18-year-old girls driving like Range Rovers out here on a regular basis.
There was another guy.
It's either Elise or De Niro.
There was another kid that I met. I went to his house, and he lived in the heart of Beverly Hills. Like, this kid drove to whatever. That's why you never know who the fuck it is at all in this town.
Yeah.
We did a couple scenes, and they started telling me who he was. Like, his dad is a big composer or some shit. And his dad is always, like, in Europe. Like, he sees his dad once a year. But they automatically send him, like, $32,000 every year.
God damn! That's a lot of money.
Could you imagine just getting that amount of money every month? I don't know what I would do. I don't know.
I met another kid that his father was a professional quarterback. And this kid, again, just for lack of confidentiality, guys, the father was a star in the NFL. I mean, major league star. And the kid, he probably never talked to this kid.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you could tell that this kid had a hole in him. He was trying to act. He was trying to do stand-up. I mean, he had him in dancing classes. He had him with a trainer. I mean, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Like, I used to meet him, and he would show up and tell me about his day. He had a nutritionist, but the kid was just damaged goods because his dad never put the effort in all those years.
Right.
He never, like, he was a sweet kid. He meant well. You know, it was always, he would call me, go, Joey, fuck that sandwich place. Let me take you to Mr. Chow. We'll do the scene at Mr. Chow. I know the people in the back. Like, he could pay off anybody, guys. And I felt bad. I would go, no, let's do the scene over there, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know what. And I bumped into him. Like maybe 5 years ago. He still hadn't booked anything. Still in acting class. Still with a trainer. He had a speech guy because he was in the South.
Right.
So he had a speech guy that came in 2 hours a day, guys, and worked with him on getting his accent taken away because he was, so, you know, Southern, you know. So early on, I bumped into these young kids. There was a different exposure. And then when I'd invite them to the Comedy Store, Matt Filtron, their heads would blow up.
Why is that?
Because they had never seen that type of, like, I even met people from Improv Olympic. I met this really cool girl and her boyfriend. I met the girl first, and then she introduced me to the boyfriend, and they were in Improv Olympic. And they came to watch a Comedy Store on a Friday night. Like, I had like a great set in front of them, and they couldn't shut up about it. Like, they had never seen anything like that. They were around so many weak people.
Right.
So many levels. Like,
and comedians too, like, even when they're struggling, they're still actually doing comedy.
They're doing comedy.
They're doing what they do. Whereas acting, you kind of got to wait around.
Auditions.
And
I really, you know, I wanted to attack acting from two ends when I moved here. I always thought this. Listen, at the time, I was a schlub at the store. So I would go to the store. Yeah, I'd get spots, but my spots were at midnight.
Yeah.
So guys like you and I at the time would go at 10 and we'd talk and shit. And what are you talking about? Lee shows up and tells me about the club in Memphis that everybody buys merch.
Right.
You know, everybody talks to you about that. It's a one-sided conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason why I went to acting class wasn't as much as not to act, was to see the lives of actors, to see if it was really what they fucking said it was. You know, but I went to the wrong place. I went to Havana Chubbuck, which is already like $200 a month.
Yeah.
These are all fucking kids.
Is that expensive? I know it's a lot of money, but is it a lot of money for acting classes?
Acting classes now in Hollywood got to be $275, $300.
Oh, yeah.
Easy.
I went to Leslie Kahn and I saw what you're talking about.
Oh, God.
This one's a Playboy Playmate. This one's a fucking quarterback for the Buffalo Bills. And then, you know, just like you said, a bunch of pretty kids that kind of had some money and didn't really know what to do with their lives. And actually, too, some talented people. But, you know. So I learned a lot in acting class that I can apply to stand-up and stuff.
Absolutely. I'm not saying I didn't.
It was good.
Absolutely. How long were you at Leslie Kahn for?
On and off, really only a couple months at a time.
Leslie Kahn used to charge $100 for a half
for coaching.
Private coaching for a half hour.
Which is expensive, but also good if you don't know what you're going to do on an audition. And they go, just do this.
Yeah, but
then you know what to do. No, it's too much. It's too much.
What scale? 660. Okay? Listen to me, guys at home.
Break it down, Joe.
Probably 660 after taxes. You probably get overtime. Let's say you bring home $500. Okay? So 660, that's low on taxes.
Yeah.
660 in LA if you're single, whatever. Let's say 500. So right off the bat, 660. You're sending out 10% is 60.
Right.
20% is 120. And you're punching out 100 for the fucking thing. So you're punching out $220. From $500, you're getting what? $280. To act on a major television show, you're gonna clear $280, if that.
And everybody out there listening, to pay attention to like what you're starting with. 660.
Oh, I'm talking about 60 for the day. You people are looking like, Joey, what the fuck are you talking about? Can I make that in a week?
Right.
But that's what goes
That's what you get if you're lucky out here.
If you're lucky out
for
here.
that job.
But here's the other side of that. Like a guy like me, I'd pay the yardstick because I'd want to do the best performance I could.
Of course.
I'd take some of her advice. I was always not, like, there's people that I know, stand-up comics, if they get to a certain level, and first of all, I'm not going for auditions, and second of all, I'm not reading for them that wasn't written for me. I think that's just a shitty idea. I liked going in and getting a fucking job. I wanted to learn how to go in and get a job. So when I signed up for acting class, for a few months, I actually hung out with those fucking knuckleheads in those schools.
Yeah.
And I was totally upset because it was like a little like Swingers. People coming up to me going, oh my God, guess what? We're doing a scene from Titanic. And you look at them, what the fuck are you talking about a scene? I want to get into the fucking movies. I don't want, once I did 2 scenes, I was done. Like, I was done. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
And I remember Tuesdays I would go into acting class Tuesdays at 10. And it started like when I first started, I would go there every week religiously for like 90 days. Then I started popping auditions on Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
And I started working, and that was the first time I ever felt like I was doing something, because I got to be honest with you guys, out of the 15 people in the class, nobody was working.
Right.
And they'd suck these kids in, and I'd watch it. I'd sit there and see these kids go, no, I'm not ready to go for auditions here. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Go out there, get in the mix. The only way you're going to learn how to audition is by auditioning and eating ass.
Yeah.
Is by
You'll
dying.
learn real quick.
Listen, man.
Once you feel that pain.
Yeah, once you feel that pain, you'll learn. But these kids were petrified. They stayed out here. They bucked around. They did a play, one of those shitty plays they put in L.A., and they pack up their bags and leave. And the same thing happens for stand-up, because they get in the lower circle echelon group where it's this fake camaraderie. Like, I'm going to go to your shows, and I bring my friend, and we'd come to your show and support. And then when no support. Listen, leave me the fuck alone. I'll do my shows, you do your fucking shows.
Yeah,
all right? But they're all part of that. And these people aren't really stand-ups. And I meet stand-ups all the time. And I've never seen them before. You too.
Well, yeah, but I remember when you used to host the Comedy Store, and you would explain to the audience that some of these comics coming up are fucking Hollywood comics, and they think they got a cute haircut, so they'll be good at stand-up. And so I remember you explaining that to the audience. So you were thinking about this a long time ago.
Oh, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because I saw the differences. I saw the people that you could start telling the people they're going to stick around for a few weeks, and you could tell the people that dove into this. And I've been wrong. Oh, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
I've been wrong about guys that have given me ear beatings, and I look for them. I'm out, and all of a sudden Matt Fultron approaches me and says, my name is Matt Fultron. I saw you at Rogan, and I really enjoyed you. I started doing comedy, and I do this and this and this. I started looking for Matt Fultron, just to see if you're blowing smoke up my ass.
Sure.
I'm a comic.
And you'll also see guys that don't have it, and then you turn around maybe 3 or 4 years later, and they're just killing it. Because that's the thing about stand-up that you're saying. You actually have to face the reality. It's not like, oh, if I get an audition, I'll do this. Pretty much a couple times a week, you're going up and facing it. You get good really quick, or you quit, because you can't deal with the pain. Unless you're one of these people that's just delusional and doesn't really know how well they're doing.
Well, there's a lot of those. I came up in Denver with a lot of those. I just rehosted the open mic at the Comedy Store last Monday.
Oh, cool.
And I realized that years ago, if the list had 20 people, Lee, and I'm not talking, 8 of them were homeless people.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed that there weren't any crazy ones that night.
Crazy people. And then
the scene was comedy was kind of dead back then, and so like there was this weird homeless person, like delusional, like I'm gonna make it at the store thing, and a lot of people were really homeless, or definitely a lot of people were crazy.
I was homeless.
Hey, I don't want to say homeless. I couch surfed, that's for sure.
You couch surfed. You were a different kind of homeless, I think.
I lived in my car.
Yeah, but you weren't like the crazy.
No, I wasn't combing my hair in a fucking pigeon puddle, but I was still homeless, and I knew what it was like, and I knew what it was like laying in that car, thinking I got to put pieces together to get into an apartment, and what I have to do, and get a security deposit.
Yeah, that happened to me after I'd been out here for like 10 years, and I'd even been on TV and stuff. Like, I was like, it wasn't like I wasn't working and I was completely broke, but I didn't have enough for like a security deposit and rent. And so I was just kind of bouncing around, staying on people's couches and
I bounced
stuff.
around for a year out here, man. With no shame. Because I think the people that let me bounce around on their couches or whatever knew how hard I was working. Last night I went out to dinner. Lee was busy. I called him. He was doing something. So I went out with Felicia, my wife, another friend of mine. And it was funny. On the way home, my wife goes, I have nothing against your friend, but this is like the third time you invited her out to dinner with us. And I was like, well, let me put it this way. She works 50 hours a week, and she makes dick. And in 1984, when I lived in Boulder, I never forgot this. This is comedy 101, guys, okay? You can write jokes. You know what makes a comic good? The story I'm going to tell you. You can write jokes, and you can perform every fucking night. But what makes you really good on stage is part of this fucking journey and getting to appreciate the big picture. And I'm looking you in the face like a man and Lee, I had nothing. I was making $10,000 a month and snorting every dime or giving it to a fucking attorney for child support. At the time, I was in my own personal.
How are you making $10,000 a month?
At the sports betting service.
Oh.
Okay. And at the sports betting service, I met this kid. Doesn't matter what his fucking name was. Kid from Connecticut. He was, if I was 32, 30, he was about 32. His wife was maybe 50. The ugliest woman God ever put on the planet. But her parents owned a huge line of restaurants up and down the East Coast. And she was there, and she got a paycheck every month that would make both of us gag, three of us gag, what they sent her in the mail. And he leached onto her. But he wasn't a bad kid. This kid was not a bad kid. He had a high taste for money, and this was going to keep him in. He liked Porsches, those old Porsches. And she had one, and he had one. They had matching ones, and they had the T-shirts. It was just crazy. But the point of the story is, I got to tell you something, guys, just so the people at home know the truth. I get home at night, and I had the Rocky apartment. I lived downstairs. I had the kitchen. I never turned the stove on.
Did you have Cuff and Link?
No, I had
two turtles.
No, I didn't even have Cuff and Lift. I had a TV, a bench, a weightlifting bench with Olympic weight. And I used it as a dinner table and a writing station. And then I had a couch, and I had a bed that just fit in the room. Nothing else fit in the room. Like the bed was so big. It was so much bigger than the room. That it just laid like that, And I never cooked. I always ordered out or ate shitty food.
Right. The life.
And these guys would call me. I had a pager. And they would call me, and I would finagle into the people that owned the houses. The downstairs, they had a phone line. I'd call him back. I go, what's up? And he'd go, where are you? I'm home, bro. And he'd go, you hungry? He knew I was hungry.
Right.
And I go, yeah. Why, what's up? And he'd go, me and Mom are going to come over and get you. And I was doing stand-up then. I was really working it. I was really working at that. I'm getting nowhere. Well, I took them to a radio show with me one night. Somebody invited me to do it, and I took them. They had a car. They drove me. I go, I need a ride at 11 o'clock, man. They go, we'll drive you. And they sat there, and they were like so happy for me. So they knew how hard this meant to me. And they'd call me, take me to the house, feed me, and then they'd both go to bed and fuck and go, Joey, we have 200 movies here. Stay here and watch movies. We got weed. You got the balcony. I'd stay there till 3 in the morning in these people's homes, eat their food, smoke their weed, watch their movies. You know how many times they brought it up to my face? Never. She ended up dying. I sent flowers. And he's still around Boulder. He calls me once a year. to say something weird to me or whatever. But
Right.
dog, for 6 months, they fed me. 3 blocks from them were the Koches. My buddies in Mississippi that, I mean, he used to have to pick up my daughter and bring her to my wife because the court order said, like, I would go to their house at night and smoke weed, and they'd say, do you want a chicken? You know, I didn't have money for food. But the point of the story being that this is what happens when you try.
Yeah.
When the universe knows you're trying, it takes care of you. I'm telling you right now, if you really want something and you really work hard at it, there's going to be months that you're light on the fucking rent, man.
True.
And
I've been through it,
Matt,
man.
you
I've
out.
been
Car
through it.
payment, bitches, you know, student loans, this shit adds up. I understand. Never mind addiction and fucking weed and booze, you know.
Oh, yeah. Come
and
on.
clothes and transportation and car insurance. And there's some months that you get ahead, and there's some months that, man, that somebody calls you on the 30th and makes your fucking month.
Yeah.
And that's when you become religious. You go,
Yeah.
there's got to be a God. No, it's called the universe.
Yeah, you know, when I was sitting there at that Atlantic City gig, hating life, thinking, what am I going to do in June? And I thought I was getting paid, too. That's when I thought I was getting paid. Had nothing on the books for June. Got a little text message from old Daniel Tosh. I was like, you know, you want to go on tour with me next month? Fuck. Yeah. You know, that was in a month I thought I might be going out of business. Put me back
That's
in
weird
business.
you said I used to always think I was going out of business, too. Like I'm
Yeah.
3 weeks away from going out of business.
Right.
This month don't matter.
Right.
And all of a sudden somebody calls you with a gig in Arizona.
Yeah.
Not the best gig.
But you're in business.
Not the
still.
best gig, but you're in business, though. You just bought another week of your business.
Kaboom.
But then I don't understand why people leave. Like I get unless
Well,
you're
they,
gonna
were
move in
never
with
in
family.
it. They were never in it in the first place, probably.
But not even that. But like, let's say if you go out of business, if you're gonna move back home and live with family, there has to be someone out here you could live with, in theory.
I don't think people are willing to get down and dirty and really fucking go through it. I don't think most people are, especially if you don't really know what you're doing in the first place. See, Joe, you knew you wanted to do stand-up. You're already doing stand-up.
No, I didn't.
Well,
I'll tell you what happened with me.
Yeah, okay.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
This is all I had, Maxwell.
Yeah.
This is all I had at the time. I was 32. I had felonies. No matter what degree I had, could I get a fucking job?
Right.
You know, I was going to be one of those guys with a tattoo working at Subway. You know, like you ever go to 11 o'clock and that 50-year-old dude
sure have.
that has like a Pink Floyd shirt on. He was that
Yeah.
cool from
I
1980.
call it the ghost of Christmas future.
Right, but now life just moved a little too fucking fast.
Right.
And here you are at Subway sandwich with some 22-year-old telling you to go fucking mop
Yeah.
because you wanted to party and go see fucking REO Speedwagon at
Yeah.
the fucking State Fair with, you know, and fuck that boss. I'm going to see REO.
Yeah.
Okay. You just lost a job making $22 an hour.
But at least you got that cool
Yeah,
tattoo.
yeah, but you went to see REO. You smell my feet?
No.
They do the Adidas.
No. I smell roses, but
Sure. So
I didn't realize your shoes were off.
that was it. I had no options. When I turned to stand-up comedy, I said, I've done everything. I've been a cook. I've been a bartender. I've been security. I've sold coke, weed, shoes, neon. What didn't I sell? Insurance on the phone. What haven't I sold? If I go for this, I got to go for this. Number one, I got a 5-year-old daughter that if I go for this, I want to go for this to make her proud.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was the original plan. Like, let me go do this. And I'll come back in a couple of years and I'll fucking put this whole thing together. It didn't work out that way. That was the sacrifice. There's always got to be a sacrificial fucking lamb. There's a girlfriend who's left behind. Somebody's feelings are hurt that you're making the move you're making.
Mm-hmm.
There's always somebody who's going to be a little upset with you for you making the move you're making.
Right.
Or the decision you're making, because we can't please everybody. We always have a friend who's a schlep who is too scared. He's never going to get it together anyway. He's doing comedy too, but he stayed. He fucking stayed and did whatever, and he had the excuses. It breaks my heart when I have a conversation with Matt Fultron at the Comedy Store, and I encourage him, and he encourages me, and we talk, and then one day a guy like that disappears. And granted, you may be doing comedy and whatever hellhole you move back to, but something just wasn't right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
So, and I've seen a lot of guys. And listen, what's the number one killer in a marriage?
I don't know. Money problems?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
After a while, unless you're fucking retarded, you get sick of this.
Right.
You get sick of this lifestyle. Only a retard like myself.
So you calling us retarded?
I'm calling
No.
myself a fucking idiot.
I've been sick of it.
Listen,
You've been sick
man,
of it.
I got into this in 91. I got into this in June of 91.
All right.
Between us, at the time, I had it all. I had money in the bank. I had a truck. I had a car. I owned a condo. Everything was beautiful. By October, I got separated. Now I had every credit card in the world. That kept me going. 91, 92, selling neon, a little bit of coke, a little bit of weed. You know me. I'm a Renaissance man.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
A sprinkle.
Whatever you need to put together to pay the bills just to keep you alive. You know, in those days, it's very easy. Your rent is $4. Your car payment's $2.25.
Your coke is...
You throw 100 away a week on groceries.
Yeah.
You're throwing a deuce on fucking. I would add it just like that from the jump. Why lie to yourself? That's how I start a fucking month.
Right.
When I was first got into comedy, my rent was $400. My car insurance was $200. The car payment was like $129 or something like that. Okay, I spent $100 a week on shit for the house. What's that? Fat tire?
Yeah.
That be a fat tire?
Right.
English muffins, shit like that. Bread with like fucking cheese. American. That's all I had at that house. Okay, I spent $200 a week on fucking food, easy. Which is really $800. Why am I putting $200 there?
A week?
Let's face it.
$200 a week on food.
Okay,
Easy.
well, yeah.
We all do.
Oh, no, I think you said $800 a week.
No. So I would say 12, 2, 3, 4, 1,400. We need another $500 for cocaine. $2,000. I'm really making $850 a month with my job. We got to come up, and I would do it every month. I would make the fucking difference up, and I would put it on paper. Even if I had to bring a lawnmower back, my first 3 years of comedy were combat comedy, Jack. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Rent is due, bitch. What do we need to do here?
Right.
You know, somebody who's going to announce, let's front it. Let's make one move. Let's get out of this mess.
Well, you actually said something the other day that like blew my mind when you were driving with Felicia, and you were talking about like everyone has 4 goods and bads, like the cycles in their life, and for some stupid reason in my mind, like I'm working right now. I'm like, okay, once I get to where I want to be, it's gonna be smooth sailing for the rest of my life. And I never really understood that
You're just beginning.
And like so, like now that you're saying, oh, well, sometimes the money problems make people go home. You're always gonna have a bill. Like that's what I'm slowly coming to terms with.
No. We're not talking about.
Well, yeah, I know. Like
we're talking about 7 months in a row of minus $1,000. We're talking of 7 months in a row you're at the store lingering. You know what I'm saying? You know that linger in your eye. There's a linger in your eye. You're looking for food, a gig.
You're like, what bill am I going to pay? Do I pay this bill or do I pay this bill? What's the smartest move?
And it's a mindset, and it breaks people. Like, it almost broke me. It
almost broke me a couple times, man.
Tell you, if I didn't have Terry, I would have been broke.
At what point?
There was a couple situations where she bailed out that, and Terry wasn't making money, guys. My wife she was a waitress. 3 nights a week, 4 nights a week at the store. That's $400 a week. That's $16 a month. Rent was $7. The car payment, the school shit. You know, she was dead too. We were both dead. But you know, both of us helped each other. We always made the $7. It was $600 rent. I mean, a retard. You know. So
yeah, but a retard wouldn't get sick of it.
And that's $15 sets. That's $7.50 at the Improv and $12, whatever.
Oh yeah,
$25 at the Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
And then Felipe and Willie Barcena.
Do you think it's possible to have a day job out here as a comedian?
Sure.
I recommend it. I recommend it.
I did it.
I recommend it. It's not. There's a point where you can't have a day job no more.
But they'll let you know when that point is. It's because you're too busy. You're making too much money.
So then why are they minus $1,000 if they have a day job?
Because everybody wants to be fucking Leonardo DiCaprio. Everybody wants to be an artist. Everybody wants to live in the Chelsea Hotel. Do heroin.
Well, then it's their fault.
Everybody wants to do blow, drink,
they
and
buy
live
into
like
it.
fucking Jack Steller. But they don't know that costs money. Every time you don't go to work and you sit there with that beautiful girl and you eat a pussy and you tell stories and you go to Chibo and drop that $60 lunch, that adds up. So I talked to Tommy Easter the other day, for example. And I told Tommy Easter something that I found out that a lot of people don't realize why you got a job as a young comic in Los Angeles. You ready? If I'm at the point I'm at right now, and I have 9 people helping me in agencies and managers, and I don't go out for auditions, what's Tommy Easter doing? So I told Tommy Easter to get a day job, something to supplement. You got to supplement. You know why? Because it takes your head off this nightmare.
One thing I learned from acting class, this guy, I just sat in on the class, Aaron Speisner, I think the guy's name was. He goes, "You're going to be an actor?" He's like, "This is a business. And if you're a business, you need startup capital." Most people don't think about it like that.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, I don't want to have a job and do acting." But it's like, you need startup capital. You need headshots. You need to do all that shit they make you jump through. Like, remember when you had to buy actual headshots, Joey?
Fuck yeah.
You had to, like, spend money. You always have to spend money.
So
to
it's
be in
$200 for the
business.
headshots. Then you take it like an asshole to the agent. He picks 11 pictures out. Each of those pictures is $8.
Mm-hmm.
Then you got to take them back to him, and then he orders 3 of them, and it was 300 headshots for $99. If you went to La Brea and Sunset, that was the best, behind El Pollo Loco,
Yeah.
and he would give you $69 plus 200 business cards.
Right.
You know.
But those run out.
Those run out.
So every couple months, you got to go back and pay for it.
They don't know about all those little things.
And you got to get wardrobe. You got to fucking get gasoline. You got to do all that shit. You can't do it without income.
And not only that, I want your head to be fresh.
Yeah.
Because when you're not working, guess what you're doing? You're at home thinking about what you ain't got.
You're stressing.
When you're not working, you're at home thinking about what you ain't got.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck who you are. When you're at home wasting time in the daytime as a fucking Joe artist, I'm Joe artist. I'm going to take watermelon juice and throw it on the wall, and it signifies. I get it, brother.
Is this the Joe artist original?
But how are we going to fucking pay the rent? How are we going to pay the car payment? Listen, go over where the Agostino was and sell duct tape on the phone. You're still going to walk out of it $400 or $500 a week part-time. Go over here on Cahuenga. You sell fucking ads for the cops. I know people who have no teeth, who smoke crack all night. They walk out of it with $800 a fucking week. So
I'm surprised more comics aren't Uber drivers, to be honest.
if you're gonna
More comics are Uber drivers.
if you're gonna fucking sit there and just vegetate and write 2 fucking jokes and tell yourself how good you are, that you're gonna make it with this hot fucking blonde, listen, that dream goes away fast.
I'll tell you what, I had a half-hour special under my belt. Fucking big tours, lots of work, tons of TV appearances. 2013, I still took a job. I took a job because I didn't want to be like, how am I going to get to the gig? I took a fucking job. And you know it, I wasn't happy about it, but I did it.
You gotta take a job, man. I held the job till fucking 98. And I got no problems with no qualms with telling you people that. I started in 91. I held the job pretty much till 98. I was selling cigars. I sold other shit on Sunset. They had little offices everywhere. And when I got here, there was a guy on Melrose, 2 blocks down from the Improv. He paid you $10 an hour cash at the end of the day. Cash. $50, you walk out of there. You walked in. Well, you know me. I walked in there at 9. For what? To call fucking and make insurance appointments. It was just a bunch of fucking desks. And if you got 2 an hour, he gave you like another $50. You know how many times I walked in out of that 2 o'clock with $100 bill in my pocket whistling? And what was I going to do from 9 to 2? Watch the news?
Nothing.
Jerk off?
You're going to jerk off.
Talk to people. I could call them from there. I could use their fax machine.
That's another
So
thing.
you're doing me a favor.
That's another thing. I used to use all the fax machine, the internet, and it got you up early and calling people.
Yes, you got to be involved.
Remember, I tweeted you at like 7 a.m. one morning. It was because I was at that job, and you called me up, and you were like, "Dude, you want to work in Irvine?"
That's
because I was the only comic in LA up, so I got the gig.
That's right. That's right. But I'm telling you, my biggest advice, unless you, listen, you come out here, you sign with 3 Yards.
Yeah.
They're going to get you something to cover the nut.
Right.
You know, there's management companies that all they got to do is pick up the phone. Listen, Lisa, what do you got? We have a stand-in. It's 3 weeks, but it pays 3 G's a week. Send them down.
Yeah.
Send them down there. I want them to see what a set looks like. The kid's from fucking Jersey. He never did nothing in his life. So for 3 weeks, you go down there and make 3 G's. You eat good food, and now at least it gets the ball going. You get an apartment, blah, 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 blah. And even then, let me see, I'm with 3 Yards, I'm with Principal or Young, I'm with one of these big management companies. They get your job right through the door. That's what it is to be a manager. Like, listen, all this is great, but what do we got today? Who can we call today for a quick
It's
gig?
like Richard Pryor said, hey, that's really great, but what are we going to do on Monday?
Yeah.
As in, how am I getting paid this week?
This is it. And that's what I always knew I couldn't go back. Like, I knew I just wouldn't go back to Boulder like a loser like that. And I wasn't going to go back to Jersey, and people were going to ask me, hey, so what happened with stand-up? It's rough out there.
And they want to know because they want to justify the fact that they never left.
And I'm going to go back there and just tell people for the rest of my life I was in an Adam Sandler movie. And that's it. I don't want to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was just one of my years.
Were people rooting against you, do you think?
Maybe not outright, but they do want to know that, taking chances doesn't work. They kind of want that confirmation.
No, I wasn't going to go home. It's in my DNA that I was just not going to go home in. I was taking something out of here, a wing, an arm, a leg. I was taking something. I knew that going in because of the type of personality I am and the people I had in my life. When I told people I was involved in this, I didn't tell nobody for the first 4 years.
That's a smart thing to do.
I did this very secretly. It's like when I went to jiu-jitsu. First 3 or 4 months, I didn't tell nobody. Nobody needed to know. Let me see if I like this before I go telling people I'm going to be doing arm bars. And shit.
Smarter than me. People would be like, my first week doing open mics, people were like, what do you do? I'm like, I'm a comedian.
I did comedy for maybe 2 years. I was awful. I had a couple of jokes, and I went home. My friends asked me in 93, what are you doing now? I go, I'm trying to do stand-up. They go, they do stand-up right down the block.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, where? I'm like, I go, yeah, no, I'm in the city. Like, no. Meet us there tonight. I get there's like 20 of these fucking savages there snorting blow. And the guy's name was Gonzo. We're still dear friends. Till today.
Was it because of his nose?
No, I just called him Gonzo. He runs a bunch of comedy rooms in Jersey, if you ever need work.
Okay. I'm going to call Gonzo.
Yeah, he's got them all. He's got one big show down the Jersey Shore. And I went up to him and I go, hi, my name is Joe Diaz. I've been doing comedy 3 years when I got on the show. He goes, this is a public access show. He goes, it's just for professional comedians. Man, I'm sorry, but give me your number and I'll try to get you on. About 30 minutes later, the guy comes over. He goes, hey, man, I'm putting you up for 4 minutes at the end because your friends threatened me. So he put me up.
Nice.
And it was brutal.
I
did well. You want me to tell you something? I did well in front of my friends because I made fun of my friends.
Right.
I talked about Lebrano, that he stuttered, and, except when you give him the crack pipe, that he don't stutter, and he's like fucking Pavarotti singing opera. So they all laughed, and we got it. And then I got their support. Once they saw me kill, but my friends, if they would have seen me bomb the first time, every time we would get 3 drinks on us, they would have started on me. But we would have talked about that. That joke wasn't that funny. Oh, yeah, they're those type of people. So
you had to do well.
I kept them at bay for a few years.
As you should. Because you need to get in there without your friends and loved ones putting their input in. They might even tell you not to do it at all.
So how do you do bringer shows then? If you can't tell your love.
Well, you don't have to do bringer shows. That's number one.
I did them in New York.
I did them here.
And I brought some of my friends, and they go, we liked it. You were funny. But that guy at the end was really funny.
That's the thing.
And it would bum me out. But I go, hey, my friends are here at least, and they're here supporting me. And someday I'm going to be that last guy. For some reason, I never had patience for anything. But when I got to comedy, since I hadn't had patience with anything else, I started to get patience. And I asked a lot of questions, and I kept my mouth shut. But I knew all along that everything else is bullshit. It's about getting on stage. I'm happy you had it set. I get there an hour before to set things up.
I do. Get on stage, and then comics ask me all the time, how do I become a comedian? Write all day, get on stage every night. Easy. And, hard, but that's how you do it.
you used to do with me. Are you fucking kidding me or what? Dropping it like a motherfucker. Here, let me give some shout outs here. Kevin for coming back and setting the camera up and some albums on the wall. We got Santana Abraxas and Led Zeppelin 2 and Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, and Def Leppard High and Dry. Just did a fucking great job. I want to thank my man Jeremy Slagoth, my main comic over there in fucking Vegas, tearing it up, Freddie Correa, Talking Lab, who I got to call. I go to bed early every night, so I don't call him no more. I used to call him after midnight and talk shit with him for like an hour. Edward Spartan, Pat Shea, another motherfucker making it happen with a real estate suit fucking podcast. Peter Mandabar, I love you, cocksucker. Aaron Heath, Mark Thomas, Aku, Tessa Pedino. Tessa Piano, I love you, cocksucker. And Chris Davila over there in Austin. Keeping it down for us, Lisa, you bad motherfucker. There you go. You got me on depression. I'm barking tonight. I thought the girl broke your heart. You know
No, I was barking from the street.
Fuck it, Jack.
Fuck it.
So you're back now for how long?
Yeah. Indefinitely.
Yeah.
You know,
And
this
you're
is
in-
my home.
How
This
long
is-
you been doing stand-up for now?
Since 1998. So 18 years this year.
And how's it feel?
It feels good when I'm on stage. You know, I feel like I got some chops. You know? And I feel like I do something special.
I'm going through peaks and valleys right now, and I'm way in a
Yeah.
fucking deep hole with comedy. I did the thing. And it's funny because when I was up there on stage with Joe Friday night, the material sucked, but my experience got me through.
Yeah.
Like I could feel the experience getting me through. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just weird.
Can I ask you a question? Could you hear it? Was it echoing to you as a performer? Because I've never been backstage with like at a theater like that, and it was like I don't think I could have focused and been able to, like, it was really coming back.
Were you in the audience though?
No, I was backstage.
It's completely different.
Yeah.
Theaters work completely different. You know, I'm thinking of shooting the special, and South Point was too big.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I had some ideas of where I was going to shoot it. We had to change everything. I was talking to Ari, and Ari was like, "What do you really want to do? You know, where are you your best?" And I narrowed it down to the best 3 comedy clubs that when I get on stage, 5 shows, it goes down. Like they get me from beginning to end. There's never like a ooh or an ah, or there's nobody politically correct, and I really want to do it in the comedy club. I don't want to do it in the theater. I'm not effective in the theater. Not at all.
Oh, it's a different thing.
It's like when I go for Latin auditions. When I got a call and it's for Hector, and I tell the agent, yeah. The more I read it, I go, this is a waste of a drive. And I'll tell you why. Because I have zero confidence in Hector as me playing Hector. I might make it a producer's because of my chops.
Right.
But once they look at me, they're looking for a certain type. And even though I may be Cuban and my last name is Diaz, I don't look like what America perceives me as fucking Hector. Do you follow me all the way up to the
Absolutely.
end? So I know this going in. It breaks my heart when I have to call an agent back and go, hey, man, I'm not going in for that. So I tell them right from the beginning, don't send me in for Latin auditions. Because I'll tell you I'm going to go. But that night after I smoke a joint, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. I'm going to look at where it is and realize traffic and think about it, and you're a dead man.
You talk to your agent like that? You say, after I smoke a joint, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself.
I ask them a different way.
Yeah.
My commercial, like I'm debating whether to sign up with a commercial agent right now.
Right.
But if anybody knows commercial auditions, they're a fucking pain in the ass.
Uh-oh.
Who's there? Oh, shit. Boo. If you know anything about commercial auditions, they're really a fucking pain in the ass.
Sure they are.
It's a big, you got to go and sign in, and they're running late, and it's always on the fucking Ocean Parkway.
There's 80 hectares there.
Yeah, and you got to go down there, and then. So I was thinking about it the other day. I'm like, but it also gets you out of the house. It's part of what we do. It's a number.
Sure.
You know, that's the
You
other
never know
side
who you're
of
going to meet.
You never
You felt
know
like you
those
did
auditions.
something.
Sometimes you go to those stupid commercial auditions, you bump into people. I like going over the one over La Brea. That's the best commercial spot because I go downstairs to Petco. I pick up a little something for the cats while I'm waiting. It's not a waste of a fucking day.
Well, you're always going to see some ass there in a comic, you know.
Oh, no, there's always,
You
and
know?
it's funny because when that kid won the Oscars for Modern Family, the chubby gay guy, at the end of his speech, he said, I just want you to know, goes for my agents. I went to every audition I was sent on, even Ocean Avenue on a Friday afternoon.
Right.
That's how common it is for people to go, we're not going down there. And Ocean Avenue is very easy. It's 405 to the 10. In the way back, it's a fucking nightmare because you got to come over that bridge. There's an earthquake. You start thinking about San Francisco against the Oakland, fucking whatever.
It's a couple hours getting home.
It's a couple hours to get home, especially on a Friday.
I used to work only work in LA for TV is in Santa Monica, like 90% of it. So you just get stuck. I would just stay and watch movies.
Yeah, that's the move. That's the move.
And that's why even like Damon was always smart. When Damon was always unemployed, he always stayed busy.
That's how all these podcasts started, man.
I used to go, why does Damon do this shit? I'm collecting unemployment. I'm at home smoking dope all fucking day. But if you don't do something, you won't generate work.
That's the thing. Sometimes if you don't have any work, you don't even have a spot, you just go out to the Improv or the store. Next thing you know, you're working that week.
And right away, we're back to nothing happens on the couch.
Nothing happens on the couch.
You might be on the couch. Yeah, I'm on the computer sending out resumes. No. If fucking what's his name calls you and tells you he's on the set, go down and eat lunch for free.
Yeah.
You're gonna bump into somebody you know, and they're gonna go, "Hey man, I didn't know you weren't working. I'm shooting a movie next week, and there you are going, Jesus Christ, I'm gonna sit home and tape a Fort Apache the Bronx and watch that for lunch with a tuna fish sandwich." Nothing happens on that fucking couch. But the universe will give you back. Sometimes the universe, the other day we were talking about giving the universe a VIG.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the universe gives you that VIG back. It's like putting money in the bank sometimes. Sometimes out of somewhere, it just repays you. Some of you'll bump into and go, "Hey man, didn't you shoot that video with me about a year ago?" "Yeah, we sold it. Give me 5 minutes, I'll give you a check." And you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Just because you went out that night or did something. I went out one night years ago. Broke. 97. Broke. I send out one of those backstage stupid things.
Right.
Backstage comes out here on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Most people buy it on Thursdays. I was always ahead of you. I came Thursday at 5. Wednesday at 5. I was there about Wednesday about 6:30. 7-Eleven Curson. I would run home.
Dude, that's where I used to live.
Curson, the best place in town.
Yeah.
That's a hot little block.
Yeah.
Doug Stanhope's block right there, down the middle of the block there. And you run back home and I'd fill out those things. Or I'd bring it back, go out, get Coke, and do a spot, get Coke, and come back and stay up till 4. And I'd do like 8 submissions. You know what? If you send them out Thursday, they get them Friday.
Right.
And they call you for an audition on Saturday. They don't have big budgets on those. I'll never forget that I went for one of those, and on the way out there, he goes, "Come here for a second. Give me a name. Write it down here. You're not right for this." And he goes, "This is going to suck." I'll never forget this. Is Saturday at Gardner Stages downstairs, where at the end of the audition, they sat us down and said, "By the way, we're giving you each a paperwork. The only way you get booked in this movie is if you get investments." That was 97, Lee, 98. That's how crazy this town was then.
How much of an investment did they want?
$5,000 to start. It started at $5,000 to get a role.
You had to audition.
And after $5,000, the more your donation, the bigger the role got. So people were actually trying to get investors that were the actors in this movie. I'll never forget that. Me going, "What? Are you fucking crazy?" So,
how do these people who run these scams sleep at night?
On the way out, the assistant to the dude, pulled me aside and goes, "Listen, I'm shooting something next week. You're fucking perfect for it. Write down your number." And I thought it was bullshit. Sure enough, 11 o'clock Saturday night, he calls me up. He goes, "Listen, man, can I meet you tomorrow by the coffee bean on Sunset?" I go, "Sure." I thought he was like a creepy gay guy who's going to suck my dick or something. I got there, guys.
That's an investment.
I got there, guys. And he goes, "Listen, you have to sign a thing that's legal confidentiality agreement." I go, "Okay." I signed the thing. He goes, "You're going to be working with 2 actors, well-known actors. You can't repeat this. You're going to shoot a scene from a movie so you get foreign investment in. You're going to pay the clap. You're going to pay a New York City cab driver." I'm like, okay, when do I do it? He goes, right now. We're going to go get your wardrobe. Follow me in your car. We're going to get your wardrobe, and it shoots tonight at 1 a.m. downtown. Like it was hush, fucking hush.
Mm-hmm. No permits, you're saying?
No, everything was on the level, cops, but they didn't want nobody to know that these people were shooting this. So it was like maybe 6 people on the shoot, and they gave me, it was 2 nights, I think they gave me $500 a night or something. I had one line. And when I got there, it was Michelle Pfeiffer and the dude who was a James Bond for a while. Good-looking dude that had the show.
Timothy Hutton?
No.
Can you say this?
Pierce Bronson?
Pierce Bronson. It was 1998. If it was going to happen, it was going to happen.
Okay.
And there was a movie about, she's an actress, a well-known actress, and he's a theater reviewer. And he gives her a bad review. And it was like a love story based on that thing.
Right.
And I picked him up at the theater and dropped him off. And he gets in the cab. They get to an argument. That was it. I shot the first night. The second night they wired the cab. We did the inside. I got home like at 6 a.m. They fucking paid me cash. No excuses, no mailing address. They just started peeling off hundreds. And I went home and I never heard another fucking thing. I never saw the movie developed. So obviously it didn't get made. So that's why I could talk about it. But if I wouldn't have gone to that Saturday morning audition at 9 o'clock, I would have never got that.
Yeah.
Do you follow me?
I was, when we were talking about couch
What'd you bring,
surfing.
Damon? Oh shit. Oh, shit. Damon showed up with donuts. Lee, you did kettlebells today. You could fucking kill it.
You can have about 8 of those.
I'm trying to be good.
When you're trying to be good, well,
I'll have
trying ain't going to work for you tonight. You know what I'm saying?
Did you guys hear about the crazy thing people are doing to fast food restaurants?
What?
They happened all over. It happened last, like a couple nights ago in like Minnesota. They're calling and pretending to be the fire department, saying there's a gas leak and we need you to break your windows or else your building is going to explode. There's video of this all the employees smashing the windows, and the fucking manager rammed his car into the building. And it's fucking fake. They did like over like 6 different fast food restaurants, costing like $10,000s worth of damage. It's fucking crazy.
It's just for sport?
Yeah.
Hilarious.
People are for idiots.
So people were saying like, hurry up. We just got a call from the fire department. Break all the fucking windows.
Yeah, I hope this is a fake story. I think it's real. It's the Guardian. It's a real story, Damon? Okay, thank God. I don't want to get those tweets.
Where did they do it?
Let me check. They did it in a bunch of places. They did it in Tucson. They did it in Phoenix. And they did it in like Moreno Bay, California. And I think it was Minnesota. It was this one. So they've done, like, people are just somehow convincing them that they need to break all the windows.
Fucking hilarious. Matt Beltran, why the depression tonight? Talk to me.
I know. I'm tired of shit. I told you I've been doing all I've done since I got back is work on my taxes, which fucking ultimately I'm wondering what's the bill gonna be. I don't want to pay it. Whatever it is, I don't want to pay it. And so I'm worn out from the calculator and the receipts and the this and that. I've also been getting up early. That's not my style. I'm fucking worn out, Joey. That's all I can tell you.
You know what, brother? It gets easier. You're paying your dues, and that's all that fucking.
No, I mean the reason why I'm not looking forward to this is because I had a good year last year, which means this is the time of year you hate.
You hate
when you had a good year. You're wishing you had a bad year all of a sudden.
Like, God damn it, really? That's
Yeah.
how much, and you
get the bill.
You can't believe how much they want. And even after deductions, and the guy always saves you $20. You're like, can't you save me some more shit?
Yeah, I know.
You know what? Take that fucking sheet out of there. Throw me that pen, Damon, over there. I remember in 91, I was working right before I got fucking divorced. I was working for my in-laws. And like the year before, I made good money, like legally, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like I curbed some fucking cars. I worked as an estimator. They paid me good money.
Mm-hmm.
And what I paid, fucking just like that pushed me over the top. Like the first time, like I was like, I can't believe it.
They didn't take taxes out right away, or you calculated that?
No, they were paying me like $900 a week, then they 1099 me at the end of the year.
You got the bill for half.
Oh,
for half of what they gave you. And there's still potholes.
And the first year I paid it. But after I got divorced that year, I ripped that motherfucker up. I'm like, I'm not sending this in.
Yeah.
And I got a return from them that year. And then the following year, I'm like, you know what? I ain't sending nothing in no more. And I didn't send taxes in from 91 to 2003.
Yeah. Did they ever call you?
Yeah, they called me. Yeah,
I
was
heard
a fucking ghost, dog. Listen, there's a way to live and there's a way not to live. I can teach you how to be a fucking ghost. Did you not hear me say I didn't even get mail at my house?
Where do you get it?
I would get it over at Gavin's house
in
those days. So I lived on Schrader. I lived on the other side of Hollywood, but I got mail on Schrader.
So did Gavin get calls for you?
No, and I put like a fake number. If you call my number in those days, unless you were an employer, it was very rough to have my number because it all went through a pager. It all went through a pager, my friend. I screened everybody like a motherfucker.
I heard a club owner recently told me, and I'm not going to mention any names, there's a comic on stage. He's headlining. He's in the first 2 or 3 minutes of his set. Somebody walks up to him and hands him a piece of paper and says, "You just been served for child support." My man got fucking busted and served on stage. And he still had to do like 42 minutes.
Let me tell you something. You guys have no idea what it's like to owe every credit card.
I don't.
And in those days, I used to be an open mic MC at the Broker on Tuesday nights. And I dated the owner's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I started caving in, owing money, there was no worse feeling I had. When I started caving in, the first day I couldn't make the first credit card payment.
Yeah.
It destroyed me. It destroyed me. Then it went into 5 days, because usually they give you 5 days. There was no 5 days. I went to 10 days, and I knew I was done. I just went through all of them. I had 19 different people calling me, but I'll never forget a specific night when I got there. And the girls that I was dating came up to me and gave me a sheet of paper. She goes, "This guy keeps calling here from American Express. Says you owe him money or something." I was never so fucking embarrassed.
Right.
Like, this guy got my fucking number.
Dude, same thing happened to me about 3 years ago, and they started calling my family. Because Fulcheron ain't exactly a common name. So my folks, my brother, they're pretty easy to find. That's fucking embarrassing, too.
A couple of years ago, I'm shooting. I go down to Hollywood. Some fucking jerk-off tells me to go to this dentist. I go to this dentist. He does me a solid. Then I go back again. He breaks me on the root canal. No, he breaks me. He goes, "Listen, you did a root canal. I don't do root canals." I go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He goes, "You got to go down the block. There's a guy waiting for you down the block right now. I already called him. He'll do the root canal." I said, "Okay." And I got SAG insurance. I go down there, the root canal, whole fucking thing. Pay up, whatever the fuck you pay up front. Whatever the fuck you pay. Copay. That's it. You go home and they bill you. I never got a bill from these idiots. Never got a bill from this motherfucker. My wife called. They said they sent it or whatever. We never got it. Do you know, I'm fucking shooting a commercial, a Sprint commercial, and my phone's buzzing. I pick it up and it's a collection agency. They mailed the fucking check to the wrong place. And they just took me right to fucking collections without calling once or anything. And here I am on a fucking set of a Sprint commercial, getting embarrassed on my own. And this motherfucker kept calling me. You know what he called me? And my agent. You know what he did? He got my agent's number and he called me. They have a way now to get Lee's number and call me from Lee's number.
A burner.
So you'll pick it up.
Misdirection, yeah.
You'll pick it up and they'll go, "Joe Diaz, it's Damon. You owe American Express $8,000. You're like, "I thought this was Lee." That's how fucking cricky they are.
The best part is about calling you, though, is even if it's your friend, you're going to go, "What's up, cocksucker?" So at least you're starting the conversation off right.
No. I get them because they always call looking for Jose
Diaz.
So they expect some guy saying, "Oh, we go, hello, get out." And I'm like, "Hello," and they're like, "Is this Jose Diaz?" And I go, "No, it's not." "Well, he gave this number. This ain't Jose Diaz, dog. Let me ask you something. Do I sound like fucking Jose Diaz to you? Don't call this fucking number no more. And they disappear. It's beautiful. It's like fucking poetry in motion.
Yeah. I need to change my name.
Yeah, Jose Diaz with the accent. So if they call you looking for fucking Maria Consuelos, you know, they're all expecting to hear, hello, ¿quién habla? No sé, no está. ¿Qué está diciendo, güey? Nothing. They just fucking, you just talk to them like this. What's going on, guy? There's no Jose here. Do I fucking, you hear guitar music in my fucking house? No.
What name do you use?
When they do call me, they don't ask.
Oh, but you know, like, I'm not Jose, I'm Mike George.
I don't say nothing you're not supposed to say. Why contradict? I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, the
Are
less
you
you
Jose?
say, the less you pay.
Are you Jose? It doesn't really matter. I'm not Jose. What is your name? It doesn't really matter, does it? Don't call this number no more, bro. Do me a favor.
Do me that favor.
Do me a fucking favor. What's wrong with you?
Do us both a
And
favor.
they'll stop because they're like, they'll tell the boss, this isn't him. I just called. It's a fucking white dude that sounds like a soprano. Yeah, Jose Diaz. He's a Spanish dude. No. So I throw him the fuck off. Who do you think you're dealing with, guys? Come on. Huh?
Come on.
I've done it to
Who's
cops.
better than you, Joey?
I've done it to cops, like Jose Diaz. No. What's your name? Mike Ferguson. Where's your ID? My friend's car. What friend? Matt Fulton. Where is he? I don't fucking know.
He's on Curson. He's
fucking
at 7-Eleven
I
on
went to eat at
Curson.
his house last night. He took the fucking car. And what do you think I'm doing here stuck? Why do you think I'm fucking here? Because I want to be your officer? And you start talking. Just sell it. You got to sell it. If you don't sell it, you're not going to get nowhere. Listen, they caught me in a hotel room stealing in San Francisco, and I talked to 2 cops out of it.
So
Chasing the fucking maid. I went into her room with her keys. They went to go in their room. I locked the top fucking lock on them. They went and got the cops. I was on the 3rd floor. I couldn't jump off the fucking building. I talked the fucking cops out of. I was running down the hallway and I took towels and the maid chased me. I didn't want to fucking prosecute. I've been in the building for a month. You have no fucking idea, but you got to sell it. You got to keep fucking selling it. What, are they going to take me down for fingerprints? Now they got me. But even there, I'm not giving you dick. You understand me? Even there, I won't break. You ever see Rambo in the second one? When the Russian had the big knife and he said, put the fucking thing in your eyeball? He didn't break. The Japanese chick shot into the building and saved him, but you never break. You just keep riding that motherfucker.
Right. That's why you were good at auditioning right away, right?
Yeah, even when they show you the paperwork, I'm still fighting it. I don't know who that is.
What'd you say to the cops again to get out of it?
Which one?
In San Francisco.
I told them that the maid, that I had taken towels from the truck, and the maid chased me. She was really mean.
Uh-huh.
And I ran into the fucking room to hide. And I thought she was going to go away, and that's when I was going to sneak out. But in fact, they came back with the cops.
Right.
The cops listened to my story. They did an NCIC. I told them I lived in the building. The landlord came up and said, "Yeah, no problem. He's been here for like 3 months. This has never happened before."
Right.
But he let me go. The landlord came over to me. He goes, "This wouldn't be who's robbing, what's his name? There was a bookie in the building. I'd clean him out every Monday." He said he had those football tickets, like an old guy. He'd have $400 or $500. That was a chunk, you know. So that's when he put it together. And I left. No, I didn't leave. I stayed there. And the next night, he knocked on the door and he goes, "Hey, I just got the call from the San Francisco police. I want to know if you're still here." The people were Germans, and they went to the embassy and told their story and complained. So they called the police department, so they're not going to come to arrest you for burglary. But there was nothing missing from their room. So that's why they couldn't arrest me at first. So now the Germans got so mad I was in their room that they were going to come and arrest me. So by the time the cops got there to arrest me, I was going to bust a fucking Reno Jack. Right around the corner.
Jose Diaz.
Jose Diaz fucking en route to Reno like a fucking doctor. It's crazy, but you have to sell it. Now you're dead. Now they take it to the... See, in the old days, you went down and got fingerprints. Unless you stabbed somebody in the eye, it wasn't a priority. It went into a stack.
Why is it different nowadays? Because
Everything's on computer.
Right.
As soon as you put your fingerprint on it. In the old days, they took ink and you put your finger on it and then you put it on a piece of paper.
Right.
And you did this and you put it on a piece of paper. In today's world, once you put your fucking 4 fingers on that pad, Everybody gets alerted. It's the fastest credit score.
Right.
You have no fucking idea how those fingerprints go through the system.
Instantly.
And they start picking up little things. Now it's a complete different world. Now they have a problem with identity. They just say, listen, you're going to the station. Well, listen, don't worry about Matt Fultron's car and his license. We're not going for it no more. Come on.
Yeah.
They take it to the station. They put your fingers on there, ask you if you say who you are.
Are you the full charge?
Are you the full charge?
I don't know nothing about the full
You start
charge.
barking and shit.
I mean, no.
And all of a sudden, a sheet comes right in front of you.
Right.
And it's the kid who robbed my identity, who fucking, he used the bank card. He got arrested one time, and he used my name. And the cops knew he's Italian. And they're like, so your name is Jose Diaz? He's like, yeah. He kept saying it. They came back. He said they came back with a scroll. And they're like, if you're Jose Diaz, let me tell you a little bit about yourself. And they just started dropping charges on him where I had warrants.
Put on a pot of coffee.
And after about 20 minutes, he started yelling, no, I'm not Jose Diaz. Now, it's amazing what's on the computer now. But I know for a fact a lot of the things I did early on disappeared. There's so many things that disappeared in the beginning.
They never made it to the computer?
Never made it to the computer.
Thank God. Well, does it still affect you at all?
The thing that destroys me was the car.
What car?
I left the car one time. I walked away from the car, Damon. You know me, I don't fuck around, Damon. I went to start it. I smelled some smoke. I heard zzz. I fucking turned the car off, dog.
And walked away?
And walked away. Went to the train, took the train. I said, fuck it, I'll come back in 3 days. Wrong answer. By the time I got there, it was a skeleton. It was a fucking skeleton.
Yeah.
I didn't call the bank. I didn't call the cops. I was 19. What I give a fuck? Never did I hear word one. Not word one about that car. No credit report. No nothing.
Did you have payments on it, or was it yours?
I had payments.
And you just didn't call anybody?
Nothing. I just went to Colorado.
Right.
I just picked up a month later, moved to Colorado. I got time for this shit. Calling cops and doing paperwork. In those days, I didn't believe it. None of that shit.
Next time you're on set, you're going to get a call from New Jersey.
I got another call.
You'll be doing a Chrysler commercial.
So
Is this Jose Diaz?
I got another call one time. All right. Nice car. I'm not even going to get into specifics. I was a little crazy. I just got divorced. I said, I'm going to get a fucking badass car in Boulder. I got a badass fucking car with a tremendous sound system and a CD player. And I went and bought a bunch of CDs and shit. And I ran this car like a savage. I did 90 everywhere. In the snow. And finally, I bashed up the fucking ring. And I was going to rob a dealership and take one of their cars and switch the rims. Because the rims were $2,000 a piece. That's stock. And I ruined 2 of them. So I was down 4 G's. I hadn't made a payment on this car in 6 months. I had to put the car in the garage under a fucking
tarp.
Up under a tarp. You have no idea. Everybody was looking for this car. And one night I'm sitting there scratching like a fucking junkie. And I'm like, I gotta get a package because for me to get my dick sucked from this girl, I gotta show up with a package.
Right.
Even if
it's
it's
just
a little,
life.
Even if it's a little package. And I said, well, and I went in my drawer and there was checks from Discover.
Oh, yeah.
They send you when you get the card.
And you can just write checks with them, like their money.
And let me tell you something. I hadn't paid that Discover card in like 120 days. And I took that check and I wrote it out for $1,000.
Yeah.
And I took my fucking chances. But little did I know, I forgot it was the same check. It was the same bank where I took the car loan from. Okay? So, this is how retarded I am, people. This is just to let you know, you're not dealing with no fucking genius here. And it's 12 o'clock at night. The bank is open till, I'm lying to you guys, the bank is open till 12 on Saturday nights. I'm going to fuck with their world. I'm going to show up with this check at 10 to 12. I show up with the check. I write my account number. I put the check in. All of a sudden they go, Mr. Diaz, how do you want this? I go, I don't know, because I told them I'm going to put $500 in the account. Just give me $500 cash. All I needed was $100 bill. get my party started. This bitch looked back at me. She goes, so how much do you want to put in the account? And I go, how much do I need to put in the account? She goes, just 100. We'll give you $900 cash. Give me the fucking $900. I tore out of there. I went and got an 8-ball. I went right to the broker. I got fucking lit. That Monday at 9:01, my fucking phone rang. And it was the bank going, hey, dog, listen, we got a fucking problem. We could call the cops on this, but we're not. We're going to keep this in-house. We need you here in 1 hour with 900 cash. So just bring a bunch of coke? Dog, there wasn't a dime left. There wasn't coke. There was nothing. I had so many things going on those days, bro. Yeah. It was like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Did you get laid? Yeah, and I walked into the bank, and the lady goes, no, what we're going to do is just tack it onto your bank loan. What? We'll tack it onto the car loan. Is it this bank stayed up till midnight on Sunday? On Saturday? Fridays and Saturdays. So they're up to some shady shit, too. Mm-hmm. It gets better about this bank, but hold on. That car, I had to drive that car to do comedy, and that's it. Besides that, it was, like I'm telling you, it was in a fucking garage, closed, blocked with 2 cars. The people who lived in the apartment with me. That car finally got fucked up. I was going to put the rims on it. When I left, I just told them, I'll pull it outside. They'll be here. I mean, it wasn't outside 3 seconds. Yeah. And fucking everybody was there looking for that car. It was amazing. They had binoculars. It was fucking crazy. And I was so happy. The moral of the story is, I've never heard about that car again. Really? Never came back on. Never. You think that's because of the bank was so fucking cool? Well, that same bank, about a year later. Ready for this one? Yeah. Their drive-through was very popular. Okay. They had a lot of drive-thrus. Okay. So some fucking genius. Because only a genius does this type of shit. See, stupid people carry guns. And stupid people rob people for the wrong reasons. This guy robbed it, but he planned it out. He went to, they had like 6 lanes. And he went to 3 of the lanes. And he put a cone in front of him. With the women. In the window. Don't you think that after an hour or 2, you wonder why isn't somebody going down my lane? Yeah. And then they put a sign that said, the window is broken. Please put deposits in the box. And they cleaned them up. The bank didn't know for 6 hours. And only Gentiles, because only trusting white people. Just hand the money over outside. In a box, no deposit slip. Because come on, how many times do you go to the bank? You at least get a deposit slip. Yeah. No deposit. He even wrote something on there. We'll email you the deposit slip by the time you get back to your house. Something fucking ridiculous. Right. They had that place surrounded with fucking duct tape, they fingerprints and everything. Nothing. It was like an unsolved mystery in Boulder. They estimate the guy walked out of there with $9 grand. Listen, it's peanuts. It's $9 more grand than I had than yesterday. You know what I'm saying? No shit. No fucking weapon involved. No nothing. All you have to do is come on. That's genius. Yeah, that's great. That's genius. Yeah. It's brilliant. He could have done it for longer. Like it could have been more money. I wonder if he stayed and watched. Like I just imagine how would you translate that today, like an ATM machine. Like go right over here to Lancashire and put 2 signs and say put this in this metal box. And screw it into the wall so they can see it. Screw it into the wall. How many people would leave their money in that box? I don't think it's much. And run it all day Monday, like on a Monday. No, Friday. When people have the lines there, I guarantee people get off the lines and go, why are we waiting on here? It's just to drop the money in here. Do you think they do it out here? I was going to say maybe they do it. I guarantee. Anywhere with this Gentiles, they're looking around thinking that everything's beautiful. You know those people that walk around, oh my God, life is great, the whole fucking deal. Yeah, those are people that don't actually need the money on the check. Well, they do, but they're not paying attention to what's in front of them. They never really, every year, how many old people get robbed on the phone by people calling them up and making investments on them? A lot. It's the oldest fucking scam in the book, how many people, we all get an email once a week from Africa. Oh, yeah. A friend of ours got stuck at the airport and they need money quick. Lost their wallet. Give him your number and he'll gladly pay you when he returns to the States. These people got fucking set of balls, but he emails 150 people.
somebody
It's
somebody
mass
hooks them up.
marketing. It's mass marketing.
Yeah.
It's like those guys on Twitter. Hi, my buddy got hit with a car. GoFundMe. Okay, Joey. When they don't even mention my name, I know they're lying.
Right.
Okay, what you do is go to their page, and if the last 3 days all they've been sending it out and retweeting Matt Fultron,
Yeah.
Lisa Ayat retweet, Damon Zwicker retweet, that's a scam. I got contacted on Twitter, and that was it. That was the last time I gave to a GoFundMe, unless I personally know the people. Because I got in trouble because I gave money.
Yeah.
And I think they made like what they do is they set it up for fucking one day. Listen, man, they pulled down 3 bills. There's 3 bills there, but there's something weird. Like they pick up the money that it's supposed to. I don't know how the fuck it works, but still, who gives a fuck? You give them money. They do it to 10 different accounts. They set up 10 different accounts, and they get 10 pictures of people getting hit by different cars, and they put them out there, and they put a picture with a cane, whatever the fuck you got, and suckers like me and you send the guy $50.
Well, speaking of taxes, there's the IRS scam that gets called. That you get a call, you're gonna get audited. You're gonna go to jail. You have to wire us this amount of money. Like I saw a post on Facebook about it. People are getting these calls all the time.
Anytime somebody wants money and you click on something, I say, fuck that. I go right to the website that I know. Somebody tried to hit me up with PayPal the other day, and they were like, we need you to log in because there's some irregular activity on your PayPal account.
I don't know nothing.
And I didn't fucking log in on that. I went to the real PayPal site. Everything was fucking legit.
I don't know nothing. I told you the other night, I don't click on nothing. I'm going to be as honest as I can on the podcast right now.
I don't click.
Okay, let me tell you how this starts. Let me tell you how this, and I love you all, but let me tell you how this starts, people. I click onto Yahoo. I put my code in. I click onto Yahoo. From Yahoo, I look at the first 5 sentences and anything. If it's nothing that got to do with me, I click right onto Hotmail. If it's Hotmail, I go to Facebook. If it's Facebook, I go to Twitter. Then I go to Gmail. If Gmail ain't got nothing for me, I click that and I put YouTube in. And that's it. So, if you send me a link to look at your kid playing the drums, it's not going to get hit. I'm just letting you people know right now. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, the message gets erased. Unless I personally know you, I don't touch nothing. Don't touch nothing. I don't give nobody codes. I don't give a fuck. Shut it down, bitch. Let's see. It's all a scam. You wake up once a week, there's a fucking scam from Facebook or something. Nothing. I don't click on. I just erase them and take my chances.
Do you add anybody on Facebook? Because I do, and it always bites me in the ass. Like if someone wants to be my friend, I'll say yeah. And then the next thing you know, there's like advertisement for Nikes. I mean, I got a screening process, but still.
Well,
anybody that's really hot is really actually a dude.
Listen, I know most of the people. I don't think I can take no more people on Facebook. Like Facebook locked me down or some shit. So I just have to be friends with people or something. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know nothing. I just keep it light on that shit. I don't know nothing.
Yeah.
I tell Lee every day. I'm going to tell you who harasses me that I can press charges on. Lincoln harasses me every fucking day. If I was a half a Jew, I'd get Lincoln and take them to court. And now they push the what do they call themselves? The social network. It's a bunch of bums that aren't working that want to come invade your fucking privacy, like Rat in 85. I don't want these fucking kisses of death around. We were just talking about kisses of death. I don't want these people around. So stop hitting me up on LinkedIn. I'm not even opening up that account. I don't fuck with LinkedIn. I don't fuck with that shit. Professionals. You're a fucking moron. You ain't no fucking professional. I don't fuck with LinkedIn. Instagram, that's my dog. That's my dog, Mikey, Podcast 101. I can't take pictures. I'm not going to take pictures all day and send them to people. That's not going to fucking happen.
Right.
I'm not going to sit there and take pictures. I can't. I'm too old.
You tweet every day, though, don't you?
I tweet in the morning.
Okay.
I tweet in the morning. If you tweet that you're going to be in Wisconsin, I retweet it for you because you're family.
Right.
But I don't do it for everybody else. There's certain people I retweet shit for. Because if not, people take advantage of you. Next thing you know, you retweet your whole fucking life. I don't want to retweet all day. You got to have a positive thought on there yourself.
Yeah.
was something fucked up, Lee. How many donuts you eat, Lee?
Only when I had a blueberry one, it was delicious.
Did you really, Lee? You can't wait to get that box home tonight. You're gonna tear those motherfuckers.
No.
What'd you do with those 2 donuts you
I
took?
gave them to the mom.
Did
She
you?
loved them. I
Did
put them in
she?
Tupperware. And they
You're
were
a
great.
good fucking man. Yeah. How many more pounds you losing?
I'm only back down to 230. I fucked up for a little bit. That would have been like 235.
You look thinner than before, man.
No, he looks
Thank
very
you.
good. He's doing the kettlebells. So you've been going 3 days a week for how many weeks in a row?
Like 5 or 6 weeks.
Look at God bless you.
It's
brother. You look fucking
great.
good. You're doing the protein powder from Dolce.
Mm-hmm.
You're a new fucking man.
You're eating
Matt
blueberry
Fulton.
donuts.
Yeah, that's
What's
why
on
it's
the
fucked
horizon,
up.
Matt Fulton?
What?
You're a funny motherfucker.
Thank you, man. I appreciate
What's on
it.
the goddamn horizon for me? Let me see what other donuts you got in there, because I'm stoned to the gills. That fucking edible and that hash killed me. Look at that. He brought maple donuts. We're fucking killing it here. I'm going to take one of these little jelly
Look at
donuts.
you. Nothing little
What's
about
in here?
that.
What's in here? Lemon?
Oh, there's blueberry in there.
Hey, blueberry.
That's good news, apparently.
Oh shit!
Is that what you had, Lee?
No, I had
You had a regular
I
blueberry
had like the
donut.
blueberry muffin one.
It's great being a fucking stoner, though. You have no self-control.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do.
That's the hardest part.
You can't get full either.
No, you don't. And when you start, and especially with something sweet, you're fucked. Because especially when you do good all day, and then fucking Damon, the sweetheart, brings 24 donuts over, you're like, you want to kill yourself because it's like so hard to say no.
Yeah, that's a bad hangover. A donut hangover?
No, it's the most delicious one. I used to get, when I was like 315, I just get a half a dozen donuts. Like,
Oh.
yeah.
And just eat them?
Within a day. Not within a sitting, but within a day.
6 donuts. What's that, right?
What's
That's
that?
not
What's that for
much.
breakfast?
Jesus Christ.
I'm good, man. I ain't into sweets. You guys go crazy.
It's time for you to get into sweets because Damon brought the fucking goods and death for him.
All right.
I did some kettlebells today. I got some sun out there. I did some sit-ups with 25-pound kettlebell.
Thanks, man.
This is what it's all about. Getting stoned and eating with family, right? Everybody wants to do a show about eating. Fucking Damon brought donuts. What are you going to do? I'm going to turn them down. I don't give a fuck. Tomorrow's another day. We start from scratch. I go to jiu-jitsu tomorrow at lunchtime. That's how we do it. That's it. Nobody gets their feelings hurt, at least I am.
No. At least you're trying.
No, that's it. You went to class today.
Oh, yeah.
And you fought for your fucking life. I'm going to eat another one because I don't give a fuck.
It was a good class.
What's that? What's that, third one?
Yeah, my dinner
Or
was
who's counting?
I didn't even have dinner. I was,
There you go, Lee.
You know.
no.
Come on, Lee. Quit being a bitch and come on.
Wait, there's a maple syrup donut.
And you know that old fashioned staring me in the
Throw 'em
face.
out, I'll throw 'em right out the door.
Yes,
No, you
yes,
won't.
please.
I'll throw 'em right out the door.
Joey.
You throw him out the door, put him by his car.
No, Joey, save them. We can do them for Joey. They're good. Where they're from.
Oh, please don't bag over.
This is like one of the best shows I've ever done. You know why? Because this is as simple as it gets. There's no drama. There's no facetious people trying to be fucking, trying to make you feel bad. We smoke dope and you make mistakes. And you eat good. Some nights you eat bad. Some days you eat good. I eat good all day.
What do you have?
Oatmeal.
Mhm.
No bread.
I didn't eat good today at all.
I eat good too.
I got a slice of pizza
That's good.
for breakfast. Frozen Trader Joe's chow mein. God knows what the fuck that is.
Mm.
And then a Yucca's taco on the way over here, which is borderline. This shit's borderline. But now with the donut, it's
Where's
officially a
Yucca's
bad
tacos?
day. It's right in Los Feliz, like right on Hollywood. After Hollywood starts to curve,
What kind of taco did you get?
I got a steak taco.
Oh,
And it's,
shit. Yeah, you got
it's
prop.
off the hook.
Yeah, no, you're
It's
bad,
delicious.
bro. I had oatmeal. I had a fruit smoothie with almond milk. Believe it or not, I'm really liking those. And a mixed berry one with cherry, for breakfast. It's got high sodium, so you take a gigantic shit. What I have for lunch? I had a chicken cutlet.
Sodium make you shit? Is
No,
that right?
not sodium. What is the other word? I don't know. Whatever. When you have the other fiber. And then my wife went to a restaurant last night, and she brought chicken parmesan. It was the smallest piece I ate. That was it. I shot to my meeting. I didn't eat down there. They had food there like animals. And then when I got home, I had something else. She made steak with a baked potato.
Oh, nice.
And I ate half the baked potato. She cuts the steak into little cubes like medallions, so I gotta fuck with it. and she recooks it for me. Now, usually I put it over white bread. I didn't put it over white bread. I like the grease from the steak to go into the white bread. You follow me? That's how a professional does it. But I didn't take it to the limit like that. So I'm trying to cut down the carbs. Then Damon shows up with the best donuts in the fucking world. Once I got 300 milligrams of me, edibles, we got reefer, we got hash. You can't show up with donuts. You got to show up with like apples. But hey, at least he's like the three wise men. He showed up with something. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You can't be mad at him for that. So I'm pretty fucking happy. People get down on themselves, and I don't. You know why? Because I won't go get another donut. We went the other night and got one fucking donut.
Mm-hmm.
But we drove for 4 fucking hours, on the way back.
That's good exercise.
We could have gone to we could have gone to a fucking bar or something.
It sounds stupid, but that was hard for me to have 2 donuts in my house because I fought you. I didn't want to take those donuts to my house because I thought I was going to eat them.
Well, Felicia bought a half a dozen. So she comes back with a fucking half a dozen. Go buy one apiece. I can live with one fucking
that's
donut.
what I had.
It's like a sociable. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can't eat a lot of donuts because the cops are out. You can't drink beers, right? Because the cops are out.
Right.
You can't have 3 beers. So one donut's always good. Nobody gets their feeling. Listen, if you eat 2 donuts every fucking day for breakfast and 2 more for dinner, there's not enough sit-ups you could fucking do in the world. But 2 donuts twice a week, especially on workout days, you know what I'm saying? Because I look at it this way. Let's be honest here. When I was really smoking dope, I wouldn't even have shared that box with these fucking motherfuckers. You understand?
Oh, I could have done that.
I would have done
too.
8. I could do 8 of those. I can't lie. You want me to lie?
Lee did that this week
with a nice bag of chips.
No. Why you gotta ruin it?
No,
how the fuck is chips running?
Fuck up the fantasy.
No, because you do, because it's salty.
Get the fuck out of here.
What the fuck, Lee?
Get the fuck out of
That's
here.
fucked up, man.
What I'm thinking is a nice bag of
You
Cheetos.
fucking sit there with a chocolate shake.
A chocolate
with the
shake?
remote control.
Oh my god.
And you get that box and you open that fucking Savage up and you got a bong next to you with a little container. And you look at that box and you say, we're going deep.
Right.
And that's it.
That's too much sugar.
And then you go running for 14 hours.
What too much sugar? You ate fucking 3 tacos and 2 other things. You told me your fucking McDonald's menu one time.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible.
My head almost flew. How much sodium do you think you went to sleep at night with?
Oh, 1,000.
2,000 fucking grams. Same thing. But these, listen, man.
I'm just saying, too, and for my mouth, it'd be too sweet. A milkshake.
What about for your asshole? Would it be too sweet, too?
No, it'd be delicious. You must shit great if you have a bunch of donuts and milkshakes.
That was tremendous. It's smooth.
Yeah.
A nice vanilla shake, thin.
Okay.
Breyer's ice cream. Some good fucking whole
ice
milk.
cream and a milkshake? Oh, you talking about how you make it?
No, come on, dog. A little fucking Breyer's ice cream.
Wash down this ice cream with some milkshake.
In this day and age, listen, there was no fucking, there was no diabetic packages in my house. There was only real cane sugar like a motherfucker that went in my milkshakes in those days.
That's the
There's
good
2
shit.
types of milkshakes. There's healthy milkshakes, and there's milkshakes to make you see the devil. The healthy milkshakes, you put the egg and protein powder and 8 ounces of milk, and you put a little bit of fucking ice cream, and you put wheatgrass in there.
It's like being in purgatory.
Huh?
It's like being in purgatory, but you want those devil
But then you have
milkshakes.
those devil milkshakes. That's just pound for pound milk, ice cream, and sugar.
Straight
That's it.
satisfaction.
That's it. Takes you with a box of those fucking donuts with like the mechanic on with Charles Bronson. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, yeah.
Who's gonna stop you, motherfucker?
Nobody.
Cocksucker. Matt Fultron, we're happy to have you back in
It's
the
great to be here, man. It's great to see you
Hopefully you'll be
guys.
at the store with us, fucking around.
I think I'm going to stop by on Wednesday, whether I got a spot or not.
I won't be there Wednesday this week. I'm only there Thursday and fucking Saturday.
I'm in Vegas on Thursday.
Where you at in Vegas?
I forget. I'm opening up for your boy Tommy Segura.
No shit. Where else?
Yeah. I'm going to be in Spokane after that with Tommy, too. The week after that. It's going to be a good time.
You're doing it, man. You're
Oh,
living
yeah.
the fucking dream.
No
And that's
doubt
all
about
that-
it.
It's weird when you see like a bum like me. I got the wife and the kid now. And now I look at, like the other day, you follow what's going on in the UFC. The other day, Chris Weidman
I don't know.
and the other guy had a chit chat, and he told him that you can't be as good as me because you have a family.
That's not always true, though.
All your time goes into your family. You don't have no responsibilities and whatever. But it kind of is, because I wish I could go on the road. I wish I could go to Vegas and have to be in New York the next week, I wouldn't stay in Vegas. I'd go to New York early and stick around for 3 days and go eat and fuck
I do
around
all
in new
kinds of
spots.
shit.
You know, I can't do that. I have children, you know, and I wish I did, you know. I'm happy I do, you know what I'm saying? I mean, trust me, my original plan tonight was to go see David Gilmour. You guys do know that. Like for the last 3 months.
What happened?
I had a meeting today at 12 o'clock that I couldn't reschedule again until like May 14th or something, fucking just May 10th or something crazy.
Yeah.
I felt that if these people worked this hard to get me meetings, if something happens, you cancel it.
Mm-hmm.
But not because I'm going to fucking drop $2,000 out of my family's money to go see Pink Floyd in New York or David Gilmour.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I fucked up when he came here and he wasn't here.
So you were going to go out of town to see him?
I was going to go out of town.
Right.
My plan was really to go home and see my buddy James and little Timmy, and I think Avila was going to go, and then this other guy, Focaraccio. But then when I hit up Folk, he said that he couldn't go. He had to go out of town for business.
Yeah.
And then James was going to go the whole time. He was going to go alone. And he's gone to all those concerts alone with his little kids. And I talked to Avila last week, and he was like, I'm not going, which shocked me. Shocked me because he was the one that took me to see The Wall.
Oh, yeah?
Like, I went to see The Wall with Avila, Focaraccio,
no
and
shit.
Jimmy Lobrano. Jimmy Lobrano out it since day one. He just got a job driving a truck for $22.50 an hour. So he's like, I ain't doing shit.
Right.
I got to be on time at this fucking gig. So then it was down to us three. Folks said he was out. Avila said he was out. Now, my buddy James, that's my brother. I would have gone with him. It wouldn't have made a difference. But then I realized I had the meeting on that fucking day. And I'm like, you know, and then today I talked to him, and I went on the page for him. You know, there were still tickets available. I mean, there were still third-row tickets at the Garden today.
Really?
It was $600.
Fuck that shit.
It was $600.
Plus a plane ticket.
Plus a plane ticket, a hotel, maybe for 2 nights.
And you're missing the meeting.
A limo,
that
meeting,
could be money right there.
Fucking, you know, no, guys. It's
Fuck it. It's LA and donuts, man.
Yeah,
Fuck
no.
it.
Listen, I feel bad.
We're just another brick in the wall anyway.
I'm not the type of guy that could look at my wife and go, you know what, man? And it's on a personal level. It's not like what she would be happy or unhappy with.
Right.
If I went home, I could sell my wife anything. My wife is like every other wife in the world. She just wants to be happy. She's going to put up the fucking Terry Doom shit for a few, but then she understands, you know. Oh, my wife is Terry Doom, you know. She'll find the worst thing and bring it up. Yeah, damn, it's a Chinese woman.
Doom.
I go, you go to the comedy store? She goes, no. I go, you should go to the comedy store. There's a lot of Asian. Come here, there's a couple of Chinese people. She goes, and my wife is like, yeah, it's a 16-hour flight. Who the fuck was talking about the flying? Who gives a fuck about flying to China? I told her just to go to the fucking thing. Last night we're eating dinner. She starts with the 70s about CNN. There's people there with 20 at the table. She's talking about CNN, the 20s. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nobody's even talking about the 20s. The kids got the earphones on. Felicia's looking the other way. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck are you talking? I couldn't say that to her because she'll kill me. But, you know, after that persistent shit, I can tell my wife. My wife's dynamite. She ain't going to fucking be mad at me. I'm with my friends, you know. But I can't justify it in my world. Like to come home and go, I'm taking this money out of the house account.
Nah,
because I want to go fucking see David Gilmour. You know what? Take a 20, go buy the fucking album.
Right.
All right, come back, you listen to the album playing backwards with Light on Fire.
Put the Wizard of Oz on.
Yeah.
Let's get buck wild.
But you want to take a flight back, lose time, see nobody. You know, you hate flying. That's one extra flight you want to fucking do.
So it's a good thing then.
Yeah, it was a good thing. I feel bad for my brother James. I feel bad because today when I talked to him, he was, you know, he's going to go by himself. It's tonight and tomorrow night. Saturday, he was at Radio City Musical, which that was the night to go.
Right.
That was the night to see that motherfucker at Radio City. So
don't feel bad. The other guy from Pink Floyd couldn't even make it.
You know what, man? I fucking saw him when they were Pink Floyd. You know, I have a couple things that I'm very proud of, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
That always wins every argument.
Hey, if Roger Waters wasn't there, don't feel bad.
You know, when people talk about concerts, you just got to drop Pink Floyd, The Wall, first fucking night. That's it. I trumped your whole fucking show, dog.
Because they got a flying pig and stuff? What do they got? What do they got there on the stage?
That night?
Well, for The Wall, there's a bunch of like theatrics and stuff, right?
It was brilliant.
Yeah,
It really was brilliant.
but it's on YouTube. You should
It
probably
really
just
was
check it
brilliant.
out.
What was brilliant about it is that if you know anything about The Wall, it's 4 album sides. It's 2 albums,
Right.
4 sides.
Yeah.
And they went up there, opened up like, like nothing. They basically went up there and played like nothing was going on. Now you're on a hit of acid. This is what
I forgot.
This is what the TV. When people go, I'm at home watching the movie The Wall. Ask me how many times I've seen the movie The Wall.
How many times?
Never.
Not even once?
Not even once. Because
Never.
There's no reason to. The reason why there's no reason to is basically because everybody missed something. Listen, you were not going to go see Pink Floyd without a hit of acid. Like Lee Sayat, if you come to see David Gilmour with me, you were doing a hit of acid. Or maybe even 2.
That's the rules. They got to hit
That's
right
the
on
rule.
right on the ticket.
I assume
You lick the ticket.
We don't even play around. There's no. I wouldn't let you go. I wouldn't waste that ticket on you.
They leave you out in the
I'm
parking
going to
lot.
ask you before we get in the car, Damon. We're taking liquid acid. Yeah, I got to go to work tomorrow to stay home, bro.
It's better if you just put it in a brownie and give it to me.
No. I got to tell you up front because I don't want nobody to freak out. Somebody like this comes. We're taking a hit of acid. We're just going. Don't waste my time. I can't hear a story. I'm too old. It would fucking break my heart if you told me some bullshit story. This is Pink fucking Floyd. This is the only way to do it. Okay, so it had all this shit, right? It had four fucking sides, okay? This is the beauty about Pink Floyd. The Wall. That one nobody will ever understand that didn't go see it. Four guys come out. They're playing. Okay?
You're on acid.
You're on acid. You've been smoking dope all day. You're on THC crystal. Okay, here we go. Here's Gilmour right off the bat.
How old are we?
15. Here's Gilmour right off the bat. 16. He introduces himself right off the bat. Behind them, there's a screen. Okay, and it's just throwing. Right now, they're just playing. It's just throwing fucking Hitler. Not Hitler. I'm sorry. It's throwing.
It's a deep song.
What do you call that shit? Those hippie things. Those tie-dye designs.
Yeah.
Now, you're on acid.
And THC crystal.
So you start watching this hippie design, and every once in a while, you're like, "Holy shit, that's music." Let me go back to the stage. And here's Roger Waters, here's David Gilmour, here's Nick Mason, and you're watching them. And in those days, there weren't screens around the auditorium that you could watch the band. But this was the brilliance about The Wall. That right here, all of a sudden, a bunch of midgets come out, dressed as dwarves. Okay.
All right.
Okay, and these 4 savages are on stage playing this. This is what the movie doesn't show you. This is what nothing shows you. And all of a sudden, they lay down 1 block at a time, guys. And they're doing all this. Right now, it goes down. And they're not even paying attention to the midgets. But the midgets are over by the side.
Right. This is on the live show.
This is on the live show. Could have been midgets. It could be people dressed in green. Doesn't matter. They're not reacting to these fucking people.
Right.
They're just down, 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 and all this shit. Now listen. You hear like shit's going down?
Right.
That screen is coming at you with rocks and shit. Like rocks are coming at you. Right? Like it's just ending. Like you don't know what's going on. And all of a sudden.
Oh, good Larry.
And all of a sudden, this is what you hear. And they just stop, And you're like, what happened? And you're on the acid, and they're doing all this shit, and those midgets ain't stopping. Right? And all of a sudden, a plane comes up from behind you. A fucking plane is right there. You hear that fucking plane? He's right there. and he's moving very slowly. He's fucking coming, and all of a sudden, he's ready to fucking hit, and fucking bam! You just sitting there. And there's a woman on stage rocking this fucking baby.
Where'd she come from?
Who the fuck knows? I didn't call him up and ask him.
The midgets brought her.
Yeah, and all this is going on with this woman. And guess what? The midgets haven't stopped. They're building that wall. And they're building that wall. And they're building that wall. And they build around them. This is fucking an hour in. They build around them. You know, now they're getting on with ropes. And Pink Floyd's not seeing this.
They just keep playing.
They just keep playing. And this is what people at home will never understand. The brilliance of that. They demolished you. People went home after they did 5 shows. People went home and said, listen, man, I know you're clean and sober. It's over. Because what they're doing is a mind assault on your fucking... They did it perfect. Here we go. This is like a midget coming by with a fucking piano and shit. And there you are like, what the fuck am I watching? And that screen's still going, dog. And they're still building. And they built to the end till he comes up with Comfortably Numb. And now they're singing it from behind the wall. The wall was an idea that Roger Waters is such a scumbag and such an egomaniac that he goes, I love playing music. I hate playing for these pieces of shit. I wish I could build a wall and separate myself from these pieces of shit. That's the truth. That's the fucking truth. So the ultimate thing was for him to play side 4 is basically done behind the wall.
And then
until Comfortably Numb, when Gilmore does his guitar solo and they show him on top of the wall. And that's, can you imagine?
So they have a portion of the concert where you couldn't see them.
Yeah, but Sid Barrett is on the side eating a box of donuts, right?
Sid Barrett is gone. Sid Barrett is gone.
Right.
Sid Barrett disappeared while they were making Wish You Were Here. He showed up at the studio.
Oh, yeah, in the 60s. Yeah, right.
He showed up at the studio. He was unrecognizable. Then this. Okay, so you're 7 minutes in. This is the hottest song on the radio at the time. This is all they played. The album came out November 30th. We went to see him February 15th to 16th. This is all you heard. It's a brilliant song. It's just brilliant. And it sounded just like that. Dog, do yourself a favor. Let's end the fucking parody. Press in YouTube, February 17th, 1980, Nassau Coliseum, Pink Floyd. Why are we putting ourselves through this fucking menagerie?
Well, that was a good description, though, I gotta tell you. But yeah, let's check it.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And here's what baffles me about this. It's on YouTube. I have always
Your show. The show you were at.
I've always asked Steve Avillo, my friend who I went with, who taped it, who put it up.
Because you guys didn't bring your iPhones that night.
There was no iPhones in 1980. There was fucking nothing. But there were stores that you went to that they made the fucking. They specialize in the underground.
That's so crazy.
Who the fuck do you guys think you're dealing with? Do you guys think I'm some fucking amateur here?
No.
Look at that.
Oh, this is in Jersey, right?
Hey, suck a dick. That's good. I think they just recently knocked it down. I did a club there one time, maybe 2 years ago, and I stayed at the hotel.
Do you want to skip forward a little bit?
What's that?
Should I skip forward a little bit?
Sure, but just seats. So they do this album, 4 albums, front to back, in order, to the T.
This is the show you were at.
Not the show, but one of they taped all of them. What is it?
I want to see these little construction workers.
See, right now they probably won't show them because this is the beauty of Pink Floyd. They had the camera on Waters,
Right.
the lights on Waters, the drummer, and the organ player, but the midgets were starting on the sides.
Right. It's crazy how they got a job in show business, but now they have to do manual labor.
I was thinking about that. That must be kind of a shitty job. I mean, build up that wall every night. Unless they make it really light.
He was to the T. These guys were to the fucking T, ladies and gentlemen. That's what was so amazing about them.
No, it sounds like the record.
Every other watch. So, but the visual is so bad, you're not even going to see anything at this point. This thing is 30 years old.
Is the airplane?
Yeah. This is just too much. But you don't see nothing like this. The quality. A friend of mine that I went to a concert with, because like 80 of us went from my high school.
Really?
I just went with 4 other guys. He sent me this. What other one they have? They had Dark Side of the Moon, the Wall Live Tour to 27, and 1973. That's it. You got to look deep on that. I do want to show you guys something pretty fucking intense, just so you guys might learn something. What are you looking at? You're looking at the stars over there, Damon. Put on Whipping Post by Frank Zappa. Watch this. This is crazy.
I went to Frank Zappa's house one time.
Did you really? Was he alive?
No, he was dead, but a friend of mine was dating his daughter. It was a weird house. All kinds of like weird dolls and decorations.
This guy's a fucking nut. Look at the top one. And I mean, this fucking guy could play a goddamn fucking guitar. I mean, they do it too. They do shit I don't like. They act like fucking jerk-offs.
Right.
But besides that, I'm talking about Zappa playing the fucking leads on the guitar. Pretty badass, man. See, I hate all this shit.
Why do you hate it so much?
Too much theater. Look at it. But Zappa ain't fucking around.
Good time, buddy. I didn't know Zappa was that good at guitar.
Yeah, man. I put this on today, not one person reacted to it. Like, Frank Zappa is like a dinosaur in today's...
Yeah, a lot of people don't know about him.
And he would do perfect today. Like, if he came back today, if he was alive today, and he played at Echo Park, he'd become a millionaire in 1 week. This is Echo Park.
Yeah, this is the type of shit they do in Echo Park.
Put this out louder here. Watch this guitar playing.
Look at what you've done. Nothing seemed to change. The bad times stay the same. And I can't run from town to field.
This is all Zappa playing the lead on here. He's got like 19 motherfuckers on stage. Listen. Yeah, Zappa had skills, man.
He could show up to Echo Park looking just like that.
See, all that type of shit drives me crazy. I want to shoot a motherfucker. But this is real right here. telling you, Zappa takes it to another fucking level.
I had no idea, man.
Yeah, man. Listen, he didn't last as long as he did because he was a dud. His music was not what most people considered what they liked. He had a weird thing.
It was off the wall, and it was like
Joe's Garage is off the wall, all that shit. But this is real. People act that way because they got chops, not because they don't have chops.
right. It's like when a painter is really good at painting, and he's like, "Well, I got to do some weird shit because I'm bored with this regular shit."
I love to see this. I hate covers. I like interpretations. Does
Right.
that sound weird to you?
No, that makes perfect
I know
sense.
a cover. I know an interpretation. This is an interpretation. You can turn it off because of his guitar playing. He interpreted it into his own.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between an interpretation and a cover. People always send me covers of things. They drive me fucking crazy.
Right.
They drive me fucking crazy.
Right.
You know who does good covers? That dude from the Black Label Society. But
What's
he does
his
all
name?
Ozzy shit.
Right.
He covers like Ozzy stuff and he redoes it. He does a good job.
You know who does good covers? Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, they do.
They made a career out of
They
it.
made a career out of fucking doing covers. But they've been smart lately. They've been putting the songs they did right.
Yeah.
Have you seen that on video with Jimmy Page? He just put Kashmir up.
Uh-huh.
He told how he got the riffs to Kashmir. Well, he released it on the movie with Jack Black when they did that movie, Heavy Petting or Play It Loud. Play It Loud. He in that movie, he does a segment on how they came up with Kashmir. And it's fucking brilliant. He just now he's got Stay With It. Is it Stay With It Heaven? Yeah. He breaks down Stay With It Heaven on YouTube to say how he came up with it, how people could say we robbed it, but studio musicians don't speed up music.
Right.
That was my fucking idea. He did all that little
Yeah.
So
Don't get me wrong. I fucking love Led Zeppelin. I love Led Zeppelin. I don't care. That's how much I love.
I love them to death. And there's people that boycott them. There's people that send me fucking hate mail.
They're only hurting themselves if they boycott Led Zeppelin.
You know why I love Led Zeppelin? Because there's one simple reason why. The live fucking album and the live footage. The live footage, when you see what Jimmy Page and him do. But what you have to really accompany to is you have to get the night in 76 when Robert Plant did the King Biscuit Flower Hour. You can find that online. You can find that online.
All right.
Listen to that interview and then watch that movie. And listen to what Robert Plant's saying.
You talking about Song Remains the Same, that movie?
And there's a bunch of different cuts.
Right.
But
there's the sketch cut.
But
that's the one I saw.
I also heard that Led Zeppelin remastered it. And when you watch it now, you can see that it's completely off. Like, the music is still there. The voice is still there. What's the matter, Lee? You over there sweating bullets thinking, how can I eat
Have another
more
donut.
donuts?
No, you look thin. Have another donut.
Lee,
You never eat. You're skin and bones.
Lee,
Have a donut.
Look at you. You're looking like a mama Luke.
Give him 2 donuts.
Yeah, eat
you're
some.
gonna die. You're gonna wither and die.
A fucking reefer hit you again.
Come
You
on.
gotta tame that fire, dog.
No, you can't tame it with sugar.
Oh, no, I think you can. I
That
think you
shit.
can.
That's Mexican sugar. That's not that shit you get from these.
I don't think reefer knows what.
Yes, it does. It's a big fucking difference.
He's
Mexican
definitely high.
fucking
There's a
sugar.
certain way he
Let
talks
me get
when
the
he's
sheets.
high.
Let's fucking do this stuff. Matt Fultron, let me tell you
What's up?
something. When I
What's
heard you
up?
coming back to town,
Yeah.
it made me very happy.
Always makes me happy to get a phone call from you.
Always.
And fucking tickled pink, man.
You know I don't fuck around, bro.
I know you
That's the
don't.
real fucking Mohicans. And I got Lee here, so I know you were coming back. I said, fuck it.
Joey doesn't fuck around. He says, when you gonna be back? I love you. See you later.
Easy.
That's how he does it.
No drama. Why
Yeah,
would I
exactly.
bust your
I love
balls?
it. I love it.
That's why I don't want to fuck around with this shit. But anyway, like all great podcasts, even though you're having a good time, they all come to an end.
It's true.
I gotta
It's
go home
true.
and see if these steroids are gonna let me fucking sleep now. They told me these things are not gonna let me sleep. That's why.
Are these donut steroids?
No, the steroids I got.
Because I feel like I'm growing already.
No. But anyway, listen, guys. Let me tell you something. We always try to push food on you because we're a bunch of fat fucks. And sometimes we push healthy stuff on you, and You know, I like Blue Apron. I'm a believer in Blue Apron. The calories are low, but there's something else I'm a believer in. For you people who don't know what the Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by NatureBox.com, dedicated to making smart, delicious snacking easy. You deserve better than high fructose corn syrup and red eye number 578. NatureBox snacks taste delicious without any high fructose corn syrup. That's the shit that kills you. Trans fat, MSG, artificial colors, sweeteners, or flavors. None of that crap. NatureBox makes finding a range of options from healthy to indulgent to easy. They combine unique flavors with ingredients you can pronounce to create great snacks you may not want to share. Trust me, they're delicious. The sriracha cashew, delicious. The chocolate num-nums, delicious. The South American plantains, delicious. They've got 100 seriously delicious options to choose from. All delivered. Here's the secret. To your door. The same way Damon showed up with those donuts and changed our world tonight is the same way NatureBox will show up, all right? And you'll never get bored with the NatureBox snacks because every single month they release new snacks to choose from. Like my favorite is the salt and pepper lentils. That is my favorite snack in the world. Mercy doesn't like spicy food, and she even eats it, all right? So do me a favor. Say goodbye to weird mystery ingredients and start snacking confidently with NatureBox. Visit naturebox.com/Joey to get 50% off your first box now, okay? Again, head to naturebox.com/Joey right now and get 50% off the right snacks for 2016. That's 50% off your first box of delicious, high-quality snacks sent directly to your door. So do me a favor again. Go to naturebox.com, scroll down the page, look for snacks. Go look through the cashews. Go look through the num-nums. I mean, it's going to be a tough decision, but you got to pick 5 of them. Knock yourself out. You know why? Because we're going to give you 50% off your first box. So again, go to naturebox.com to get 50% off your first box, all right? And that's it. It's that easy. Number 2, we were talking about this early. I mean, Lee broke it down for you a little bit. Night after night, 2 people lay in the same bed, but when it comes to time to buy a new mattress, only one gets their way. Until now, we're introducing the Helix Sleep, where you can buy mattress online, customized for both you and her, okay? Or him, whatever. For hundreds of dollars instead of thousands, okay? Go to helixsleep.com and answer a few simple questions based on 4 key preferences. And the result will be a custom sleep profile used to build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on, okay? And I guarantee your significant other will be happy too. Whether it's she or he, your mattress will arrive at your door in about a week, and shipping is 100% free. So right off the bat, we're saving you money. And for couples, Helix customizes each side of the mattress, personalized to suit each of your bodies the way you both sleep. So the Helix customers report a 30% improvement in overall sleep quality. You have 100 nights to try it out, and if you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you 100% free refund, okay? No questions asked. That's why everyone from GQ magazine to Forbes, they're all talking about the Helix Sleep. So do me a favor. Go to helixsleep.com/Joey and get 50 beans. That's $50 off your order. That's helixsleep.com/Joey and get $50 off your first order. Start sleeping like a prison inmate and take care of yourself. You go online, you take the survey, you order the mattress, knock yourself out. I mean, they got great stuff in this pamphlet. You know, I would be here with you for 2 days reading all the good stuff. But just do me a favor. Go to helixsleep.com right now. Take a look at all your options, take the test, and then put Joey in and get $50 off your first order. I want to thank Helix Sleep. I want to thank NatureBox. And I want to thank my people on it with the Hemp Force protein and the Mike Dolce protein that my main man Lee Sayat's enjoying so much. Look at the face on Lee Sayat. Did you see the
He's ready to go see Pink Floyd. He is.
He's ready to fucking do something. Lee
Yeah. He's ready to go to bed on that Helix mattress.
You're fucked up tonight, Lee.
Dude, you fucked up.
I love it, Lee, when you get fucked up. And now we're going to hash when the camera's off.
Oh, good.
You get another fucking donut and knock yourself out. Who takes care of you more than your Uncle Joey?
Nobody.
And for you motherfuckers that don't know, let me let you know what's cracking up. Next fucking week, Buffalo, New York.
What?
All right, next Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the 21st to the 23rd. And the following week, I'm at Crackers in Indianapolis.
Oh.
That's right, bitches. One of my favorite fucking joints in the country. Next week I'll be in Buffalo eating fucking beef on wick like a motherfucker. You understand me? Fuck the Weight Watcher point. Fuck the donuts. I'll be tearing it up in Buffy.
What happens in Buffalo
stays in your asshole. You understand me? Where you at the next couple of weeks, my brother?
I'm in Vegas with Segura. I'm in Spokane with Segura.
Okay, but who the fuck goes to Spokane?
Me and Tommy.
He's going like a bowling.
Yeah.
And shit. I love you guys with all my heart. Thank you for always giving us the opportunity to entertain you on a fucking Monday night. What's up, Don?
And for people, the video is going to be on his Vimeo.
It's going to be on Vimeo. No more YouTube because they'll take this down.
So we're going to stream on YouTube.
We'll play videos, but we're going to shoot the video Vimeo and put them up.
Right? It's Joey Coco Diaz on Vimeo.
All right.
Okay.
I love you guys. Thank you very much for watching. See you Wednesday night. I'm going to blow your mind with the guest on Wednesday night. So stay black.
What do you want to close with, Bob?
What are we going to close with? Let's close with UFO Lights Out.